And so, dear Peter, if you will be so kind as to grab the hyperlink and place that up on your page, that will be wonderful. I'll give you a backup just in case in the message box. And let's take a look at the live stream itself. If anybody can hear us, make certain to let us know. We're going to have Peter and Aristides go into kind of a casual conversation just to make sure both of them are registering. Well, they're both registering on the online broadcasting software, so we just want to make certain everybody can hear them. So Peter and Aristides will now exchange some pleasantries while I check around to basically get some hyperlinks. Okay.
Hello,
Well,
Peter.
yes, hello, but I'm not getting any live feed yet.
Okay, let's take a look at the live stream. It says we have an excellent connection. T-Take Barry says, good evening from...
I found it.
Oh, okay, excellent. Excellent, yeah. Anyhow, T-Take Barry says, good evening from Redwood City, loud and clear. Thank you so much, dear T-Take Barry. Hugs to yourself. My love to all that matters in your life. Make certain to let us know if you can hear Peter and Aristides as well. Meanwhile, I'll see if we get some sound from here. There, we got 2 thumbs up already, and that reminds me, of course, to start in the usual admonition. Please, everyone, recall that as soon as we start transmission, we are hit by any number of downvotes that are dispatched from the enemy. Always remember, my enemy is your enemy, the enemy of all life on Earth, the enemy of the Earth itself, the enemy of existence. So this is an existential threat that I've been providing warning of forever. For that reason, I'm one of the most suppressed people on Earth, actually the most suppressed person on Earth. And so it's up to you. You've got to hit those upvotes because unfortunately YouTube operates on a popularity aggregate. I can't imagine anything more stupid, but that's how they do it. So the more popular you are, the more spread you get. And therefore, the way to combat us is simply to send cheap downvotes. YouTube actually filters them out, but it takes an hour or two, and by that time it served its purpose. It prevents us from appearing on searches. So it's up to you to get us on those searches. So you have to fight as dirty as the enemy does, because nice guys finish last. And if you want to fight for a future where nice guys have a chance, then by God, you've got to fight as dirty as the enemy does right now. So you've got to hit every IP address you've got with an upvote, meaning your laptop, your PC, your tablet, your cell phone. Use whatever you've got, hit that upvote, and that'll get us on searches. Meanwhile, Peter, T-Tank Barry says, Peter Clear. Vril618, wonderful human being, says, coming through here. So if Peter's clear and Vril hears us, likely we're heard by everyone. So numbers are slowly beginning to build up. And with that, we turn it over to Peter again. And I think we've got things pretty settled here. Let's get started early and just into what comes on your mind, dear Peter. Thank you.
Well, the first part of the show is usually a warm up,
Yeah.
to and what I thought I'd start off tonight. I didn't want to announce it or anything because Scientology is such a buzzword. It's such a ridiculous buzzword. It's just a huge buzzword, and I don't quite understand why. Except that it seems to be something that people love to hate. I think that might explain it. And it's understandable. But people can't get enough of it. And what is said, much of what is said is often repetitive. The only reason I'm bringing it up tonight is because there was an announcement on at least one YouTube channel. I forget the guy's name, so I'm not going to say what his name is. But it announced the death of a senior Scientology executive named Norman Starkey, who used to be the captain of the Apollo.
Wow.
And he was the captain of the Apollo when I was there. I knew him. I worked to some extent with him. I had, interaction with him, none of which was particularly pleasant. But he was from South Africa. And I had just heard that Hubbard, there was like 3 people they mentioned that Hubbard had punched, and he was one of them.
Ooh.
I don't know why, but I think it was over some sexual inappropriateness. But he's mostly infamous for, like, he was actually presided over the funeral of L. Ron Hubbard as the minister.
Was Hubbard buried at sea? He was buried at sea, wasn't he?
No. Hubbard's ashes, he was cremated. They had a funeral service for him at the church in LA, or at a big auditorium, and then they videoed that to, across the world. I think you can see it now on YouTube.
Okay.
But he just, did a funeral oration for him out of a book, out of a minister's book or something like this. It was very simple, straightforward. But Norman Starkey, I found him to be a very problematic character. And the reason I'm bringing him up is because, well, I will describe why, and it kind of goes back to the first time I suffered an incident with him. Not personally. Well, I was there. But I think I do remember working on the decks, and we were, I don't know what was happening. I think we were scraping the ship, doing scraping on the starboard side, and we were in these like rubber life rafts, and I was one of the guys, and then there was some problem. And I think somebody was throwing a life, not, what do you call these donuts?
The lifesavers.
Something like that. I don't know what was going on, or some rope. They were trying, the ropes were screwed up, and I remember him yelling to me from above, calling me my name, which, I thought it was kind of neat that he knew my name. I was very new. Because he heard people calling my name, and I picked up the rope or did whatever he wanted. And I guess he knew who I was after that. But then it was, I'd been on the ship a few months, and we were doing this exercise for the Princess of Morocco. In other words, there was about a dozen of us, if that many, that were supposed to be the quartermaster. In other words, we'd be at the gangway, and we were supposed to greet the princess, and we were supposed to salute, and we were learning all these different salutes, and we were supposed to look sharp and all this. And it was later that whole idea was abandoned, but nevertheless, we went through all these, and he comes out there and he's speaking to us from above decks. We're down on the well deck, and he's above, and he starts just ranting and raving about, we want to look good for the old man, meaning Hubbard. He's the most important in the world. And he just starts ranting and raving about Hubbard. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, like, if Hubbard heard what he was saying, Hubbard would be, freaked out. He would be disgusted with him. Now, I was new, and I said, there's no way Hubbard would want to be portrayed as this, godly figure that, and just, he sounded like some speech from, Rudolf Hess, warming up the crowd for Hitler or something. And I said, this guy is just, he's off the wall. I mean, if Hubbard wasn't far away, and if he came down and heard that, I said he'd be disgusted with it. Now, this was my own assessment, and I don't think I was wrong. We'll never know. So I said, this guy's really off his rocker. And then later, when I would work in the galley, and he was the captain, he'd come in and tell me to take these big pork bones and make soup out of it.
Well,
and these good bones are good now, because I would cut up the pieces of pork and then just discard these bones, or he'd say, those, and he'd always like giving me these subtle hints, and I would never do what he said, never once. Because, and the reason I would never do it is because it wasn't my job, and there were specific orders that you're supposed to do your job, not somebody else's. That was the chief cook's job. My job was to cut the meat. I was the butcher and the breakfast cook. So I would never do his orders. And he'd come in and he'd hint, and I said, this guy's he's off his rocker. He wouldn't, you weren't supposed to give orders that were what they called offline. I just ignore him. So I said, this guy didn't have any respect for Hubbard's, policies and whatnot. And now, fast forward, apparently when did he get kicked off the ship? I don't think he got kicked off the ship. He got busted as captain because he had ordered everybody off of auditing to clean the ship. And that was considered, he stopped all, I guess what you'd call the good part of Scientology, which was to audit people and relieve them of their stresses. He just stopped it all. Ooh. So the ship could get clean, because Hubbard had orders to clean. And this was later considered a fiasco and led to his demise as captain. Ooh. And then I didn't see him because I left the ship and I came back. It was June of 1975, and I come on board, and the first person I see is this guy on a set of drums, because they were now drumming for the ports. They called them the Apollo Stars, and they go out and and have singers and dancers. They had all the troupe, they called them, and they would go out and try and make friends with the locals by and they get with the local calypso people in the Caribbean. So I go on board and I see this guy, and he looks like a hippie. And he goes, and he starts pointing at me, I know you. Ooh. And I walk over and I see it's him, and he's got long hair, and he's a drummer for one of the acts. And I remembered him when he was captain, coming into the galley and talking about slobs, hippies, and all that rot. And I remember one of the girls from the UK was very offended by that. She's just very offended that he would be so disparaging of hippies. It just told me that he was of some other persuasion. Now he looked like a hippie, And I thought, it's really funny how people, they just kind of go from here to there, whatnot. And then I guess when the ship, everybody left the ship, I think he went to South Africa, and I think where he might have had some punishment for some misbehavior. He was always married to the same woman. She died, I heard, about 15 years ago, something like that. I don't know. But anyway, where he's most infamous in the history of Scientology is at the great Tom Cruise wedding with Katie Holmes. This is where Leah Remini began to investigate the disappearance of David Miscavige's wife, because she had been friends with him. So apparently, it happened. I think he went to become the minister for Tom Cruise's wedding. Norman did. And people did not like it when I referred to him as Norman when I was in the Sea Org. because he was like a high-ranking officer, and I knew him as Norman because, you know, my seniors in the personal office of L. Ron Hubbard were kind of disparaging of him. You know, they didn't think much of him. Nevertheless, I mean, I didn't call him Norman. I didn't even know what but I don't even remember addressing him by any name. But I was always, I guess, what you had, friendly banter with him. And people didn't like it when I referred to him as Norman, like I should, call him Mr. Starkey or have all this respect. I had no respect for him whatsoever, particularly when it came to technical matters, which he didn't really seem to understand, the technical procedures of auditing. But he, because I had different interactions with him at different times. But anyway, what he did at the wedding of Tom Cruise, he hit on Brooke Shields.
Ooh.
And which, I think, and he was drunk too. He was an alcoholic. And so, I mean, I guess he was put in what they call the hole. This is when Miscavige was far after I left. He was put in the hole, which is this, abusive, grueling prison, for lack of a better word. It is a prison. No rehabilitation, just constant writing up confessions of your crimes.
Ooh.
Consistent. Yeah, it was a very South Korean, or North Korean rather. So then I also read that David Miscavige, made him wear a pair of diapers and assigned him a condition of baby.
Oh.
Very degrading. He was very, I guess what you call he would do whatever Miscavige wanted. And I think he was brought out of the hole at one point to go do this wedding and go do events because he was a real yes man. And now he apparently died about 4 or 5 years ago, apparently. And you only find out about it now. And I'm going and then somebody was saying is well, the guy was so, I guess what you'd say, imprinted or indoctrinated or brainwashed, and this is what, Scientology did to people. I'm thinking Scientology didn't do that to people. They did it to themselves. I mean, I always thought this guy, was off his rocker. I mean, he could be very funny and he could be very friendly and endearing. And he could even do good with a work crew. But it's what's all this about belief? You believe in all this stuff and you're so blind to Hubbard. I never thought Scientology did that to people. I always thought people did it to themselves. But such is my opinion. So, this guy passed away, and he will be. It's a very, I guess what you'd say, uninspired life.
That's awful.
It is terrible. But what I would say is, and he was attracted to all the ship stuff, all the, orderly, and Miscavige, I guess, used him as what would he call as a useful idiot.
Yes.
And he would get up and do whatever Miscavige said. He respected control and authority. And I just always thought, and I remember one time being with him. The more I think about it, the more interactions I had with him, and they were really few and far between, but we were in Boston going to we were going to Copenhagen. And I think, we stopped there. I had to get a haircut, and we went out to eat, and I was in charge of all the money. And I remember he wanted to pay me for the beer out of his own pocket. And I said, you don't have to do that. But, I think he felt guilty about drinking beer.
Wow.
Because he was an alcoholic. That's the first clue I got. Like, what's the big deal? You can have a meal. You could have had a Coke. You ordered a beer. What's the big deal?
Yeah. Ooh, sad.
And I remember, well, that's about somebody else. Somebody really got upset when I said he was an alcoholic. He was clearly an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Because they said, Hubbard wouldn't have posted him as captain if he was an alcoholic. That really wasn't. He was supposed to do his job. If he was drinking, that's a whole nother issue. But anyway, this is a sad human being who did have a certain amount of capability, but he was never good with, I guess, what you call the auditing end of things. That was not his forte. He was, his abilities were in running a ship, which he was, I guess what you call logistically capable of. Steering the boat in and out of port with of course the aid of a pilot, because as I told you before, you had to have a pilot if you're going into any local waters, because they know where all the rocks are.
Yes.
So be that as it may, this poor soul I guess died with all sorts of beliefs, certainly that I didn't share. And that's not even a disparagement towards Hubbard. It's people believe, I don't know, people define things as belief, and I don't understand that. I don't understand why they say, well, Scientology makes you believe this. It doesn't make you do anything. You make yourself do things. As long, you learn to be the master of your own soul. So that's the warm-up. God, that's a long warm-up for 23 minutes. So he's a departed soul. And I guess when somebody departs, they're left to their own devices, their own karma and whatnot.
Yes.
I heard...
Oh,
go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say I placed the hyperlink in your message box so you can share that on your page, and then people can immediately link through that to our show tonight. But definitely, I think it's an important reflection. It's an important reflection to start the show with. By all means, continue.
Indeed. Well, that's what I have to say about him. Now, where do we go from here? The first thing I'm going to mention is that I think the next day after we were on, there was an article saying that there had been all sorts of Chinese jets scrambling over Taiwan.
Yes, that's right.
But I don't know, they didn't seem to do anything. They didn't violate Taiwanese airspace.
Well, they may well have, but it's almost a moot point. It's one of these things where Taiwan is left with a choice of...
I hope you enjoyed this.
Shooting... Taiwan's left with a choice of shooting them down and then creating a major international incident, or simply allowing them to expend themselves. So Taiwan does respond, of course. It scrambles its own squadrons in response. It's one of these things that the Communist Chinese are hoping to wear them down by overextending their squadrons, because obviously with a much smaller population, a much smaller cadre of trained pilots, interceptors, response personnel of any sort that support the pilots, they intend on just wearing the capacity of Taiwan down to respond until an actual...
You brought that up a long time ago.
Yeah.
However, if they were really going to do that, they would have done it by now. They stopped doing that.
Yes, yes.
You know, so it's like if they're going to do it, why don't they do it? What are they fooling around for?
Do-
So
yes. I'll
yeah,
go.
another,
Yeah.
if you're gonna exhaust the Taiwanese,
Yeah.
it seems like they're not as smart as you are about doing this. They seem to be just sending a message and harassing them.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Now,
It's,
maybe there's some reason they couldn't, execute your idea
Yeah.
because maybe they're not as equipped as they'd like everybody to think.
yes.
Because look, if they have all of these pilots, all of these jets, they could just wear down Taiwan. But at the point of it is, then it starts when they really start wearing them down. Then they start invading their airspace, and then they're dealing with the United States and allies of the United States.
Yes.
So the Chinese might know better than to do that.
Yeah, one would hope. Yeah, honestly, the one thing that we can conclude, of course, is that they are definitively preparing for war. China on the mainland is at this point committed. There's a number of things that are I'll go into later in the transmission during monologue time, talking about factors that would be relevant here. One of the things that I'll bring up is, of course, if people are wondering about the latest coup d'etat, or in the plural, it's coups d'etat, the coups d'etat in Africa. That has a lot to do as to when China will be ready to invade Taiwan. It's one of the reasons why Russia was instigating these coups d'etat. The limitation across the Taiwan Strait, raw materials, and the most vital of these would be iron ore, with which China is building itself. So when you're constructing just version 1.0 of a modern society, it requires vast amounts of iron and steel. Our own situation, where building something new usually means tearing down something else first, produces a lot of steel scrap. And it's the same with the Brits. That's why you've got these Tata and Port Talbot issues in Wales, resolved with £500,000 to build scrap reprocessing furnaces rather than make new steel. And why Nucor, America's largest steel company, is mainly engaged in reprocessing the scrap from taking down the last version of society to make the next. So in the West, we mostly don't make... we don't need to make new. We can be green and reprocess the old. But building for the first time, as the Communist Chinese Empire is, it can't be done that way. And therefore, Red China is reliant on imports of iron ore. And the only way it can, it's the only way it can continue to develop. So these come mainly from Australia. A war with Taiwan would interdict that. Currently there's quite literally mountains of iron oxide in the Pilbara, other parts of Western Australia, that get shipped off to make China's new cities, even though half of them are ghost cities that are never occupied. But they keep the economy moving simply by giving everybody something to do. But the likelihood is that all of that would stop upon hostilities, obviously. So the Communist Chinese Empire probably only feels free to initiate those hostilities when it can replace those supplies. So, of course, iron ore, just so people understand, it's not just iron ore. Nothing in mining is ever quite that simple. There's plenty of magnetite around. Red China mines maybe tens of millions of tons of magnetite a year at home. The trouble with magnetite is that it requires considerable processing from rock to furnace, and there isn't enough to meet China's requirements. So there's another type of ore that's a step further back called taconite, which is also common. Iron itself is very common, of course, but what people actually want is hematite. And hematite's also known as direct shipping ore, or DSO. It's not quite true, of course, but almost, because mining that stuff is as simple as scooping it onto a railroad car and shipping it off. It's also what's available in the hundreds of millions of tons quantities necessary to build that new China. But it's currently available only as long as those Australian mines keep shipping. So even in Australia, there's not quite enough. One Chinese company even mines magnetite in Australia directly, which is insane. But if China invades Taiwan, it'll lose, at least for a time, access to those Australian iron ores. But if iron's that common around the world, some people might ask, why can't they purchase it elsewhere? You know, there's substantial mining of hematite in Brazil, but it's not enough to feed those furnaces, nor is it even feasible to ramp up supplies from there. But there's only one other source, the last known source at least. Vast hematite deposit is in Guinea in West Africa. It's just like those vast Australian deposits. You shovel the mountains onto the rail cars and ship them off. And it's large enough to keep the Communist Chinese Empire going for a time. So the Communist Chinese government has insisted it wants to reduce dependence on the kangaroo people down south, down under, and their government has encouraged investment in that iron ore project in Guinea. But in order to secure it militarily, they're having the Russians overthrow all the governments in area to contain it and ultimately invade. So the whole project's called Simandou. I think it's romanized as ISMANDOU.
Is this Russia to invade or China to invade?
Russia is going to invade.
That's what I thought. I just want to be clear.
Yeah. Russia's already invaded half of Africa. You've got a belt called the Sahel. So all the way from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean, from basically from Guinea to Ethiopia, the Russians have established Russian governments where they're flying the Russian flag. They're flying the Russian flag over Niger. So they've just basically overthrown government after government that's democratically elected with just their mercenaries take over. And their mercenaries are now hired by the Communist Chinese. So at this point, Vladimir Putin's lost control of Wagner Mercenary Company. It's contracted by...
He was doing that work too down there, wasn't he?
Yeah. That's who was doing it, was Prigozhin. And Putin had him killed because he was no longer serving Russia. Prigozhin is serving the Communist Chinese. He's dead now, but Wagner's contracted to the Chinese. So the Chinese are using the Russian mercenary army to conquer Africa. And like I said, the project's called Simandou. Simandou is divided into 4 pieces, but 1 and 2 are let to one group of companies, 3 and 4 to another. The first is a Singapore logistics company, a Chinese miner, and the government of Guinea itself, which is just bought off. The second is Rio Tinto, a Chinese company, and the state government, going all the way back to Xi Jinping himself through the Chinese Communist Party. The involvement of the logistics company, well, that's important because this type of iron ore mining is a lot less about mining than it is about transporting the stuff, which means building a railway to get it to the coast and a harbor to get it aboard ships to Red China itself. So the opening of Simandou, which is an actual geographic location that the Communist Chinese are intending to construct or already have under construction, using the mercenaries to basically hold the guns and basically threaten people's lives to work for food. It's basically using slave labor. It depends on how quickly 600 kilometers of railroad line can be built with port facilities at the end. And the progress on the project was delayed for many years by all the coups and counter-coups, the accusations and counter-accusations of corruption, the changes of government in Guinea itself, because every time the West is able to get somebody democratically elected, the Russians overthrow them. The most recent government change was the military coup d'etat in 2021. Everything stopped again for a year, or at least was stopped for a year. Now, the more cynical observers, that would include myself, put this down to the colonels deciding how many Rolexes everyone should get, because this is West Africa, after all. But now there's a declaration from the new government. Simandou will be producing by March of 2025, with the railroad and port ready by the end of 2024. Now, personally, I would say there's not a goddamn chance. If the project does meet that time scale, it'll fall apart. As with all engineering, you can get it fast, cheap, good. Pick any two, but you can't have three. There's all this whispering, perhaps muttering around the industry. It's that, by that I'm talking about metal ores trade, that 2028 looks like a better date for something that could work reliably for at least the desired amount of decades that would be needed. It could be, of course, that cheap doesn't matter when there's military glory to be had, and Xi Jinping is an old man, and those with political power do have that disturbing habit of wanting to do something famous before they pop off themselves. So good sense and the lives of others aren't fully part of that calculation before the long good night. All these dragonologists, these pseudo-sinologists, these so-called expert China watchers and employer of the government that never consults Douglas Dietrich, well, they think that Xi Jinping, well, even they can see that Xi Jinping needs a war very soon in order to unite the country and stand off internal forces that are possibly plotting to oust him. But the Communist Chinese Empire would find it very troublesome to invade Taiwan without a replacement iron ore supply. That can really only come from this project in Guinea, Simandou, which might maybe start shipping in 2025 if cost truly is not a concern, but later is more likely. Now, because I'm more of a realist than I am a cynic, what I would not be surprised to see is a substantial spend on Rolexes in the Taiwanese military budget. By that I mean, this is West Africa after all, and even though all of this is intended towards a military budget intended to invade Taiwan, you're dealing with some of the most corrupt people on earth who are the products of colonial degeneration. But however things play out, we can say that Taiwan will be a lot less safe as soon as when Simandou ore starts to ship. So those who are interested in Taiwan, whether that's because it's a righteous democracy or because it makes the overwhelming majority of the world's supply of microchips, and making the largest amount of income of any nation on earth for designers such as the United Kingdom-based armaments, not just America's, as it does so. Such people and their navies and air forces and marines might do well to keep an eye on events in Guinea and specifically the Simandou project. So this is war, and everybody in the West is they're just sleepwalking. They're just sleepwalking and just hoping that all this goes away and that the microchips keep flowing. But the only way to destroy the West's military or defeat it is to deprive it of its technology. And as I said in the last few transmissions, there's only two places that technology comes from: Taiwan and Japan. And the Communist Chinese just need to take those two places out, and the American and British militaries, the largest of the Allied militaries, grind to a halt very, very quickly. So you're left with a preemptive strike, and this is why the Americans are moving forward bases to the northernmost islands of the Philippines. So they're this way they have the ability to. By the way, the Filipinos actually went so far as to crash a ship, literally take an old ship and crash it on the shoals of one of the islands in the South China Sea, and they stranded a crew there, which they recycle. They will fly the crew out and replace it with a new crew. But this ship, the Filipinos don't have a navy that's functional. But what they can do is crash ships onto rocks. And they can park crews there and resupply them. And that's their claim on certain islands in the South China Sea. That's how desperate the situation is right now. That's what they're doing to hold off the Communist Chinese invasion of certain South China Sea islands. So don't think that we're already not engaged. I mean, this is...
And that means Philippines islands.
Yeah. These are Filipino islands, which the Communist Chinese have been taking over. They've been occupying them. And because there's no way to stop the Communist Chinese, who have a constant flow of... What the Communist Chinese do is they take fishing ships and all the fishing fleets are militarized. So all the fishermen are drafted and they're turned into militia. So the communist Chinese ships that fish and trawl throughout the world's oceans, they're armed to the teeth. All of these fishermen, I'm talking down to the sailors. The sailors are basically capable of boarding other ships and killing everybody on board, and they're trained to do it. They are an unofficial branch of the communist Chinese military. They're militia on the high seas. This is their insurgency at this point in history, is on the high seas. And what they do is they will basically, in the night, knock off other ships, fishing fleets, and take their spaces, threaten them with death, and then take all their fish. So it got to the point where, to stop that, because they've got 17,000 islands in the Philippines, and the Filipinos don't have a capable navy that can stop this, what they can do is take all their old ships and just crash them onto various islands and turn them into posts where they recycle the crews. And then the crews will go out on little dinghies and rowboats, if they have to try and save their own fishing ships from being attacked by the Chinese from out of these crash boat zones. So this is how desperate it is. And so the Americans are building forward bases that are as close to Taiwan as possible in the northernmost islands of the Philippines. Now, this has always been a problem because the Taiwanese recognize those islands as politically independent, separate from the Philippines, and for that reason Taiwan and the Philippines have been hostile to each other for years. But now those islands will have the Americans on them, specifically so they can counter a strike from China. So the situation is now where the Filipinos have to make friends with their enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so they are allowing the Americans to do this to help the Taiwanese, because otherwise they themselves will be overwhelmed. So the entire situation it's war. I mean, the war is already on. The Russians are fighting it in Africa for the Chinese, specifically so the Chinese can attack Taiwan. This is a world war. And Americans have no concept this is going on. This is why Biden and of course the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, recently had to deliver this speech not to abandon Ukraine. Of course, we have this, with all the politics going on domestically, obviously there's every reason why Hunter Biden is a potent target for the Republicans. And with all the domestic things going on, God knows how any of this is going to play out. So the entire thing that we have to be aware of is just to try, whoever's in charge, we've got to try to maintain a steady continuity of foreign policy. The steady continuity of foreign policy is what is, luckily, as I said, Biden simply continuing the Trump policy, really. So we at least got over that hurdle, and hopefully that continues no matter what happens in politics. You'd hope that.
Let me say something.
Please.
What you're talking about is real political control issues wrangling. It's very different from the bullshit that goes on in the Congress between the Democrats and the Republicans,
yes,
which is all about, I mean, there's nothing logical about it. It's all jockeying for power. But it seems to me that the United States itself is pretty intent on backing up Taiwan. That's without a doubt.
Thank you. Yes.
And furthermore, I mean, this is beyond Biden's good sense. It's not like he's doing it because he thinks it's a good idea. He's doing it because he has to.
Well, we don't even know if he has any thought in the process. He's just probably being advised, and whether the guy has any cognitive recognition or consciousness about the situation around him is debatable. But go on.
Well, indeed. But as we, pick all this stuff apart, it's like this is the real war.
Yes.
And it's like most people in the government don't know what's going on. I'm sure there are some people in the Pentagon and whatnot who have more than some clue about some of this.
No, you would hope. You would
hope. But you've got the Chinese and the Russians, but the problem with them, they're very capable to start shooting at each other in the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
See, that's one thing that works in the favor of the West or the Americans, because they hate each other. And the question is, do they hate the United States more?
Unfortunately,
Probably not.
yeah. Unfortunately, I would say at this point in history, we and everything Peter says is true. I don't think anyone in the West understands how serious the war was between Russia and China in the past, China and the Soviet Union. It was profound, and most people don't understand. At this point in history, however, things really have changed. At this point, because Vladimir Putin has very much rendered Russia so dependent on communist China, at this point, Russia is very subordinate.
He has nowhere else to turn.
I'm sorry?
He has nowhere else to turn.
He has nowhere else to turn. That's quite true. That's quite true. And so basically, for people who don't get it, understand this much, communist China is very much in the senior position. Russia is very much a satrap at this point. It's a satrap. It is like a satellite state status where in what happened with Putin is he's lost control. It's off the rails for him. Basically, his preeminent fighters, the most capable fighters he had, were the mercenaries. Those mercenaries are now in the African theater of war, the majority of them, since Prigozhin was assassinated, and they became persona non grata within Russia itself after they attempted to march on Moscow. The majority of them are now in Africa working for China. So they are working for who pays them. And these are the best that Putin had. So these were the combat capable troops that, as I said, not only were the only ones that were capable of taking and holding ground, these were also the ones that, on their way to Moscow, shot down literally half a dozen aircraft, about 3 helicopters and about 3 jets. There was nothing that stopped them other than the fact that Prigozhin got a call in which he was promised all kinds of things that he was stupid enough to accept, like an idiot, and signed his own death warrant, albeit by delay. And when it did come to pass, now his troops are serving Xi Jinping. So they're in Africa to make the way for Simandou and ultimately the invasion of China. We know that the invasion of Taiwan, and Taiwan is, or island China. So island China on Taiwan is safe until that port opens up. The only way that, if America really wants to stop an invasion of Taiwan, stop Simandou. Basically launch multiple commando attacks, raids, whatever it takes, pay insurgents, sabotage it, destroy it, keep that from developing at all costs. But that being said, it's no longer the case where the Russians and the Chinese are going to turn on each other. At this point, the Russians are very, very subdued. They are within the communist Chinese sphere of control. They definitely are part of the Sinosphere at this point. That's why I use the term Sino-Slavic Synaxis. At this point, they are inseparable simply because there's no place else for either one of them to turn. All they have is each other. It's because they basically have alienated the rest of the world. Communist China has attacked every neighboring country, and so has Russia. So all they have is each other, and all the shit nations, I hate to use a Trump-like term there, nations like North Korea, the Taliban, Iran and Lebanon, in terms of the Hezbollah, this is basically their world, is Syria and various other satraps that are the failed states of the world. So it's an alliance of failed states underneath the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. As I said before, I'd rather be on our team than theirs. But back to Peter with that. Yes.
Well, address this question I have, because, it looked like Russia was really taking it on the chin and they still are to a marked extent. But it now appears, surprise, surprise, that is much that Ukraine is not capable of taking Russia out, just because of the sheer size of Russia.
Mm-hmm.
and the amount of munitions. I mean, it's like if Russia can't successfully invade the Ukraine, how can the Ukraine possibly invade Russia, even with U.S. weapons? So there are reports that are saying that Russia has got a lot more power than anybody would assume, even though it's not effective in taking over other countries, but it can certainly continue this war. It's got all these new soldiers. It's got a lot of, I guess what you'd say, pro-Russian sentiment. And it seems to be, as much as Russia has been defeated, it's like there's an aspect of them that they've only yet begun to fight. That's that.
Oh, yes, of course. I would say, of course, well, they're stuck. They're stuck. They're trapped.
But the people, some of the people protest, but some of the people are, saying, we love Mother Russia.
Well, very few people are protesting because that's risking your very life. I certainly appreciate shall we say, the fact that you're bringing these things up. They're important. They need to be addressed. But let's put it this way. Again, I could go in depth and monologue, but these are important topics we need to cover now at the time when Peter's here, because Peter brings us, of course, the highest numbers, and this is when the majority of his listeners join us, and many of them probably don't hear a lot of the monologues or a lot of the deep geopolitics. So I'm happy to go into these subjects right now. Understand that in Russia itself, the politics are such that you've got, of course, just basically a Camorra, as it's called. This is like a mafia-style government by clans of certain oligarchs that have an unlimited amount of privilege. It's very similar to the old Soviet system of the nomenklatura, or the intelligentsia, that ran the former Soviet Union, and they had all the privilege. Now it simply goes to these oligarchs who are the moguls that monopolize certain elements of the Russian economy. And that Russian economy is, of course, this can't be overemphasized, more and more dependent completely on sales to communist China. One of the big selling products that Russia used to be able to ship all over the world was its weapons. But those weapons are now being sought elsewhere by many people, simply because these weapons are demonstrably just crap. When it comes to the ability of the Russians to fight, at this point, it's all going to be just a kind of defensive maneuver. When we hear, as Peter has related, when we hear of, they have new troops now, understand that what's going on is a desperate mobilization they've tried to recruit people. They're trying to recruit the normal baseline Russian Slavic person without initiating a national draft. They're probably going to get to the point where that draft is initiated. But if they do, then it's pretty much, then the potential is there for an actual rebellion. Right now, all of their troops come from all of their colonies. So for people who don't get it, Russia is called a federation for a reason. The Slavic Russians have conquered and subsumed all of these tribal minorities, and this includes the people like the Ingushians, the Circassians, all of these little fragmented minorities that are all over the Caucasus and in these various places like Tartaria, and there is a Tartarstan, a land of the Tartars, having nothing to do with the conspiracy theory. All the Kalmyks and the remnants of the Mongoloid peoples, all of these people are the ones that were sent to the front lines to die. The overwhelming majority of deaths were Russian minorities. So the average Russian person, in terms of a baseline Russian majority, has not yet been tapped in terms of their potential. But believe me, it's nothing to bank on. These are people who, at this point, are comparatively spoiled to the other minorities who have been doing all their work. All of these minorities serve the purpose that illegal immigrants do in developed nations. They do the labor. They are constantly migrating into areas that they're not wanted. And then what happens is that with this war, they've killed them all. They've expended on them all. One of the things that I will point out is that Armenia has completely abandoned Russia at this point. An important point for me because, of course, of my son's heritage. And Armenia, of course, had been aligned with Russia for forever. And but Russia not only abandoned it, but is siding with the enemy, the Azeris, who are Turkic peoples, and Turkey, which performed a genocide against the Armenians. Now, again, I'll go into this later in monologue, but an important point needs to be made here right now, just to show you just how bad the situation is, and Americans, again, are completely not cognizant of this. As I articulated before, Israel, of course, one of its primary sponsors in the early days were the Stalinists. They were getting all kinds of shipments when Israel was established from Russia because all of these Eastern Europeans were establishing themselves in Palestine, and they were incredibly communistic. These were people who started these kibbutzes, these actual collectives, communist collectives, and yet the Americans were supporting them simultaneously, everybody trying to suck enough Israeli cock so that Israel would be on their side. Ultimately, America fell into what was considered the Western camp simply because they enjoyed the luxury, they wanted the higher quality of life. But, and that's why Stalin, before he died, was so bitter and became Judeophobic again, was because he felt the Jews had betrayed him after he helped so much to establish the state of Israel with their ethnic cleansing of 1 million Palestinians and their displacement, their mass murder of another 1 million more. So the Israelis, ever since Netanyahu, who's been in charge forever, they have aligned themselves increasingly with the Sino-Slavic synaxis. All of their policy has been increasingly anti-American. Netanyahu, of course, has taken full advantage of the fact that Trump was catering to the evangelicals, tried to recognize Jerusalem as the legal capital of Israel, which maybe at this point America legally recognizes that, alone among the nations of the world, and a few satraps owned outright by Israel, like Costa Rica and shit. But other than that, Israel has gone out to say, at this point in history, I mean, just recently, with the Armenians under threat of annihilation of their nation by the Turks and the Azeris, Israel has gone out of its way to say that they disagree that there was an Armenian Holocaust by the Turks in World War I. Now, this may seem like historically obtuse, but it's not. It's immediate. Because the Israelis are taking this stance because they are getting all this oil from the Azeris, from their new Saudi Arabian allies, from the United Arab Emirates, and they're taking the side of the Russians and the Chinese. Now, this is already happening now. They're providing killer drones that have wiped out much of the Armenian defenses. These are drones that are made in Israel. The Asian Indians are buying them, and they have an enormous alliance with the Israelis. Israel and Asian India are now, for all intents and purposes, an alliance, a military alliance. And so the lines are truly being drawn here. The Turks, of course, are radically militarized. Their answer to everything is war. The Turks have engaged in multiple wars the Americans aren't even acknowledging. So
and this is new for them.
Yeah.
In recent times, is it not?
No, the Turks have always been. The Turks have been very bitter because they were never allowed in the European Union. If they were allowed in the European Union, the Europeans know that at that point Europe ceases to be Europe. That basically they would try to Islamize all of the European economy. And so the Europeans have been adamant not to allow Turkey into Europe as part of the Union. And so Turkey has turned now towards the Sino-Slavic synaxis. And Turkey
was traditionally, as far as I understood, a very quiet and peaceful country for post-World War II. And they didn't like the Russians. Now they completely changed. And they were the softest of the Islamic countries, except perhaps Morocco.
Yeah, they were the most secular. They were the most secular of
They're
these.
not that way anymore, apparently.
No, they've really changed under Erdogan. And Erdogan, of course, has maintained power. Again, been through some elections that cemented his power. He holds purges so that he'll never lose those elections. All of his opponents are in prison in terms of political opponents. And so Turkey, of course, allied with their ethnic brethren, who are the Israelis, who are overwhelmingly Turkish ethnically. They're as we pointed out before, the term Hazar and what that really means. All of this is not Judeophobia or some kind of conspiratorial, what people would think of as quote-unquote anti-Semitism. All of this is just a fact, and therefore Turkey and Israel feel culturally very close. And so Turkey and Israel and the House of Saud, which has decided it's going to join the BRICS alliance along with the United Arab Emirates, they are hoping to overthrow the United States dollar. Their only hope of doing that is through the petrobuck being realigned to the yuan. This is never going to happen in our lifetimes, and it's going to be one of the reasons that there will be a war, is simply because you're talking about this vainglorious attempt, this futile attempt to reestablish a new world order. But these people, the only advantages they have is, say, for instance, the unlimited petroleum on the part of the Saudis. The Israelis now get unlimited oil very cheaply from Azerbaijan, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates. They're floating in oil. Israel has no security problems. And yet Israel, of course, is very determined to annihilate Armenia. This, by the way, is not exaggeration. It's not supposition. They are supplying weapons, actively supplying weapons. So since the Russians are also on the side of the people trying to annihilate Armenia, Armenia is now this island that's in favor of the West. They're training with American troops and Taiwanese troops at this point. So the Armenians and the Taiwanese and the Americans are training. So we again, the lines are being drawn, and America is ignorant of this, has no concept of what's going on. Germany, of course, at this point is very just reticent to do anything, but even they finally gave 100 Porsche tanks to the Ukraine. So we're finally going to see German tanks go head-to-head with Russian tanks, as if there were any Russian tanks left. But the Russians have no industrial capacity to reinforce anything at the front. The Russians have lost ships now, aside from the Moskva, the flagship that people have known about. The Ukrainians have taken out the submarines in Crimea, and that means that Russia has suffered their first submarine losses since World War II. So the whole point is that the Russians are being wiped off the map. All they can throw is maybe what Russian manpower they have left, at which point they're going to potentially be facing a rebellion, which is why Putin's reluctant to start a mobilization. But let's put it this way. This brings us back to what Peter was saying the other day. Peter himself brought up Elon Musk and these technocrats who think that they are now the inheritors of the next stage of human social evolution. They feel that they are the successors to the nation-state system. So what happened was, just so people understand, the Ukrainians would have the Crimea by now. They would have wiped out the entire Russian fleet in the Black Sea and occupied the Crimean Peninsula by now, except for one man. Elon Musk cut off all their communications. I don't know if you're aware of that, Peter, but Elon...
He cut off the communications of Ukraine?
Yes.
Okay.
Elon Musk...
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Elon Musk cut off all of the satellite communications to Ukraine to prevent their advance. This is what's been happening, is that the biggest enemy Ukraine has is not the Russians. The Russians would have been completely wiped off the map by now. The biggest enemy that Ukraine has is Elon Musk. Elon Musk has been actively siding with the Russians. Elon Musk loves Vladimir Putin, and he wants Russia to win. And Elon Musk has been adamant about this, and he's hired an entire company of adsmen and propagandists to campaign for him, to say that he's preventing another Pearl Harbor. He said the Ukrainians were going to conduct another Pearl Harbor and sink the entire Russian fleet, the entire Russian nuclear fleet. But thanks to me, they only managed to get down a few submarines. And if it weren't for me, the Ukrainians would have occupied the Crimea, which he says is Russian territory. And he says that's why I'm doing what I can to save humanity. And so he is on the side of the enemy. So what we have now.
Why is he on the side? What's the most obvious reason that he's on the side of Ukraine, of Russia? What does he expect to get out of them? A market?
That would be too logical. From what I can understand, this is how I perceive it. Basically, you're talking about somebody who's, again, without going too deeply into it, because none of the deeper factors in his family life may be applicable here, but obviously we cannot forget the fact that he comes from a South African family that was based in the apartheid system, and they're also extraordinarily incestuous. I brought up in the past before how his own father married this incredibly beautiful woman, had a child by her, and married that child. That, by the way, anybody can look this up. This is not rumor. This is something that was controversial enough where it's been a scandal for some time. So you're talking about a man who effectively has married his own daughter. And
no, that's not Musk. That's
Musk. His father. But Musk comes from that environment, and Musk, of course, has his own pathology. Is that Musk?
Well, I know nothing about Elon Musk other than, he runs this very dubious car company, and he's the space guy. I really know nothing about him.
Yeah.
I don't know that most people do. Just that he's very famous, and he tends towards the right when it comes to politics.
The way people understand him is he's basically everybody's favorite troll. That's how people perceive him. He's basically this troll-like character. Basically what he also runs, in case you didn't know it, is Starlink. So as Brendan Zogit has pointed out, Starlink has actual lasers. So it is technically a weapons system. So Starlink is what the Ukrainians had paid Elon Musk to use for the coordination of their military campaigns. And then Elon Musk cut them off from it. He cut it off from it. Whether he refunds their money or not will be something they'll have to approach in international court. But basically, he took their money and he ran, and then he cut off all their services. And he said he did this to save the world. So when it comes to Elon Musk himself, his pathology is he wants to be popular. He wants to be liked. He claims he has Asperger's syndrome or some kind of that he's on the autism spectrum. It's a complete lie. Medically, there is no evidence he is autistic or has Asperger's syndrome. It's some kind of cover for the fact that he's constantly running his mouth. But what he's found is that his greatest response in terms of popularity comes from the radicalized, conspiracy-oriented right wing that is very Russophiliac. The overwhelming majority of alternative media, that whether it's QAnon or anything that bleeds out of the QAnon area, is Russocentric. They portray Putin as the victim who is fighting for Christian values against the homosexualization of the world, and therefore is standing up against the degenerate West. This kind of crowd has responded most favorably to Elon Musk. And so because of that, what he did was he took an enormous loss, which, by the way, there's nobody on earth who can rationally say Elon Musk is somehow some kind of business person with any sense of a business. You're talking about a person who suffered the largest loss in recorded business history by doing everything he did. He's lost over half his fortune already, and he's losing more every day. But the guy purchased Twitter at a tremendous loss, took everything that made money in Twitter and completely just gutted it. got to the point where he turned it into a right-wing conspiracy hotbed. Everything he said about doing this for free speech is obviously contradictory to what he's actually done, which is he's shadow banned everything he considers liberal, progressive, or antithetical to the people who respond best to him. Now, whether or not he even believes any of the Russophiliac, right-wing, radicalized ideology is a moot point. These people respond to him and what he says, and he caters to them in return. So it's a self-feeding circuit. And as a result, he shadow banned the New York Times, the Washington Post. It says you're not. I mean, these are, however we may consider them, they're obviously media outlets with some clout, but they're not allowed to publish on Twitter. For those of you who don't know, any links from them are not allowed on Twitter. You can't publish a link to them on Twitter. So he's turned it into a very specific, exclusive community that is now entirely an organ of whatever ideas he shares with Vladimir Putin. So it's turned into an enemy forum, is what it's become. So, okay, he's proven he's the enemy because he shut down Starlink. He's proven he's saved the Russian war machine. If it weren't for him, there'd be no Russian assets left in the field in terms of mechanized columns or in terms of naval assets. It's basically he saved Putin's ass. So whatever ass Putin has left. So this is how dire the situation is. If a world war starts, we've got Elon Musk on the enemy side. And unfortunately, his Starlink controls everything the Americans do as well in terms of certain operational requirements. So this is the problem, is that you see the U.S. military builds nothing. There's nothing the U.S. military builds on. It contracts everything. Everything is through defense contractors. And because of that, you get any personal individual who decides as a defense contractor they're going to subvert the system, they can collapse an American war effort. Right now, Elon Musk is doing that. We can only thank the gods of our ancestors he did it before a serious war really gets going, because at least now he's exposed himself. But the result is that America's going to be even more dependent on Japan and Taiwan. In other words, America can't count on its own defense contractors. If anyone's going to win this war, it's going to be Japan and Taiwan. America is now, it's in its own way as off the rails as the Russians. Nowhere near as bad yet, but we're getting there. If Russia is now subservient to communist China, America is going to become more and more technologically dependent on Japan and Taiwan because of people like Elon Musk. So this is the situation and where we stand right now. It's very dire. Back to Peter with that.
Well, first thing I want to make a comment on the U.S. dollar and trying to subvert the U.S. dollar, which you already made the comment that it's kind of a futile effort.
Oh, yeah.
I would agree with that, because as bad and as corrupt as things are in the United States has built up so much credibility in terms of its economic wherewithal and its tradability. It's like the U.S. dollar means something everywhere. I remember in the 70s when I was overseas, and it was not a very good currency. But it still was a currency. Mm. And as they say, people are more familiar with that than the Japanese yen or the Swiss franc, which are always been better currencies in modern times. And it's like, do you think people would trust a Saudi petrodollar or whatever No, it's like what is this? You get currency from some of these Caribbean countries, or even the Romanian currency, which keeps going down against the U.S. And it's like, you don't want to bring a whole lot of it home with you, because kind of like it's like popcorn. It'll disappear. It's not very solid. So this is this is one of the big problems with these other governments. The United States likes to trade. They like to go to places and put up a McDonald's and a Coca-Cola. Now, as despicable as those things are, they're trying to do business. They want all the people in these countries to be buying McDonald's and maybe Burger King, Staples, Home Depot, whatever. But they want to trade. They want to do business. Countries like China and Russia, they're not looking to do business. They're looking to control and manipulate. Now, not that the United States is not doing that, but they do it through business and commerce. Whereas some of these other countries, they just don't have a good track record of human rights. And while, as they say, the United States has its own issues with human rights, it tends to be a lot more, I guess what you'd say, quote unquote, politically correct. And, they'll claim moral high ground, even though we know there's a lot left to be desired. Whereas these other countries, there is no even claim to moral high ground. They'll just spit on it. They might give certain platitudes, but they're not going to do that. That's the first thing I'd say. When it comes to Elon Musk, or I guess, I never really got into Twitter. I have a Twitter account, but I don't really pay attention to it. I didn't like Twitter. But now that it's switched to X, they get these emails saying, X. What is X? I have more antipathy towards X than I do for Twitter. Because what is X? It just I don't like it. I mean, just because it's like, okay, this was Twitter. Why don't you call it Twitter? I don't think it's good for business. But, that's... And I also think when it comes to him making a huge business faux pas, I don't think it was ever about money. He seems to be, not concerned about money.
Yeah.
Or so it would seem.
Yeah, I mean, he really doesn't care. He's obviously, it's far more of an ego issue with him. He's definitely at this point addicted to attention. There's something definitive. At this point, he is the classic James Bond villain. You're not talking about somebody operating on any level of sanity. He's operating on a level of gratuity.
I think you're giving him too much credit by calling him a villain. Those James Bond villains are usually pretty sharp.
Point well taken. Point well taken. Yes, they would actually be still turning a profit despite indulging themselves.
And they would be, and they had good science,
Yes.
They knew what they were doing, and they were competent.
Yes.
And this just sounds like a huge mess.
Yes.
And,
well, the world's in a mess right now. It's but rest assured, the dollar's not losing its status anytime soon. There's nothing that's backing up the other currencies with the degree of fluidity and reputability that the United States dollar has. It's simply, as Peter has said, of course, there's other currencies that were far more stable and in their way much stronger. But the dollars has its purpose as being this universal credit at this point, and it's simply too ubiquitous. You've got this hateful alliance of nations that is manifest in the BRICS, and there's this kind of incredible attempt right now to recruit one of the BRICS members away, India. It's just, you can't rely on Asian India at all. They're simply too corrupt a regime. Their culture is warped by the years of the colonial Raj. And they are, of course, constantly obsessed with, quote unquote, their own their own empire building and trying to regionally dominate the Indian Ocean, etc. They are at this point in history they think of themselves in the same way that communist China does, just this kind of emergent power that deserves to be recognized, and as a result, they are playing this game with all sides. They cannot be relied upon in any way, shape, or form. But that being said, I don't know if you're aware of the tremendous controversy in Canada now about Asian India, to the point where Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, was basically warning Asian Indians to be wary for their very lives in Canada. The Canadians, of course, have come to confront the Asian Indians about a number of issues and scandals. I still have to investigate further as to what exactly is going on, but something's going down between Canada and India right now. Aside from that, to add a further level of surrealism to all that we've mentioned, Abe Shinzo, who was assassinated in Japan, and of course that's something that this is something that happens before world wars. Leaders get assassinated. This is something.
Was he assassinated?
He was. God, let me look up the date. It wasn't that long ago. Let's.
I'm not aware of who he is.
Oh, Abe Shinzo was he was the Prime Minister of Japan, what happened was on July 8th of last year he was assassinated. So you're talking about their version of our American president. The Prime Minister of Japan is important. This is a big deal. And most Americans don't even know it happened. But he was the longest serving prime minister in Japanese history, which was about 9 years. But he was definitely looked upon by quote-unquote Americans. What little they did know about him, if they knew about him at all, they would say, oh, well, yeah, he was a guy who's militarizing Japan. Of course, I've told everyone about how ridiculous that is in terms of the fact that, Japan's been militarized forever and has a fat military. But he was becoming more aggressive. He was becoming more assertive in various military developments. But for those of you who don't know, when he was assassinated, of course, in Japan, obviously, this was shocking. To the rest of the world, it should have been monumental. The rest of the world should have been basically saying, what on earth is going on? Nobody noticed, of course. The reality is, of course, what makes it even stranger is that the man who assassinated him, well, of course he's in prison. Of course he's going to face trial, and he will likely probably be executed, but there's a lot of sympathy for him now. And Abe Shinzo, who originally was had certainly a good acceptance in Japan. I'd say his popularity was good. He's looked on more and more negatively now, the entire case has exposed. Basically, Abe Shinzo was dealing very heavily with South Korea through the cult of Reverend Sun Myung Moon, who is now dead. But his son, for those of you who don't know, you can look up the son of Reverend Moon is in America, and he runs a church, which, I shit you not, is based on the worship of the AK-47 machine gun as an instrument of God. And so
I remember that.
Yes.
I remember looking this stuff up when you talked about it long ago.
And so what happened is there's a connection between his son in America and their church and the money they're pumping into Japan to try and maintain connections to America. And this is because the Americans who are involved with the cult of the AK-47 under Reverend Moon's son, who literally wears a crown, made of bullets. He's got a crown of all these bullets. His crown of thorns. He calls it crown of thorns, but it's a crown made of bullets. I'm not kidding you. I couldn't make this stuff up. But this guy was pumping all this money to Abe Shinzo to try and keep Japan dependent to a degree on America, so that they were actually holding back on several military deployments. Actually allowing the Americans to, maintain a presence in Asia, trying to keep the Japanese from overwhelming the American presence in Asia. This is what was going on. And so, because this man who assassinated Abe Shinzo, his mother gave everything to the Mooney cult, he basically said, I'm going to take out Abe Shinzo. And he killed him. And now, what's interesting is that the Japanese government did not cover this up. They didn't silence this man and just take him away and lock him in a concrete hole. They allowed him to explain why he killed Abe Shinzo. Why? And he said because of he's too manipulated by the Reverend Moon cult and is therefore making Japan a colony of South Korea and the Americans. And so now this individual, this assassin, has tremendous sympathy in Japan, and he Shinzo is looked on more and more negatively in terms of his legacy.
Well, to me, this smacks of the CIA, because they were up to their nose with Sun Myung Moon.
Yes, absolutely.
This is like extensive influence in Japanese government.
Yeah. Yes. You'd call it infiltration. The Japanese government has been subverted, infiltrated by a CIA program using the Reverend Moon cult. And of course, Reverend Moon's son, the maniac with the crown of bullets, who's loose in America with all of these American militias.
Is that Sun Myung Moon's son? Or that was the leader? No, that was the prime minister's son, correct?
No, it's Sun Myung Moon's son.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he's the one who was putting money into the Japanese prime minister to maintain as much of a link to America as possible. What makes this so redundant and absurd is that Japan has no choice. Japan is on the front lines of the Sino-Slavic Sun axis. The Russians and the Chinese are sending warships into Japanese waters, violating their airspace as well at times. Missiles have landed into Japanese waters that were flown over Taiwan. So the Japanese and Taiwanese, it's not like they're going to go to the enemy. There's no choice here. So why there was a subversion of the Japanese government to the degree that it happened, a lot of that was based on what I said, of course, the American dependency on Japan. That Americans were getting increasingly upset about, no doubt, and trying to reverse. So when it comes to everything that we're dealing with today in terms of, let me tell you something. There was this asshole named Friedman. He's this guy who runs Stratfor, strategic force or forecast. So he's this guy who is operating out of Austin, Texas, that I've constantly complained about. He's an individual who wrote a book titled The Coming War with Japan. And when he wrote that book, he was, of course, complaining. He's basically America's Alexander Dugin. And what makes him so dangerous is, I forget the name of the individual involved. We could look him up. Journalist, imprisoned for stealing Stratfor. We might find the guy's name. But he had a journalist sent to jail. By that I mean serious prison. Barrett Brown. So Barrett Brown is this, they call him a journalist agitator. He basically stole data from Stratfor And so he was sentenced to at least 5 years in jail. He served half a decade at least. And then when he got out, the only thing he could think of was escaping America, moving to Iceland or someplace else, but anywhere outside of the United States. But that's how much power George Friedman has. And again, this is the man who wrote a book titled The Coming War with Japan. And he also wrote a book titled The Next 100 Years, in which he predicts that Japan will go to war against America and that they're the real enemy. Now, understand his logic. His logic is that if the communists are a kind of self-contained economy, the greatest threat to a capitalist nation like America would be another capitalist nation like Japan. So that's his logic, and therefore Japan must be destroyed. But George Friedman was a guy who, when this journalist stole information, data from his think tank to prove that he is basically himself a corrupt individual, and George Friedman had enough power where this journalist, this hacker, got sentenced to federal prison for over half a decade. So there we are. Peter's, your response on all this helped to put it in context. And in the meantime, just so people understand the policy that a lot of this American resentment comes from, it comes from the Japanese policy of independence known as Kokusanka. So Kokusanka, just so in case people don't understand this, and like I said, if there's ever a revision and expansion of the Roswell deception, honestly, this next book should be a success and should promote the book before it. And in turn, at some point, some silver anniversary or something, we might do something to all of them. But I just want people to understand, MIT, of course, did an enormous analysis on American and Japanese military technology and how divergent they are. Just the fact that, all Americans have this complete delusion, aside from the delusion that they won the war. Americans have a delusion that Japanese and American military establishments are complementary and completely unbalanced in America's favor. That America does the tasks that are too big for the Japanese, like nuclear deterrent or projecting power with aircraft carriers, like guarding the sea lanes through the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea, whereas Japan is supposed to defend itself with tanks and missiles and a resolute home guard. Now, of course, this gives the Americans that the relationship leaves Japan dependent on the United States, which is where the Reverend Moon cult came in to try and rebalance it towards that. But if there were ever a war, as we discovered during the Gulf War, and we're talking the 1990s here, 1991, America found itself completely subordinated to the Japanese. And MIT had to do a study on it to find out why, with what was called Massachusetts Institute of Technology's Japan program, in which Michael Chinworth and Michael Green described in detail that the central goal of Japan's policy, as proven by the report, was Kokusanka. Kokusanka means technological autonomy, the ability to produce weapons without relying on foreign suppliers for anything. And in financial terms, that entire policy was considered completely irrational and self-defeating. Japan was building T-2 fighter planes in the mid-1960s. We're talking about the decade I was born, people. And
Who determined that? The Americans or the Japanese?
The Americans, through studying what the Japanese were doing. The Americans were... It took till the Gulf War to do this. We're talking about, at the time of the Gulf War, America found out all of their technology came from Japan, and that without the Japanese technology, they couldn't have even conducted Operation Desert Storm.
Oh, so they weren't even aware that it was like this. They weren't smart enough to figure that out.
That's right. That's right. In other words, they had gotten into this totally dependent position without a departmental cognizance of their vulnerability. But when they contracted MIT to study what was going on, MIT produced a report that starting in the decade I was born, the 1960s, in the mid-1960s, we're talking practically the year I was born, 66, the Japanese decided to build a T-2 fighter plane that its projected cost was twice as great as it would have been if they had simply bought a plane from America. By the time the plane was finished, it cost 12 times as much as any American import would have cost. And remember, these comparisons were against the already high prices the U.S. military pays, and the U.S. military will pay top dollar for anything. They'll never be outbid. So Kokusaka was the program. It's this technological independence. And what it means is that Americans and Japanese cannot use each other's weapons in battle. It creates these obvious diplomatic problems with the United States because that means that for that reason, by Japanese law, again, so that people, I think we did put this in the book, by Japanese law, the American and Japanese militaries have totally different command structures, but they have to because 90% of Japan's weapons are produced domestically. And this was by the Gulf War. This was by the time of the Gulf War. At this point, it's 100%, no doubt. Now, by 1975, the Defense Production Committee of the Kaiden-ren, the Kaiden-ren is Japan's leading big business alliance, and they said, relying on imported weapons prevents a nation from adopting hostile activities toward the supplier of its weapons. And even if one accepts that a country would not go as far as taking such hostile action, that country would still be unable to take action which opposes the intentions of its supplier. You know, to this, the American military might reply, precisely. But through the 2 decades leading up to the Gulf War, we're talking about from, the 70s and 80s, the U.S. military replied with a reverse Kokusaka policy every year toward Operation Desert Storm. A higher proportion of the advanced electronic components of American weapons came from Japan. So when the Japanese were reporting on the American victory in the Persian Gulf, the Japanese press was pointed out the fact that except for the F-117 stealth fighter, all of the American weapons that were declared high technology were designed and developed in the 1970s. And all their technology was more impressive to the Iraqis than to the Japanese. But the highest technology parts of the American systems were all Japanese. So this was in the 1990s, people. So understand just how the situation is right now. The semiconductor chips in the Patriot missiles and most other American smart weapons back then were housed in ceramic packaging made exclusively by the Kyocera company in Kyoto, the ancient capital of Japan. Raytheon may have manufactured the Sparrow air-to-air missile system, but all the crucial components in its guidance system had to be imported from Japan, and that was in 1990s. The machine tools on which the defense industry depends, the optical elements of the precision guidance systems, the composite materials used to make high-speed aircraft, all from suppliers in Japan. So basically, understand that the final recommendation of the Americans, Michael Chinworth, who wrote this report for MIT, was that, America, its only hope is to subvert the Japanese government. And with that, we can work with the CIA through the Reverend Moon Church. And then what happened was they basically compromised Abe Shinzo. Compromised him to the point where a Japanese man had to kill him. That's the situation where it stands right now, Peter. And in other words, the Japanese did that as retaliation. Yes.
It's a security issue for them.
Yes.
It makes perfect sense. But of course, the world doesn't know anything about this, nor is there any reason to expect them to, because this shows you how mad the world is and how it runs like on automatic. If you can imagine a ship at sea that's running on, or an airplane that's running on automatic pilot, and you don't have to do too much unless it really gets off course. And usually, when it's heading straight towards the rocks, say, then take it back over. This is where we're at, and people haven't realized that we're you know, we're headed towards the rocks, but we're not there yet. So, quote unquote, nothing to worry about. That's the way the world runs, and it doesn't really surprise me because I'm so used to that sort of. It's just the unconscious impulses, and of course, for all the manipulations the Russians and Chinese are doing, when you get that manipulative, you tend to trip yourself up, and because they're so exploitive of their own people, they have to, keep the civil unrest under control at home because they're so exploitive and nasty to their own people. So this is just the general insanity of what goes on in the world. So thank you very much for all of this insight.
Thank you.
So people who get critical of you, it's like they're not going to get this anywhere else. Perhaps they don't care.
That's to their loss if they don't. Obviously, people pretend to be wanting to know about what's going on in the world, or they wouldn't be listening to media at all. And yet, they prove otherwise if they don't listen to us.
Well, it's painful to hear what's going on, and especially when it comes down to the fact you really can't do too much about it as an individual.
Yes.
You can't get out and campaign about this stuff because nobody wants to hear it, and because they're too occupied with whatever they're occupied with, their own common concerns. So be it.
Yes.
This is just the way things are. So, but I can now shift direction.
Yes.
I'm going to shift direction, and you'll find this interesting. I see a lot of comments on Facebook and whatnot when I go to or elsewhere, and people talking about AI.
Yes.
And I saw a post from an old friend of mine that was, I'm not going to reveal who she is, but this very interesting response vis-a-vis not only the AI, but the Roswell deception.
Mm-hmm.
It's trying to find out here where it is.
By the way, I was informed by Diane Hillis-Buchberger that what's going on between Canada and India that has severed relations to the point where they've both pulled their diplomats is the fact that Jamal Khashoggi was murdered by the Saudis, and that resulted in a diplomatic uproar. And now some Sikh was murdered in Canada by the Asian Indians. Apparently it was so brazen and so gormless that the Canadians have confronted Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India about it, and he is now, and the rest is history, or the history in the making. Our numbers are very high. I want you to know a lot of people have come to listen. Thankfully, it shows people are care after all about our world situation. So thank you, Peter, as always, for the numbers that you bring.
Well, now, from what I understand, India is quite, as a political, I should say, the politics of India are quite trigger happy, and they're very violent.
Yes.
And they're going to be more violent. Most of it is internal, with controlling their own thing. It was like, say, it makes what went on January 6th mild, because although people were killed, it was fairly limited, and the people who were killed were not politicians. Now, but anyway,
somebody was talking about AI, and I put a comment. Let me see if I can find it. I think I'll find it right away. But anyway, the first thing I'm going to say is they were commenting about AI. So what I did, I won't even say what they said, just that they were sort of at a loss about it and wondering about it. And I sent them one of my newsletters that describes AI vis-a-vis the art elect and what you've written about it, because I've written articles on it.
Yes.
And the response was very interesting. Interesting, the person says. It's a female. I met Douglas at Lorian Fenton's conference years ago. I've been to so many I don't forget what year that was. I liked him. He was charming and loved to take my hand and kiss it. Now, I got to stop right there about kissing her hand. And I'm not disparaging you for kissing her hand at all, because you're quite charming with women. But I got to tell it, I remember this guy at Psychotronics. I've talked about him before. He was head of the ET company. He didn't regularly come to Psychotronics. He's mentioned in Montauk Revisited as Joe Patone. His real name was Joe Petito. He was a lawyer for the mob. And he was so crude, like not publicly, but, he just talked, disgusting things. And that's where he was at.
Wow.
It was amusing. He was the one that invited me and Preston to this sex farm in Virginia.
Oh my God.
A CIA sex farm, so we could sign up with Orion Pictures, and so anyway, but this friend of mine, he says, "Oh, he kissed my hand." And I'm thinking, like, what is wrong with you? He kissed your hand? Like, how corny can he be? I mean, she was impressed. Now, he was older. Whatever good looks he had, if he had any, they were gone. But he kissed her hand, and she was just so impressed by that. And I said, what's wrong? I mean, this was just sheer, utter manipulation. She was very pretty, too. And I was thinking, how could a woman sucker for that? Anyway, I just had to comment on that.
Mm-hmm.
Because it can be very pretentious. But anyway, you charmed her. And that's part of this story. Okay, so she liked you. She says, I like him. He was charming and loved to take my hand and kiss it. I watched his presentation, which went way long. And then when he said the Roswell aliens were Japanese soldiers, I got pissed. He had such a buildup. And then he landed a big turd on everyone. Now, listen, I know this person. She's very sharp on a lot of issues. Anyway, she says, I let it go. But he and Lorian got into a huge fight at the final farewell breakfast. I never saw him or heard word of him again. So in December of 1996, okay, she goes into her own personal history of working for the military at Johnson Atoll. She was in a ritual with many different aliens and top brass humans where she walked into an underground cavern with extremely tall humanoids they told me were Anunnaki. I stood before a huge shiny black wall that was different from the material in the rest of the cavern in a light that shone from high and formed a perfect circle. As I stood in the beam, the wall dissolved into its basic elements while making a fizzling sound. The wall was gone and there stood a giant dragon. She sent an avatar of herself down to stand before me at my 5-foot height. Then we looked into each other's eyes like a tantric puja and connected to the quantum supercomputer of existence. Everyone in the room, every alien, every being, and every person instantly merged into a field of telepathic communication. Every question was answered and asked all at once. Now, you see, this person is what you would call an experiencer, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I met her in the context of Tantra, okay? She was a Tantra teacher. I didn't interact with her, but I learned a lot from her. I mean, I didn't interact tantrically or sexually with her, either one. But we were friends, and I still would consider us friends. But the point of it is, and this is not uncommon with tantrikas, is that she's an experiencer, which means she sees entities from other realms. So when you're that invested with talking to other entities, of course it's going to piss her off that these soldiers were Japanese. They weren't little gray aliens in a chair being tortured with Whitley Strieber watching. You know, and this is psychologically disturbing to hear your story. Now, it's very evident from what she's talking about that this is taking place in the baryonic realm.
Mm-hmm.
Where else can it be taking place? We call it the astral realm, but it's not in the physical realm. I think Stuart Swerdlow would call certain things a bleed through, where things begin to bleed through from other realms, even to the point where you could have phenomena in the 3-dimension bleeding through into this dimension. So this is what we're dealing with here. And I'm bringing this up, not just because of the AI, that's a component, which doesn't really get into here, but with the rejection of the Roswell information. It upsets their paradigm. It upsets their view.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if all this stuff is real, how could this be? You know, this went on with the shape-shifting reptilian iterations.
Right.
Of not just David Icke. He wasn't the only one.
Right.
He gets credit for it.
But also, there seems to be a lock in the paradigm that it's an either or, that this is a zero-sum game, that one cancels out the other, that one fact somehow cancels out the experience. But go on.
Well, exactly, and that's why I put in the book that this book is not a forum on aliens.
Yes.
Because it's too
sensitive.
Well, it's not only sensitive, it's complicated.
Yes.
It's a complicated issue because these people are having experiences. There's no question that they're having experiences. And one of the biggest problems with people who have experiences of this nature or of any nature that does not necessarily coincide with conventional reality is such people are very usually very inadequate at filtering and differentiating information from one plane of existence to another. And they're very disrespectful to the third dimension, I have found. Case in point, I was Montauk Night many, many, many years ago. It would have been probably in 2000, early 2000s. And there were all of these people in the room who I would consider hardcore Montauk experiencers. I knew them. I knew each one of them. And it was a very unusual gathering to have that many people. And they started talking about an entrance to the underground at the Camp Hero. And they just started feeding on each other. Yeah, it's there. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. And it wasn't just 3 people. It was a bunch of people, and they kept talking about it. And it took me either 20 minutes or 45 minutes to get a word in Edgeworth and say, hey, well, where exactly was this? Where? And then they started giving me descriptions. Descriptions were not real good. But I went out the next day and tried to find what they were talking about. The best thing I could find was maybe a sewer. Which could be an entrance to an underground, but not to the place they said. There was just nothing there. And in other words, I was that dedicated to. Now, there was an awful lot of agreement that there was something there. Now, we could also argue that, it might open up in certain times, but it's not in this dimension, and it's not. So basically, what concerned me more than the fact that I couldn't find it was that they didn't have any regard for the objective pitting the tail on the donkey. They didn't care about it. And that's okay, but it's not grounding the information. So this is where the Andy Bisagios of the world, and they weren't as extreme as he was in terms of their assertions. Most of these people could function well in reality. Most of them, or some of them. But it's just like, okay, I'm not going to account for that. I'm just going to just talk about, the alien, the lizard alien. And it's like, it's not, and I would never for a minute say these things didn't exist, because it exists for the person. Whether it's a screen memory or whatever it is, or something operating on another plane, it's very disrespectful to this dimension. Now, we can also say that Christ was not respectful to this dimension. Certainly wasn't. He wasn't held hostage to it. Nevertheless, this becomes the issue. It's like, this is the important part, because it has to do with the grounding nature of what we're talking about. So, and of course, there's the rejection. You see, it's a rejection of this world. And we can say that Christ rejected this world by not compromising and saying, okay, well, I'm not the Son of God. I am the Son of God, but not really. Okay, you let me live. You let me live. So this is the whole conundrum of humanity, is this other dimension. So people do have these experiences with strange creatures in other realms of consciousness. Lots of people do. And lots of people who read my books do. And this creates a ontological dysfunction. It's a dysfunction, shock, dysfunction, because they're invested.
Yes.
In these aliens.
Yes.
But what about objective reality? And this is the same problem with the Scientologists or ex-Scientologists that are going about believing in all this, ancient alien stuff, or it's not the right word, but the
alien scenario that Hubbard presented. But what you're really trying to do is process your mind, not to identify yourself in cosmic space opera. And because that's dramatization, what Hubbard called dramatization. It's a drama. So, he's saying, okay, this is the dramatization that people on this planet are dramatizing. So you're supposed to get rid of the dramatization and obtain what is called full self-determinism. And if you believe that all of these entities are impacting on you, you're not very determined. You're impacted by parasites. And then you're up in a situation where this entire organization is parasiting off of you, by taking money out of you to get rid of your parasites. Yet it's a bigger parasite.
Yes.
If you were to, if you were to correctly isolate emotional charge on an e-meter and take the person down the golden path of understanding, you'd say, well, where's that charge coming from? And then you'd be leading them into a realization that they're being parasited by the very institution that is supposedly trying to free them of parasites. It becomes, okay, and I can't think that. I can't think that. And all of this people is you could call them implanted, but it's a self-generating implant because they're listening to other people. And I remember flying in the face of misdirection when I did those levels. You can't do that level. You need this action. And it was the director of processing or for the advanced levels, and he says, you need this action. And I sit there and I think, what a bunch of bullshit. It's just trying to stop me. This woman was not a bad person, but she was just on automatic. So I wrote this elaborate, call it a letter. I put it into the case supervisor, and I attached all of these technical references from Hubbard on why that action was improper and illegal. And of course I didn't need it, because you're not supposed to stop people at the level I was at. And it was approved. And I went back and the person that said, you can't do that, you need this action, when she looked at what the case supervisor said, she says, yeah, of course, that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. In other words, the most ridiculous thing she ever heard, she had enforced on me.
Wow.
I changed her mind without even addressing her. I didn't insult her. I didn't counter her. I just went to a superior source and I did all my homework. But here, this is another determinism saying you can't do this level. You can't do it because you've got to do this. Because the case supervisor said you have to do this. And then I made the case supervisor, if it was a different one, I don't remember, it was like I put a gun to their head saying, you're violating L. Ron Hubbard if you do this. They go, oh, okay. In other words, you had to know your stuff. If you knew your stuff, it's like being an attorney. I was very much like an attorney in Scientology because I knew the information. So this enabled me to go in and audit all of those things in my mind that acted opposed to my own self-determinism, which meant the day-to-day people you were dealing with. And you're processing the energy of the people right around you that you will see that say stupid things. And so you don't buy into stupid things. Now, this is something, Douglas, I know you do this whenever you have to deal with people in the medical or insurance field.
Thank you. Yes.
This is exactly, and many people do this. They do this. But this is the jungle of life. And say in Scientology, it was very specific. I was very astute to, the jungle and the machetes you'd use and stuff like that. And because I was a real aggressive student, and looked up my words and, could parse the fine lines, not just read between the lines, the literal lines, and use this periodically to protect myself. There was even a point where LRH's messengers would come to me. And when I say messengers, these are not the original messengers. These are the later-day messengers. And their word is supreme. And they would come and bring me things, and I would do it in such a way that I wasn't insulting them, but I just, put a policy in front of their face and say, look at this. And they'd learn to just leave me alone.
Yeah.
Because they didn't know what they were doing. They were just following orders. The old Adolf Eichmann line, just following orders. And of course, when you're following orders and you don't have the bigger picture, it can lead to harm. So we're getting back here to this interactions people have with entities, okay? Entities. And when people have, I once helped this woman I'm talking about out of a very severe situation.
Really?
Yeah, where somebody had a group in her home, and this guy he was big, he was tall, he was huge, and he just kind of came in and started squatting in their house, and he was part of this group. I even got involved in a conference call with him at some point, trying to pull me into something, trying to do something. But this guy was, I mean, he just sounded like, I don't know. I didn't really have any great opinion on him, or any opinion at all, except that he seemed a little pushy. But he was like, he just squatted in their house, and he was too big to just kick out.
Jesus.
So I was talking to her, daily, if not multiple times a day. And finally, I think the cops came, and then when the cops come, he has got a different face on. Finally, he left. He did finally leave. But it was he was just a invasive presence. Now, that was a human situation. She was vulnerable. She's very open. And tantrikas are very open. That's one of the dangers, because their energy field's open. And so here, also taking in other beings, having experiences. And I've met other people that have had these experiences where they're basic. Now, Preston was like that. He took me out to Zabriskie. Zabriskie is an airfield out in West Hampton. And he talk about having they put him in a colonel's uniform. Now I'm a colonel. Now, one time, I never saw this. One of my closest friends, who of course he met Preston, and he was in Scientology as well. And he one time said that he saw Preston's dog tags hanging from his van, from the mirror or something. He might have even seen a security clearance that Preston had. I never saw anything like that. And this guy wouldn't be making it up either, because he wasn't, he had a certain respect for Preston, but he also, couldn't take him 100% seriously either. But he said, yeah, he saw real military credentials in Preston. But Preston would say, yeah, I was out at Zabriskie, blah, 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 blah. Now I'm a colonel. And it was very hard, and I never pushed Preston, but he did have experiences where he seemed to be melting into
an alternate.
Yeah, the connection between this world and that world, where he was a bridge between, world A and world B, as is this woman, as are many people. Many of the people who were really into Stewart's classes and stuff were similarly inclined. And that's why many of the audience, some if not many, who read the books that I published, appreciate them because they're trying to sort out, and this physical plane is something they have to put up with and don't understand. This parlays into what they call the indigo children. The indigo children have heightened perception, and they don't, the stick on them is they don't understand this world. It doesn't make any sense to them. It doesn't make any sense to me either.
I was about to say they should stand in line for the
Except that I understand where I'm living. It's like if you're around a bunch of Jewish people, around a bunch of Mexican people, around a bunch of black people, you don't use ethnic slurs directed at them. You don't, because whether you believe you should use them or not, you don't use them there because you have to look where you are, and you're only going to create upset for people and ultimately yourself. That's why you pay attention to the physical plane. To the degree you insult it, it will insult you back. And this happens whenever you do carpentry or any sort of physical work related to contracting, because you make mistakes, it'll bite you in the back real quick. Be very careful. You don't do something stupid to injure yourself. So this is the whole point. But people, they don't like this physical plane because it's hard to negotiate. What can I say? But, and as they say, Scientology had a lot of processes dedicated to sticking your nose into this physical plane and recognizing it. And the beauty of it was, if you did it and knew how to do it, it would release you from it, to where it took the stress out of it. I mean, there's always stress in it if you're actually doing something, or it doesn't have to be. But it's just like, whoa, 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 whoa. It's like, okay, it's just a game. It's just a game that we're playing in. So when you or we write this book about the Roswell deception and telling people that there really were Japanese soldiers, and we lay out the whole thing, I told her to read the book.
Mm-hmm. I doubt she ever did. Did you get the impression she ever?
I just told her. So
yeah, understood.
I told her to read the book. I don't know if she will. She respects my work. Maybe she will. But see, this doesn't. As I say, the book is not a forum on aliens, but what it does is it blitzes all the circuitry people have. It blitzes their circuitry. Yeah. The book does not say they're not aliens. It says those weren't ETs at Roswell, and there was a massive cover-up.
Yes.
This is completely aside from, you've made personal iterations about aliens, yes, but you've also made iterations about the fact that people are dealing with entities. Just basically said they're not necessarily on these different star systems.
Right, which is, for some reason, they have to slave circuit it to that concept to validate their experience, which shows you just how tenuous their experience truly is if they need to slave circuit it to a physical reality. So
the one thing is it can conduit into this physical reality. That doesn't mean they're from the Pleiades or Deneb or Andromeda or wherever they're from. It doesn't mean they're not, but whatever it is, it becomes an issue, and then they're already intimidated and confused by their experiences, and this book upsets them because it's like saying, oh, it's like, it's really interesting, because why should it upset you? It does not say these experiences are not true. It does say the Roswell experience is not aliens, but it's like there's as you say, it's a religion.
Yes.
And it affects their beliefs. Now, let's say that you were a Catholic and you saw angels. You talked to angels. You talked to the Virgin Mary. There's a lot of people that have done this. And many of them go to church. And then you see that the priest is wicked. You see that he's been doing young boys.
Mm.
And it could cause you to reject the church. It may or may not cause you to reject your experiences with angels or the Virgin Mary. If they were really hard experiences, they probably wouldn't.
Right.
But it's like, and then I see people who are Catholic, and despite all this stuff, they keep, doing the rosary. And it doesn't seem to faze them, all this stuff. And I would walk into a church with great trepidation, because when you walk into a church these days, you can't help but think of all the bad press the churches have gotten. And I think the priests and the nuns they're in defensive postures, whereas they used to be very aggressive with their righteousness. Now they, survey their audience before they start spouting at them. So I guess people are just very vulnerable to the truth. It's like, know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Good maxim. And instead, the truth upsets them. And what is it upsetting? As you said it's a religion, it's a belief.
Right.
And that was the very first thing I figured out in high school, studying existential. I don't know that I ever studied existentialism, but I was, because it was a word that came up. I wasn't reading books on it. It just became an issue. And it was something I wrestled with in my own mind. And of course, what is it? What is a belief? A belief is kind of just a belief. It doesn't have a lot of tractability. It's like putting yourself on a limb. If you walk off the edge of a building, you're going to fall down. That's something, that's not a belief. That's
a fact.
Yeah, or an assessment based upon experience, based upon knowledge. So you can categorize a belief. and why people opt for this. And I think Hubbard very well understood that no matter what he did, people want a belief system. They want a religion. So he did all this accoutrements of a religion to, give people a code of a Scientologist and stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
Those things were seldom ever referred to. Seldom ever referred to. They were just largely window dressing for people that would want to do stuff. And so people, in other words, this is the condition of mankind. They want a religion. They will turn what you give them into, they'll take Scientology, the OTO, or whatever religion you want to make up, and they'll turn it into a religion. It's just like somebody coming into Qigong class and saying, you don't have a curriculum. Don't have a curriculum. Here's the curriculum. Whack them on the side of the head. That's the curriculum. This is not a, this is not a college class. And colleges will take a subject and they'll turn it into that. And there's a certain value in that. Just to clarify why what I said might sound so callous, but it's Qigong is taught from an infinite mind. So you can teach certain basics and cookie cutter them, but it's basically where you start is where you start. It's not, and then you learn and you organize. It's from infinite mind, so it's not. Okay, do this, and there's a certain value to it, but it also kind of degrades what's being taught after you learn a certain amount. Like the process of learning, all I can say is that after going through it for year after year, it just grows and grows and grows. And I never asked for a curriculum. I never wanted a curriculum. I just studied what I was taught. And then when he would give me stuff that is curriculum-like, I would take it and record it and make a flyer and hand it. He says, no. He said, don't hand that out. Don't hand that out. In other words, don't put it on a platter for him. Like, because, in other words, are they worthy of the information?
Yeah.
So I was making it too easy for them.
Yes.
No, I don't think they would have necessarily done anything with what I gave them. They might have. Who knows? So, so be it. So, people learn at their own pace, and this also applies to life. When you see somebody doing something wrong in life, there's many things we have to figure out on our own. It's really nice when somebody comes up and tells us what to do or how to do it or what to avoid, and we're in a position where we're open to receiving it. That's very nice. When you find somebody who can actually teach you something and you're willing to listen. But it's very much the case when you try and teach somebody and it's just deaf ears. So be it. So I don't know if you have any comments on what I said about the,
absolutely.
Go ahead. Take it over.
Yeah, it's just so people understand. I'm not going to name this individual because it's it would smack of calling them out, so to speak, and it's certainly not the way that it should be handled. Just a response, of course, to what happened to them and what they saw. What they related to Peter. I'm surprised Peter wasn't more curious about the fight between Laurie and Ann Fenton and myself that this individual referred.
I know too much about the dynamics of that relationship to even be surprised of it. It just, but you can talk about it if you want.
Oh, sure, of course. So that it's put into some perspective. Understand that a lot of this brings back memories that I haven't even entertained in a long while. And I do want to ask the question. So when you brought this up today, was this something recent that she just suddenly kind of reiterated the these thoughts, these impressions?
Yesterday, I saw a post from her, and I engaged her because it was on AI. Right. And I was curious about some experience she had told me about, and I asked about that. That's what I wanted to know. But it wasn't really AI. It really wasn't. People call, computer systems AI if they're very sophisticated because it's what they do.
Right. And that's unfortunate. Yeah, it's a misnomer. So she was basically discussing that, and then you engaged her, and then this kind of came up. It's fascinating to me because it shows
the Laurie Ann Fenton thread came up. Isn't of great interest to me. But go ahead and talk.
Understood. No, but it's relevant. It's certainly relevant. So just so people understand, when I became a public informant, of course, in the early days. The first thing that Aquino did was he threw everyone he could at me that would be, he knew I had nowhere to turn. This is the problem that I was dealing with. For those of you who have listened to me forever, you might vaguely remember elements of this. If not, everybody needs to know this because they need to know the kind of position that I've been in. And first off, I'm a person who was dealing with borderline homelessness. And by borderline, I'm not even doing it justice. I was pretty much on the streets. The only thing that prevented me from that was just a series of miracles that I can't even recall. Too many miracles to count. And so when it comes to the situation that I was dealing with, I'm trying to expose to the public enough where I get my name out there. I'm trying to prevent any assassination attempts by making it known among certain circles that I have the Vox Arca. Now, what people might remember, or they might recall, I'm not quite sure how much Peter Moon recalls consciously about that period in history. A real dark age for me. But then again, it's always been one dark age after another. It's just a different type of dark age. But when it comes to the horror of that particular period of time, I'm dealing with a situation where I never publicly brought up the Vox Arca until many years later. Many of these people who were tossed at me, starting with originally Olaf Phillips and then Laurie and Ann Fenton, were basically there to find out the status of the Vox Arca in particular. They were also there to find out the status, say, for instance, of the what Laurie and Ann Fenton would literally call replicants, using a Blade Runner term. When it came to all of these individuals, these were all very deeply connected to Michael Aquino. Olaf Phillips and then Laurie and Ann Fenton, both. The point was nobody was approaching me who was not connected to Michael Aquino. You're trapped in a world where there's no alternatives. So when you think about, say, for instance, what happened to Peter Moon, he was held off by this woman named Laura Lee Solomon, who oftentimes I would call Laurie and Ann Fenton. And I would refer to Laurie and Ann Fenton as Laura Lee Solomon. They're very much alike. And as we said, Laura Lee Solomon recently tried to insinuate herself back into my life. Again, just the enemy attempting to infiltrate, get back in. They're desperate and they try anything they can. and they're profoundly active. Peter Moon will talk, and I will talk about this privately later, but I know that certain people have been reaching out to him more than likely because they've certainly been active in ways that have been reported to myself. But certainly one of the things that Laura Lee Solomon was responsible for was to try and prevent Peter Moon from working with me. And she held him at bay for almost 10 years. So
not quite that long, but it was long enough.
Certainly felt that way, yeah. And it just she definitely was. For those of you who don't know, she had been in the Air Force for a period of time in which she had never gone anywhere outside of the United States. It was but then again, many people in the Air Force do that, never leave the United States. But it stood out simply because she did a single term and then had no connections with the military whatsoever, no benefits, no anything, and was just kind of this lost soul that then was assigned to myself. So when it came to the situation with Lori and Ann Fenton, what this lady saw, and by the way, at this point in the woman's life, I guess she's maybe about 70s, maybe her mid-70s, I would guess. Probably is what I would think. She's blonde, she's very waifish, and she will show up at these conferences, usually from what I remember from my experience. Now, granted, I don't go to a lot of conferences. With this woman, conferences are her life. She would show up dressed like a fairy. Usually, I mean, literally like a fairy, with a little fairy godmother wand, wings.
I've never seen her dressed like that.
Yeah, you do remember.
I'm not saying she doesn't, but I didn't know that side of her.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, you saw her in convention mode.
Yeah, I saw her in convention mode. Yeah, she was dressed with the tiara, the wings, the times that I saw her several times, and the way Lori and Ann Fenton would refer to her. And by the way, I don't say this to cause rift between her and Lori and Ann Fenton. It doesn't sound to me like this.
I don't think there is any.
Love lost. I don't feel there's any love lost between the twain of them. But Lori and Ann Fenton basically referred to her as like a sex surrogate, and just said that she and her husband went around everywhere having sex with everybody. Now, what's going on, of course, was that these two were dealing with tantric energies that can be very sexual. And of course, what Peter describes with the big guy coming into their house and not leaving, that sounds like something that would happen if you're being open, inviting people into your home. You're all kind of doing this very sexually charged.
That wasn't a tantric.
Okay, there was something else, but
thing. No, because as much as she's into that, I think I know she's distanced herself from that to a marked degree.
Interesting.
Because as one gets older and things change.
Yeah.
But she talked to me about that. But and when you say dressing like a fairy, that is something I would expect to see at a pagan festival. Although, and I could see her going to one of those, but not necessarily a UFO type conference. I wouldn't necessarily, but I don't really go to those.
Yeah, they were dressed in all kinds of garb at these various conferences. It was, and admittedly, at that time it was around Halloween, was that conference that I saw her like that, where she was the most interactive with myself. That was actually when she was the most interactive with myself. And just so people know, again, kind of the background, the context for all of this, the argument that she saw was Lori and Ann Fenton demanding that I bring parts of the Vox Arca to her, and that that was, or otherwise she wasn't going to give me the money that people were contributing to me, because I had no electronics at that point. Now, for those of you, again, who don't understand anything about the government or the military, I've explained this ad nauseum, but just as a sufficient summary here, People need to understand that the lowest technology people in the world are the goddamn U.S. government and the fucking U.S. military. You have no concept what you're talking about if you think of these people as this high-tech spectrum organization. Everything is the opposite of what you think. You've got some high-technology weapons, and as I've just explained, everything is run by defense contractors. All the equipment's coming from Japan. These days, Taiwan as well. Your military is shit. You got some idea that it functions at some high-tech level, you're out of your goddamn mind. And especially when it comes to paperwork, all the computers everything is behind. Everything is like Soviet Union 20 years behind. So when it comes to the way they make a virtue out of this is they'll tell you that because of the electromagnetic pulse, EMPs, that would be caused by modern electronic warfare or modern nuclear weapons that would emit an electromagnetic pulse, it would fry the circuits of anything that's high tech, so they maintain all their records as low tech as possible. There is truth in this. There's validity in that. It's relevant. It's not a lie. At the same time, everything operates slowly, everything's on Rolodex, and nobody in the farther away you are from anything that's truly vital or immediate or is shown to the public, nobody's on computers. There were no computers. The ones we had installed at the Presidio military base, in a personal sense, were literally taken away within a period of a few years because they were such a spectacular failure. None of the people knew how to use them, quite literally. And you might just say something about data entry or punching a keyboard, and none of the people who were older could get used to it, and they didn't want me to operate on it because I had so much to do already, so they simply had the computers removed. We had very large computers. These were in a separate section that I showed Peter Moon where they were stored, and these belonged to the private defense contractors. They were in a totally separate building, effectively, and that was then basically cemented over. I showed Peter Moon exactly where that site was, and that was oftentimes where I would hide materials I wanted to steal, because there would be no security checks within the private company regions, because that was, of course, off limits to the military, because they're totally dependent and beholden to their defense contractors. So aside from the various bizarre things I was taking advantage of and the compartmentalization of technology, bear in mind the fact that I was offline. So I got online years later. People who've listened to me for years know that struggle. So all my internet services were dependent on Lori and Ann Fenton. So all the money went to her. Any money contributed to me went to Lori and Ann Fenton. So the big argument that this woman had the privilege, if you could use that term, to see, because very few people saw it. The only other person who saw it was the tail end of it, maybe, if that, was my gang brother Beaver, who walked in to pick me up later. Now, what had happened was that she was screaming at me, literally went into total attack mode, publicly, total attack mode. Certainly some of the other witnesses were a few members of the hotel staff, and the other witnesses were an immigrant family that was hired to work the hotel. And I'm talking the entire family. Children, parents, grandparents were all there to work the hotel. And they were sitting down just aghast. And aside from that, there was this woman who Peter Moon was talking to. And what happened was Lori Ann Fenton was saying she was not going to give me any of the money. She was keeping it all for herself. And that the only way I'd get it is if I brought the Vox Arca to her. And so that's what that woman was witness to. And again, this is something that was never brought up publicly for years, till later, openly. The important thing at that point was to make Aquino's cultists aware that I had it, so that there would be no attempts on my life. And Lori Ann Fenton was definitely attempting to deprive me of that. So, because I was not going to surrender that to her, then she went into attack mode publicly. That's when that woman says I was never seen again at any conferences or the like. Yet, believe it or not, the real severance of any connection with Lori and Ann Fenton really didn't come until maybe months later, when it was on air that I said that I'm just going to forgive the debt she owes me because I was never going to get back, and we're talking like $20,000. It not only just everything that I had spent on the conferences, because all the conferences that anyone saw me and Lori and Ann Fenton at, I paid for all of that, including all the hotel rooms for everybody at the conferences. I paid for all of that. And then all the money that was contributed to me, she kept. So understand that Lori and Ann Fenton, from what I'm told now, dominates the Contact in the Desert and the entire UFO scene involving George Norrie. And where they go to, these are people who are all on palliative care. These are all hospice people who are basically on life support, and they all go to see each other at these UFO conferences. I mean, that's what she dominates. She dominates this dying demographic of people who still go to conferences, which even she told me was pointless because none of these conferences make any money, which I know for a fact because of, well, certainly a fact from the fact that she steals everything that whatever was amassed. There's nobody's going to these conferences. There's just nobody showing up. Most contributions came from people making online donations, which again she kept. So her primary thing, just like Olaf Phillips, was get the Vox Arca, try and get me to surrender it, which both of these people were obsessed with, and both of these people was the first thing they locked on to. Now, just to put some other things in context, because it does come up. The funny thing is that this woman who's talking about the Tantra is tripping off something completely different. She's tripping off of, Douglas laid a giant turd because he's talking about Japanese prisoners of war. And this disappoints her and devastates her because she feels that a fact somehow cancels out her experiences, which shows to me the frailty of her experiences. That's the first thing that needs to be said from my part. Other than that, I would like to express the fact that it doesn't. So you shouldn't think like that. Your experiences that you feel that you've had, of course, I hope you understand this is the paradox of what we're talking about here, because her experiences may sound outrageous to the average person. They are tolerated because they threaten no one. She can talk about ascending to a state where she's locked eyes with a dragon. And because this is not threatening anyone, no one will suppress her for it. She can say that as much as she wants anywhere she wants. When it comes to what I say about the Japanese prisoners of war and American atrocities, American genocidal intention in World War II, the fact that America lost World War II, which is self-evident by everything we emphasized, not only in the opening hours today, but overall these many years, that threatens people and that gets suppressed. If it were not true, they would not need to suppress me because what I am saying would be self-evidently ridiculous. Just the fact that I can say, for instance, if they did nothing to interfere with me and just let me say the usual things that I say about myself, being a quarter vampire, being the son of Adolf Hitler, you would think that that would be alone enough that people would ignore me based on their own discretion. But no, because it's all real, all of it is so threatening that they're active nonstop with the character assassination, and that alone shows you it's real. It's demonstrable. It's self-evident. Because otherwise there would not be this incredible campaign of character assassination, which is endless and ongoing. So all of that being said, probably there's nothing more to be said in that regard. But while it hits my mind, while it hits my memory, I might as well express it now because it brings up shall we say, other memories that I feel it's time to share. Just a little something here. I would say that the other day I was talking to Sammy Romero, who I intend to talk to again sometime soon. And I do remind everyone, I need water resupply. So people were kind enough, last time it was Brandon Young, who sent me 224 cases of water. If anybody can do that now, that would be appreciated. I need water sent to my home as soon as possible. Need potable water. So that's going to be an ongoing thing until I go out and buy some more water supplies at a larger level, which takes a trip with my gang brother to do that, because otherwise I have to carry it in the car. Now that being gotten out of the way while I remember it, I was talking to Sammy Romero, who had sent water supplies in the past that I believe were stolen. Now that I think about it, so I'll have to talk to him about that privately and confirm whether that happened or not, because I found out the water supplies he had sent were actually sent by Brandon Young. So whatever he sent got stolen. He was asking about the blood issue, and I'm surprised this woman didn't even bring that up. That's not her area of tripping off of. She trips off of instead what I was saying about Japanese prisoners of war. It goes to show you she's on a different vibe, But when it came to his asking me about the drinking of the blood, and I brought up, of course, the Blood Boys inescapably when he's speaking of that issue. And we were talking about the ethnicity of these various Blood Boys, and I was bringing up the fact that they're overwhelmingly Caucasian in the estate. And then he was asking, of course, reasonably, why would that matter? And I really told him at that time, well, I guess it's more of an aesthetic. It's a combination of a few factors. I may not even bring that up while Peter is here, because it's almost like not worthy of his time. But while he's here, I'll bring up something specifically about Lori and Aunt Fenton that reminded me of when we speak about a difference in race, a difference in literal taste. When it came to talking to Sammy Romero about the difference of the taste of blood as sourcing from different ethnicities, that's one thing. But I remember shortly before that argument broke out, when she segued it into the Vox Arca, and I'm keeping all your money unless you surrender the Vox Arca to me. Basically what was being discussed at the time was Aquino's eating of babies. The subject had been brought up because David Schroeder was showing up at these conventions and passing out pamphlets along with the individual he was affiliated with at the time, whose name at this point I forget, who seems to have vanished, possibly died. There was this young man who was working with Revolution Radio at the time, who actually got his show from Lori and Ann Fenton, as many people did at that time. He got a slot through her help, and he had a brain tumor, and that poor guy is probably dead by now, and he was living with this Doug Millar guy. Doug Millar was the guy. This poor guy with the brain tumor was living with Doug Millar, and Doug Millar was showing up at all of these conventions to attack myself, saying that I was the spawn of Aquino, his literal son, claiming I was Aquino's actual son, and that he was doing this with David Schroeder, who was the victim of Aquino, who was extraordinarily, irrationally, and psychotically, pathologically jealous of me for stealing all the attention from him when I showed up on the scene, and Aquino stopped raping him and began to pay attention to myself, and he always hated me for that. And so David Schroeder was propagandizing against me, and of course passing out copies of his book, The Rabbit Hole. During that period of time, because of what David Schroeder and Doug Millar were saying about the eating of babies, the subject came up before she segued it into the explosion that she decided to make a public affair in front of this witness in particular, because of all the witnesses. The staff at the hotel didn't count. The immigrant family didn't count. The only witness that counted was the woman who wound up talking to Peter Moon yesterday, because she's the person who would spread that to the rest of the community, that a big argument went down. Now, however that argument was spun to the rest of the community, I've just given you the background behind it now. But prelude to that, the conversation raised by the attacks by Doug Millar and David Schroeder, claiming that I was Michael Aquino's literal biological child, was the talk about his eating babies came up, and of course the accusation, the allegation that quote unquote Douglas Dietrich eats babies too. And that's when, of all things, Lorien and Fenton normalized the act. She basically talked about eating babies and that I didn't have the class or the guts or the balls, as she put it, the cock and balls, the testosterone to eat babies, that was for the elite. And she brought up herself and Michael Aquino. So when we talk about the different tastes that races have, that race is not a construct, the most pointed thing that I remember her bringing up was that blacks are the best because they have the most meat. The Asians are stringy, and that the whites are fatty. And she went through this description that she had all three sorts of babies many times, and that blacks were the best, which adds, of all things, now that I think of it, a letter or a patina. We would call it a patina, like a coloration of veracity to what Ian West kept claiming about the satanic elite preferring black babies. Because the Asians are stringy and scrawny and more for frying and crunch, and that the whites are fatty and more for the meltdown effect, whereas the blacks have all the meat. So that's something that actually was jarred out of my memory by what Peter Moon relayed today, and I might as well share it now with all of you so that you get an even better perspective of what Lorien and Fenton is all about. That was, I think, the now that I think about it, one of the elements that led to the argument as well was that, because I was confronting her about that issue, and of course knowing I had to sever with her quickly as possible, even though it took months to do so, simply because she had control over all of my communications. People don't understand. I mean,
well,
yeah, my internet was completely hers. So it took a while to get it under control of Laura Lee Solomon, who proved to be no better. So there we are. Yeah. So back to Peter.
She wasn't good, but she was better.
I'm sorry? Oh, good point.
Good, but she was better.
Thank you. I'll point. Touche. Point well taken. Oh, so there we have that. I can't believe that I still feel a kind of, there's something visceral there that just hits me when I relate that. If you were there, if people were there just to see her describe how these babies tasted, just the look in her eyes, the salivation, the way she drooled, just literally drooled. For those of you who do not know Lorien and Fenton, it may sound like I'm exaggerating things to make her sound as repulsive as possible, but then you just don't know her. You haven't been physically in her presence. We're talking about a woman who's a bipedal hippo, weighs half 1,000 pounds. If you took one look at her, you would have no doubt that she had committed the crime she had said she had committed. The fact that she felt no remorse forget the remorse. The fact that she felt no sense that she would face any repercussions for even admitting or confessing, if you will, to such a activity. The fact that she felt immune to any sense that anyone would pursue her was it was validated by the fact that nobody ever has. Even though I know that woman that Peter spoke to yesterday must have heard it, but may have blotted it out of her mind. It's one of those things that maybe she thought, that Lorien and Fenton was just entering another dimension and just kind of phasing in and out and didn't take what she was saying seriously. It's hard to say how people handle this sort of thing. But there we have that. That's the context in which that happened. So I'm surprised. Actually, I'm not surprised now that ever came up. Probably with the woman's been dealing with a lot of other challenges in her life. And so, she has her own things to worry about. But that being said, the fact that I still have an impression in her mind, leave an impression in her mind from kissing her hand, etc. She certainly was not unattractive. In her day, she was a lot more certainly sexually alluring. As Peter said, people get older and then they kind of phase out into a different phase of interactivity where this woman is at now. But there you go. That's what all this brings to mind. And with that, back to Peter. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Of course, I met Lorianne. For those of you who don't know, Lorianne, and she arranged for the my first meeting with Douglas, and she did a good job on that. I'm glad she did. And she was very nice. I didn't see this side of her. She didn't present that side, much as in the movie Dracula. Dracula does not portray himself as anything but a count. Doesn't portray himself as a vampire until he strikes. So I didn't see this side of her. I'm certainly not refuting that it's not there, though, because it would make sense. And at this point, had you publicly announced that you had had the Vox Arca? Did you announce it?
No, not at all. No. They knew about it without my ever.
It took him a while to figure it out that you had it, though, didn't it?
It took him a while, but by that time, he knew for certain, or at least was trying to confirm what he suspected strongly. He had no idea, of course, when it was stolen, that I was necessarily the one responsible. He, at that time, was purging, targeting other people that would seem to be much more likely candidates for that. As Peter Moon has emphasized himself, the Peacock Angel, Mariuk Taush, really has done quite a bit to make what I did to Michael Aquino even possible. There had to be supernatural help on the basis of a guardian angel of the strongest sort to have enabled me to get away with what I did. Despite everything I say about the incompetence, the corruption of the military, which people have no concept of unless they've been in it, and then they really would unless they're completely blind. Anybody who's truly been in the military would know everything I say about incompetence and corruption is true. But when and unprofessionalism, etc., every negative you can imagine. But nothing gets done except by accident. But when it came to the theft, it had been at that point, we must remember, that had been done before I had left the military, left the Department of Defense. So we're talking about in the 90s. By the time that I was coming out as a public informant, we're talking about just before my mother dies in the year 2011, between my father's death and my mother's death, my legal father's death. So we're talking about between 2007 and 2011 is this horrible period of time between which I'm dealing with Olav Phillips and Lorianne Ann Fenton. So I can't even remember if my mother was still alive when I met Peter Moon. The first time I met him with...
No, she wasn't.
Okay. Yeah, so she was dead at that point. And and then the problems really began, of course, trying to prevent myself from sliding into homelessness. And of course, Lorianne did her best to make certain I would become homeless. So this is something that, understand, I'm being approached by absolutely no one who is helpful other than ultimately Peter Moon. Everyone else has not only not my best interests at heart, but everyone is actively seeking to render me homeless and ultimately dead. This is the kind of challenge that I was dealing with. So when it comes to the horror of the situation and all of that, the Vox Arca was really it was in the back of my mind in only as a dead man's switch, a survival necessity, but it was certainly nothing I brought up publicly. I didn't bring that up publicly for years. It was years later I brought that up publicly. But they were probing. They ultimately knew I had it. So we're talking about from the time that I stole it, just prior to the 1990s, you're talking about 2 decades that Aquino finally came to the conclusions that he did. And when I was becoming open as a public informant, then he knew, of course, at that point, with a metaphysical certitude, at that point he knew. And so his biggest objective became to retrieve it. And in that, Lori and Ann Fenton failed after Olav Phillips failed. So Olav Phillips was, of course, affiliated with Clyde Lewis, just so people remember that point, because it's an important point. They're gay lovers. They're both married, but they don't love their wives. Their wives are what the gay community calls beards. They're a gay couple who are in love with each other. Their wives are just window dressing to cover their love for each other. And they were, of course, coming on hot and heavy. And then, and of course, George Norrie is definitely an Echino-cultist. And he converted in the military, or before he entered the military. He was in the Navy for at least 9 years, working with the propaganda office, what they call the public relations office, which obviously is works hand in hand with intelligence. So he's someone who then gets on Coast to Coast, thought I was a member of the Aquino cult. And when I reflect back upon that, it was probably through my affiliation with Lori and Ann Fenton that he made that conclusion, because when he heard the name of Lori and Ann Fenton, as much as, say, some passwords, some code phrases I uttered that he allowed me onto his show, and the more I realized it, the more it was Lori and Ann Fenton's name that got me through. Basically, he said, "Oh, you're Lori and Ann Fenton," and so he said, "Yeah, she works with intelligence like I did." And and by the way, just for people who think that this is all like without enough vetting to it, understand that Lori and Ann Fenton's sister was Dr. Lynn Fenton, the Air Force doctor who was the doctor for the man responsible for the Aurora Theater massacre in Colorado. And that cannot be emphasized. So Aurora, Colorado, theater killer. If we look that man up, theater killer, and James Holmes. So James Egan Holmes was a psychiatry student who, for whatever reason, this is completely illegal, was under treatment by an Air Force doctor. And she was the one who filled him full of the basically a roofie. She gave him a roofie, so he couldn't remember anything he did. He slaughtered 12 people. The rest of his life is behind bars without parole. But his doctor was definitely exposed as Lori and Ann Fenton's sister, Dr. Lynn Fenton. So this is part of Michael Aquino's, what he called his little league of serial killers and mass murderers that he unleashed to terrorize the American public. This is what another thing Lori and Ann Fenton was proud of her sister for, basically being the handler of this individual. And there you have that. Again, to put this into context. But it's after midnight now. So, Peter, anything else you want to bring up?
No, thank you for all that. It's went down some pretty interesting pathways tonight. And I want to remind people to donate to Douglas. We're getting towards the end of the month here.
Thank
He
you.
could use your help if you can help even a little bit. Send $12, send $25, more if you can. DouglasDietrich.com, yellow button in the upper right-hand corner. So please do donate to him if you can. The Montauk Pulse will be coming out. It's at the printer now.
Great.
It'll go out next week for those who are subscribers, and for those who aren't subscribers, I'll be describing an overview of my adventure to Romania last summer. So with that, I'll say good night, and I'll see you on Sunday. I'll be here in the morning if I get up and feel so inclined.
Great. I always look forward to that whenever it happens. Love you dearly. You have a great night. Take care, dear Peter.
Good night, everybody.
SkyBooksUSA.com. All right. And with that, we're going to bring on our dear Aristides, We're going to hold the call for a little bit here, see who else we can bring on to hold conversation with us, and then I'll take the usual break. At this time, nothing out there, I assure you. No lines of coke till this sinus steroid regimen is over for the inflammation of my sinuses. It won't be over till tomorrow, really. So tonight, just going to stick with a protein drink of some sort to assuage hunger pangs till the morning. Give me some empty calories to burn. But that, of course, might take some time to mix. In the meantime, let's test Aristides' volume here. How are we, sir?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're sounding good, as always.
Right.
And, oh, Brooke Gibson loved your screensaver. Okay,
Oh, boy.
I did send that to her. Of course, yeah, of course, now she's hoping to get some, yeah, maybe some freebies or shipments or something. We'll see what happens.
The universe works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, and so let's see if she's available at all, along with other people. We will, of course, be trying Viviana as well. And Viviana, I do see in the chat room. She's certainly welcome to join us tonight. I'll be giving her a call. Let's see if she responds. We're going to try any number of other people, of course. Our dear friend Real Tech is in Turkey, the Turkey of all places. His wife wants a child. I'm not sure what the connection is between any of that, but so it's just keeping you up to date on one of our friends there. And here we are. Let's see now. Brendan Zogit. Let's give him a try, along with Brandon Young, and of course George Knight, and of course Viviana Sanchez. Got to hit the one with the right dove symbol on it. Troy Bellamy, of course, see if we can call him. And going on down past so many of the others who are going through their own issues right now. Let's see now. There's Andre Nemezhitsky, Clarice Claudette, of course, but she's never near her computer. She has a very unique situation. But whenever I see her, of course, I can never thank her enough. All right, let's see who else I remember that's not on our list. Doesn't appear on my favorites for whatever reason, even though I have them in the favorites. They don't appear. That would be, of course, Nemo. And let's press the add button. Okay, we are going to go through a process now. Everybody's ringing. We'll see who survives the selection process, who proves themselves available. And with that,
Well,
Brandon!
Yes.
Yes, my main man, Troy Bellamy! How are you, sir?
good.
All right.
Great, guys.
Yes, and so all of you looking good. Oh, Sammy, how could I forget Sammy? Jesus Christ. Let's see if we can press the add button for him, because he doesn't show up anymore either on the list, even though I got him on the favorites list. Though, of course, he's so busy these days. Understandable that...
I may not be able to contribute too much tonight. I got to work in the morning, but I always listen.
Thank you. Bless you. And we appreciate appreciate you for it. And Sammy's unavailable, unfortunately, but that's not surprising. And Troy, definitely glad to have you with us for what few minutes we are gifted with your presence. Brendan, of course, is washing dishes. It's what it sounds like. So we have Brendan and Troy Bellamy to interact with Aristides. This way I can... Good God, Brendan. Oh, you're at work.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, yes. And how's your environment? Is it safe? This is like the permanent position, right? You've got like a permanent assignment. Yeah.
Yeah, it's safe except for whatever ghosts are in this.
Oh, this is
building.
the janky Hogwarts place?
Yeah, this is the janky Hogwarts place.
Oh, shit.
And I can hear like doors opening and closing while I'm in the office, just taking my break.
Oh my God, sucks.
The shit's like they're like ready to tear it down, so all the old spirits are pissed.
Yeah, no doubt.
They're like building a new one in the back. It's like disturbing the Native American burial ground or something.
Of course. Oh, that goes without saying. Yeah. So, so what time do you?
That's exciting.
Yeah. What time do you leave Poltergeist Central?
Hopefully soon.
No. I mean, every night. It's normally at what, 11 p.m. or something that you.
Yeah, close. Around that time. I mean.
Yeah. Holy shit. That sucks. I mean, then what happens? It's truly just left abandoned. And does anyone come in the morning to teach classes or what?
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 It's like a fully active school, but it's like half demolished, half of it's being demolished, and then half of it's being built.
Mm-hmm.
And there's literally in the locker room that they built like this, I don't know what to call it, like makeshift locker room for all the kids.
Uh-huh.
They broke down a wall that was an old classroom, and there's a whiteboard or a blackboard, not a whiteboard, a blackboard like a chalk with a 1987 still written on there. Like the day they boarded it up, they had their last class or something.
Oh my!
I can send you the photo. It's kind of funny.
Oh my God, eerie. And so before I go to just refresh myself for the evening and leave you three gentlemen to hold the stage, Troy Bellamy, how's your school doing? How's things going at school?
Everything's going well. We're about to turn the corner to the end of the first quarter, so just trying to make some things happen.
Excellent. And I want to thank you for sharing that. So, do you gentlemen need a running start, or you've got this? You can speak about different things going on in the world around us. I'm sure Aristides has a conversational topic that he's prepared throughout the night, right?
I would hope.
Yeah. What's on your mind, Aristides, before I take off? Before I feel safe taking off?
I don't know. I think after the talk of baby eating Satanists, we gotta like
It's
knowing Douglas, I'm not surprised.
Wait, you heard what I said, right, Brendan, or were you too busy working?
Yes, I heard. Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. So you heard it. There. Now you know. Black babies taste the best. Yes, from Lori, straight from Lori and Ed Fenton's lips.
All right. She's
God.
Definitely not shy of barbecue. When you showed me her photo, it's like
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my God.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen. Look up Big Mom from One Piece.
Yeah.
She's like this monster that eats, like she has like uncontrollable appetite. That's basically what she looks like.
That's what she is. Is. And by the way,
except Big Mom actually has like some cool power ups.
There you
lady's
go.
Like trash.
Thank you. Yeah, and the worst thing of all is that Lori Ann Fenton would chew. Whenever she was on air, she would chew on air while she was hosting. It was disgusting. It was like she couldn't stop chewing. She was always chewing, even when she was talking to people on the Skype. All the rest of that, I'm having flashbacks now because of what Pete brought up with that lady saying, "Yeah, Doug laid a big turd. Yeah." Said they were all Japs, yeah. And then she said she talked. What did she say? She said she talked to the dragon. Said she was like, what the fuck did she say? All that Crystal Palace shit. She was
like transported to another dimension and was talking to like some reptiles and a dragon. And they made eye contact.
Yeah.
I told you my interpretation.
Yeah, TMT, man. Yeah,
they basically tied her to a table and injected her with DMT. Because if you ever read the book, The Spirit Molecule, it's a book about DMT, and in there it talks about like what these people it was like an experiment where they like strapped them down on a hospital bed, and they, instead of like a normal dose of DMT, they gave them like 20, 30 times the normal amount, just to see what would happen.
Yeah.
And the trips all sounded like that. And like some people were like raped by crocodile men, and like it was crazy. It's crazy. It's like one of those books where you like only read it once.
Oh my God.
It's like, okay, that's enough. That was enough.
Yeah, and just the attitude when she's talking to Peter about that, like, see, that's normal. Like, see, but what Douglas says about Jap prisoners of war, that's all shit, you know? He's just, imagine him trying to talk that shit when this is what it's at, where it's at. Yeah. This is what's going down.
That's kind of,
Yeah, this is what I have to deal with. Oh my God.
And when that happens, like when those people have these experiences, it's usually just jinn. Like the jinn can appear as anything, and they're like, you know, they're not fully physical, so they can appear as anything and trick you.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
they're not as noble as like the Naga. At least the Naga have some tact.
Yeah, or at least it's beneath the
Yeah.
Naga's dignity
Yeah.
to engage in such comedy. Like you said, it's basically
Exactly.
comedy to the jinn.
Yeah, to the jinn, it's just they're just making fun of humans. Like they want to degrade humans because it's like that's their beef. They have beef against humans.
Yeah.
So they think it's funny. They're like, look at all these people believe in all this shit, and they think we're aliens.
Yeah.
You know.
Thank you. No, it's an important point. And for those who don't get it, we're not talking about the alcoholic beverage gin. We're talking about genie,
Yeah.
Jinea.
Jinn.
Yeah.
Jinn.
Yeah. Jinn.
Al jinn.
Al jin. Yes, thank
Al
you.
jinn and al jinni. Jinni is like a user of the jinn. A jinni is more like an actual power, like a wizard or something.
Okay, thank you. Very
Yeah.
important
Yeah.
points. Remember that Brendan's, he's the real thing.
In Arabic, the word for wizard or for magic user, like a what's it called in English? Like a magician.
Yeah, basically you'd say a sorcerer.
is-
a sorcerer.
A sorcerer is a jinni.
Yeah.
Wahid jinni, someone that uses jinn, and then also the word for to become crazy is called jinn. Bijin, wahid bijin, like someone goes off into that world of the jinn. You're like crazy.
Yeah.
You become so ungrounded, like you're just crazy.
Cool.
So they call all of those have the same word root in Arabic, basically.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank
Magic and insanity.
you. Yes. And Brendan knows
There
what
is
he's
a
talking
positive
about.
connotation. Yeah.
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 Yeah, but I was going to bring up your Lebanese ancestry so people understand you speak the Arabic and you actually have the genetic heritage. So go on. You were going to say something else before I go. This is so fascinating. So you're talking about the ungrounded people and then you were going someplace else with it. Yes, the positive.
Yeah. Oh, it's also like a positive. Like when you fall in love, it's called. It's also called jinn.
Okay.
Like there's an old Persian / Arabic story of Layla and the other guy. You know, there's like Layla and some other prince, and it's called like the tale of. But they in Arabic the word they use is jinn.
Okay.
You know, so he goes crazy for this lady, this person he's trying to court.
Okay.
So it's used romantically as well.
Okay.
Which is interesting because jinn are related to fire, which you'd also say like a lust, right? You know,
Yeah.
like a fiery lust, passion. It's kind of the same concept. Yeah. Because jinn are beings of smokeless fire, as they say.
Yes, that's right.
I don't really want to talk about them too much because there's like probably jinn in the school.
Yeah, doubtless.
Or less than that, but still, you don't want to attract them too much.
Yes. Yeah, no, I understand. But definitely we appreciate what you do share with us. Shining Shadow says, yeah, I read The Spirit Molecule once, like 15 years ago. People tend to experience a number of recurring realms populated with various particular entities. Pretty wild stuff. So that's from Chris Collins, our dear friend, the artist. Thank you very much for participating. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go mute. I'm praying you guys have got this. So far, Brendan's been doing most of the talking, and that's fine. Let him lead, I guess, and you guys will take it from here.
I mean, I might need to take a little break, though, because otherwise you guys are going to hear some unsavory stuff as I'm finishing up here.
Yeah, so long as people can hear something, that's all that fucking counts. So
I mean, it's going to be like toilet flushing and...
No, I don't care about that.
Like
so
that.
long as it's not Lori and Ann Fenton chewing, we don't care about the the toilet flushing. Yeah, most people wouldn't even guess it was that if you didn't give the game away. Aside from that, okay, you guys have got this.
I was in my 10,000 square foot sauna with a spa.
Yeah,
I'm in a Japanese onsen, just kicking back, smoking a cigar.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Yeah. And so, okay, go on mute now. You guys have got this, and thank you all.
Yes.
All right. Troy, you still there?
Greetings. So, did you have any topic or like anything that was valid?
I don't have anything at the moment. I think if we just kind of get into something, I'll think.
Yes, good point. Good point.
I'll think of it.
So there's some eclipses coming up in October, like beginning and end of October. There's a set of eclipses.
Yeah.
That's something that's happening. There's a lot of celestial things as well. Like Mercury became visible. and stuff like that. So
Right. Yeah. Seems like a time there's a lot of things moving out there, a lot of, I don't know, a lot of predictions and stuff and yeah. This month, next month, I don't know if you think like the whatever occult powers that be, they like to plan events around these eclipses. I think that's the thinking of.
Well, it's mainly like they don't have power to go above like the planetary influence. That's kind of, part of it. Like they can't go outside of like that power structure of the planets and stuff. So that's why they need astrologers and stuff to guide them.
Right.
Because like back in the day, there were beings that were like they can rule out in the open with style. Like the true like evil empires, like in the Ramayana. The Ramayana is an ancient Hindu book, and there was a being called Ravana in that story, and this story was like chronologically like millions of years ago or something. But this being ruled over all three of the world, so Earth, heavens, and below the heavens. And he could rule just out openly. Like it was like openly there's a being that could like, like everyone knew he was like ruling the place. Like he didn't have to hide or do any kind of desperati secret society. Like it was just like he was so powerful. It was like, okay, like this guy like rules, the whole everything.
I think from what I hear, even I'm not back that far, but even I've heard some guys talk about they're kind of dissecting some of the more recent ancient books, as far as I don't know, ancient Hebrew text, Proto-Hebrew and stuff, and it's like they're like, if you really look at this objectively and just kind of translate it and not try to be religious or in that framework, it's like it really tells a story about a bunch of beings that just came here and kicked our ass. That's what basically the people were saying in the books. And
like Book of Enoch is that one of them, or what are they talking? What kind of books?
Or the Elohim or whatever. Like this was plural, and it was like some bad motherfuckers that came there and kicked their asses and I don't know, enslaved them or whatnot. That's what that was the interpretation I was hearing. And and that kind of got watered down, turned into a monotheistic thing. But it really wasn't. It was really a chronicle of beings coming down, ruling out in the open, making us make sacrifices.
Yeah, exactly. And, like they didn't have to hide. Like the modern rulers are like so cheesy. Like they have to hide and like. They have to put everyone in this kind of situation deliberately. But back in the day, like they didn't have to do that. Like, they just actually had power and like they could just rule out in style. Like you could do it in style, like like you could come out and just be like, all right, like I rule the whole world. Like congratulations. And there's nothing anyone could do. Like even like to the point where like the gods couldn't even fight this guy, like Ravan. So it's like you don't have to like hide, at that point. So and I think that was the same with like the Watchers in the Book of Enoch. Like no one really could say anything about like what they were doing. And then
and I mean you get all these descriptions of apparently I can't read these ancient texts, but guys they can. They're talking about their describing their crafts in detail and their technologies and all this stuff, and it's like this sounds less like a religious book and more like a like just a recording.
I mean, all of that's just like the so-called mythology is like actually like real history. But the other beings that did that were like the Tuatha De Danann. It's like from the Celtic legends. There were these higher beings that like came from underneath the earth, and they were like super attractive, like pretty much like the Watchers. these like beings that had like high technology, and they looked nice and they could speak eloquently, and they had lots of power, weapons that could like travel on their own.
Uh-huh.
And they subjugated Ireland for thousands of years, these beings. And like pretty much all of them were like pure evil, or that's how they are described. That they were definitely not nice beings.
Right.
But they did liberate Ireland from like other invaders. So there was like a group of invaders called the Fomorian race that came and took over like the Isles. And then the Tuatha De Danann come out and wipe them out. And then they take the throne at Tara. And this is all like, I mean, considered history, like for anyone that reads into the myths and the legends, like that's actually happened. And then later on, when these anthropologists come in from England, they say, oh, that's a mythological history, and they just cut it off
Right.
at the Celts, the invasion of the Celts, because the Celts came in later and kicked those beings out, the Tuatha De Danann and other whoever was there still.
Right.
And,
They try to say, these people, they just made up silly stories, basically.
yeah, it was just like a myth, right? Like they're mythologizing their conquest of the land and all this.
Yeah.
But I don't think you could really make up all the like their equipment, and like they literally had like strong weapons, like missiles and different things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Plus, I don't think people back in the day, like, it was just a miracle for them to be able to write stuff down and record. They weren't like, let's write a fiction book here.
Exactly.
Like,
yeah, it wasn't
the most important thing. They're like, I mean, like, all right, we could carve out a few tablets here. What are we gonna put? I'll just make some shit up. Like, no, they were gonna record
exactly. It's not
what they thought was like the most meaningful thing that had happened, and put that down. So,
all right, you have to excuse me for a moment. I'm gonna go. I'll be right back.
okay. All right. Troy, are you there? He's not there. All right. What did I have here? I had pulled up some things about, there were several stories of abduction by Nordic aliens, which might intersect with some topics we've discussed. What do we have? A resident, it's in 1954. A resident of Mexico was just driving along a mountain road when he was abducted by beautiful blonde aliens who looked like Norwegians. They didn't torture him. They fed him. They allowed him to use the bathroom, told him about their civilization, and then just let him go. It started at night in January 1954. A man named Armando Zorbaran was driving his car along a winding road from Mexico City to Acapulco to meet with a business partner in the morning. It was a dangerous journey due to the fact that the road passed through mountain passes, and Armando had to look carefully at the road at all times. So then he saw something suddenly flash brightly on the road. He immediately felt very sleepy, as if extremely tired. Realizing that little more he would fall asleep at the wheel, Armando stopped on the side of the road. When he looked again ahead and saw a metal disc was hanging low over the road. Two tall figures were standing on the road next to him. They were wearing something like a jumpsuit with a wide belt. Outwardly, they looked like people of the Nordic type, and had long, loose hair. They had light skin, blue eyes. Again, sounding a whole lot like aliens, right? And their hair was also light. They really turned out to be representatives of the Scandinavian type of people. These two first did something that made Armando immediately calm down, and then there was a buzzing in his head, after which he saw that he was already inside a space glowing ship. After that, one of the Nordics spoke to him in good Spanish. Apparently they speak Spanish. You are not the first and not the last Earthling selected for testing. Our task, although it may seem slow, is designed to convince. We select the most likely and pliable people to contact so they can best convey our message. Armando couldn't figure out what kind of message he was talking about, and the two began showing him a series of images from his own life. It was like a dream, but they were broadcast on the wall of the ship. Some of these moments were almost forgotten by Armando himself. Sounds like an Akashic Records thing. I don't or maybe they were monitoring him. Pushed into the most secluded corners of his memory, they were. Armando thought that either these creatures were scanning his brain or they had been carefully monitoring him since childhood, right? Then the broadcast stopped. Armando was informed that their ship was not on Earth or even in the solar system right now. This startled him. He did not feel any signs of the ship moving at all. When he asked the Nordics about how the ship could move like that, he was told that a gravitational repulsion system was used here. They also told him the ship would eliminate any debris that got in its way. They allowed Armando to see the place where they are now. However, he did not see anything special. It was only gray fog and darkness. So then they asked him if he wanted to fly to their home planet. And he answered in the negative. He wanted to go home. I don't know. I would have gone, but, over the next few days, the aliens took him to several more places. Armando began to get used to the situation of the ship, especially since he was treated kindly, not tortured, and did not carry out any painful manipulations. Well, no anal probes or anything. It's good. He was even allowed to walk around the ship and see how everything works there. He was particularly struck by the bathroom. So aliens have bathrooms. I'll never forget it. The bathroom was new and unimaginable experience for me. I was standing vertically in the corner of a wall filled with tiny holes through which warm air was covering me. Then it turned into moist air that permeated my skin. I was covered with moisture. I was given something like a liquid soap, which I rubbed all over my body. I stood in front of the sprinklers again, under the flow of air, and it all evaporated. My skin became clean. All these days, Armando was also fed at the same table with the Nordic, quote unquote, aliens. And he described their food as very similar to that of Earth. Isn't that funny? There's meat, vegetables, cheese, and butter, which of course would be the diet of aliens. They drank a liquid similar to milk, and Armando was told that this was the main food on their home planet. What's their home planet? Earth. He was also told that some products on Earth, for example, such as mango, were very liked by the quote-unquote Nordics, and they began to widely use them in their diet. At the same time, food supplies were not kept on their ship. They were delivered each time by some kind of teleportation beam from an unknown source. When they flew away and Armando got in the car and drove off, he suddenly realized that he had been away for only 90 minutes, despite the fact, according to his feelings, he had spent at least several days with the aliens. So this is like, a time manipulation, which could go along with the fact that these people could have been here to begin with and have been doing their own thing for thousands of years before looping back, but I don't know. He didn't even miss a meeting with his business partner. Armando did not tell anyone about the story for a long time, but decided that he had had a strange dream and nothing more. But 15 years later, in 1969, he was driving along the road again near Mexico City and picked up a hitchhiker who looked like a Norwegian, which of course would be the normal hitchhiker in Mexico City. Thin, fair-haired, blue eyes. He immediately remembered everything that had happened to him. And after that, hitchhiker confessed he was among the crew of that very ship, and he was still watching him. It's curious, throughout the 1950s, there were many stories about meetings with Nordics who looked like Armando's description. Of course, this is a recurring description in many stories. Beautiful people, blonde hair, blue eyes. Perhaps all these stories were connected, and that the Nordics really conducted some kind of testing among people. The Nordics apparently tell the humans they're from another planet, claiming to be from Venus. Yeah, that was a thing a while back. Venusians, or, maybe Pleiadians, or, but maybe they're not letting on where they're actually from. Let's see. And that was in the 50s. So that is pretty early. Another one from the 50s, a woman, Jessie Rostenberg, and she was only 29 years old. Jessie was from the Midlands, Staffordshire, England. So this is all the way over in England. Jessie, along with her 2 children, witnessed a unique UFO hovering right above their home. Jessie would go on to describe these beings as being 2 aliens with Nordic-type features. They looked at them from a spaceship of sorts that resembled that of a Mexican hat or saucer craft. The incident happened on October 21st, 1954. Jessie went outside after hearing a type of hissing sound. The children remained behind, laying in the grass out of excitement and fear. Understandable. Certainly, these children were in shock after seeing the saucer hovering. Not long after, Jesse noticed several blonde-haired humanoid figures seemed to be staring back at her. Aliens were looking out a window. She did not know what to do but stare back at them. What would anyone do if they noticed something such as this? It just seemed to just happen upon the most random people. Jessie was in disbelief at what she had seen. These beings have long golden hair and beautiful faces, appear to be wearing, once again, light blue skin-tight suits with glass helmets made of a kind of glass. They all spoke to me in the English language and what seemed to me to be a German accent. Here you go, people. Among themselves, they spoke High German, which I could understand as I had graduated from a school where they spoke and taught German as well as English. And I was able to speak, read, and write German at that time. It happened on, let's see, is this another one? It happened in 1957, in Birmingham, UK. 27-year-old Cynthia Appleton, yes, this is a different one, who had 2 daughters, experienced what she considered a temporary failure. She lost her memory, and she later was informed the aliens unsuccessfully tried to make contact with her. However, at 3 p.m. on November 18, a strange atmosphere, something like a storm or thunderstorm, filled everything with static electricity. The air turned pink. There was a fairly strong whistling noise. A smell like ozone filled the room, and a figure materialized in Mrs. Appleton's chair, where an old newspaper lay blackened by electric discharge. Soon the lighting became normal. The young mother found herself being stared at by a tall humanoid creature with elongated eyes, fair skin, and long blonde hair. He was wearing a silver suit and a helmet, again with the jumpsuits. According to Cynthia Appleton, the creature looked like a Greek athlete. First, she was scared. The alien spoke to her telepathically. "Don't be afraid of anything," he said. Their conversation was quite lengthy. It turned out that the guest came from the planet Charnasvarn. She thought it was Venus, for peaceful purposes, but he was alerted by atomic weapons and aggressiveness. I've heard that before. The alien spread his arms wide and created something like a hologram over his head. In 1958, when Miss Appleton first told a psychologist about this, holograms had not been invented, but judging by her descriptions, it was exactly them. Images of UFOs in 3 dimensions and atomic explosions appeared in these visions. During these visits, the woman was given extensive information. She was told she has a brain to which they can adapt, and this allows them to communicate with her more successfully than other people. She was given information about the structure of the atom, how to treat cancer by rearranging vibrational velocities of subatomic matter, because this is what you tell just women from the countryside. That time is an artificial concept, and even news about the dynamics of the development of the laser beam. Quite a lot of download to get. This was confirmed by Dr. Dale's notes made before such a discovery was made on Earth. So, much of this turned out to be beyond her capabilities, and Miss Appleton could not understand why such information was transmitted to her. She didn't have the vain ambition to become a media star or achieve popularity like other contactees, which is funny. In some of these cases, it's just people that have no clue why this is happening to them. She was confused by everything that was happening, but accepted what was happening. Dr. Dale was very impressed by her stories. A Reverend J. Priest Tiley also came to her. He believed that she deserved full trust. I believe in her story beginning to end. Her husband, Ronald, was a welder, was not present at the meetings with the alien, but was completely confident in his wife's sincerity. He must have been at work. But one of the doctors hinted to the woman that she was going through postpartum depression. That's right. Just tell the woman she's crazy. The eldest daughter, Susan, was 4 years old when the last encounter with the alien took place. She was present. The alien complained that he burned his hand. Her mom put some jelly on his hand and then washed it in water. When the alien disappeared, a large piece of skin was found in the water. It was taken for analysis to the university, but it was not possible to determine its nature. Dr. Dale took part of the skin with him, where the university scientists examined it under an electron microscope. They came to the conclusion it was most likely the skin of an animal, not a human. They could not say. The most unusual visit was the last one in September 1958. Mrs. Appleton was doing laundry when an alien walked in the door. called me, said that she was going to have a space baby. That's quite a laundry day. Your husband will be the father of a child, but the child will belong to the Charnasavarn clan, he added. He did not say how all this would happen, but said they knew all the details about the newborn baby. The 7-pound, 3-ounce boy will be born at the end of May 1959 and will have blonde hair. She was told what name to give the baby. When he grows up, he will become a very significant person in the world. But as far as Cynthia knew, she wasn't pregnant. However, when she went to the doctor, it turned out the alien was right. She'd been pregnant for about a month since she showed up at her house. And there's a very old-looking copied news article. Venus baby is just as the spaceman prophesies. Looks like from an old newspaper. Having her Venus baby. All this is confirmed by the relevant documents. Ronald Appleton was probably a little concerned about any possible intergalactic involvement in the conception of a child. The boy was born with blonde hair, weighing 7 pounds 3 ounces, but a difference of several days from the predicted date. Let's see. I think there's more stories here. An American one. An American eyewitness saw a Nordic humanoid woman and her ship. The witness to this event describes what happens in a video on YouTube. A few years back, about 2006 or 2007, so this is more recent, around that time, me and my friend went rabbit hunting on his uncle's land. It was getting late. I would say it was around 6 o'clock. It was just around getting ready to get dark, and we shot about 3 or 4 rabbits and stuff. We were getting close to a creek bed. By the time we got to the old dry creek bed, it was in my friend Rick tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Look up." So we looked up and we saw it was like a star, but it wasn't a star. It was moving. It was zigzagging. It was going this way, that way, up, down until it got a little closer. I mean, it got lower to the ground, getting lower to the treetops, and we can make out what it was. It was a UFO. It was saucer shaped. Silver color, blue and green lights and red lights. It had a big light beam underneath. It was like a spotlight on the ground, what was flying over. Rick and I got into the creek bed, and there was a whole bunch of old weeds and stuff. We covered ourselves up so we wouldn't be spotted. Like, that'll work. Because this darn thing was right over us. And then it went back and forth. It traveled about 300 yards in the field and landed. And it sat there for a moment. We were just peeping over the creek bed. We were just looking at this thing. We were in shock. We didn't know what to think. So it was on the ground for a few minutes. Now here comes the weird part. All of a sudden the doors, something like a light came underneath it and a ramp coming down at the bottom of it. I say, this damn thing was bigger than a darn football field. Had to be as big, as a football field. Lo and behold, a woman came out of this thing. Yes, a woman. That's what we saw. We had a good pair of high, powerful binoculars, and we saw pretty well. It was a woman. It looked like she had to be in her late 30s or something. And then she came out. She had long blonde hair, came all the way down to her butt. She had a light blue skin tight suit or something, solid blue. Again, either a blue or a gray suit. Very similar, all these stories across many decades and many countries. Isn't that odd? She looked like a human female. Strange, huh? I told you it was going to be strange. That's what my friend and I saw. You don't have to believe me. She came walking out, just looking around her surroundings and stuff. And a minute later, little grays came out behind her. Grays in the mix. They were all walking around the ship, examining the ground and stuff. Rick, we need to get the hell out of here before they see us. That's when I would want to get out of there when the Grays show up. I mean, he didn't say nothing. He was so scared. He couldn't really move. They stayed there for a few minutes or so until they looked up into the night sky. I think there was something up in the sky that kind of spooked them. And they ran in the craft. So they were going back in the craft. A woman was about to walk back in. She turned around. And I had the binoculars focused on her. And she turned around and looked in my direction. I think she kind of did that, like mimics a wink with her eye or something. I don't know. All of a sudden, she just turned around and went up in the sky, and they took off. I told Rick, ain't nobody going to believe us, what we just saw. He said, no, they ain't. We went back to the house, cleaned the rabbits, and we had some good rabbit stew that night. We just kept this to ourselves until about a year later when we told our friends about it. They thought we were nuts. They thought we were on drugs. We went out the next day, and we saw where the UFO had landed. It had burnt a big circle on the grass. My friend took pictures of it. Okay, try to scroll down to another one.
Okay, just returned. Is everybody all right?
Yeah. Brendan left, and Troy didn't answer. So I started reading some accounts of, quote unquote Nordic aliens, right? Which we wonder, are they really aliens? Does this tie into, things that we talk about? Because there are always these blonde Nordic aliens, right? But
yeah.
But I guess again, my thinking is kind of like if they kind of have control of time, like what's this where did this all start here, and they're just kind of looping back, after so much time in their own doing their own thing, and they, some of these go back to like the 50s, so it's like,
yeah.
If anybody had absconded to Antarctica, they probably wouldn't have been that advanced by the 50s. So it's like, but had much more time passed for these people.
Yes. This is where the time travel element comes in.
Yeah.
And of course, at any rate, we have the other people in the chat responding. I'm glad the numbers held as well as they did. All-Seeing Guy says, never took enough of a dose to see full-on anthropomorphics or crocodiles laugh out loud. The Planet Shaniqua, he says, good night, y'all. Well, he may be checking out, but Chris Collins is still with us as Shining Shadows, who says, Brendan, you should elaborate on your inner Earth cosmology. You briefly mentioned it recently. What's your take on the smoky god? Okay, so these are all various inner Earth tropes or memes that people have brought up over the years, and I'm sure you've encountered enough yourself. Now, while I kind of gather myself after taking my break to go into full-on mode and start talking, let's do a little testing. I noticed that there are still people who seem to be on the call, but
yeah. Brendan said, "Oh, I got to go for a minute," and he just went on mute. And Troy might have fallen asleep despite his best intentions, and that's fine. I understand.
Yeah, he did say that I don't have much to offer tonight.
Right.
But what we could do is kind of like do a repeat of the call. Which should include Mark H., who we did see in the chat room. I always forget to add on his butt, and so let's try with him alone first. Mark H. Once some of these guys just don't show up at all in my list for whatever reason, it's very bizarre. But at least this way he'll be able to jump on the call should he become available. And certainly with our last episode, he was very helpful. And as, of course, you yourself always are, obviously things are, got to earn my pay at some point and start monologuing more aggressively. But it's one of those things where... Shit, look at what we're dealing with in the world.
That's okay. You know what? I really enjoyed the last episode. You kind of did like a mini monologue, if you remember.
Yeah.
What was it about? You're talking about what was it?
The Columbian Exchange, I believe.
The Freemasons versus the Illuminati and the Catholic Church and all that. That was really good. I sent that to a couple people.
Oh, excellent! Bless you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
And then let's see, the one before that was where you got cut off after if you got DDoS or something. And the one before that, you had some really good monologue stuff. So I mean, you've been doing your job.
Thank you. Oh, I deeply appreciate it. Go on.
Oh wait, Brendan's back. You can hear all the things.
Yeah, I'm here. Yes.
The spirits, they're slamming the doors.
Yes. He's in a haunted school, people. And, of course, whoever would want to stay in school would have to be a complete masochist or a sadist, probably a combination of both. But if you're a disembodied spirit, I mean, where do you want to hang out? Oh, let's go to school. I mean, shows something, I guess, about what state of mind you were in when you were alive, I presume. Yeah. Probably some adult who molested a lot of kids there would hang out and stay, I would think. That's the first thing that would come to my mind.
That's the only logical thing.
Yeah, thank you. And so aside from that, any other kind of... I do want Brendan to know that, so while I took my break, I took a scoopful of this organic plant-based protein powder that has a lot of superfoods. It claims to have 100 superfoods, so it's got some pumpkin and chia and various other elements in it. I'm sure it's good stuff. Yeah, it took
I'll keep it going.
3 tablespoons added to that of just plain fiber. Then I added 1,000 milligrams of the powdered vitamin C with some electrolytes and stuff in there in that little package, plus a tablespoon of turmeric.
Nice.
Yeah. Of course, this is where Brendan will be aghast. I did add half a heaping teaspoon of the desiccated grass-fed Argentinian beef liver, because I am what I am. So I do need those enzymes. But other than that, it's Brendan approved, and so blended all
not
that.
the beef liver powder, but
Yeah, not the beef liver powder. No, but yeah.
The rest of it sounds,
Yeah.
How does it feel to actually have minerals? It's nice, right?
No, it's good. Believe me, I want to get back to drinking the Gerolsteiner again sometime soon. So I've been off that for a month simply by circumstance. And I'm sure there's months you go without it because of circumstance, right? Do you always keep yourself supplied, or you also go through these periods of feast and famine with it?
It happens on and off, waxing and waning. I'm ruled by the moon, so I've got a lot of that. But it's like lately I've actually been going up and getting spring water. So I bought 2 glass carboys, and then I go up to the mountains and fill it with spring water.
Wow.
So it's like if I don't have money for sparkling water, I can just get fresh spring water.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put them in front of my speakers, and they get energized by my sonics, like the different tones that I play, the music.
Wow.
And it charges the water. So
yeah,
there are ways to do it for free.
Wow. Yeah, and so what other ways do you charge your water? Explain to people how you do this.
I mean, there are many ways. There's minerals, there's acoustics, there's sunlight, there's moonlight. I mean, there's many techniques. You can also use copper, other metals. You can use silver to add, mostly it's just like magnesium, or even if you just add the Celtic salt as you're drinking it, it will electrolytically activate the water in that way.
Wow.
Because there's on these kind of really expensive fancy waters, even more so than the Gerolsteiner, they'll actually have a conductivity rating, meaning how much electrical conductivity the water has. So that's like a big factor, and it's shit. There's no light in this room. It's like conductivity factor. So it's like a rating. It's not voltage. It's something else. I'll have to look at it, but that will give you how pretty much healthy your water is. Because if you get reverse osmosis water, the conductivity is at 0. There's no minerals.
Wow.
It's destructured for the most part.
Oh man.
But it's good for cooking. I mean, it's good for cooking. If you want to add salt to it, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So it has its place, especially if you want to take out fluoride, excess fluoride, and all these things. That's another kind of misnomer, is that we have to remove all the fluoride. It's like when you get natural water, it's going to have like a rock salt type fluoride in it, which is totally fine for the body. The fluoride that's dangerous is the industrial effluvia that they add, called sodium fluoride. So it's a totally different molecule than the natural fluoride. So for example, green tea and all the camellia species, green tea, black tea, oolong, that plant, it has really high fluoride content, which is why typically tea drinkers have somewhat put together teeth. So despite the British stereotype, their teeth are actually fine.
Love it. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's mainly because it's got a natural fluoride. But these like I said before, these fluorides are not the sodium fluoride, the actual toxic one. They're I don't know the exact chemicals, but they're a more bioavailable, safer. They don't build up on your pineal gland and zap your fucking energy and your soul spark essence.
Yeah.
The other one.
Yeah. I mean, we get affected down to our very soul by what we're putting in our bodies. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Says the vampire. But yes.
Yeah.
But
yes, it's true. It's true.
yeah.
Got to be careful what.
I'm just joking. Obviously.
Yeah,
Being
but
facetious.
there's truth to it. There's truth to it, nonetheless.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And
sure.
yeah, by all means, I think that this is important stuff that people really need. By the way, Chris Collins was telling us, he's of course shining shadows in the chat room, just how appalled he truly was to find out what he said. I've been well aware that canola oil is shit, and I'm quite conscious of my diet, but I never heard about it being a synthetic mechanical oil. That's fucking horrific, and something people need to know about. Yeah.
Yes, I'm hoping he looked it up, because when I first heard that, I was like, there's no way, right? You know, like I had that kind of reaction. You know, I was like, I bet it's dangerous, right? Like I knew it was suspicious, right? I was like, okay, it's probably dangerous, but it can't be that, you know, like it's GMO, whatever.
Yeah.
And then you actually look at the backstory, and you're like, holy shit! In the 1800s, they only used it for like ship lubricant and like greasing wagon wheels, and you're like, holy fuck. They really fucked us on that one.
Yeah. Oh my God. No, that's awful. It's.
And then there's actually other countries like China and India where they do the same trip, where they put mineral oil. They disguise mineral oil as cooking oil to basically cut the product. So it's like, I mean, so it's like people like if they doubt me on the canola, it's like, I mean, there's still examples of how they do it with the mineral oil. So it's like. It's not a surprise. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
But it's definitely shocking. It's shocking, but not surprising. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah. No. It's there we are. It's at this point they leave us all cynical. It's no wonder people think there's a plot to kill the population. There you go.
Well, they're doing a terrible job. I'd just like to voice my opinion on this. They need to work on the stupid people first, and like, you know, if that conspiracy theory is true, they're really slow. Like Mr. Gates needs to fucking work this out.
Needs to get his act. Yeah.
But sensible. It was like, you know, and this is obviously a joke, just as a disclaimer, but back in the day, it was sensible. It was like, all right, we'll kill the stupid people first, and the deaf and the dumb, you know. And then now it's like, okay, we're gonna leave them for last. Like, Jesus, anyone who has a brain and dissents, like, we kill them first.
Yes.
No, that's not how it works.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, they've reversed the eugenics policy. They have an actual dysgenics policy now to breed down.
Yeah. That's the only
explanation. It sounds like a joke, but it's like that's the only fucking explanation.
Thank you. It's true that they want idiocracy. They want to realize idiocracy. By the way, I could have sworn, Aristides, help me out here. Did someone not jump on the call and then jump off?
Just now, I didn't see anything.
Yeah, I thought I saw something. I thought I saw like somebody jumped on the call, you know, just a few moments ago, and then jumped off. Okay.
Brennan's sound changed for a minute, but
okay. Yeah.
I didn't see anything else come on.
All right, because
I was
doing some sometimes the boxes also switch position simply as, you know, one person begins talking or shifting, and that might have caused a shift of the boxes that show up on the Skype screen. Yeah, okay. So there we go with that.
I'm gonna light up some agarbatti real quick so I can.
Are you at home now? No,
I'm in my car, taking a break.
Okay. Yeah. And I don't blame you. So he's lighting up a little bit on his break. By the way...
of agarbatti, not anything drug-related.
Explain to people what that is, please.
Agarbatti is the Hindi word for incense. Mm-hmm. And it comes from the term agar, which is agar wood. It's a type of wood that is used in the making of incense. Mm-hmm. And I actually sent you the Chinese use it too.
Oh yes.
I sent you that one, yeah.
That's right.
Where they had the Hakenkreuz and stuff.
Yes. Yes, bless you. Thank you. Yes, wonderful.
So that was nice. I'm trying to get one of those.
Cool.
But just like the lock, you know, I showed you about the water lily lock.
Yes.
It's completely unavailable. Like it's like impossible to find.
I
It's
know.
totally scrubbed
I know. You've
deliberately.
I know, of course. You have to go to Taiwan to find those things and ask around. You have to actually have a copy of the item and ask people to help you. Pictures of the item will help, and then that will yes, but those are important. I mean, if just get enough money and invest into making one yourself. That's
right.
You know,
to engineer a lock is like sounds expensive.
It does.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not, honestly, but you could at least get a lock and imprint it. You could emboss it. You could have somebody emboss that on it. So
that's very true. That's very true.
Yeah.
But the keyway was the key. The no pun intended, but that was the key. Is the keyway is that thing.
Yes,
the manji.
Yes,
the manjin.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. We're talking about, of course, the ancient elder sign that holds the anti-gods at bay, the ward, the sigil of the swastika, the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross. By the way, so Brooke Gibson apparently was upset by, I guess, when I was speaking of some things like, I guess, Driggy blood and whatnot the other night. Not that she's morally offended by that. Indeed, like I expressed, she's probably disgusted by the fact that I shared the fact that she was wanted to try some. And so she wrote myself, "Oh, you are, oh my God, I will never re-listen or listen at all." She says, "Beyond reproachable," after there's a missed call. "Beyond reproachable. Enjoy." And now, I think what she means to say is beyond redeemable, because beyond reproachable is a positive. If she's saying I'm beyond reproach, yeah, she's saying a positive. I think she means beyond redeemable. But there you go. We'll see if I intuited that correctly. Sometime soon, I get the impression, or I get the intuition that I'll be able to catch up with her sometime soon about that. Aside from all of that,
when she's on another manic episode, she'll come back.
Yeah. There we are. Then I like the way the whole deep thoughts thing worked out, and she loved. I did show her the what Aristides produced, and she's actually says, "Oh God, that's so it looks so much like me." Yeah, and it was like, she was really turning on to that. So there you go. Aristides knows how to play her heart fiddles, aside from all of that, when it comes to explain to us a little bit about the Starlink and the lasers and is
Douglas,
Starlink...
I have to tell you privately about that part.
Okay.
But I can say this, that it is a weapons system and it is armed. Okay. So that's as much as I can say publicly. But it is armed, that thing.
Okay.
The Starlink system, and it's clear that why else would they be using it in the Ukraine war if it wasn't a weapons system? It was developed with DoD funds and quote unquote NASA funds.
Mm-hmm.
So it's obviously an arm of the DoD, anyways, right?
Yeah.
So they wouldn't fund it if it wasn't a weapon. Let's just put it that way. I don't think even you can probably explain this, that like they probably couldn't even get the engineering contract unless somewhere in there it said it was a weapon, right? Like, just out of those like 1950s like grants and deals and shit that they have.
Well, but you've been public already about saying that you felt. Now you've been public about saying that you felt that it was essentially laser satellite fire or something that started the Maui fires. Were you not?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
that's fine. Yeah.
So there we have that, and is
it has lasers. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So I was about to say. I mean, so it's not unreasonable to draw a link between Starlink and the Maui fires.
Not at all. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's a bit of a stretch because like we don't know.
Right.
No one knows, but
yes,
I mean,
you.
Let's put it this way: it has the capability.
Mm-hmm.
And they even showed it in one of those James Bond films, like that there's a satellite that can do that and whatnot. So like it's not outside of even fiction, even.
Yeah. Yes.
And it's like, and also I'm gonna go here. I'll have to go here. Is like from my perspective on it, the Vedic perspective. They're not like satellites. They're high aerial. I call them, upper atmosphere craft. They're not like satellites as you know them, as like people would know them as satellites.
Right.
They're basically dirigibles or a type of balloon.
Thank you. Right.
Because if you see the way they move in the sky, they kind of bounce around and stuff. And I've seen a Starlink chain
Yes.
at least 3 times, 4 times now in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And I actually saw one less than a week ago. So
Yes.
I mean, and there was people all around us we were at a kava bar and we pointed it out and people were like, holy shit, what's that? We explained to them what it was. It was Starlink.
Mm-hmm.
But we saw the initial, the other being I was with saw the initial deployment of, in 2020, we were the first people to see it, and it did discharge something, and we were there to witness it. And we have the actual evidence from a third party that confirms that it has this ability. And, so I would, but it definitely does something else than what they say. Oh, it's just for internet. Like, I mean, that's totally bullshit, anyways.
Yeah. No, definitely. Well, we know that now, but go on.
And just to clarify, I'm saying satellites don't exist. I mean, that's what I'm saying. From my perspective, you can disagree or agree. That's fine. But I'm saying they're high aerial or upper atmosphere craft. That's what I'm going to call them, not satellites.
Okay. Well, I mean, when you say satellites don't exist, could you be more specific? Do you mean that you feel that mechanical objects that they just put into low Earth orbit are not really there? I mean, all that debris?
No, because of because of the structure of the realms and stuff. I mean, the Earth isn't exactly what they say it is. So it's there's a limit to
and do disambiguate from flat Earth. Disambiguate this from flat Earth.
Yeah, it's not flat Earth. I mean, it's not. I mean, it is flat, but it's not like the classical. What they show as flat Earth. It's that Earth is Bhumandal. Bhumandala is this. We're on a small portion of this land called Bhumandal. It's called Bharatvarsha. It's the Midgard. Midgard is much bigger than even the map they give. So whether it's flat or round is really irrelevant. It's this plane is vast, and that's what I'm talking about when I say there's limits to this plane, and there's planes above and planes below. And even it's inherent in the name, planet is plane with a T, plane crossing.
Yes.
So that's what a planet is, not what they say a planet is.
Okay.
So, but it's gonna get confused with flat Earth, so I kind of don't like going into it. Because the flat earthers just make it so just cheesy. It's really bad,
Oh, it's awful.
So I don't want to get into the planes and stuff without without having basics and in place, because people will go, they'll just say, oh, it's flat Earth and you're in the dark ages, but it's a much more complex, rich system than just flat Earth. Someone was asking about the underworld realms. It's the hollow Earth. Also, you couldn't just say that's flat or round either. I mean, there's so many there's layers to that even. And then there's also there's stuff under the Earth's crust, or whatever you want to call it, this layer of rock.
Yes.
Caverns, and then there are literal other dimensions below that, different planes of being below that. So it gets complex. So, the realm of the Unterland is still physical Earth, at this plane,
Yes.
and the ghouls and all these beings, but then you go to Agartha and stuff, and that's where the Nagya live, and these other beings, and they're not necessarily physical as we know them.
Right.
And then there's the other loks. There's Atal Lok, Natal, Patal, and then it just goes down from there. Yeah. And they're so, these beings are so alien. It's the best way to describe them is the basically the film Predator, right, from the 70s.
Yeah.
It's that's what those beings would look like to us, where they're just technologically advanced. You can't even recognize them. They could disappear and reappear. And so that's that movie was trying to show those beings as what we would see them as. So it's not something that's even physical, even 100% physical. They can manifest here, but their technology's at a different level. That's what I'm saying.
Fascinating.
It's a huge topic. It's a huge topic. It's huge.
Yes.
So I don't want to open it more than that.
Well, I think it's certainly more intriguing and far more engaging as well as compelling than, the lady saying, yeah, then I talked with the dragon and we're locking eyes. And
That's why when you understand the Vedic perspective and these like mythological perspectives, like the real holistic picture, like that's when those 3D aliens become so fucking cheesy. Like I can't even listen to that shit.
Thank you.
It's like, because the stuff in like the Puranas and stuff is like, I mean, it makes that look like a joke. I mean,
yes.
Like, and as far as I'm concerned, the stuff in the Puranas and the Mahabharata and all this stuff, like all that stuff actually happened. Like, there's evidence. There's like physical evidence of it. Like, So when they start talking about these different 3D aliens, I mean, it's so cheesy. It's like, it's really hard for me to even listen.
Thank
no
you.
offense to anyone.
Oh God. Oh, it gets awful.
It's like, yeah, and it's like, and that's what they want. I mean, those beings, even the beings that are here, like the jinn, which are on our plane only, they're just like outside of our visual spectrum, but they live on Earth. Like even those beings, like they want you to think that those aliens are real. Like it helps them out, because then now they can hide in plain sight, like, so to speak. Like the jinn can just come out and mess with people's minds, and no one, like only people that know about them can actually pinpoint it and say, you know what, this is a fucking jinn. Like this isn't a gray alien. Like, and then you could actually counter them. That's what they don't want. They want people in ignorance so they can just do whatever they want to you, and then you're out thinking like, oh, I got touched by Ziggy Stardust came in my bed and I got to touch this redheaded Palladian, and like all that stuff. Yeah, like I said, no offense, but it's just, that's how I feel about it.
And by the way, we have a question for you from our man Chris Collins in the chat room. He says, is the fluoride treatment they give at the dentist the toxic kind? I have an upcoming appointment and I don't want to look like an ass coming in with janky, neglected teeth and refusing their standard procedures.
Yeah, just politely say like, no thank you. I mean, it's definitely, you don't want that. The level that they use in that is like actually toxic.
Wow.
like I'm not saying deny any kind of medical treatment, like do what you want to do, but that is actually one of the, like, that would be in my book called like a fluoride bomb. Like if you really want to numb your pineal gland, like you do that often. Like. Yeah, but there are other ways to strengthen your teeth. So I mean, don't let them, just because. And then a lot of dentists are actually, depending on the dentist, like you can actually ask them for other stuff like hydroxyapatite, which is a mineral that's inert and actually safe and actually has been proven to rebuild teeth. That many dentists are now speaking out about fluoride and saying, yeah, like fluoride's not right, but hydroxyapatite is an alternative that's completely safe for the most part and doesn't do kidney damage, doesn't damage your blood vessels. So I mean, there's starting to be a dialogue even with these people themselves, the dentists. So I mean, I don't think it's a big deal if you just say, hey, you know what, just say I appreciate it, but I'm not going to get the fluoride this time. Or ask them, hey, do you have an alternative to the fluoride? That may be, I think that's actually becoming more common now. Or just what I do, go to a biological dentist, which they're already up to speed on all this stuff. Like they won't do that to you. like for people that don't know, a biological dentist is just like an organic dentist. Like they only use like ceramics and inert things that are inert for the human body, which should just be called regular dentistry, but for some reason the world doesn't work like that.
No.
Yeah.
Incredible. It's incredible, the world we live in. I remember when my late and sainted mother was being worked on by that German dentist who was a MD as well as a dentist, and he had worked on vampire teeth in the past, and I don't mean cosmetically. We're talking about actual teeth of the subspecies. So he was one of the few people who would work on my mother. He was a guy who actually did a lot of work, of all places, at the VA, because just so people get this, say, for instance, you have...
and he knew she was a vampire?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Dr. Georg Wittenberg is his name. And so he was both an MD and a dentist. so he'd seen it all, and he specialized in surgery. When it comes to the working at the VA a lot, just so people understand, that actually means something in this case, because for those of you who don't know, if you get past a certain age, and those who get older may not even be aware of this, but if you have high blood pressure issues, if you have cardiac issues like a series of heart failures, if you have various other health issues that they call comorbidities that will ultimately theoretically kill you, ultimately in combination with, say, for instance, a case of COVID or something, then what happens is that dentists refuse to work with you because you're too dangerous to work on. Basically, at the VA, however, because you can never sue the U.S. government, they will work on those kinds of people. So at the VA,
in fact, they want to kill them at the VA.
yeah. I mean, there's such being said, which is no lie. I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. But when it comes to the VA, it's almost impossible to get dental treatment at the VA unless you are processed through. In other words, when you're in, you're in. But it's almost impossible to get in. I got my father in, so they were able to work on him at the VA. But in normal cases, then again, if you're dealing with, say, for instance, I hate to say this, but it's like Western Dental in San Francisco or California. Western Dental's just chop shop. And they just all these like Russians and Syrians it is what was there when I was there, getting treated, and it's like these are like they're not conventionally, you don't find them in conventional dental environments, and they were there, and oh God. But the point that I'm making with that for another time maybe, I remember that guy who was on this program once in a while in the past, Pac-1 Morales, was saying that they had some kind of deal going with the Marine Corps by the time he got in the Marine Corps, where the Marine Corps was forcing the recruits to allow Western Dental to practice on their teeth, even though none of these recruits needed anything done to their teeth. Then they'd let Western Dental come in, fuck their teeth up, and then they'd have to go to Western Dental later when they, as soon as they had an opportunity. It's just disgusting. But
that sounds pretty on point for Western Dental practices.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and
I don't think I've ever heard of anyone, because what it is like it's all the welfare kids go there.
Thank you.
Stuff, like people on Medi-Cal and the Cal dentist, whatever you have when you're on welfare. So like, growing up, I would always hear stories of like, don't go to Western Dental, whatever you do.
Yeah.
Like,
thank you.
There was always some kind of horror story.
Yeah, no, they're a nightmare.
Like they would drill the wrong tooth and literally put a filling in the wrong tooth. I don't even know how that's possible.
Yeah. Oh God.
And stuff like that.
Oh, it's a nightmare. And
I'm pretty sure they fucked me up too. Like they put like sealants on my teeth.
How did you wind up there? You must have been in a bad financial.
Because my parents were in fucking financial whatever. I mean, what is it called? Welfare.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah.
And
so it was like that, yeah. But they put sealants on my teeth like over cavities, and they were like, you see, if we put them over the cavities will stop developing or some bullshit. And then when I got my wisdom teeth taken out, they were like, that shit was fucked up.
Yeah.
So in other words, they didn't know what they were doing.
Of course not. No. Yeah. If anything, they were trying to sabotage your teeth, forcing you to return to them for further services. That's
exactly something like that.
Yeah, they've got some conspiracy going with that. They are disgusting. But
the good news is you can repair your teeth with like coconut oil. And,
tell us about
this and charcoal.
Tell us about how this is done.
Yeah, I mean it's very simple. It's just like diatomaceous earth, which is like a marine what is it, like a phytoplankton that dies, and over time, or like millennia, it becomes this diatomaceous earth, and they mine it from the ground, and it's just like a natural carbonate mineral that's in the shape of diatoms, which is like a little spiky ball thing. But you just use that to brush your teeth with charcoal, black charcoal, like activated black charcoal, and then you rinse it with coconut oil, and that's like, I mean, it'll regenerate your teeth, and you can whiten your teeth, and even in Ayurveda, they've done it for thousands of years. Like, you know, you wake up in the morning and brush your teeth with the black charcoal, and it pulls all the toxins out of your mouth.
Oh wow!
And it's really that simple, and there's no, I mean, then you don't have to like go to a dentist even. Like,
incredible.
And the teeth are living, so like you want to avoid any kind of drilling or anything, like, as long as possible. Like, literally, you know, I have like 2 cavities like on top of my root on both 2 teeth, and I've been able to just keep them, you know, in a neutral state where they're just like, I mean, they don't cause me pain and nothing
inert.
Happens. Like,
they're inert.
Yeah, they become inert, and your body remineralizes that area, and there's, I mean, you know, you're fine after that. And eventually they can heal. I mean, there's people that have healed their mouth with just simple things like that. So, I mean, but, you know, you have to look into that and do your own research, but it's really, I mean, that simple. And just the charcoal itself is basically free. It's like, that's what the villagers in India have done for thousands of years. And like, if you look at their teeth, I mean, there's no, like, they have white teeth, like, even though they eat all that different, like, you know, spiced food and different stuff. I mean, their teeth are like bright white. So,
wow,
it must be something to that, you know.
It's incredible.
No dentist there in the village. Like, there's no dentist. I mean, they don't even have money for food, you know.
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah, I was about to ask. That sounded like the chupacabra just launched an attack. So I was worried for our friend Brendan's life. By the way, we do have George Knight who's joined us. So thank you for taking us to this point, Brendan. Wonderful. And George,
I'm going to have to go pack up my stuff, so I shall return.
Okay. Thank you. Do return. Love you dearly, and thank you so much for what you shared so far. Okay, George Knight, introduce yourself to new listeners, and welcome aboard. Troy Bellamy has fallen asleep, even though he's still on the call with us. Aristides, of course, is here as backup, as always, and he was speaking a bit about the sightings concerning Nordic aliens. I don't know if you caught that earlier, and by all means, he can reiterate that for you if need be, so that you can continue along that topic, but catch us up on whatever you feel comfortable sharing about your personal life with the public. Everything we presume is going as well as can be, your work, your family, everything all right?
Yes, thank you very much, Douglas. Thank you for having me on as well. And I've just, so you know, I've just literally woken up, so I'm just caffeinating myself. So sorry if I don't sound, very coherent at this time of day. But thank you so much. And everything's going well, thank you. Yeah, work and family are all well. It's all going well. And by all means, I didn't catch anything earlier, I'm afraid. So I had a look into last night whilst I was enduring my dinner. I was enduring some of the researching some of the cases previously with these abductions and how remarkably similar the cases are, and especially when they go under hypnotic therapy. Some of these abductees, I was just looking at the previous cases dating back to the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s, and how remarkably similar they seem to be. Obviously, a lot of them have been, concluded as, these hoaxes or just pranks or just these, just not legitimate cases for public stunts. But by all means, please, Aristides, if you can
reiterate.
Enlighten me. Yes,
that's funny. That's funny that you bring that up, because basically I just kind of pulled up a series of those stories and was kind of reading them off, and it's just like you said, they're all very similar. They range from 50s up into 2000s, and it's always these very human-looking blonde people in jumpsuits and
yes.
Yes. Yeah, and so
exactly.
Just kind of, they're always saying they're from, I think years ago it was like, oh, they're from Venus or
yes.
They'll say they're Pleiadian, or they'll tell you something
Pleiadian,
else.
Yes, the Venetian or something along those lines. Yeah, exactly.
It's really going on,
Yes, with what I reiterated, what I basically just summarised my last appearance on the show was a Travis Walton case where as soon as he awoke from consciousness, when he was unconscious, when he awoke, he was then presented by three entities in front of him, and he basically explained they looked like they were like 5 feet tall, very humanoid looking, but they had pronounced noses, large heads, and obviously he wasn't given a description of anyone who was Germanic or Nordic looking. He was describing what we was discussing was the Dräger, a sentient or relic population beings that exist also in Unterland. That the cases I was looking at last night, one of the ladies, she woke up there was 3 of them that were abducted. So this case, and I don't, obviously at this point in time, can't recall their names, but it's a very famous case. They are British citizens, and they were abducted in the UK after a night out at a nightclub. It always seems to be either at the middle of the night or early hours in the night time that these abductions occur. And these 3 women all experienced similar experiences. They all saw the same thing in their cars driving home from the nightclub. They saw the bright light oval shape with blinky in the center, 2 red lights, and then 4 receding lights that were very, very bright on the outside. It shone right. It came in front of him right on the road, and then it shot off to the left into the field. It landed, and then this is when their experience started. When one woman woke up, she woke up in a room, and she was presented just like that Travis Walton by 3 entities, describing them in very similar, with similarities in their appearance, very similar. And then the other lady, she woke up and she was presented by a man and a woman, very tall, 6 feet tall, with jumpsuits. And the lady even tried on her shoes. And so you cannot disregard these cases. And then I just look for any anomalies or discrepancies in what they are saying. But they are concluded, these so-called experts, these UFO experts concluded what they're doing is they're telling the truth. But their stories are so unbelievable, and that's why they're ridiculed by the public. And of course, there is a sophisticated disinformation campaign to discredit and to ridicule these individuals that do come forward, because some of them are reluctant. A lot of these cases, they don't report it, and they are reluctant to come forward because of ridicule and just being labeled as a fraud or a charlatan or whatever. So yeah, no, that's just it's remarkable. And yeah, I appreciate that you've also noted that as well, Aristide. So thank you.
Yeah. The one they're happen all over the world apparently, although they're very similar across years and around the world. The one I don't know if you're familiar. I'm looking for it. I think it was Appleton was the woman's name. It was from '57.
There is so many different cases. There is so. Another particular case I wanted to bring up, which it's definitely going to be in the book. It's the Kecksburg UFO retrieval crash of what they call the Acorn, and of course that occurred on the 9th of December 1965. And 1 month prior to that, on November 9th, 1965, you had the Great Northeast Blackout, which the Third Reich forced the Americans into concessions by demonstrating that they could take out the national grid.
Yes.
Just like that, just in like a heartbeat, they could just take out, like flying their craft over the power lines and interfering with power line transmissions, interfering with the connections, and they were managed to take out many states in the northeast, including statelets in Canada, including Montreal and Halifax. And so the Great Northeast Blackout took out the national grid, the power grid, for over 48 hours before they were able to restore service. And they could do that whenever they want. And 1 month later at Kecksburg, exactly 1 month, on the 9th of December, that's when they retrieved the Die Glock. It crash landed at Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, and they retrieved it. And the witnesses that saw it all said it was bell-shaped. Well, they said it was acorn, they called it an acorn, but it is exact representation of the Die Glock. And so it was directly 1 month after. it was just a demonstration of force. It was a demonstration of we can do this, and there's nothing you can do. They forced the Americans into concessions. So I'll go into great detail into the book about that case and go into the historical reports, and just like that's presented also in some of the these researchers, such as Frank Ficino. He goes into the dates and the times and the reports. So for that case, that's what's going to be presented in the book, most certainly. But yeah, no, that's another if anyone wants to look that up, the Kecksburg case. There's a monument as well to commemorate that event at Kecksburg. If you ever visit there, you'll see there is this acorn-shaped object, and it's a representation of the Die Glock. And so yeah, that's just very
important. It's profoundly important.
You.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yes, thank you. And the eyewitnesses all testified that they were very. They could identify the markings or the just the sigils, the symbols on the bell itself. They seem to misinterpret for some form of ancient relic type or ancient civilization markings. They seem to misinterpret either being Egyptian or Aztec or Mayan. They seem to, in their naivete, don't understand what they saw. So that was quite easy for the Americans to see. That the military, because the military came in straight away to retrieve the object. They knew what it was, and it was it crash landed, and it was like a fireball.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was for people to understand that this is how the Americans were forced into concessions to take in. So when you're forced into concessions, you were basically being forced to meet demands, and this is how they kept forcing them to stay at bay and to lay them off, to stay at bay and not to intervene. And so I'll go into more detail in the book, Douglas. But yeah, by all means, Aristides, any comments on that?
Just found an article, basically explaining everything you just said. I've put that both in the our text chat and on the YouTube. Showing the symbols that you're talking about.
Yeah,
runic. Yeah, runic. The runic, RUNIC, runic symbols. They're the Viking alphabet, if you will, for the uninitiated out there, or those that are not familiar with archaeology or anthropology. By the way, just a quick answer to a man in the chat who's been with us before, and he's been relatively patient with the fact that I have to be cautious about incoming questions. He said, I appreciated your brief response about Ted Gunderson. Was he controlled opposition of some type? People, I believe, such as yourself, say there is actual ritualistic type of abuse happening in the United States. Please excuse my ignorance of the subject. I would be interested to understand more about your view in regards to the last. So just to cover everything briefly, I do want people to understand that, in a phrase, Ted Gunderson was controlled opposition. So Ted Gunderson, the tragedy that I dealt with at the Presidio military base, which is just beyond description. I don't think anybody really grasps the enormity of what happened. But basically, we're talking about a time when the U.S. military was engaging in human child trafficking at an industrial scale. At that time in the 1980s, the United States military on any given day, the U.S. Army alone on any given day was caring for 100,000 children. Now, when it comes to the insanity of the situation, when I exposed what I did about the U.S. military and human child trafficking, I've been paying for it, of course, the rest of my life. The military, of course, had to cover its tracks, and they basically appealed to Congress to cover their ass. And by the way, just in case you didn't know, when President Eisenhower was leaving office, and like a chicken shit piece of shit that he was, everything about Eisenhower was so chicken shit. People just have no idea. I do, of course, have nothing against the young lady who insists she's his granddaughter, and may very well be. Laura Eisenhower. I met her personally. I personally witnessed when she was personally attacked by Sean David Morton. It was outrageous. And then she, of course, the enemy, tried to tell her that I had spoken against her, claimed she wasn't Eisenhower's child, never said anything of the sort. This is just what they do. And of course, they claim I say things that I never did. People really, of course, never perform any due diligence. They just always believe what they're told. So when it comes to one thing that you missed earlier, by the way, just I can't resist going into for a moment here for personal amusement, George, is that we had a woman who basically, Lori Ann Fenton, the fat woman who was affiliated with Michael Aquino, who imposed herself as a handler of mine for a few years. She, of course, this woman who used to dress as a fairy for her tantric exercises. Of course, this was at conventions, probably during the Halloween season, if I remember correctly, but nevertheless, she performed a lot of tantric energy exercises, which basically resulted in Lori Ann Fenton calling her a sex surrogate. Nothing wrong with that. This woman was older, much older blonde, and at this point in her life must be about 75, maybe pushing 80. She contacted Peter Moon yesterday and was telling him about, the giant turd Douglas Dietrich laid by talking about Roswell and these Japanese prisoners of war. And then she went on to say that she herself had floated to ascend to the Crystal City and was in hours of eye contact with a dragon. And we're supposed to accept that, of course, but somehow Japanese prisoners of war at Roswell is something that offends the sensibilities just outright. This is the level of what we're dealing with. But at any rate,
Yes.
when it comes to our man Vril, he's put into the chat room a link to some of these Nordic sightings worldwide. But back to Bob Goodman and what he was saying about Ted Gunderson, or asking about him. Just so people understand, at the time that I exposed what I did, and the military had to shut down a good deal of their operations, which hurt them deeply in many ways. At that point in history, again, the 1980s, the U.S. Army alone was taking care of 100,000 children a day, every day in child daycare centers. And all the branches of services were doing that. And so to cover their ass, they created the Month of the Military Child, shortly after I had the Presidio military base shut down. And the Month of the Military Child, that's April, and in which the U.S. military brags that they have the supposedly the world's model, the role model for child daycare centers worldwide. Now, think of the insanity of this stance. The fact that you've got a war machine. The entire purpose of a military is to kill things and break people. And I think we should all agree on that. If a military is not geared towards killing things and breaking people, it's not a military. But the idea that we should take in tandem with that, what should come naturally to us, is whatever else the military might be, it certainly should never be a family environment. That's not what a military is. So the idea that a military presents itself as the role model for child daycare provision in all the world is preposterous. It's beyond insane. It's like, why on earth would your military be engaging in that at all? It's an insanity that has no answer, and nobody asked the question. But nevertheless, this is what we're stuck with. And all of it comes from the fact that they're trafficking in human children, mostly the children of military families, who there should not be military families. It's that simple. We should have a draft military, and but that takes us down another direction. This so-called professional military is just a welfare state for assholes like this, trafficking their own children, exploiting them. So during all the time that I was dealing with this, exposing it, Ted Gunderson was nowhere to be found. Nowhere. And he ultimately just he created a scandal for himself that cost the FBI hundreds of millions, literally hundreds of millions of dollars. and this was when he wound up being sued by Art Bell. And it's not that Art Bell was innocent either. It was just a nest of cannibals that were eating each other's entrails when it came to Art Bell and Ted Gunderson. And ultimately, the man who acted as their go-between, the private detective, Ed Opperman. So all of these people were affiliated, and they're birds of a feather. They all deserve each other, and they're all just shit, just pure shit. And none of them is worth a shit. That being said, when he talks about ritual child sacrifices, think about what I just related in the opening hours. Apparently, Bob Goodman missed that. In the opening hours, I related what had been related by Lori and Ann Fenton. Now, this woman who I just alluded to, who said that she ascended to Crystal City and locked eyes passionately with a dragon for hours, and was talking to all the reptilians and engaging in tantric lovemaking with a bunch of crocodilian rapists and shit. All this is supposed to be where it's at and what's acceptable as reality. But this same woman was talking about, the last time I saw Douglas Dietrich was Lori and Ann Fenton got into a big argument with him, enormous argument, and then I never saw him again. And that argument, as I related while Peter Moon was here, had to do with satanic ritual sacrifice. And so at that very place where this woman had seen me arguing with Lori and Ann Fenton, that was a conference in which Doug Millar, who I have no idea where Doug Millar is these days, and I don't care, was showing up with David Schroeder, who apparently is still alive and fairly well and making YouTube videos. But David Schroeder was, by his own claims, where it's something that I never personally saw David Schroeder when I was at the Presidio, but I have no doubt he was there. David Schroeder wrote an entire book called The Rabbit Hole, talking about his experiences with Michael Aquino, which is just this side of homosadistic pornography. In fact, that's really what it is to a great degree, though yes. I'm sure that he believes that it's all true, and it may all well be true. I'm not denying anything he says. David Schroeder said that Michael Aquino raped him, tormented him, abused him, and ate babies in front of him, which I believe Michael Aquino is fully capable of. I've talked about his cannibalism before. And all of this was something that David Schroeder writes in his book at length, so you can read that. The point is that David Schroeder hated me personally, passionately, pathologically, for the insane reason that when I showed up on site, apparently Peter Moon lost all interest in David Schroeder, and David Schroeder blames me for taking away the only man that ever apparently interacted with him intimately in life to a degree that obviously left him psychologically scarred to the point of some kind of dependency. So he feels I stole Aquino from him, which is like, you would think somebody would thank me for that, but he hates me. and so, yeah, he, along with Doug Millar, were claiming I was the biological son of Michael Aquino, that I was actually Michael Aquino's son. When they started attacking me by saying that I, too, ate babies, that's when Lori and Ann Fenton stepped in, all 1,000 pounds of her. She is a bipedal hippopotamus. She basically muscled in. You can't use the term muscled in. She weighed in, and she began to normalize eating babies. This is prior to the argument, which actually was about she wasn't going to give me any of the money that was being contributed to her because she controlled everything online. At that point, I was not online. My mother had recently died at that point, I believe. And at that point, I was borderline homeless, and all of the money contributed to me was coming online, which she controlled. She had a computer. I did not. I did not even have a computer at that time. And she was keeping all the money unless I surrendered the Vox Arca, which that was the big argument this woman was witness to, who contacted Peter Moon yesterday and said, oh, I remember Douglas and Laurie and Ann Fenton getting into this big argument. And so when, and then I never saw Douglas Dietrich again. And that's because Laurie and Ann Fenton failed in her mission, which was to secure the Vox Arca. So she had thousands of dollars that belonged to me, but she stole it all because I wouldn't give her the Vox Arca. She retained it all without ever giving me the money. So when it comes to that situation, however, the conversation that took place beforehand that led up to the big argument that she decided to make public about the Vox Arca, which apparently nobody got what she was speaking about, and all that woman remembers is that Douglas Dietrich's full of shit because he says Roswell is Japanese prisoners of war, as opposed to her, beloved reptilians that she literally claims she has sex with on a regular basis. So when it comes to the what we're dealing with Lorian, the conversation up to that point before the big argument this woman was witness to between Doug Millar, David Schroeder, Laurie and Ann Fenton, and myself as witness to the insanity, Laurie and Ann Fenton said Douglas Dietrich doesn't have the cock or balls to eat babies. And eating babies is where it's at. And that's where she got into the fact that she knew all about it because she had done it repeatedly. And she was explaining that the best are black, that black babies taste the best. And that's because they have all the meat, whereas the Asians are stringy and they're just like for frying, deep fry, because then they're crunchy like shrimp. And the whites are too fat, that the whites are fatty, and they're best when you're trying to do something that requires kind of like a gravy, because they produce their own. She went into this in some detail. And everybody just accepted it. And that woman who was talking to Peter Moon about, oh, I don't know about your affiliation with Douglas Dietrich, he's not into fucking all the reptoids like me and staring into dragon eyes up there. He can't ascend to Crystal City like I can. But apparently this kind of discussion didn't even bat an eye with her because she didn't relate that to Peter Moon. She relates instead the argument that she saw afterwards. This kind of discussion was heard by many people, and they just accepted it as something that is an acceptable topic of discussion. They
don't even remember it because it's like a normal convo for them, basically.
Thank you. Yeah, it's babies as a delicacy. Yeah, and so there you go with that. Just thought I'd put some context into what had happened during the opening hours with this, and the worst of it all is that it adds, as I said, a patina, just this touch of truth, this veneer of fact to what Ian West was always talking about. The satanic elite eat black babies. They love the black babies. I mean, it's one of those things that adds this veneer to what he's saying. So are there tunnels? It's as I brought up before. Yes, there are tunnels. Are there black babies being eaten? Yes. Okay. The difference is when you bring up what I can attest to with someone like Ian West, who is saying the tunnels are everywhere and they're under his home and the black babies are being eaten on such an industrial scale that they've got to be breeding them like chicken eggs, that he talks about like cages. He talks about like cages that they keep, which by the way, Brendan Zoget made an excellent point when Preston Nichols was trying to say this is where they keep kids in cages at Montauk. Then we're faced with Peter Moon going into denial because Peter Moon is saying, oh, yeah, they couldn't have kept kids in those cages. Peter Moon just says that, but Preston was saying they kept the room at such a temperature the kids had to huddle with each other to keep warm or die at all times, and therefore they weren't bothering to dismantle the chicken wire cage around them, right? I mean, that's pretty much what Preston Nichols was saying, right, Brendan? And
something like that,
yeah. Yeah, and so Peter was denying that. So there's kind of a limit that people have to even what they can tolerate to accept in terms of other people saying.
Yeah.
And but I think what Preston
and they were, that was while he was walking through doing that documentary, and he was literally showing him the room.
Thank you. This is while Peter Moon was filming him. And he was explaining this. Yes. And so there's this shit that's going down. It's really going down. Okay,
Yeah.
but when people exaggerate it to a scale of, proportion that we've got this, like...
Where
you
it's
know,
like popcorn chicken, like you're saying,
Thank
and
you!
then everyone
Thank you.
like they're sipping adrenochrome like cocktails. It's like
Thank you. Thank you.
that's another thing that they use. They use these conspiracies to benefit them, because then it makes them look cool. Like, kind of what they did with what's that one guy, the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas guy.
Yes,
Like,
yes.
it gives like this mystique to
Hunter
it.
Thompson.
Ooh,
Hunter Thompson.
yeah, Hunter S. Thompson. Like, ooh, yeah, like it's so cool. Like, we got to try it now. Like, yeah.
And
So-
beyond that, it's also unbelievable to any sane person.
Exactly.
So yes, it renders it both cool, it lends it mystique, and renders it unbelievable to anybody with a conventional perspective.
Right.
So
Yeah, so it's all what I'm saying is it's deliberately done, or they're okay with it being put out like that. Otherwise, you wouldn't see it everywhere.
Yeah, Ian West is what they call a useful idiot.
Yes.
Yes, he's a useful idiot who serves a purpose. But yeah, by all means, we turn it back.
I didn't really want to come back to the stomach turning topic, but
sorry, I just had to go there
getting
for a second to well, we had a question in the chat, and I figured I'd throw that out.
Oh,
there.
okay.
And, so with that,
it's almost as bad as the what did you call it? The white pork paste.
Yes.
Let's not go there, but still can't eat artichokes after that. Or artichoke dip. You really though, you fuck that one over.
I'm sorry,
but it's okay.
God, I feel a sense of guilt over that. That's well, I don't, because I'm too psychotic.
It wasn't on the top of my list anyways, but it's fine.
And just because, of course, it's I'm sorry, I should avoid the topic. I mean, Brendan's right. Yeah. It's not something that deserves going into.
We've done enough with the flavors of whatever that was.
Yes, it's and I'll try to avoid speaking of it again, but it's called Bak Bon Jiao, just for people who don't know about it. Bak Bon Jiao, which is basically literally,
I was talking about the Lorian Fenton thing.
Oh, that too. We've
already gone through enough flavors.
Yeah, enough flavors. Yeah.
Or whatever you call that, textures.
Yes. And
I almost feel bad for being so callous, but I've listened to you for so long. It's just like,
yeah. Thank you. And by the way, just so people understand, if anybody's a new listener, believe it or not, this is not the normal topic of discussion. It's not like Doug Dietrich.
To be fair,
Doug Dietrich doesn't sit here and talk about, Laurie and Ed Fenton was saying the pink babies, the white babies turn so pink when you baste them. But that's what she was saying. But anyhow, so all that being said, okay, that's out of the way.
Thank the gods.
Yeah. So, our dear George, yes, now that you've woken up to such appetizing fare, you can get back into a more, shall we say, mainstream line. I don't know if we ever discuss anything mainstream, but as mainstream as you can get back to.
Yeah, thank.
Oh my God.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. I will. My time on the show, I do have to make a move in a moment, so I will say goodbye soon. Just to completely off topic, divert completely away. Last night, my personal experience. So after my counselling session, I went to go get a takeaway dinner because it was getting late, and so I had a pizza last night for dinner. Mm-hmm. And so when I arrived at the pizza place, right outside the door was a man he was in my year at secondary school. He was the man who was questioning me about the American Army and Navy flu, the so-called Spanish flu. He was the one that was skeptical about what I was presenting on Facebook with my Facebook posts. So he was the one that kept questioning it, and it was his good friend, that kept attacking. And that's when Daniel Arola responded. But last night I saw him face to face for the first time.
Wait, by a second. What did Daniel Arola say at the time? What was his? He was
doing his normal trolling with this guy. The good friend of his was a guy who I grew up with as well, the same year. He was a friend of mine as well. But then, when I started to post, I was, obviously cognitive dissonance kicked in, and then they had to get onto this is a few years ago now that happened, but I've still got all the messages saved. And then I presented all the evidence to back everything up I was saying.
Yeah.
And he still the guy last night, he was the former journalist for the what we call the local newspaper article in my town. And so he was a former journalist, and he was the one that wrote children's storybooks. But I saw him last night. I was like, I clocked him. He was right outside of the shop, and he just put his head down and walked away. He didn't. He knew. He saw me coming, and he just walked away. He wouldn't engage anything, and I was expecting something. He didn't even want to engage or say hello. He just looked down and walked away. There was nothing he said, and I was waiting. I was waiting for it. I've been expecting this because I haven't bumped into him. Yeah. But that's just something I wanted to share, because he was a guy that was very, very cynical or skeptical about everything I was saying. And when I presented all the evidence, there was no comeback. There was nothing. He had to accept it.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was just an interesting experience. But what I'm going to do, Douglas, I'm going to message you privately with a date when we can do the show together.
Okay, good. Good.
I won't announce it on air. I won't announce it on air, but I will message you privately.
Okay, excellent. I look forward to that. And I'll try and talk to you before the weekend, hopefully. And that way we can have some private discussion before the weekend. I'll be going for the weekend again. But hopefully we'll get a discussion in Thursday night or Friday morning, something like that. Along those lines. For you, it would be... For you, it'll be around, Friday night, Saturday morning, I think, or something like that.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. Okay. Definitely.
Wonderful. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, bless you. We love you dearly. Take care of yourself. Stay safe. Be well.
Good night, gentlemen.
Yes.
And thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Aristides, and sure. Yes. Yeah. And everyone else who's listening in, thank you so much, and please support Douglas. Take care of yourself, Douglas. Speak to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Look forward to it. And with that, back to these two gentlemen with me until I decide to go all in on just the usual monologue, covering a lot of the geopolitics that we alluded to earlier. So Brendan, with the other thing that comes to mind with... that was another thing that I don't think Nemo got it when he was talking to you. It blew my mind because Brooke brought this to my attention. Of course, I wasn't there, but Brooke brought to my attention that while I was gone, she said that you were explaining millet and you were explaining various other foods, and then after you explained benefits of garlic and whatnot, then Nemo was saying to you, "Yeah, I just had some beef stew and I put some garlic in it and started talking about, pouring all this meat."
I mean, to be fair, I don't hold it against him. He's Australian. They don't, they have a lot, they're like very meat eating, and it's like, I can't proselytize to everyone, it's like, that's their choice. Is that what you're saying? Is that
he just blew her mind that it was like
he had
didn't
no concept.
Get it. Yeah. It was like it was like after everything you said, he went straight into what he said as if you hadn't said anything you said.
Yeah. It's the typical Australian response, I would say.
Oh my God.
That's what not anything against them. It's just like, that's just, I get it. I get it out here too. It's like, they don't have like when you say healthy food, they think meat is healthy. Or that's that's like a food group, like the food pyramid. It's like their food pyramid's like all meat, basically.
Yes.
And potatoes. It's like just like Texas here or like Idaho. Yeah. It's like meat and potatoes. Like people here wouldn't even think of like, oh, like I can't have a meal without that. Like it's not even healthy. Like,
Well,
so I don't hold it against them. That's
Thank you. It's I'm glad. It's good. Yeah. It's good not to be too militant.
But I did have that like split second of like, oh my God.
She said she sensed that. That's what she said. She sensed that.
Yeah, because she knows what I was thinking. I was just like,
yes. Because when you brought up the garlic in particular, and he segued from there to, I just put the garlic in my beef stew.
Yeah. It's like
you were gonna
it's like-
approve, like you were gonna approve of that, like that
Right.
was gonna get your stamp of approval, and
yeah.
that was cute. That was
Yeah.
So aside from all of that,
Pretty much, I feel like I'm talking to the Liver King every time I talk to people from like that.
yes, that's
They're like, what about raw testicles? And I'm just like, oh my god. Like, I don't think that's really necessary.
Oh, that's so funny.
Kind of like your smoothie, where it's like everything was great until the fucking beef liver powder.
Yeah, but remember, I am a vampire, so it's a miracle I tolerate all the other shit. But the other stuff is necessary. I do want people to know I need the fiber. That was another thing that Brooke Gibson said when I came back and was talking to both of you, because both of you were talking about food, and I brought up, I'm eating some real empty calories now. At that time it was the potato chips. I was like saying, I don't want anyone to hear me chewing these chips, and I just, putting some empty calories in. And to her, as far
Canyon.
Yeah, Boulder Canyon. That's right. Yes, wine and vinegar. Boulder Canyon wine and vinegar chips. Yes, that's right. Kettle chips. Yeah, and so that's when Brooke was saying, he's talking about his bowel movements again. As far as Brooke's concerned, whenever I'm talking about food and bring up these particular matters about the vampire diet, as far as she's concerned, all I'm talking about is bowel movements. So there you go. When I brought up the fiber, I'm sure she'll have that same amount of fun. So, well, at any rate, seemed okay the last time I spoke to her. I've yet to talk to Brandon. She does not remember talking to Brandon except for the fact that it's on her phone. She knows she called Brandon. She has no idea what she said. No.
Wait, she called Brandon Young? When?
No, Brendan. I meant to say, God damn it, I'm doing the same thing everyone else does. Brendan Zogan.
She called me? She didn't call me.
Yeah, she called you while we were on the... It's on the record. It's on the record. It's on the record on her phone, and it's on the record on the show. You went pause with us. You went pause on our call.
Oh,
so you could take her...
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So she called you after...
Because I knocked her off the call. Her off the call, and then I went over to explain myself because I knew she was going to be like, whatever was going on.
Yeah,
but everything turned out fine.
Yes.
We were able to iron things out, and everything was good.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
So in that way, it's like,
I'll still speak to you about privately later, just for the sake of entertainment. But she she doesn't remember it consciously. Wow. But she definitely vodka. It was vodka that night.
And she wanted Blue Lotus.
She wants Blue Lotus, man.
That's what I was trying to say. I was like, you can't just hand this stuff out to people.
But that's what she resented, was that you told her that, and then she felt that you acted differently when Nemo started talking about it, and then you started getting open about it and talking about it as if he could handle it. You know how she takes things. She personalizes everything. And
well, I don't know what kind of drugs Nemo does, but he seems like let's just say he's not an aggro drunk like she is. So.
Yes, thank you.
So it's you got to be more cautious about these things.
And she got that from her maid. It basically a maid. It was a maid. So she had some maid show up. Basically, like I forgot how it started at first. It was somehow at first a maid got directed to her home, and she wound up somehow you can come back sometime in the future. And then the woman came back, and then the woman started sharing drinks with her. And it's like, and they wound up talking for like 6 hours or something, whatever cleaning got done was in between the drinking. And that was just before the show. So that's why she went into the rapid fire belch, just so people understand the context behind that.
Wow.
It's just,
That whole thing you just described sounds like a lesbian short story or something.
I thought you were going to say it sounded like an enemy setup, like the enemy's just, pumping her.
If it was, then she definitely failed. She took the bait. Like, that was an easy, the assassin felt so bad, they were just like, we'll just let her keep the vodka.
Oh, and the maid pulled out a weapon. She pulled out a weapon.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, basically, because Brooke was saying, I got these stalkers, and she pulled out her knife. And then the maid said, well, I got this. And she pulled out her weapon, and Brooke said she swore to God she thought it was some kind of sex toy because it was curly Q, and it looked like a pig's penis, but it was so thin, she felt it could only stimulate her anally. So she said it must be an anal sex toy, and she said that's what you ward off people with, and then the maid says, "Yeah, I'll stick them with this," and it might have gone in that direction that you're saying,
Right.
but
That's what I'm saying. It sounds like a lesbian novel or something. Or what is it called? Like
a pot boiler,
Yeah.
a lesbian pot boiler.
yeah, exactly. Like one of those short stories where you're just like, it's just so unbelievable. It's like fiction for sure.
Yes. Oh my God. So there we are. And a day in the life of Brooke. What else does anyone expect?
Yeah.
It's none of this is believable. But okay. So all that being said, Brendan, what in current events, what stands out to you in geopolitics and current events?
I mean, many things. I mean, there's so many things, and it's funny now because like the so-called news isn't even real. Like, as far as the quality of reporting, has gone down so much. Like whether it's because of the internet and they don't have enough funding, or
It has a lot to do with it.
or
Oh my God.
or agendas in general.
Yeah.
But it's like there was the Las Vegas got hacked. Like the whole strip got put under ransom by a bunch of ransomware. What is it, like hacker pirates basically?
Jesus.
And so multiple hotels were shut down. Like the entire computer system was shut down. Their elevators wouldn't work. They had to put walkie-talkies inside the elevator because they were getting hacked on a daily basis, to where people were getting stuck in the elevator, so they had to call for help with a literal walkie-talkie, which is the only way they could communicate. So these hacks were rendering entire facilities shut down to the point where
what do you think is the motivation behind this? Who do you think's behind this? The
money.
Okay.
They were saying, if you don't give us whatever X amount of Bitcoin or whatever I'm sure they were using Bitcoin, whatever X amount of money, then we're just going to keep shutting your business down over and over. And the casinos were losing millions.
Oh my
and people,
God.
People were like literally probably almost dying in these, like these facilities, because like who knows what's going on the strip.
Yeah.
Like they're underground like tunnels, if you want to put it into that context.
Oh my God.
So yeah, but they did, because they have so much sway, they managed to suppress any news articles or any news stories. So the only way people were hearing about it were by the employees posting on, Twitter and whatever these social media.
So it finally leaked.
Instagram.
So finally leaked.
It leaked. Yeah. So this was the last week, but these were some of the worst cyber attacks in history, basically.
Jesus.
In other words. Yeah. So. Yeah.
I'm impressed.
So it's just a taste of the future we're in store for here if people keep going the way they're going.
Yeah.
And it's nothing against technology or AI or any of that. It's like it's the fact that it's gone beyond just being useful, where it's like your entire life can be destroyed by just someone hacking something.
Oh yeah.
So it's way beyond the point of logic or reason to use it. Like, yeah. And technology is an agenda put on by the lower planes, like the infiltrators, these beings that are pushing it on us, like, human, like the human technological trajectory is way above what it should be, and it's deliberately done. So, there's reasons for that. We don't really need to get into, but it's an artificial, so to speak, way of controlling humans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, humans are definitely more and more technologically dependent, especially in the developed world. Much of the world is not nearly as technologically dependent. They just don't have access to the shit Americans take for granted, or other people in certain parts of the developed world. But this, of course, takes it to a new level of our frailty, just how fragile and vulnerable the system is. And as Brendan's saying, God, this is just money that they're doing this over. And you can imagine what would happen in a war. I mean, social infrastructures are not going to survive
Yeah, let's just put it this way. You know, it's just money because Las Vegas is like not strategic at all. I mean, like everyone there could die and our world would like
would be a better place.
Yeah.
Our
No
world would
offense to
essentially
anyone
be a
that
better
goes to
place.
yeah, it would be like a net positive, unfortunately. Sorry, guys. Or anyone who's in Vegas right now listening. Like, because I just flew into the airport recently, like when I was coming back from Tucson, and like it just felt scummy. I'm like, oh, I don't even want to get out here. Like, I don't even want to be around this stuff. Yeah.
Oh shit.
So I mean, yeah, I mean you can search like those alternative sites to find out about the Vegas hacks, like.
And what about what's going on between Narendra Modi and Jerry Trudeau, the Canada and India?
Yeah.
Threats of war and shit. Tell us what you know about this situation.
Well, this actually has been going on for a while. Like they met in person, right?
Okay.
And one of them, I think it was it Modi or the other way around? I think it was one of them confronted the other one, like in public at like one of the G10 or the G7, like or not G7.
From what very little I know, it was Trudeau confronted Modi, told them stop.
So,
go on.
Yeah, so he came out and said something to him in front of all the other dignitaries, which is like a slap in the face, obviously.
Yeah.
So like as basically an ambush, whether it was justified or not, I don't know the details, but it was like basically like, you're in front of all your like the highest level rulers on earth, supposedly, so-called,
right?
And then you go and call them out on some policy or some internal murder. That's obviously like a set, what you would call an ambush,
right?
So obviously they're not going to be happy about that. So I kind of don't blame them in that way.
Okay, yeah. So it's
and then it's like and it's also the West. Like especially like some Commonwealth like Canada, like trying to act like moral and objectively moral when they like killed millions of fucking Native Americans and shit. Fuck you guys. Like who the fuck are you? I mean, all that shit. You guys sent thousands of troops to Afghanistan too, and we're just, so many scandals. I mean, you can go in, but like, compared to, you can't just go to India just because you're a brown guy and like, I don't know if that was racially motivated, but it was just kind of like, come on. Like you don't
could certainly appear that way. It could certainly appear that way. I mean, certainly one could argue, would he have dared to do that to a white politician?
No, it's like you don't go up to fucking, any of these other people, like, like the Queen. No one went up to the Queen and was like, "Do you remember when you killed Diana? Remember when you did this?" And, like, no one did that shit.
No, so it is pretty bizarre. Nevertheless, for reasons Brendan is all too familiar with, I find it hard to be sympathetic with Narendra Modi. But yes, and here we of course have Aristides entered something into the text box. Definitely, it's two of our favorites, Netanyahu and Biden. Talking to each other.
You were talking about offending politicians or politicians offending each other.
Yeah.
And I just saw this. It's Biden does like he crosses himself right in front of Netanyahu. Because how they love that.
Yeah.
Wait, he does what?
He crosses himself. He crosses himself. Biden crosses himself. And,
like the Catholic prayer.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine.
And so, like Aristides was saying, it probably Netanyahu probably took that as a personal offense. Netanyahu's one of these creatures who literally would respond to that as if it were holy water. Right. He'd start he starts burning and shit. Yeah. So.
I mean that guy is so crazy. And the fact that he got back in is just like, I mean.
Outrageous.
Shiesty as can be.
Yeah, it's outrageous. I mean, it's a
like, if I know anything about Semitic people, like Arabs and Israelis, is like they're the most shyster motherfuckers. Never, like, if you go to a car dealership, like, you're getting scammed. Like Like,
Oh, it's
the
just awful.
Israelis are no different. The
Yeah.
Israelis are no different.
Yeah, no.
They all have that same mentality, like a buck's a buck, you know.
Oh, it's yeah.
A vote's a vote. You
Yeah,
know, they'll do anything.
Yeah, they're all like desert tent people who basically think that ripping you off is like it's like it's how do I say it's a virtue. It's a virtue.
Yeah, exactly.
They look at it
accolade, like, oh, look how many, and it's fine even with their own people. Like the Israelis like hate him too, and they still are like letting him scam them. It's like.
Yeah,
you know.
It's like this is where they think it's at.
Like he's definitely not popular. I mean, I know that. It's like
yeah.
As far as like Israeli internally, he's not very popular.
Yeah,
he just has like the majority of the conservatives or whoever these people are.
Yeah,
so called.
So this one brief amount of time, I had this Facebook timeline up that I was setting up because there's hundreds of Douglas Dietrichs. So this was a Douglas Dietrich timeline that was set up with a different IP address, a different phone number, and it got shut down very quickly simply because the posts were the same posts that I normally put up, and they said, oh, these are the posts of a dangerous individual that we flagged, essentially, and shut the timeline down. So this timeline's been shut down. It must have been 2 years by now. It feels like it. Maybe I'm wrong, but it must have been around 2 years by now. Facebook sends me an email. You have 10 notifications from all these people trying to contact you. You haven't opened... Well, my Facebook time is deactivated. Facebook deactivated it. Now they're sending me notes that I haven't looked at it. Absolutely bizarre. It says from Randy Maugans and Derek Talley. Randy Maugans is vaguely...
That's been a while.
Yeah, vaguely familiar to me. Well, I mean, no, apparently they're sending messages to this place now. Probably it got jacked by Richard K. Cole Jr. and all the freaks, and they're probably using it to communicate to each other on. To conspire or something. And that's why Facebook is sending me notifications about it or something.
Yeah, that's strange. Well, what they did is, I know that they linked, somehow they were able to link certain accounts together with like an email or something. Because for the longest time, I was locked out of my original account, the one that I made like when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's why I had to make the ghost account. But then now I can access both. I don't know how they managed to do that or what they did.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, so something may have happened like that.
So conceivably, I could go back on this and start posting on it.
Yeah, you can like try to open it and see what happens.
Weird shit.
Right.
This is how convoluted these people are. Well, hopefully they just, this is too much information, people. This is like we're in an information society and they trip themselves up, even in their censorship. So such being said,
information's not knowledge. So
yeah, thank you.
It's not pure principles.
Yes, and so did you hear what I said earlier about the assassinated Prime Minister of Japan?
Yes, and I wanted to say something about that.
Yeah, please.
It was the Unification Church, right, that he was affiliated with.
Yeah.
So that was the same as Sun Myung Moon.
Yes. That's Sun Myung Moon. Yeah, that's always been the Unification Church. Has always been the Moonies.
So so the way the media portrays it is they they briefly mention it, but they of course give no details. I just assumed it was like Aum Shinrikyo or something. I didn't realize they were Christian.
Right.
They're
not Christian by any conventional Christian standards.
No, they're like crazy. But there's also the fact that after he got, or even before he got assassinated, he was undergoing many scandals internally, not just the church and that what you described, but he was basically handing out land to his wife's business partners and allowing them to build like veterinary clinics and things on, he was doing land. A lot of like sketchy land deals. And so that came out. And so that's basically why he actually left office. This is my guess, that's why he left office to begin with, because all these things started coming out.
Yeah.
So he actually resigned. He wasn't voted out. I don't know if you mentioned that, but he resigned office because he had a stomach.
Well, he was saying it was health issues. That's why
he had health issues, quote unquote, which was ulcerative colitis,
right.
which I think when we brought that up on your show, I actually gave him the cure. I was like, "Here's the cure."
Okay, right.
If you're listening, yeah,
right.
So this was a couple of years ago. Yeah.
But what you're bringing up now puts it in the context that it might have been a cover. That he was.
Yeah, I think he knew that this stuff was coming down the pipes, and he had to leave. And then, but yeah. So.
But eventually, it killed him anyway. Which is, as Peter Moon said, it's actually at this point a national security issue, which means Japanese intelligence killed him.
Yeah, I mean the guy that killed him literally made his own gun, like James Bond or MacGyver, like not even James Bond, MacGyver literally taped some PVC tubes together and made a gun.
Yeah.
So, because guns are basically impossible to get if you're just a normal person.
Yeah, in Japan, that's right, absolutely.
Yeah, in Japan,
yeah, incredible.
And they have gunpla. I mean, they have gunpla, but they're like totally unmodifiable. Like you couldn't make it a gun if you tried. Like,
thank you.
But you know,
and
so people that don't know what that is, it's like they're guns that are the spec and the size and the look and the finish, everything in the functionality is all the same as, like, say you have a Colt 45. It's like identical, but it's legal to sell in Japan as a, basically like a costume item. It's like they just do it to have the feel and the look of it as, like, I don't know what it would be called, like some kind of like a simulation of a real gun.
Yeah,
like,
you'd get arrested for it in the United States. In the United States, they'd arrest you for having that shit.
Yeah, because it's too realistic. But in Japan, it's like it's legal. But they're like unfireable. Like it's like no matter how you modify it, it's like it will never be fired.
Yeah, it's non-working. Yeah, definitely a non-working object. But by all means, what else comes to your mind with that? I'm trying to look something up a little bit since the individual in the chat room was saying, "Oh, that was always gnawing at me." It makes me feel almost obligated to go into some other details with the Ted Gunderson thing. But in terms of that history, I can go into that in some depths. But in the meantime, continue with where we're going right now with what you're saying about what else goes on in the world that I don't think you had a chance to really vent about what happened in Seattle. So tell us about that. I think you deserve to vent and cathart about that because you never did it justice. You didn't have a chance.
I don't know if I want to go there right now.
Okay.
It's not the right star sign for that kind of stuff. But yeah, Seattle airport is just horrible. It's hell on earth. I mean, it's a bunch of sniveling fucking soy boy scum. I don't even know what to call them anymore. Like that's even making them sound nice. They're just like they're psychologically masochistic. I don't know. They're just really bad people. I mean, don't ever go to Seattle airport. Like if you value your time and your life, don't go there. If you see it on your ticket, tell them to change the ticket immediately. You don't even ask. Don't even tell them why. Just say, nope, I'm not taking this flight.
Oh my God. That's just awful. So we won't dwell on that. And but how are you stabilizing now? Is things stable enough, or as much as it can be?
I mean, not really. I mean, it's the same story. I hate to be like always negative about it, but it's tough out in the world, and things always happen.
Mm-hmm.
But things are getting better in that way.
Mm-hmm.
So it takes work, like the Saturn principle.
Mm-hmm.
Like it takes time and effort, and things improve little by little. So healing is is a process. So it's always getting better in a way, but it's also not getting easier. That's the best way that I can put it.
Yeah. Thank you. And so when it comes to the other important things to remember about when we bring up the subject to somebody like Ted Gunderson, as this individual asked about in the chat room, I do want people to remember that he was peripherally involved with the McMartin preschool tunnel scandal. And of course, when it came to the McMartin preschool, all of the children at the McMartin preschool were saying that they were subjected to satanic ritual abuse. These tunnels are ultimately connected to the Presidio military-based tunnels, which I've gone into in some depth about in the past. And I want people to know that they were proven to exist by ground-penetrating radar. Basically, an archaeologist who professionally worked with ground-penetrating radar in archaeological sites was employed by the parents of the McMartin preschool victims, and he actually proved that they existed. It was the archaeologist named Mr. Stickle.
Where was this at? This school?
In California. This is in Southern California. Okay. It's in the area of Greater, way out near the Manhattan Beach, California, but it's Greater California. So it was a site that was actually pivotal, because it was the pivotal legal battle when they brought all of the teachers, and ultimately they pinned the blame on all the students and said, see, the students are all satanic perverts. It's really all the preschool students, all the children.
Oh, yeah, you've explained this before, where they said that they were like, it was delusion.
Yeah, they said that they wanted attention, and therefore they all conspired to get attention by blaming these poor innocent teachers and destroying their careers. And
how can a defense like that even stand? I mean, that's disgusting.
Thank you. I mean, there's no description.
Where was this place at, you said?
Yeah, it was McMartin Preschool in Southern California on what they called Manhattan Beach, by the oceanside, literally. And it had, in the area of far greater Los Angeles, which is enormous.
It's like near Santa Monica and stuff.
Yeah, it's in this zone that's between Los Angeles.
It's LA. I mean, it's LA.
Yeah, greater LA, far greater LA. Just so people understand, LA is a sprawl site, a true sprawl site. You can swallow entire cities ridiculous. In LA. But when it came to the ground penetrating radar, let me see if I can look up the name of the archaeologist, name of the archaeologist.
I mean, and there are like ancient tunnels underneath LA anyways, like where the reptilians are, and all these like quote unquote reptilians.
Yeah, E. Gary Stickle. Yeah. By the way, Samuel Romero's brother worked under a lot of these tunnels and was able to confirm their military connection with many of these tunnels. So this was. I mean,
the ones.
Go on.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The ones up by Marin Headlands, I told you about how those were confirmed by like the people that worked at the Parks Department when I was little. Like,
thank you. Tell us about this. Tell us about
all
this.
Those. Yeah, so if you go to Marin Headlands and you walk around, it's like a national park now or whatever it is, the reserve, state reserve. But if you walk around, there's a bunch of old Nike missile silos and tunnels from the 1800s where they stored artillery. And then even before the Spanish used it of course, because it's high ground and it's pointed towards the city and the bay, the opening of the bay, it's a peninsula. Pointing towards San Francisco, so you can see the Presidio from it. It's like what would be called like a strategic vantage point. So there's been military there since day one, since they took it over, the Jesuits. But there are tunnels there where they put the Nike missile batteries in the 50s and the 60s, and we were told and this is when I was a little kid. There was we were taking a tour. And there were these naturalists or whatever they were, the Parks Department, like people were giving a tour. And I heard the adults talking to one of the people. And they said, oh, I heard there were tunnels. Like, can we go inside them? And they said, no, the tunnels had to be sealed up recently. So this is the early 2000s. So in the 90s, basically. They said we had to seal them up recently because there were too many people going in there that were quote unquote Satanists doing rituals, So we had to seal these tunnels up, and the tunnels were reported to go all the way to the Presidio underneath the bay.
Thank you.
And so I heard that. I was a little kid. I was like, whatever. I didn't really, I absorbed it, but I didn't really understand anything about it.
Right.
I just thought it was scary. We just thought, ooh, that's spooky, some kind of Halloween shit. Like, oh, that's scary. Right? Because you go to the tunnels and they're all concreted up, and they're just like, I mean, you could still see them there. They're just like all graffiti. They're like little graffiti caves, basically, now.
Yeah.
But you could tell that it's like, it's not only concreted up, it's like sealed. Like, it's like 10 feet of concrete. It's not just like a casual.
Thank you.
Like a brick wall where you could like bust it down. It's like sealed.
Yeah.
Like they don't want anyone in there ever again, kind of sealed.
Yes.
So, but the naturalists or whoever those people were, the rumor factory, the Parks Department people, they said,
well, these are officials. They're acting in an official capacity.
Yeah, they're officials. So basically, they'd worked there all their lives. In other words,
yeah,
people that have worked in the Marin Headlands their whole lives, so they've heard all the local stories and all the whatever, and obviously heard about your situation.
Yeah.
So, but the point is that the government or whoever runs the military had to actually seal them off because people kept seeing like Satanists doing rituals there, and it was scaring people. This is basically what I got from that.
Thank you. Well, not to mention the local kids disappearing and shit. Became somewhat of an issue.
Basically, they were saying people were getting murdered, is what they were saying. But because we were kids, they were trying to keep it quiet.
Yeah. Thank you.
But for some reason, I heard them. I was close enough to hear that.
Yeah.
But basically, people died. Enough people died where they were like, "Fuck, we got to seal these off."
Yeah.
Because people were noticing.
Yes, so. Thank you. I mean, this is an important thing to bring up. I don't think I think it's profound.
For there to be tunnels that go from Marin Headlands all the way to the Presidio, I mean, that's a big tunnel system. I mean, that's not just a casual.
No, thank you. This is like
I think multiple miles.
Dude, we're talking THX 1138 here. We're talking an underground fucking system that is immense. It just
and it does kind of make sense that if those Nike missiles were there, like they would need a way to transport them because they couldn't do it overground.
That's right.
Because if the Golden Gate Bridge got blasted by some military action, they would have to go underground. I mean, there's no other. Like, it almost makes sense from a military point of view to build tunnels, to have tunnels.
Oh, no, it definitely makes sense because they don't want to expose them to satellite surveillance. So the only way you can
that too. So
the only way that you can really prevent satellite surveillance of where all your missile assets are through extensive tunnels. So the tunnels, however,
and that whole area is loaded with military base. Like, there's an Air Force base, even I think near Sonoma too.
Yeah.
So like, even if you go there now and you just walk around Marin Headlands, like there's like fighter jets going over you, and like, I mean, it's clear that it's like, it's strategic. So it's part of our border defense. So I mean, there's a reason for it, but it's definitely militarized.
So it's like and so just so people understand, there's that factor. I can go into some of the surrounding details, but what Ted Garnison was doing for whatever reason was he was exploiting all this to make himself some kind of like little miniature kind of celebrity hero. It was preposterous. But the important thing, the important point to be made, in line with what Brendan Zoget has just articulated, is that by 1990, we're talking about by the time of Operation Desert Shield, when I was involved with the Marine Corps, all the parents who got together, this was after their children were declared the abusers of all these poor Satanists, and they hired the archaeologist E. Gary Stickle. I believe his first name is Edward or Irwin, something like that, but E. Gary Stickle. And he investigated the site, and in May of 1990, he proved that that all of the tunnels were real. He used ground-penetrating radar and said they were consistent with all the children's accounts. So understand that, of course, none of this was allowed to reopen the case. the case was considered to be forever closed by the power of the U.S. government. So the U.S. government intervened to make certain that the case could never be reopened legally at the state level or any level, because they said it involved national security, because then the tunnels were blending in with military tunnels. And as we know, a lot of these military tunnels were sealed to hide all the evidence of the mass murder of children by Satanists, and these Satanists are basically your goddamn military. So understand, you've got somebody like Ted Gunderson. He's a fucking joke, because he wound up, along with the reverse speech guy from Australia, John David Oates, I believe the guy's name was, and all he did was press a backward button, a reverse button. And he claimed he could understand the fucking universe, that he understood everything everyone was saying backwards to reveal their true meaning. And so he was brought on Art Bell again and again. And Art Bell made his career, gave him a name. Not that Art Bell deserves any accolades for that, because it's all shit. But Art Bell then got attacked by him. Then he said, oh, my reverse speech says Art Bell's a child molester. Now, the reason that he said that was because Art Bell's child was half Asian, because Art Bell had an Asian fetish, and he only married Asians or half Asians. His wife Ramona, who was the most famous of his brides, was at least half Filipino. So he married this half Filipina, then he killed her and married her underage cousin, who was like 14 at the time that he hooked up with her. And he had to pay her husband to divorce her, because she was married to somebody at the age of 12, which is the legal age of marriage in the Philippines. And he couldn't bring her back to the United States, because it was considered human child trafficking. So he had to bribe the authorities in the United States for years until he could get all the palms greased and get all the paperwork, so that he could bring, by then, his 16-year-old child bride to the United States. And so his original wife, Ramona, who was like his third or fourth wife, his first two wives were Okinawan, pure Okinawan. And the half Okinawan child he had by them somehow wound up in the hands of a teacher on a special field trip out to the desert, where he was raped repeatedly and infected with AIDS. So, on the basis of all of this, David John Oates said, Art Bell's a chomo, a child molester. And then Doofus, Ted Gunderson, joined him in on that. And then Art Bell sued them both. And all the while the lawsuit was going on, the messenger boy carrying the ultimatums and the communique between all these individuals was the private detective Ed Opperman. And so this is this sleazy, incestuous crowd of creeps that are just jumbled together. And finally, Art Bell won his lawsuit and was awarded, some god-awful amount, astronomical amount of $200 million at least, something like that. And the FBI paid him off. David John Oates ran away to Australia, where he wouldn't be extradited. Claims he's been hunted the rest of his life and harassed by Satanists. All might be true. And all of this is the context in which, for whatever reason, Ted Gunderson comes off as a hero to a lot of the alternative community, and they think that this guy's done something, and that he supposedly was like saved a plane full of kids that were flying to Saudi Arabia to be sexually trafficked at one point. If anything, he put a stop on it probably because there was someplace else to trade him in the United States. This is a guy who was running interference with if anything. And again, all the while I was at the Presidio dealing with everything I exposed, that man was nowhere to be seen. So you might say, oh, it's out of his jurisdiction if he's in charge of the Los Angeles office. But nevertheless, he affiliated his name with what was going on in the Presidio. So he was claiming he was there, but I never saw him. And certainly never even heard of his involvement. So you've got this entire thing that doesn't even begin to give it any context. So basically, when you think of Michael Aquino's background, his involvement with Project Phoenix, the Phoenix program, in 1967, the year after I was born. The violation of the Geneva Conventions, in which well over 250,000 people died that we know of, that have finally surfaced from whatever records could be recovered. They were assassinating anyone suspected of collaborating with the Viet Cong. 1980 was when the MK Ultra mind control experiments began with Kathy O'Brien. You had all of these well-known politicians, Ronald Reagan, Pierre Trudeau, George H.W. Bush, Dick Cheney, all affiliated with Kathy O'Brien. Then, of course, 1982 was when, on September 5th, was when the 12-year-old Johnny Gosch disappeared. That's what Ted Gunderson got involved with. He made his name by hunting for Johnny Gosch. He wound up sleeping with Johnny Gosch's mother. And according to Ed Opperman, he'd take a call every morning at an ungodly hour before the crack of dawn. She'd wake up with Ted Gunderson taking a phone call, and she asked him, "Who the fuck is calling you every morning that wakes us up every goddamn morning?" And he said, "It's Michael Aquino giving me my orders." I mean, he said this to the woman whose son was abducted by Michael Aquino. So, at that point, I think that damns Ted Gunderson to hell and back as far as he needs to go. Far above anything I've articulated thus far. And then, of course, you had Michael Aquino's church involved with the ritual abuse in 1985 at the Jubilation Daycare Center at Fort Bragg. Then, around November of 1986, the public got to know about at least 60 child victims, all of them between the ages of 3 to 7 years of age, at the U.S. Army's Presidio Child Development Center in San Francisco. You like that? Child development, sexual abuse, urinated on, defecated on, chlamydia, consistent violent penetration. Michael Aquino and his wife both being identified. Only one person charged for one child abuse at first. All the charges dismissed after 3 months, except for the man I was able to get busted by the San Francisco Police Department, separate from the U.S. Army's jurisdiction, because they were handling it themselves and clearing themselves. It's like Trump pardoning himself, which he's already secretly done while he was in office. For those of you who don't know, Trump pardoned himself while he was in office for any crimes that he'll be convicted of. I don't know if that's going to work, but that's the defense that they've got in their backup. Then, of course, by August 14th, if I remember, of 1987, there was the Presidio investigation conducted
Sure,
by...
if that works. If that self-pardon works, all the other presidents are going to be like, fuck, we should have done it.
Shit, none of the other presidents even got charged. They didn't need to bother. But yeah, I get what you're saying. It'll be the model for future presidents.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just pardon yourself as soon as you get elected for anything you're going to do.
That's true. That's so nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Jesus Christ, how do I get in on this shit?
Exactly.
It just goes to show, make yourself president, you can commit any crime. It's, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, we live in a system of no justice, but everything I'm articulating right now is evidence of that.
Yes.
Yeah, so it was on August 14th in 1987 that the Presidio investigation was conducted by the San Francisco Police Department. And that's when they went in with a search warrant, Michael Aquino and his wife Lilith's residence, and found all the videotapes, the photographs, the photo albums, the photographic negatives, the cassette tapes, the address books, all the soundproof dungeon, and all of it to no avail. It was all put under national security. Then by November of 1987, of course, was when I was continuing to expose all of this information. You had at least 15 daycare centers and elementary schools, 2 more cases of the Air Force daycare centers. 1 more U.S. Navy molestation case, infected with AIDS. The U.S.-run facility in West Germany. All the reports of satanic acts, animal sacrifices, cult life behavioral abuses. But of course, Rudy Giuliani produced no federal grand jury indictments. He said only 1 or 2 children were abused, but the rest joined them in, seeking attention to destroy honest people's careers. It's these children that deserve the condemnation. This is the kind of people that you're dealing with. Look at Rudy Giuliani now. Look at him as Trump's clown. He's in the spotlight of this whole Hunter Biden saga. It goes to show you the quality of the people you're dealing with. I mean, there's no way to describe these people. It's always the same shit. And how many times have I gone over this over the years? Though, of course, different people bring out different memories in me, and then I remember different aspects to relate to everyone. And then, of course, by November 4th of 1988, there was the FBI raid on the Franklin Credit Union in Omaha, Nebraska, run by this black guy named Larry King, who has nothing to do with the black guy named Larry King, who's affiliated with Mike Tyson. But all this evidence related to drug running, pedophilia, pornography, satanic activity involving all these prominent local and national figures. 80 children identified their rapists, and the sex offenders included the chief of police, who actually impregnated one of the child victims, so you can't say it's rumor. You had a local newspaper publisher, a former vice squad officer, the judge, among others. They described satanic ceremonies that had these human and animal sacrifices, both. The evidence proved that children were being abducted from malls and parking lots and auctioned off in Las Vegas and Toronto, which is why, our man Brendan got that feeling as soon as he was on the plane in Vegas. And like he said, God knows what goes on there. Well, this is what goes on down there. Children removed from orphanages and foster homes and taken to Washington, D.C. for sex orgies with congressmen. Photographs and nudes taken at orgies by child traffickers for blackmail. Mind control programs at Offutt Air Force Base near Omaha, Nebraska, where the head of Strategic Air Command was operating. Not to mention the Son of Sam, the Manson murders, all simultaneous. No follow-up investigation when these findings were produced. The U.S. national media didn't even report the story. Local media only focused on discrediting the victims. The FBI and other enforcement officers harassed and discredited the victims in the aftermath, causing all but 2 of them, Paul Bonacci and Alicia Owen, to recant their testimonies. And those 2 they threw in jail. Those child victims, rather than the perpetrators, were put in prison. Alicia Owen spent more time in solitary confinement than any other woman in the history of the Nebraska penal system. She received a sentence of 25 years for supposedly committing perjury, which is 10 years longer than the sentence that was given to Lawrence King for his looting the Franklin Credit Union. And he looted $40 million fucking dollars. So this was all a heavy sentence imposed on Owen to serve as a warning message to all the other victims who might think of talking. And the key investigator in the case, Gary Caradori, he was killed when his private plane mysteriously exploded in midair while en route to delivering all the evidence to Senator Lauren Schmidt. His briefcase went missing from the wreckage. All but the first of many deaths of people attempting to uncover a politically connected satanic cult, sex slave, drug trafficking ring. The Discovery Channel actually made a documentary about this case. They called it Conspiracy of Silence. But at the last moment, a group of unidentified congressmen paid them $500,000 to purchase it. all copies were destroyed. There's one copy that survived. I won't tell you about that. The Republican Senator John DeCamp, who was on the investigative committee, later wrote a book called The Franklin Cover-Up, but it's a fucking joke. He's just as much a part of the problem as Ted Gunderson. Then in 1999, Paul Bonacci, who'd been kept as a child sex slave by Lawrence King himself, positively identified Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino as an associate of Larry King, who was known to the children only as the Colonel, like in Kentucky Fried Chicken. And Rusty Nelson, King's personal photographer, also identified Aquino as the man that he once saw King give a briefcase full of money to and bearer bonds to, and who King had told him was involved in the Contra gun and cocaine trafficking operation run by George Bush Sr. and Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, the man who later on ran the National Rifle Association. And by 1989, in the month of May, at least 5 children recognized Michael Aquino as their child abuser. These children were from Ukiah, Santa Rosa, and Fort Bragg, all California. Finally, by August 31st of 1990, Michael Aquino was supposedly being processed out of the Army. He still served in the Gulf War. It took a while to process him out. He was never formally charged. He was titled. In other words, they titled him for indecent acts with a child, sodomy, conspiracy, kidnapping, and false swearing, which means the U.S. Army said he was guilty but could not be charged for national security reasons. That means he was titled, meaning, yes, he's guilty, but for national and international security reasons can never be charged. You like that form of justice? That's just like Trump's self-pardon. And then, 1992, by the time I'm home from the Gulf War, after being accused, well, basically proven of molestation by their own daughter, Peter and Pamela Freed established the False Memory Syndrome Foundation. And all the board members included doctors directly linked in MK-Ultra mind control programs such as the expert hypnotist Martin One and Dr. Louis Jolien West. And all of them had been accused as being child molesters, child sexual abusers. So they all got together to organize with this couple who their own daughter said had repeatedly tortured her and raped her, denied her of food, forcing her to live off their sperm and vaginal juices. This couple gets together with these other winners and sets up the False Memory Foundation Syndrome, protecting pedophiles by discrediting the recovered memory of sexually abused children. Their claim was that child therapists implant false memories in innocent children. They resorted to lies, intimidation, character assassination, legal tactics, coercing victims to recant their claims and sue their own therapists for large settlements. They would pay for the lawsuits. That way, any therapist who exposed child predation would be sued as a child predator. And so they argued that satanic ritual abuse and multiple personality order in traumatized sexual abuse children simply doesn't exist. And they're all members of the Temple of Set, Michael Aquino's church. If you want to identify a member of the Temple of Set, just go to the False Memory Syndrome Foundation. They're all members. An organization of pedophiles and mind control experts instrumental in covering for Aquino and other pedophiles while destroying the lives and careers of their victims, the victims' families, and their therapists, even long after these pedophiles performed their acts against them. Now, by 1995, Diane Annapolis, who was involved with the CPS, the Child Protection Services, she was an investigator in San Diego. She was alarmed by foster care children missing. She reported satanic ritual abuse as far back as the mid-1980s. She secretly investigated Michael Aquino and his associates, the majority of them from the False Memory Syndrome Foundation. And in turn, they, Aquino and the FMSF, the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, they cyberstalked Diane Annapolis for 5 years and tracked her down in the year 2000. They discovered her real identity. They abused their powers and influence to pose themselves as victims, accusing Annapolis of cyberstalking, assassinated her character online through the media. Someone actually impersonated Annapolis and posted insane ravings on the internet to make her appear crazy. A reporter at the San Diego Union Tribune was working for Aquino and his cronies by painting Annapolis in a bad light in news reports, accusing her of cyberstalking, making threats, and acting crazy. Aquino was publicly complaining that she was causing serious problems for him and his fellow pedophiles. And basically, if anyone was being cyberstalked, it was Annapolis. So by February 5th of 1995, I think it was the U.S. District Court in Lincoln, Nebraska, there was finally a hearing held in the matter of Paul A. Bonacci and Lawrence E. King. And during the testimony, Noreen Gosch, the mother of Johnny Gosch, whose 12-year-old son had been abducted in 1982, provided the court with sworn testimony linking U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino and the nationwide pedophile ring. She stated, well, then there was a man by the name of Michael Aquino. He was in the military. He had top Pentagon clearances. He was a pedophile. He was a Satanist. He's founded the Temple of Set. He was a close friend of Anton Szandor LaVey. The two of them were very active in ritualistic sexual abuse, and they deferred funding from this government program to use in this experimentation on children, where they deliberately split off the personalities of these children into multiples, so that when they're questioned or put under oath or questioned under lie detector, that unless the operator knows how to question a multiple personality disorder, they turn up with no evidence. They use these kids to sexually compromise politicians or anyone else they wish to have control of. That sounds so far out and so bizarre, I had trouble accepting it in the beginning myself until I was presented with the data. We have the proof in black and white. Now, that's because her son visited her and provided her that evidence before he disappeared back into the world of homosexual prostitution. And Paul Bonacci, who was a victim of this nationwide pedophile crime syndicate, subsequently identified Michael Aquino personally as the man who ordered the kidnapping of Johnny Gosch. 3 weeks after the hearing, on February 27th, Judge K. Urbaum, he ordered Lawrence King to pay $1 million in damages to Bonacci. So there was at least some modicum of justice there. But, I hope that puts that into perspective for some people. This has been like a running narrative in my life. I've paid the ultimate price for trying to help out a bunch of kids. I'll never do it again. Ever! If anything, they've succeeded in one thing: dismissing all my empathy or sympathy for any human being. There's nothing I've gotten out of this but grief. Constant character assassination myself. It's a world, of course, that Brendan Zoget is well aware of because he paid a price in terms of occult stalking. As a matter of fact, our friend in the Shining Shadows in the chat room was bringing up the fact about what he'd heard on air. He was asking about how I was doing now with the recent pipe rupture. For those of you who don't know, he said, how close was that sinkhole to your place? With the flood and shit and the airplane mode and all things considered, I do not doubt occult assault. Which, of course, Brendan Zoget is painfully familiar with. Literally painfully. I mean, as in, he almost died multiple times. So, yeah, everyone shield Brendan. Keep him in your thoughts and prayers. This is like a nightmare that never ends. They never let go. And, I understand that, I won't bring this up publicly. I'll talk with Brendan about it privately, but it's actually fucking funny as hell. As a matter of fact, I'll enter it into the text box here. He can allude to it with some obtuse comments. So this is from our man in private messaging here. I'll put this into the private text for Aristides and our man, Mr. Brendan Zoka to see, and of course it's not going in. Amazing. It's not even taking. So, talk about occult influence there. Let's see if this works. Theoretically, this should work. It's called cut and paste. And there we are. Okay, let's try this. So, there's the latest. You can allude to that indirectly. Tell me what impressions you get of this. No need to name names because we don't want to bring them any hits. We don't want to bring them any video hits. But it's Aristides, of course. This was before your time. You never had the misfortune of knowing any of these jackoffs. But yeah, they're all mobilizing, as always. Hopefully Brendan's still there. Hopefully Aristides is still there.
Yeah, it's like like I was saying before, the perfect workout routine is just to like let a bunch of gin fucking into your body, take over your body, and you'll look like the genie from Aladdin. Like yeah. So
Yeah, and he's taking
no steroids needed.
Yeah,
you just need to be compromised to ethereal entities.
Yeah, and what happens after death to such a person?
I mean, their spirit you become a servant, after death. Like nothing's free.
Thank you.
So like when the genie's always in all the movies, it's trying to trick you to like 3 wishes, right?
Yeah.
Like it never tells you the price for the 3 wishes, right?
Yeah.
Like the price is your soul.
Yeah.
And you become, after you're dead, your soul becomes a servant to them. So that's why it's dangerous to work with jinn or anything, because they trick you. I mean, it's like. And then even in the film, all those movies about genie, the 3 wishes of the genie, like, it's like there's always a catch to every single one of the wishes, like they'll say it's like the classic, oh, well, you didn't specify, right? Like all the details, like, like there's an old movie called Bedazzled. I don't know if you've ever seen Bedazzled from, it's from like the 60s, like 67. Uh-huh. It's an English film where it shows like how the devil works, and like this guy, like he like hates his life and he goes to sell his soul, and the devil's like this guy, and it's like this like shisty businessman in London, right? That's the devil character, and he like takes him to his like rundown shoddy club and stuff, and then pulls out some files, sells his soul to him, puts him in the file cabinet, and then every time he wishes for something, it's like it always ends up worse than the last one. Like he asks, like he was like, I want my wife to be, more spicy, and then like that like whole scenario rolls out where like she's like sleeping with everyone, and then he's like, well, I want her to be more prude, and then like it just goes through every kind of extreme, and then he's like, this isn't what I wanted, and then it becomes a comedic like roller coaster where you're just like, dang, like you never get what you want, basically, is the moral of the story.
Oh my god.
But when it comes to like the wishes of the genie, it's like there's no way to be that specific to where you'll get what you want, basically. Yeah. And it's like deliberately done like that. Like you'll say, I want to be rich, but then the genie will give you like, a gold bar that's like the size of a house, and you can't move it. and then you waste it, and you waste your wish or something. It's always something, right? Like that.
Yes. Oh my god.
I don't know how else to explain it. It's like there's always these caveats or something going on with it.
Yeah, it's like, and so obviously.
So when people work for these entities, they think, oh look, I can, like those magicians like Dynamo and stuff, like, oh, I could walk on water, or I can put my hand through glass, and I can make all this money and make people make people amazed, but I mean, you get fame, you get fortune, but after you're dead, then you're a servant to the jinn, and then
yeah, And
the jinn, like they're not nice to humans.
Thank you.
Like it's not gonna be like something fun. You know?
No, you're a plaything to a malevolent entity that essentially torments you through eternity. You may as well go to hell.
Yeah.
Oh my God! So that Dynamo fucker, what's he doing these days? He's kind of like, is he off the map?
Well, I haven't even looked at it. Yeah.
Yeah, because for those of you, the stupid explanations that Brendan Zogin and I have seen, where people try to explain what this guy has done, it's just impossible. It's physically impossible. That they try and say, oh, he's walking down the side of the wall somehow with the help.
He touches a fountain and it freezes.
Yeah.
It's like there's no chemical, like even if you're using dry ice or something. I mean, there's no way.
Thank you. I mean,
and like you can find his videos on YouTube. It's like. Clearly
no, you used to find his videos on YouTube. They scrubbed and salted that shit. I used to
because we talked about it.
Yeah, because we talked about it, and then once we did that, they went after that shit. Guys like him are protected by the deep state, like Aquino and shit, who want to use them for something while they still can take advantage of them. But yeah, the stupid explanations we saw, like charts and shit. Well, this is how he did it, and all he had to do was pay engineers like several $100 million to tear up the streets so that they could provide a series of tunnels to the fountain where they used a certain kind of technology to flash freeze the water. It's like you might as well say that if that's the case, then he stayed funded.
Yeah, like he was using like super cooled water, and then he just like put something. He like touched it and it froze. It's like, I mean, but he's like doing these things on the fly.
Yeah, like, no, it's definitely See, there was footage of him in Africa in particular where there's no.
Yeah, he goes to these like India, Africa, like these remote places and does it.
Yeah. Yeah, and
where the jinn are actually more powerful, and like there's more jinn.
Yes, that's quite true. That's quite true. Where there's less of a kind of infrastructural interference.
Yeah, you're right. Like all the videos that are left of him are like some dude that like doesn't even look like him.
Thank you, thank you.
Like, it's very strange.
Yeah, no, that guy like they covered for that fucker, and it's like they're trying to erase his existence. It's mind-blowing, and you gotta ask why but then again, because like Judith Agert said when she saw him, she said, I think he's the Antichrist, and who wouldn't? He was purposefully imitating Christ with the majority of his tricks. That included walking on water, that included fish out of baskets in Africa, standing in front of the Christ statue in Brazil when he was floating.
Yeah, this is the one I'm watching right now.
Yeah, the Christ statue in Brazil.
But it's like some weird edited video where it's like it's not showing the actual tricks.
Thank you. They just keep showing like here's where he did the trick, but they're not showing the trick.
So-called this is trick. Bizarre.
Yeah, no, it's like they're doing everything they can to hide his powers.
Yeah, finally revealed. His tricks revealed, like how he did it,
And they don't reveal shit.
No, he's literally like manifesting stuff, and there's one where he grabs someone's glass of water, like a bottle.
Yeah.
Off the street, some random person puts his hand through it, puts a coin in there, and hands it back to them.
Yeah.
Like there's no trick. I mean, there's no illusion. Like there's no illusion to that. It's on camera. Like there's no way. I mean,
thank you.
The only way you can do that is with the help of the jinn. Like,
yes, thank you. No, very, very true. I mean, I mean, just the things he was doing. Like, you remember he was in Africa and he took that DVD cover and he made it open and close its eyes and shit. The picture on the cover, he was like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's all caught on camera. I mean, there's no.
Yeah.
There's no editing, to that actually.
Yeah, back in the
people
old
would say that, but people would be like, "Oh, that's just editing."
And no, it wasn't, because everybody around him was all freaking out and shit.
Exactly.
All these people. I mean, they're pretty spiritually attuned. They know the fucker's off.
Yeah. And well, back when I brought this up the first time, I think this was like 2019, right? It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But we actually found his backstory. Remember, Douglas? It was like
go on.
His grandfather was a magician too, and he was into doing rituals. So it's like, so he was what is it called? We're groomed for that.
Yeah.
And taught how to bring out jinn and all this stuff.
Yes, in a sense, that's intergenerational trauma or intergenerational abuse. It's it's satanic ritual abuse.
I wouldn't really defend him like that, but
thank you. Yeah, no, he's actually he's cognizant of what he's doing. Good on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Something like this. Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, he's volunteering for what he's doing with full knowing of his consequences that he's going to pay. And I think he's disgusting personally, and always found him revolting. His personality is revolting, and you know, after a while, what happens is with these people, there was one example of a man who they could run swords through and shit. You've probably seen this footage. It was black and white. Yeah. And then at some point in his life, the jinn abandoned him, and then somebody ran a sword through him, and he died.
Right.
And
that's like the jinn's idea of a joke.
Yeah. Thank you.
Like they like let the guy like slide for a while, and then they're like, watch this, like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. And then
like that was just for their entertainment. Basically, they were just like bored one day. They're like, all right.
It's true. And for those of us who if you say, oh, jinn, these guys are like watching too much Aladdin's lamp and shit, just understand that
no, it's real. It's pre-Islamic. I mean, it's just real stuff. Like
this is all pre-Islamic, and the Muslims know that. The Muslims
they don't discount. Like I did remember when I said I did like a presentation in front of the class, and all the Western students were like laughing at me, like, oh yeah, that's real funny, real joke. And then I had one Turkish girl, and she was like scared, like she turned into like a white, like her skin turned white, everything turned white, like a ghost. Like she saw a ghost, and she came up to me, and she was like whispering, she's like, that was so scary. She's like, I saw a jinn, I know jinn are real. She's like, why would you bring this up? Like she was about to cry.
Yeah.
So like this was real to her. Like she's dealt with jinn to the point where she actually had to come tell me, like, why would you even bring them up? Like that's scary. Like,
thank you. Yeah.
So like, and she was Turkish.
Yeah.
Like Western educated. She wasn't some like Muslim fundamentalist. Like, and she said she'd seen jinn. Like she dealt with these beings before. So like it's real in those countries. It's real. It's like. That's why you don't go out in the desert. Like if you see like the Arabs and stuff, like they're not walking around the desert at night. Like,
yes, thank you.
No one's just casually chilling outside at certain hours.
Thank you.
Ask any of those people out there. They're not just gonna go walking around.
And it's definitely they understand. They know better.
Oh
and so in terms of
here's something from this is from the hadith and like the Quran of about what the jinn were. It says after Allah created man, he asked the angels and jinn to bow before Adam. So they were beings that were created before
they're pre-Adamic.
Exactly. So the angels and the jinn, at that time, one jinn exerted his free will and chose to disobey the Creator. He was the Iblis. For his disobedience, he was banished from paradise, and he became the devil, quote unquote. They call him Shaitan, but it actually just means jinn in this context.
Yes.
Under the name of Shaitan. This change caused Allah to send prophets to both human and jinn alike in order to provide good counsel and show them the righteous path. In this way, Muhammad was one of these prophets. One difference between Christianity and Islam is that the Bible constitutes the word God sent through the apostles, while the Quran is considered to be the word of Allah itself. As depicted in the Quran, the Iblis gained Allah's favor through devotion, and then he was granted command over the angels themselves. However, even though he obtained a rank similar to that of the angels, this was the jinn they're talking about, and just as the angels, he had listened to obey Allah's orders, Iblis then refused to bow before Adam, while stating, I am better than he. Thou didst create me from fire and him from clay. So this is their mindset. They're saying we're better than humans, and they have this beef with humans.
Yeah.
This is where it comes from, why the jinn are so against humans. Until the Qiyamah is like the judgment day. Until the judgment day, Allah in His mercy postponed the destruction of Iblis that was turned into shaitan. As for the devils, in the Islamic tradition states, quote unquote, we made the evil ones friends only to those without faith. Quran 7:27. And then they compare Lucifer to this being, but I mean, it kind of makes sense because Lucifer has to do with light, and they are like fire. But I would say it's a little different.
Thank you.
But
very important.
But in Islam, Iblis is a jinn who became quote unquote shaitan, the devil, which it's not true. Like the shaitan is a different force, but the shaitan is like Set, anyways. Like yeah, Setan as you described.
Yes, thank you.
It's the same being, but because they had to compile it in this religious context, they basically you've actually contextualized this before. It's like they kind of just grouped all those beings into one and said, okay, it's shaitan, like you can't go there.
Right.
Like they just created, like Islam created this wall and said anything that's not, Muhammad and the angels and divine, you just don't even go there. It's shaitan. So, but the clerics and stuff, they know the difference between shaitan and jinn.
Yes.
Like they use them. A lot of those. This may be controversial. Heads up. A lot of those clerics and sheikhs and all these people, they use jinn, and they that's how they maintain their properties and stuff. And
yes,
that's kind of a secret that the Islamic world won't reveal to the West, but a lot of them use jinn for all kinds
I mean,
of things.
for you Westerners out there who don't get it, just think of what you did in Dungeons and Dragons when your necromancer just had the undead skeletons guarding the bridge, okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
The
it's
drawbridge,
yeah. Or for like Westerners that can't even grasp that idea, just watch the film Fantasia.
Yeah.
And it's it's like he casts the spell and the brooms are cleaning the house for him, and that kind of thing.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what I'm pretty sure that's what that Turkish girl was saying. She said she went to her aunt's house or something, one of her family members, and she said that she had a broom that was just a broom sweeping her house, like a fucking Roomba, but there's no one attached to the broom.
Got it. Yeah, no,
and it
was straight out of
Fantasia.
Straight out of Fantasia.
Yeah, exactly. And it scared the shit out of her. She was like a little girl.
Yeah.
And
he disappeared. They got him. Oh, they got him. Oh, they got him. Aristides, you still with us? Anyhow, let me say, well, there we are. So, well, everyone, I will attend to now my own requirements, which is to go into monologue. I guess I have no choice. I'd like to try around and see who else I could get into trouble with me, but I'm going to have to at some point go into monologue, so might as well be sooner rather than later. I'm not anxious to do this, never am, because I have to enter a space, a kind of a zone, and it's always kind of difficult to get into that zone. Once I'm in, I'm usually in for a while, but getting to that point, not always the most fun thing in the world. So definitely, we can only hope that our man Brendan Zogit is okay. Everybody maintain him in thought and prayer. I'll send him a few messages, of course, and that way we can just get that across to him. Okay. Okay, so they took him off air talking about the gin, just like they took him off air for canola oil when he was talking about canola oil. I mean, of all things, the shit that's found threatening, either that or a real perverse synchronicity. Okay, so let me get this over here. So 2 areas following up with them. This is still active online. but we're going to go back to the call here. And God knows, if only I could get a few more minutes of just prepping myself psychologically to go into the world around us. God, wish I could drink a Coca-Cola before I go back into the world around us. I wish a lot of things, but hey, we can't have everything. Okay, gonna breathe deep and just start fucking talking. I am not anxious, but I think everybody heard what I said earlier.
Can you hear me?
Oh, thank God, both of you.
I'm back.
Yes, okay, yeah. You're both here, gentlemen. Yes. Oh my God, what happened?
So my phone died, but then when I tried to get on Skype on my computer, it said, because you're accessing sensitive information, we have to confirm your identity. So I had to go through this whole thing on Skype.
Oh my fucking God!
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God! So the Jinn are considered a security issue.
Yeah. I mean, of course they use them. They don't want people. There's a reason no one knows about them. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
Because they use them, and a lot of the things going on in our world that are problematic is actually due to these beings. So,
thank you. Thank you. No, this is profoundly important. I want you people to appreciate what you're hearing, the meaning thereof, the value thereof. And it's so important because Brendan's buying.
I was about to get to this important part here.
Please.
The last part of it.
Oh, God, please. Yeah,
but you can finish contextualizing.
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, what I want to do is do me a favor. Continue talking about this, and I'll take another short break. I'm going to get myself a liquid Coca-Cola. Believe it or not, you're going to laugh. You're going to laugh at me, and maybe I deserve it. I got my flu shot the other day when I was exhausted after a full night of transmission, and I was doing a follow-up on my sinus inflammation. And of course, while I was there, I got the flu shot. And this is probably the first time really that it's one of those flu shots that really made me feel like I got the flu. So it's like, one of these things where I'm kind of a little off right now. And you're helping me to get my act together before I go into any monologue. I'll grab a liquid Coke to rehydrate myself, refresh myself, and I'll be right back. And I'll review personally. I'm going to review what you say on record later, but I want you to get this on record. And feel free to go in depth about it. Get to this most important part. I will review it when, later. I'm going to re-listen to the tape on where you're discussing this. And I want people to understand that another thing to know about the jinn is I remember Muslims saying, and believe me, if you're in the Muslim world, they take possession by jinn seriously. Clerics or Muslim, holy men, they will exorcise people of jinn the way the West, they think of demons being exorcised. So the jinn are usually looked on in the Muslim world as pretty negative. I'm not saying that they should all be. It's just like human beings. There's different types, different personalities, and some may be more copacetic with humans than others. Certainly I remember reading an article that was translated from the Turkish of a Turkish man who said his wife was a jinn, and when the reporter went to visit him, he said, all I see is this toad, and he says, well, that's what she turns into when some asshole like you shows but they were trying to present that as amusing, but don't turn such things away. Honestly, what people need to understand, another thing that I was told while I was in Arabia, when I was in Arabia, I was told that just as if you bury a man alive, and even though men are made from clay, men are made from the earth. God made man from the earth element. If you bury a man alive, he's going to die. They said that in serious cases, this one man I was talking to who was affiliated with a fairly religious group said that they could destroy jinn by fire. That even though they're made of the element of fire, that enough fire could conceivably destroy them, just like burying a man alive. I don't know about the veracity of that, but that was what was related to me. So these things are taken seriously in the Dur al-Islam, the land of submission, and just any of the old Middle Eastern, Arabic, or Central Asian cultures know of this. So I'll leave.
Even India. There's many in India as well.
I'm sorry?
They know about jinn in India as well. Like,
Thank you. All throughout India and Sri Lanka, all throughout the Maldives Islands, I'm sure all the way down to Melanesia, Madagascar. You know,
Yeah.
of course. Anywhere in Africa, they might perceive it a little differently, but Madagascar is in that realm between the worlds, literally. Anyhow, one of these days we'll go deep into Madagascar. It's such a important place people know nothing about. But in the meantime, yes, I'll go mute. I'll be back in about 7 minutes or so. But please, by all means, take it from here. Thank you so much.
Yes. Yeah. So that comment you just made about the fire being their, potentially their enemy, as well as its main constitution. So that's the reason why all these like the churches and the Islamic Church as well uses, and even Buddhist Church, and pretty much all religious places, they use incense. So what the incense is doing is actually creating a field, right? And it keeps away, beings, or it could also attract beings, but mainly it keeps them away. So that's why they use like frankincense and myrrh and these different things. I'm not advocating telling people to go use these things. Like safer things are more like agarbattis, like just like regular, like sandalwood or stick incense. Those are not, if you want to brighten up your area near where you're at. But the other more concentrated incense like frankincense and myrrh and copal, the benzoines, all these like really resiny incense. That's why they're used in church settings. They keep away negative entities, or that's how that's what it's like looked upon as, So that's why it was used. And so there seems to be some kind of, they don't like smoke, even though they're made of fire, they don't like smoke for some reason. Because they're made of like a smokeless fire, and like that's the quote from the Quran. Like whatever you can kind of make interpretations from that. Like are they made of light? Does that mean they're made of light, or does that mean they're made of like a higher type of fire, a fire that doesn't interact with our world? So you can definitely consider them part of the electromagnetic spectrum, but it's outside of our visual field. So that's why we can't see these beings, it's saying here, this is quoting from the Quran, it's saying, they have come into being from the smokeless flame, and they can be good, evil, or neutral. Yet still, the jinn can be dangerous and hostile towards humans, using every chance they get to twist the words and desires of humans against them. The Surat al-Jinn is a surah contained in the 72nd chapter of the Quran, which is dedicated entirely to jinn. And jinn are also mentioned in the Quran in the final verse of the Surat al-Nas. But the classic image of jinn as wishmasters was depicted first in the book Arabian Nights. And unlike angels, but similar to humans, the jinn have free will. So that's an important point. The only beings that have free will are jinn and humans. The angels are more bound by, cosmic forces and, like it's hard to imagine that in Western context, but if you go, to Eastern things, it's more like they're more like elementals. Like the angels are like upholding certain, things in nature, like, the 5 elements or whatever. So they're more bound, but the jinn and humans have free will to make their choices as they wish. Therefore, they can make their own choices, and they can also allegedly be judged during the judgment day, and either sent to heaven or hell. Jinn usually live in remote areas with clouds, waters, trees, and mountains. Traditionally, they are said to live in their own communities, and their existence can remain secret,
as they are able to travel over great distances extremely quickly. Jinn can also make themselves invisible to the eyes of humans. Because of this, the stories say that humans can only get small, vague, and unclear glimpses of the existence of jinn without fully perceiving their reality. And then, as I went through the story of when God created man, the angels, and the jinn, they basically didn't want to bow to Adam. So that's why they have this beef. They got kicked out of paradise. In other words, they got kicked out of heaven for not bowing to humans. So God creates, man from clay, and then if you're going by the Judeo-Christian Muslim angle, then so man gets created, Adam, and then the other beings are supposed to bow to him because God, the highest, says so, and they don't bow, so they get banished, and they actually become cursed. Like the whole race of jinn is like a cursed race. Like that's why they have this beef with human beings, and that's why they're always shown as like trapped. They're like trapped beings, right? More so than like a human is trapped in the sense of like reincarnation cycle. It's like they're actually like, they're trapped always in like a lamp or a bottle, genie in a bottle, genie in a lamp. Like they're always shown as like a trapped being. So that's why they kind of have this beef with humans, and this kind of why they enjoy messing with humans so much in a negative way. Yeah, there are two main aspects which they exploit. First is hubris, which constitutes extreme pride and arrogance. And the second is influence, which means that they call it shaitan, but what they mean is jinn, or what it actually is jinn. That the jinn can whisper and instigate people to do evil, but it is up to each human to decide whether he wishes to follow this evil path or not. In this way, they lack any direct means of control over the lives of humans. So they can't directly control you in like a mind control way, but they can influence your actions. It's like a this for that, or, we'll give you this if you do this kind of thing. Its power rests merely at the level of suggestion, balanced by the possibility of choice that is provided by free will. Partly, this explains the name Iblis, which is the name of the original jinn being. Iblis comes from the root balasa, which means he who causes despair. In addition, the Quran argues that devils and evil jinn were created, and it's pointed that they say evil. Some of them are not evil. The devils and evil jinn were created to help sorcerers who are, from a spiritual point of view, far from Allah. Supposedly, sorcerers can invoke these entities, force them into obedience through special rituals, and send them out to accomplish tasks set by the sorcerer himself, or by those paying for his services. So that's kind of the gist of what a jinn is. So the main point was the ending point there is that that's another reason why they have beef with humans, because some of these beings, these humans, were able to force the jinn to work for them. And that's where you get like the genie in a bottle kind of trip, where he's like trapped, and then someone has to like find him, and you rub the lamp and it comes out. That whole Arabian Nights kind of genie in a bottle myth. And it's actually in the English language as well. Like the term genius, the term genius means jinn possessed, right? Like you have an intelligence that's coming from outside of you, and you excel at something. So you're a genius. It comes from that same word root, jinn. And then we even have it in, let's see, pop culture here. This just kind of came up, but there's like this song from Christina Aguilera, Genie in a Bottle. It says, I've been locked up tight for a century of lonely nights, waiting for someone to release me. And it's obviously an innuendo.
Yes.
But,
yes.
But the overall context is that she's a genie.
Yes.
Like, so she's working with these beings. You know, you got to rub me the right way, right?
Yes.
Genie in a bottle, etc., etc. So, yeah. She was pretty young when she made this song too, so it's pretty wild.
Cool. Fuck. How old was she? Jesus Christ.
These people were like, I don't think they were even 18 when they made this song.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So definitely young, and but somehow very captivated by the subject, but
it's a way to like kind of push the genie vibe, you know,
yes,
by making a song like that. But did you get what I was saying? I don't know if you heard it.
No, I just got back and I heard the part about Christina Aguilera writing this song. That's all I heard.
Right. Well, that was kind of just like an aside at the end of this.
Understood.
But I'll just repeat this part,
sure,
and you
please
can go back and listen to the rest. But the Quran argues that devils and evil jinn were created to help sorcerers, who are, from a spiritual point of view, very far from Allah. Supposedly, sorcerers can invoke these entities, force them into obedience through special rituals, and then send them out to accomplish tasks set by the sorcerer himself, or by those paying for his services. ...
Yes.
So that's the part they were trying to cut off, is me getting to that.
Yes. There we go. And
that's another reason why they have beef with humans, because humans that are powerful can use them to do their bidding, which is why they're shown as trapped beings, and they can be trapped in lamps, and then you rub the lamp and it has to like work for you, you know.
Yeah
That's why they trick people and stuff. They have a beef with humans for many reasons, but that's one of them.
At least one of them. Well, essentially, it was their world till we were made. Is essentially what the contention is. And so, in terms of the jinn and the fact that you're going so deeply into them, I think that this is profound. I really appreciate this. And when it comes to so much of what you're sharing with us, by the way, are you at home now? Did you drive home and you're sitting comfortably at home now? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And so tell us a bit about how you're feeling right now. I noticed you didn't prepare yourself anything to eat when you got home. Are you all right?
Yeah, I had some watermelon. I'm all right.
Okay, great. More of the what was it? Yellow watermelon you got last time? That was fascinating.
Yeah. No, this one's a regular red with seeds. With seeds is the important part.
Of course, no, the seeds are all important. Do you eat some of the seeds? I always eat some of them, of course.
Yeah, you have to eat the seeds. I mean.
Yes. Tell people about that. Why that's the nutrition in the watermelon seeds.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The seeds are where you're getting all. I mean, there's zinc. It's like powerhouse of like zinc and magnesium, copper. It's got like they're like little mineral bombs. You know, that's what grows the plant. So it's necessary to eat them, and they're completely safe to eat. You know, you can even roast them. Like the Arab countries, they'll roast them and make them into like little snacks. You know, or you can like crack it open and eat it. But you can eat the whole pod and everything, like the skin and everything.
Yes, important point. So
they try and hide a lot of the gin information online. Like you have to kind of go through stuff.
It's impossible to find anything of any relevance unless you know what you're looking for. Tell people where to look.
Right. Oh, I'm still looking myself. Maybe like an Indian site. This Indian site has it. But I don't know if you heard this part, but it's even in our language in English. The word genius is meaning you're jinn possessed. Your intelligence is so great that it's coming from outside of you. It's from another spirit. It's from another being. It's called when you're a genius.
Yeah.
It's the same word root.
Interesting.
People
Fascinating.
that were geniuses were considered to have otherworldly knowledge, you know. So
yes. And that's profound. Thank you for sharing that. So in terms of what else, when you speak of, say, for instance, that young Turkish girl, how is it that you don't become personally involved with someone like that? I'm surprised you didn't develop a relationship with her. It seems like you would have a lot to relate to her with.
what do you mean? I scared the shit out of her.
Yeah, but scary is the new sexy, as they say.
I don't think so. Let's just put it this way. It wasn't a good icebreaker.
Oh gosh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
But at least she shared that experience with you, which I think is profound. I would have pursued.
Yeah, I was definitely surprised, and I was like totally nerding out. I was like, wow, that's cool. That
probably disturbed her more, no doubt.
Yeah, exactly. But to me, it was like I was presenting it as if it was real, and these people can't get past that. In fact, the teacher was he was so scared that he marked me down.
Oh.
And he wouldn't boost my grade.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because he was parts of he told us this is openly. He told us he grew up in the Knights of Columbus, and his parents were all into that stuff, which means he was from probably an SRA background or something.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
So he had seen this kind of stuff, and then his face turned like white as a paper, and he was like, "That's not real. You don't have any evidence." So I went back and I brought him the evidence, like all these, what is it called? Like my citations. I brought him my citations and tried to argue with him. And I was like, why'd you mark me down? And he's like, oh, I'll see what I can do. But he never marked me back up.
What an asshole.
So he knew they were real, and he was pissed that I even mentioned that they were real. So
there you go.
That's what I got from that.
Yes. Go on.
Yeah. And it was because he was in a secret society. Like the Knights of Columbus is definitely not.
Or a better way to express it, he was born into a secret society.
He was born into it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's always a bad deal. Usually, there's very few people who come out of that unscathed.
He's definitely troubled. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. By the way, I didn't show it to you, and the guys completely removed his photographs from the internet. Matter of fact, I'd have to look in my files. I'm glad I actually downloaded a photograph or two of this guy. He was the guy who was affiliated with Peter Moon a long time ago. Not too long ago, but long enough. And he was supposed to be the expert on 3D visual graphics. It wasn't like my 3D graphics modeler. This guy was working with like virtual reality. And basically what happened was that he severed with Peter Moon during the time I produced that illustration of Putin looking all drunk and depressed and self-pitying and shit. I don't know if you remember that. And Peter Moon was complaining he wasn't getting any hits on his Facebook timeline. I said, this will get you hits. And I produced that illustration. And I think you might remember the story where the first time I showed it to Peter, he says, that's not me. I said, no, it's not you. It's Vladimir Putin. And then he published it. And that's when this guy who was supposed to be like all these connections to Hollywood and stuff then said, Putin's a great man. You remember this, right?
Yeah. So.
And so then what happened was that he severed with Peter because of that illustration, and Peter leaving the illustration up. And he had told Peter that he was high level. He had told Peter, this guy who severed because of Putin, because of my drawing an illustration of Putin that he found unflattering, he had told Peter that he had gotten high into the ranks of Freemasonry to the point where they had asked him to kill someone. And that at that moment, he quote-unquote severed. Now, the young lady who had been on my program with Peter Moon before, named Jojo Mikhailovic, she said usually when a person gets to the point where they said, oh, I got to the point where they asked me to do something and that's when I severed with them. She said usually at that point what they're telling you is they really did it.
Yeah.
And
because they're bound to secrecy, so
that's
you can't
right.
Trust what they say. Like,
yes, thank you. And so then what happened was that recently this guy's approached Peter again. So again, this is like, and recently, I don't know if you know this. You remember Laura Lee Solomon?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay, and you remember that she, of course, hated Judith Ager, and she wound up sending me an email and trying to get back into my good graces, trying to insinuate her way back into my life again. And so, I mean, she titled her email Maui fires or something like that, or fires in Hawaii or something. But anyhow, she was like telling me, let me see if I can find it, simply because it basically says everything. Here we are. So let's take a look at that. If I can find it. It doesn't look like I'm finding it. Maybe it got somehow scrubbed from my own from my emails. But she was asking about Judith Ager, who we know she hates and doesn't care about at all. So it was a I find it says everything, that suddenly out of nowhere she's trying to get back into my life. She said she was in the hospital for over a year. Like, I really want that in my life. And so...
Who is it?
This is Laura Lee Solomon.
Oh,
yeah, trying to get back into my life, asking about Judith Ager, if she survived the fires. You know, of course, as far as I'm concerned, I'd much prefer it if Judith Ager had lived on Maui, but no, unfortunately, she lives on Kauai, therefore is not exposed to the fires. But in terms,
Kauai is impervious to fire. It's completely wet and moist.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, and I mean, you've been on these islands, and but that brings us back to a little bit more. Tell us more about the fires, your ideas, you know, about what's going on, if you're willing to talk about that.
I mean, I'm not really in the right mindset for that. But
okay,
it's like,
okay,
no
worries.
I mean, I think it's all clear if anyone really looks at it that it's very suspicious.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, a couple months before they were talking about making it a 15-minute satellite city, Lahaina, and then, like, within months it gets burnt down. I mean, it's all very, you know, suspicious. And then also the sheriff, the sheriff that was the county sheriff of that county in Maui, Lahaina County or wherever, the city, he was transferred from Las Vegas, right? To Maui, and he was the same sheriff that was the head sheriff. What do they call it? The chief. As the at the same time as the biggest mass shooting in all of U.S. history. In Las Vegas. So it was the same guy.
Oh my God.
So after that kind of blunder, I don't know how he got promoted to go to Maui, you know, and get a whole department to himself. You know what I'm saying? So it just goes to show that these are all plants, and it was all deliberate, you know, what he did. And he's also the coroner of that whole area. So whatever deaths happen during his time, he can assign the time of death and certificate and all of that. So, and this isn't conspiracy theory. Like, this is all true.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's appalling.
So what do you make of that? You know?
Well, what is there to make of that other than the obvious that this is?
Yeah, exactly.
This is disgusting.
And also, it's important to know that none of these people were natives, whether it was the cops or the commissioner or the governor. The governor's some Jewish guy. No offense.
I wouldn't care.
I'm talking about the governor of Hawaii.
Wouldn't care if anyone took offense. I mean, it's all too common, right? I mean, it kind of nepotism exists. Go on. Yeah.
So it's kind of like, I mean, there's no indigenous, indigenous activism in the government. So, you know, it just makes it an easy pickings for these evil bastards to just kill them all. You know, just like they've always done with their genocide of natives.
Yes.
And this is what none of the conspiracy people say. But why do they have beef with the Hawaiian natives? Because those are the last remnants of Lemuria.
Yes.
So it's like the spirits that are left over from Atlantis, or the people that are running the Atlantean thing, you know, the new Atlantis.
Yeah.
They're the ones that they have beef against the remnants of the Lemurians. You know, it's the same war, but these poor people don't even know why they're in this kind of predicament. You know.
So put into context what Brendan is articulating, the original founding fathers and their brand of Freemasonry declared the Americas of the Western Hemisphere to be the new Atlantis.
And Francis Bacon.
Thank you.
These people.
Thank you. Starting with Francis Bacon. And and so that's why they are continuing the extermination of the inhabitants of the rival continent. These continents had a massive war, cosmic by our standards, that sank their continents using scalar weapons. Both continents sank under the deployment of scalar weapons, and the heirs to the Atlantis legacy, who have claimed the new Atlantis, are trying to kill the inhabitants of the old Lemuria. By the way, so I'm doing screen share. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, so this is her new email address, and that's why I couldn't find it. She's using a new one. Simply Hawaii, because she's not familiar with the geography. So she says, I spent the last year and some in hospital and a nursing home. Like, okay, that really is like the last thing I need in my life is more of that. Out now, but with the dreadful news of the Hawaiian Maui wildfire. So she knew it was Maui, but she apparently didn't know that Judith Eggert doesn't live on that island. I grew concerned and must inquire, do you know if Judith is okay? And this is a woman who she hated and wanted dead.
Yeah, I thought she didn't like her or something. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, she hated her guts. She hated her with a passion, wanted her dead. Anyhow, so with dreadful news of the Hawaiian Maui wildfires, a growing concern.
Maybe that's why she was hoping she got scorched or something.
I think you're right. I think she's just trying to insinuate herself back into my life because, like Judith Eggert said, she was in the Air Force, and like Sammy Romero says, that's where the Air Force is what J. Maurice was in. So, you know, I mean, this is where, like,
there you go.
This is like what Sammy Romero said. That's where they put the sugar in their tank. And so she's just under orders now to get herself back in my life. So she says old computer and Skype contacts are gone. So I'm asking whom I remember.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I think the key word is where it says out now, comma. That means they let me out.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Out for now. Out for.
I don't think you can just leave a hospital/nursing home normally.
Thank you. How does one do that? Yeah, I mean, it's like, that's
no money, no health. It's like someone's got to sponsor you. You know?
Yeah. By the time you're in there, they've taken everything you've got. Yeah. So there we go with that. Now I'm gonna stop sharing because what happened was the icon disappeared for a second with Brendan. Oh fuck, they got him again. So there you go with that. I was able to find that just in time for that to oh, there he is. He's back with us. So Brendan, you can come off mute. What happened now? Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. Oh my god, what happened now? It
was just a technical error on my part.
Okay. Yeah.
What were you saying?
Oh, I said before I forget, I'll forward this to Holly Koditis Kiefer, just so she has that. And it's something that, I think...
I found a really proper article about the Jinn, and it's actually on IGN.
Excellent.
Which is it's a video game website, so it's interesting that they have some good, somewhat good research people on here.
Actually, that's not surprising. I want people to understand that you run the gamut when it comes to the entertainment industry. There are some people who take entertainment very seriously, and you'd be amazed at some of the good information you can get from the entertainment industry if you know where to look.
This guy did a good, I would say he did like an A+ job on this article.
Okay, and that's important. And by all
I'm
means,
going to send it to you. So you can review it.
And don't be afraid to read from it for our listeners as well. But with the entire thing going on with her approaching myself. Who else was, like I said, approaching people, etc. There seems to be an active mobilization going on. Thank you. Right. So I got the message from you. Here we are, a history of genies in folklore and pop culture. So this is important. And it probably has more relevant information inside. I do want people to know the graphics that are coming in the thumbnail leave a lot to be desired. Nothing like a black guy that they painted blue to look like a genie.
That's why he wrote the article, is because they released that film.
Thank you. Got
the Aladdin film with Will Smith as the genie.
Yeah, thank you.
Goes to show why he's so famous.
Do you remember the one where Shaq plays the genie?
Yeah, and they were saying it was Sinbad at first, right?
I can't remember. It was just
there's basically a Mandela effect with that film.
Oh, there is. Holy shit!
Where the people that saw it, like,
they were in such pain. They were in such pain when they reviewed it that they transported themselves into another dimension. Go on.
Yeah, and I'm one of those people that I remember the film being Sinbad in some film called Shazam, right? But then it turns out that it's Shaq, and then the name's like slightly different or something.
Oh my God, it's that's funny as fuck. But for those of you who don't know, Shaq raps in it. He actually raps as a genie. It's I'm not even gonna try to imitate it because I can't do it justice. If I do it, it'll be bad. But believe me, Shaq is worse. And, but it's funny in its own right.
Shazam. Yes, Shazam, and it's called Kazam.
Kazam. There we are.
So there was another one, Sinbad's Shazam, that it's a movie that never existed, quote unquote. So it must have been like a running gag that Sinbad did that he just kind of rolls with it now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like he must have did a parody of it and he just doesn't want to come out and say it,
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Because too many people remember that. So it must have been some kind of like parody that he did or something.
Yeah, and so in terms of when they do this, when you see this kind of portrayal, what would you like people to know about that? How people should handle this? Why do they take black men in the first place?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's almost always a black person.
Yeah. Okay. So why do they take some poor black guy? And
it's the classic, it's the classic like black is evil. They always make the villain dark skinned somehow. Like that's just like a classic storytelling.
I appreciate what you're saying, and just to put this into some perspective, okay, yeah. I want people to understand.
And I'm not defending them or anything.
No, God, yeah, nobody.
It's actually pretty racist.
Yeah, nobody assumes that. Nobody assumes you're trying to. Nobody assumes that you're trying to rationalize this. But what I want people to understand is that I'm taking what Brendan says as historically was the precedent. However, at this point in history, it's different. Basically, the genie, when they have the black guy playing the genie, he's almost overwhelmingly a sympathetic character. And but of course, they don't present him as black. They gotta blue him up so he looks like a fucking cartoon.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
So I guess that makes him more sympathetic, because if he were just black, he'd just be scary. And, it's kind of like our man... Troy Bellamy, who's with us on this call, except snoring away, but thank God has gone on mute. He's no Joe Tai here, So he's gone on mute so we can't hear him, but he weighs 300 pounds. And if I rubbed a lamp and he came out, the first thing I'd be, afraid of is this guy's going to raid my fridge. And so, but if you paint him blue, for some reason, I don't think that, because I think he's dying of cytonic oxygen deprivation and shit. And so it's like, it is what it is. But no, I think that, unfortunately, most of these black guys appear as genies in kids' films. They blew them up, and then they make them sympathetic, and they dance and they sing. And in that sense, it's racist, because we're back to a kind of blackface, except it's blue. Yeah. And and it's friendly to your kids because he's just harmless because he's big and funny looking. But when it comes to the real sense of shall I say, evil or malevolence. I don't believe that films are doing anybody any justice by this popular cultural portrayal of genies as something that you can bargain with. So what people should try to have is a respect for the other world, the invisible world. And I'd like you to address a bit more about the invisible world. Now, you must have been in a sense of peace at various times during your long walks over the years where you've seen some things people don't normally see. I'd like you to share some of that.
Mm-hmm.
The invisible world in nature and what it's...
Yeah, many things. Like in England, I mean, I saw fairies and stuff, and, you know, like you could see them if you have the eyes.
That's important. And so what do you feel about Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the author of Sherlock Holmes, who was convinced that fairies were real, was very adamant about it, and people would say, oh, well, he's maybe suffers schizophrenia or something, or trying to dismiss him. And the fact is that he knows more, not less, and yet is dismissed by his own... He was of upper class, so they couldn't do anything to him.
They're claiming he was fooled by a hoax, like one of the Cottingley fairies photo.
Right.
They're claiming that he was basing all his stuff off that, you know. Mm-hmm. So they're just discrediting him after he's dead, poor bastard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, but what happened with that? I mean, he grew up with those kind of stories, but it's like when you live in the countryside, and especially in England and some higher vibe places like Ireland and stuff, like you see them. I mean, they're there. It's not a joke, you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he wrote looks like a book called Coming of the Fairies.
Wow. Extraordinary
World. Mm-hmm. So and it was like, it says he was a devout spiritualist, whatever that means. So
that was the religion that I said was organized around seances and talking to you, because he lost his son in World War One. So after World War One,
was involved in that,
yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. So just so people know, after World War One, all kinds of white people lost their sons. So in the West, the spiritualism exploded as people thought it was going to be a new major religion. So go on, please, by all means, about what else comes to your mind.
In this book, he lays out the story of photographs, their provenance, and their implications of their existence. Mm-hmm. And then it says, it's a quirky and fascinating book that gets inside the mind of an intelligent and highly respected man who happened to believe in fairies. So this is like his own book where he was, explaining the whole phenomenon, you know. Yeah. And sometimes they come around as lights, you know, multicolored lights, like balls of light. You can see them flying. I've seen some flying before. In the mountains, I've had like interactions where they'll like tap on things, like, you know, where it's like clearly intelligent.
Yeah. You mean rapping? They used to call that rapping communication before we had rap music. Go on.
Yeah, exactly. Rapping, like some kind of like tapping like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that actually happened. I was up in the mountains, like doing some star photography, and it was like a remote area. And they had just like felled a bunch of trees there. It was like they cleared out the section and put a bunch of like work vehicles, what are they called, like construction equipment.
Yeah,
they like parked them there, and I was out there taking photos, and like I was seeing things like flying around, and this is like middle of the night, so there's not birds flying or anything, you know, like you'd see something flying out of your peripheral. And so the person I was with saw them too, and we were like, okay, this has to be fairies or something, right? So we were trying to talk to them. We're like, okay, like if you're a fairy, like, you know, you gotta like let us know so we don't, you know, so we know we're not in danger, like it's like an animal or something, right? And then so it right after we said that, it like you can hear tapping on the metal of one of those machines, like knocking. And it was like an intelligent knock. It wasn't like just like a ping of a metal. It was like knock, like tap, tap, tap. And it happened like 2 or 3 more times, and we actually took a photo. I have a photo of one of us in front of it, and you could see all these spots of light. that are, it's not dust. Like there's no dust out there. It's like really clean air, nice mountain.
So it's not particulate matter that's hitting,
No.
like a meteor shower.
No, it wasn't like we were kicking up dust or something falling from a tree. It was like, because in one photo they're there, and the next photo it's clear, and it was the same flash. We didn't move the camera, so yeah. So it was just multiple things made that. What is it called? It was evidenced, in those kind of things.
That's incredible.
So I can't really explain that stuff away. So I'm with Sir Conan Doyle on that.
Thank you. No, I think it's important, and I'm just very impressed that you've had these experiences. And so, in terms of what else is, shall we say, going on in the invisible world, what should people be paying attention to in times like these? Like, say, if someone wants to get more in contact with the invisible world, the jinn, the fairy, even though that's ill-advised in my opinion.
It's like the best way, of course, is to focus on your own evolution and use your own free will to improve yourself. And one of the best ways to do it is just to, it's like a fundamental, like basic minimum for every being. You go out to nature, touch your feet on the ground, take your shoes off and socks and touch your feet on the ground. And then you can just say what you appreciate about nature and the earth and what it provides. So it's very simple. You just go out there and it could be something really simple. You're like, oh, I like this color. I like this food. I appreciate the earth for giving me a place to stand. And then that way you form this connection with nature and divine. And then slowly you can work up to other things. And then that world opens up to you more in a positive way. Definitely don't want to go around talking to jinn.
Thank you. How might someone wind up...
you? I mean,
go on.
Yeah. They'll trick you and stuff. Yeah. So like... And then they also will like tell you things about other people that like, how like a lot of these channelers and psychics can like tell you like details, like really detailed details. Like, some people have like a intuitive ability, but then there's a limit to that. And then the people that can tell you like really specific details and like names and places and things that happen in your life without telling them, that's because like the jinn are telling them these things. You. So you don't want to just trust them, Even if they tell you something interesting like that, you can't trust these beings. So here it says, the jinn is mentioned in the Quran, and the word is original meaning is means to hide. So it's rooted in the Aramaic, perhaps an Aramaic label for the pagan deities that were downgraded to demonic status. This is one of those writers' claims. I mean, he's getting it from other sources, but it could be from the word to hide because they're hidden, like we can't see them. That's kind of how they're interpreted. Let me find this one part that I was going to say.
By the way, just for you to digest, to dwell upon, and then come back to, you often see people discover genie in films accidentally. Something happens by an accident. What is it that people should avoid doing? Like, what kind of activities could lead to exposure to genie? Like, obviously most people aren't going to be fishing and get a lamp suddenly in their trawl net.
Yeah. It's always they're like at a bazaar or something and they find it. Or
I mean, is that realistic, or what is it that people could be doing where they suddenly come upon this horrible opportunity that would tempt them?
No, it's more like those would be the genies that got trapped by like a sorcerer.
Okay, so that would be rare. That would be exceedingly rare.
That's extremely rare. Yeah.
Okay. So
like if you're like some kind of magician, you're not just gonna like let your genie in a lamp like get swooped or something. Like, but more likely you'd come across them in nature and stuff. So like in remote places, very remote places, like in the desert, in a mountain, in a forest, where there's like no one else, and then they can, you know, find you, or, you know, that thing. And so, but they can also just show, I mean, they can be in your room right now and you just can't see them. I mean, like, you know, so there's really, it's really up to them, like, whether they want to be seen or felt.
Right. Okay.
But
That's
when
an
you were
important
gone,
point.
I was explaining.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I said that's an important point to make. Please continue. Yeah, while I was gone, you were explaining.
I was explaining that the reason why, like, it was from your comment about you were saying that perhaps fire could be an element against to defend against them, right?
Yeah, go on.
But they're of a smokeless fire. But what the religious groups now, what we call religion now, uses to keep them away is like incense.
Okay.
Like that's why churches use frankincense, and Islam uses frankincense and myrrh, and that's why the Indians use agarbatis and stuff.
Yes.
Like, so, but also they can also attract them as well. So smoke can repel them, but smells can also attract and repel them. So that's why these aromatic herbs are so important. Like, and there's other very powerful ones, but the most well-knowns are like those resin type ones, like frankincense, myrrh, benzoin, and these different things, like, and the agar wood, you know, agar wood, and these things that can be burnt. Oud and stuff can keep them away. Different things.
Yes.
So in a way, that's true that, like, they don't like smoke, right? Because for some reason. So that's probably why, is because they could get burnt as well by fire.
That's amazing. Thank you. Very, very important. And I think that people who now have a reason for burning incense, so I think that aside from all of that, okay, so what I'm going to do is just finish the liquid Coke. Might have some energy to go into monologue soon. I'm going to have to enter the zone, and you've been helping a lot with that. Going to rinse the taste of the Coke out of my mouth, so I'll go mute for a few minutes. I'll be back in a few minutes, but by all means, provide some more information while I'm gone that you think is relevant for everyone about these topics, these issues.
Yeah, I'm going to close up with the gin.
Sounds good. And so I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? I'm just going to go mute. But the show is on you because everybody else is gone. It's just you.
Well, a lot of this here is relevant to your question, so maybe I'll like just kind of veer off topic and then finish up.
That's fine. Thank you. So just go where you feel is relevant, anywhere you want. The show is yours, and you're doing so well. And I do want you to know the numbers are holding steady with you doing what you're doing. And of course, I want to thank you for handling Brooke so well the other day. When she called back, whatever you did to appease her really worked. And I think that was impressive. When you talked about the sleazy old British businessman and Bedazzled, and the guy going to him saying, "Oh, I want my wife to be more spicy. I was going to make a crack." Yeah, and then his wife became Brooke Gibson, and he regretted it immediately, right? And
that's pretty much what happened. Yeah, that's literally what happens. Like, here, I'll send you the film, and you can.
That's so fucking funny. Okay.
And it's not the 2001 that the American version they remade. It's the original British.
Right.
1967.
Yeah, that's always going to be better.
With Peter Cook. Peter Cook was the devil in that film.
Oh my God, that's funny. Okay, so I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go mute. Our man Brendan has got this, and of course he's holding up respectfully. So, okay, I'll be right back. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'm looking for this film right now. It's called Bedazzled, 1967. Let's see. Yeah, here, I'll send it to Doug here. Copy. Link. Okay, so going back to the jinn. The jinn are neither angels nor demons. So, according to the Middle Eastern lore, they're actually like a third race of beings, as I mentioned before. And they're not inherently good or evil. So it's like humans. Like, there's, you can't say that just because you're human, you're good, or you can't say just because you're human, you're bad. There's like this free will, this choice that everyone has to do different actions. So they can live a life of free will that involves eating for sustenance. They can get married. They can have children. They can observe social customs. Although they possess magical abilities, when they die, they still face judgment for their sins. This is according to Islam. And, there's some truth in that, of course. So, and then also if you go by the Vedic perspective, I mean, there's names for like hundreds of unseen beings. It's not just jinn is just like a general term. There's like, there's called like Rakshas and Vishajas and Brahma Raksha and all these different kind of like malevolent unseen beings. Like they're more than ghosts. Like ghosts in the West, we just know ghosts and stuff, but ghosts are just like lost spirits and different kind of negative entities. But there's like powerful beings called like Rakshasas and stuff, like these like spirits that are definitely not nice. So that's something to also keep in mind. Like there's many beings in the Vedic. What are they called? Like the asuras as well. There's like tons of asuras. And asura is just like beings that go against divine itself. Let's see. But yeah, and then also it's what we would call extraterrestrials, right? The real ones. They're beings that are coming from different planes, and they used to be able to interact on this plane, but they currently don't because of how crazy it is here. So, the real extraterrestrials are beings that are from other, planes that are not physical exactly, like 3D aliens, like a gray or like a Nordic, like a Pleiadian, how they are portrayed. They're like totally different, let's see here. Yeah. So, and then, let's see. So I'm trying to find this more information on this, but what's coming up is that the Indian Vedas knew about microbiology. So this is like an article, like a published article from India, an academic article about how the Vedas and certain rishis and sutras, manuscripts, spoke about microorganisms years before even modern times. Like this is like thousands of years ago. They named these beings tiny creatures called krimis, coined by Rishi Kanava and described about their beneficial and harmful effects. So just like nowadays, we have the idea microbiology, right? Some of the beings are beneficial and we actually need them to survive, right? Good bacteria. And then the negative bacteria that are like, gram negative, and they'll hurt you if you have kind of a susceptibility. So, it's a big claim, but it's true that these cultures knew about, microbiology before we even had microscopes or anything. And that's why I personally go by these ancient medicinal and it's not religious. What's the word for it? Medicinal and like how they live their lives. The ancient way is always the best way because they actually knew more than we did, believe it or not.
Well,
so that's why I go by.
I don't think that's hard to believe at all, considering what we're going through today. But go on.
Yeah.
I noticed there's a new link in my private messages. Here we are.
I just stumbled across this article, so
Yeah.
if you want to check it out.
Fascinating. How do I pronounce this?
Shukshum Jivanu, but you don't need that part. There's a second part here, the forgotten past of microbiology and Indian Vedic knowledge.
Yes.
That's the subtitle.
Fascinating and relevant, of course.
So now that you're back, I can go to this part where I was gonna...
Yeah. Oh, please, by all means.
Yeah, because I was just rehashing some of the jinn stuff, and then, but this is where it gets interesting. He said, "So the jinn have earned their reputation for manipulation, mischief, and malevolence, despite Allah's demand that they show fealty to Adam. A jinni, the singular for jinn, named Iblis, vowed himself as superior, as the human was quote unquote made of dirt. He defied Allah, and this supreme leader of the jinn set about luring the humans to the dark side. So that's their agenda. There you go.
Yes.
In some lore, Iblis, also known as Shaitan, which has parallels that are drawn between jinn, demons, and Satan, Iblis and his cohorts' defiance of Allah led to them being banished, but given until Judgment Day to make amends, so they can still go back to doing good if they choose. Considering jinn can live as long as to be nearly immortal, they can assume the form of and possess humans and animals, and can even teleport between dimensions. Iblis may have had a point about being a higher life form. I mean, this is just the author's conjecture, but I mean, they're not really higher, but they have powers. They also exhibited a wide range of powers, including shape-shifting, invisibility, and psychic abilities, and mind control. While jinn could be known to be friendly, or at least reclusive, the beings have vampiric abilities, quote unquote. In addition to absorbing the essences of food, or eating while in human form, they derive nourishment by sucking energy from living things. Ooh. That can include draining a human soul. So,
ooh, that's serious shit.
Exactly. So, they are notorious tricksters who, for the most part, do not like humans. According to the lore, some jinn want to do their own thing and have no interest in humans, but others get their kicks by hanging around humans. But it can be dicey to be around a jinn. Consider that some want to toy with us, some torment us, or some exact revenge for being cast out. They are also said to bring about illness and bad luck. While some throughout the ages have tried to bargain with them, to do so is always a dangerous gamble, since they are notorious tricksters who for the most part do not like humans. They dwell in abandoned buildings, in deserts and forests, even in rocks, statues, jewelry, and other physical items. One of the most notable stories comes from the Testament of Solomon, which dates back as early as 1 century. According to the tale, a demon named Orinas runs afoul of Solomon, who is gifted with a ring bearing the seal of God, quote-unquote, a pentagram. The magical ring allows Solomon to control demons, which they mean jinn in this case, and he uses it to compel Orinas, Beelzebub, and other demons to build fortresses and monuments. Within the Quran, these demons are instead said to be the jinn, and Solomon even commanded them within his large armies. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, could you disambiguate for us from the jinn and the daemons, because somebody like Jambo the Reese Monkey would claim that Solomon was working with the Goetic demons. This is essentially what Western occultists would basically say in this day and age, so they can work with their own little occult textbooks and try to stir up their own shit. So when it comes to this situation, obviously, as you say, it makes much more sense. The jinn. So is there some kind of difference here, or is it such that for all intents and purposes they're the same? They never seem the same to me, but yeah.
It's a situation of like etymology,
mm-hmm.
really, like naming nomenclature, because I was trying to kind of put the point forward earlier that there's, according to the Vedic, there's like jinn are there, but then there's also like hundreds of other unseen beings. And then there are also beings that come from other realms. So that would be like those kind of demons that he's trying to conjure, whatever. The ones from other planes, like John Dee and these people, right? They were trying to channel other extra cosmic entities, or not extra cosmic, but
at least extra dimensional. Yeah, at least
extra dimensional and macro dimensional.
Yeah.
So they were trying to like channel those energies, whereas the jinn live here with us.
Yeah.
So, but the word demon or Damien just means energy. So it's just like a being with energy, with power. So demon's not really a bad word. It's just like it has a negative context now, but.
Well, explain to people that the ancient Greek word eudaimonia meant a state of euphoria, because you were possessed by positive spirits, in good spirits, as in, say, for instance, what you would feel if you drank alcohol, without encouraging people to drink alcohol. If you were in good spirits, it would be as if you were drunk, without having to be drunk.
Exactly. Yeah, daemon means powerful. It means you have power. You have energy. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So.
And.
You can't call jinn demons, and you can't really call demons jinn. It's very, in that way, it's tricky. That's why the Vedic is cool, because there's like hundreds of names. There's like Rakshas, Vijajas, Kinnar, like Dave. Like there's so many different beings. They have names for all of them, and they all mean something. There's like Brahma Raksha, and which are more negative beings, like Rakshas and stuff. Like, So you can't just call them demons. Like the King James just calls them demons. Like, so that's confused a lot of people, and that's why all these so-called sorcerers don't know anything. It's like,
thank you.
Like they think they're conjuring, Beelzebub, and it's a fucking jinn, and the jinn will just go along with it. Like
fuck yeah! The jinn will just revel in their ignorance.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
they'll be like, "Oh, we got, this guy's retarded," just.
Yeah.
We'll just use them for fun.
Yeah, and that's what happens. I mean, explain a bit of that. How eager they are to be let loose and cause havoc. They take opportunity of every summoning. I've tried to talk to people about just how rude it is to summon an entity, because it's like being summoned for a traffic ticket, but the reality is they also revel in their opportunity to cause havoc.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the, that's why they even gave the sorcerers even these sigils and the seals in the first place. Like, how do you think these people got them? They didn't just, like, humans didn't just come up with these summoning seals and stuff. They actually were given them deliberately by some of these beings.
Thank you.
So,
because
they want a conduit to come in here by these idiots like JMO and stuff.
Yeah, thank you. Like JMO, the Reese Monkey, Jameson Reese. Go on.
Like, they'll let someone like that, even though he has no power, they'll let him open a door and then screw him over later. Yes. Like, that's fine with them. They don't care about that.
Of course.
Yeah.
If anything, they find it fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they enjoy using a useful idiot to come into our world and damage what they can. But of course, as you yourself observed, Brendan, Malik Taush basically has a force field around my home and pretty much deflected the latest occult assault. Which, but by the way, just a little bit of trivia here. I'm sure Brooke Gibson would probably be angry at me for sharing this, but she said that same night that the sinkhole happened in San Francisco, her toilet had been plugged up, and she was debating whether to spend hundreds of dollars calling a plumber. And the night that the sinkhole opened up in my home, her toilet cleared miraculously. Everything just vanished in it, and I was able to flush again. She said it must have been his water spill, just doing the exact opposite of whatever it was supposed to do. And because its focus is on me and her simultaneously, it makes sense that it makes a perverted kind of sense that it would do that when it backfires. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, or it's just coincidence, but yeah, it's kind of in a way related.
Yes. It could be just simply synchronistic, but it's awfully synchronistic. So other than that, in terms of, say for instance, so when people are, say for instance, you've seen these cases in Islam of demon or what they would call jinn possession. How is that different from demonic possession? How does it manifest differently, if at all? How could a person tell it apart, for instance? And what do you think the jinn, when they do that, are they kind of trapping themselves, or is it? Because I remember one cleric was confronting. Basically, it was a Muslim talk show, and in the Muslim talk show, the cleric they were taking calls from guests, and one of them said, "Oh, we have a call from someone who claims she's possessed." And when the woman came on in a call, the Muslim was responding to the demon, well, the jinn within her. Christians would say it was a demon. But he was saying, what are you going to do when you're before Allah on Judgment Day, doing what you're doing now? How will you face Allah on Judgment Day? This was how he was dealing with it. But what comes to your mind when I share these stories? Like, how does one deal with a situation like this? How does one even recognize it?
I mean, like a jinn kind of is something that typically appears to you, you know? Mm-hmm. And it operates more on free will. It's like you have to choose to like let it in and stuff. Mm-hmm. I feel like the more diabolic kind of beings, like they're more sneaky, you know, in my opinion. I don't know if that's true or not.
No, it makes intuitive sense that the jinn would be more confrontational.
Yeah, you know, like they always like
they've got an attitude. The chip on the shoulder, right? Go on.
Exactly, and they talk to you, right? Yeah. They'd at least like make it clear that they want to make a deal with you or something. Yeah. You know. And there's many stories like it says you know, King Solomon was known to have a surplus of jars filled with gin. In the story, The Fisherman and the Jinni, an elderly fisherman is having quite the tough time on the water, and he calls upon God for assistance. His net snags a copper jar topped with the seal of Solomon. When the fisherman opens it, smoke pours out and it becomes a jinni, and the jinni is pissed, which is the jinn. So it's like always, you know, it's more like clear that you're dealing with a jinn. You know, stuff goes wrong. You know. The jinn claims to be trapped by Solomon and thinks the fisherman is the king. When the man convinces the entity is a mere peasant, the jinn reveals that he hatched a plan during his imprisonment. For the first 200 years, he planned to shed wealth on whoever freed him, but no one came. During the 3rd century after that, he decided to grant his liberator 3 wishes. And yet still no one came. And after 400 years, he decided he'd kill whoever found him, but he'd let them choose the form of their death. So the fisherman tricks the jinn back into the bottle using some level of misdirection, so he outsmarts the jinn. So desperate to be let out again, the jinn tells the fisherman a story and guides him to a pond with excellent fishing. Helps the man marry into the sultan's family, etc., etc.
Incredible.
So that's one of the stories.
Yes.
And then later on, I think in that story, it gets conflated with Solomon being the fisher. So, fisherman.
Right.
You know, he's considered the fisher of men. He's like the archetype for the Jesus character and all that.
Right. Well, I mean, by the way, you know God hates you when you ask him for help and you wind up dredging up a Solly bottle, a Solomon bottle full of
Exactly.
It's like, yeah, he didn't like you in the womb. That was But obviously it worked out to this individual's favor in the long run. By the way, what do you recommend for the fact that I had the flu shot and now I feel like I've got this like subcurrent of a flu, like a minor flu? It's like, aside from a lot of vitamin C and raw garlic buds or something like that, what do you recommend?
Definitely, I don't know, like if you're able to get wormwood, but wormwood would definitely
I've got some wormwood inside of this Absorbing Plus. That's their ingredient, is wormwood.
In what? What is it?
Absorbine Junior. You've ever heard of Absorbine Junior? I've got Absorbine Junior Plus. It's a topical ointment, but it's liquid, so I can get it out of the bottle. And it's wormwood is one of their main ingredients, or certainly one of the ingredients that's their most controversial. It's
how do you spell it?
Absorbine. It's spelled like absorb.
Absorbine.
Yeah.
Pain reliever.
Yeah.
Junior?
Yeah. Absorbine. Absorb and then INE. Absorbine.
Oh wow, yeah,
Junior.
that's new. I've never seen this before.
Oh, it's the stuff that I love that shit. It's like one of the few things that really works on all kinds of shit.
Oh, because it has lidocaine in it. You're like trying to get zapped.
Okay, cool. And it's got the wormwood. That's what scared V. And I told her, all that myth about wormwood. It's a lot of shit. They have this campaign against wormwood to make it sound like the most dangerous shit in the world.
No, wormwood's actually really beneficial, and it's, And the reason, and this is funny that you mentioned that, the reason why is because it can actually repel jinn possession and demonic possession.
Oh, cool.
So any of the Artemisia species is extremely anti-magical, and I mean negative magic, like black magic. Not black magic, but evil magic.
Right.
Because, but basically the Artemisia species in and of itself is one of the most protective plants.
Incredible. I'm impressed. I'm so glad that I did right.
So you can use that like that thing, or just drink like a lot of hot tea.
Okay. Great. Hot tea too.
Ginseng. If you have ginseng, I mean, it'll help.
Oh, all right. What species do you recommend? V was telling me that the American ginseng, at least her impression is the American ginseng's the only one you can safely take repeatedly on a regular basis, and that the rest are so potent that you can only take them as like treatments. Is that how you feel about it?
I mean, I would say that for all of them.
Okay.
But I take a lot of ginseng in general, so but they can be overstimulating to the central nervous system. So the American one is more mellow.
Okay.
It's more for yin. It increases like the fluids of the body. So, but for like a cold or something, I would just go with Asian ginseng and like just take quite a bit of it until your strength is back.
All right. And this is something now, forgive me.
But if you have a fever, don't use too much. That's
okay. Okay. All right.
But it doesn't sound like you do.
No, not too bad a one anyway. Amor Fadi says, hello, Mr. Dietrich and Team D. Buenos noches. Any insights on sudden bright flashes of light at night as paranormal experiences? When I was young, a bright flash of white light, like a camera, flashed right near me, but in absolute silence. What could it have been? A type of jinn? So, some questions there about that.
Yeah, it's like a jinn or like a fairy or something.
Okay.
Like it could be neurological though, so that's kind of the tricky part about all this is people would just write it off as, oh, it's neurologic, right? If you're having some kind of issue, but it sounds to me more like a jinn or something, like, or maybe just like a fairy. Like fairies do that a lot. They send out like different, like very subtle flashes, and sometimes they can like brighten up a whole area, and you don't know, like. And it happens so quick, you're like, is that real? Was that in my head? So that's what I would say about that.
And so when a person experiences that, is that something they should be alarmed about? Be worried the rest of the day or lose sleep or?
No, not necessarily, unless it unless it shouldn't bother you. Usually these beings have really clear, in that way they're higher than most people nowadays. They're very clear about free will.
Okay.
They're not gonna, you have to do something that allows them in, or something. Like you have to be in a compromised state for them to affect you negatively. So as long as you're doing what you're supposed to do and you stick to like the pure principles and do things properly, there's less that can happen without your consent. So
when you bring up pure principles, obviously we think of the golden rule for most Christians: just do unto others.
Yeah, it's one of them. Yeah.
What else comes to your mind that would
it's
help?
Like no being can own another being, or there's many. it would be what you would call like a cosmic law or multiversal law.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff that is true now and it'll always be true, and it was also true like thousands of years ago. Like that basically that's one of them. The golden rule is like what's the word, the saying they have, live and let live, you know, like that's like, you know, you don't affect other beings and other beings won't affect you if you kind of have that attitude, or if you have kind of this, you know. So there's many pure principles, but there are things that are always true in time, basically.
Incredible. And by the way, how are you holding up so alertly? I mean, obviously you're not on Blue Lotus tonight, so you're very alert, very.
The ginseng. It's the ginseng.
Oh, cool!
I will have to go and use the restroom and charge my
phone.
My
yes,
items.
So
yeah.
What I'll do is I'll start on to the monologue. I want to thank you for taking me to this point, and you've been wonderful. You've helped immensely, and we all love you dearly, and we have a deep respect for your depth and breadth of knowledge. And of course, if you want to join back in, then go ahead and do so later. Of course, I suspect, of course, you'll go to sleep. But Amor Fati responds. He says, that night we were talking about dark things in history. So in the context of the conversation, it was negative. So it freaked me out. And the person I was with, I always wondered if it was malevolent or benevolent. Okay, thanks, Brendan. Good to know. So with that additional...
So someone else saw it too. Okay. So it's definitely not neurological.
That's a relief. So you should be relieved at that. Yeah. So go on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely like when you get into certain vibes, like these beings can manifest easier. So, yeah. Probably a jinn.
Yeah, there we go. And in that sense, you should feel a bit of a thrill about it. It's kind of like a, you know, it is what it is. And of course, there's certain, if you are, you know, you project a certain kind of whatever you're speaking of, it can attract things. We attract these entities with our words, with our attitudes. So if you go through life with, you'd recommend going through life with kind of a positive attitude, I presume, if you don't want to attract these things.
Or neutral.
Neutral. Yeah. Yeah. And so that's definitely appreciated. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Again, our man's going to recharge his batteries, and he's going to... I guess the one thing that I would like to say, tell us what you know before you go. I have to get this out of you. I want you to give us your entire impression about Elon Musk and tell us about his brother, the real power broker here. Tell us what you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this thing. So briefly, so it's like he and his brother are the ones that made all these companies. Elon Musk. I don't even know the other bastard's name. Hold on, let me find his name.
I think this is important. Brendan is sharing with us something most people aren't aware of, because Elon Musk is the attention slut.
Yeah, Kimball Musk. Right?
Jesus.
He's, you know, let's see. Yeah, so it's one of his brothers. It says he's a restaurateur, chef, and entrepreneur, quote unquote.
No, so was Prigozhin, the mercenary leader. Go on.
No, excuse me. No, this is the younger brother.
Yeah.
Errol. See, I think this is why they kind of scrubbed this guy from here. Let me see. It's hard to find it here. They deliberately kind of...
No, they're definitely... these are wealthy people that can afford to obscure themselves.
Yeah.
They're using...
So, anyways, he has a brother that's older than him, I'm pretty sure. Let me see.
That would make sense.
Yeah. Age 51.
Yeah. He acts like an attention-hungry younger brother. The older brother's doing the thinking and just putting him out as the face.
Yeah, he has a brother and a sister, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. They're all multimillionaires. So Tosca, the sister, is also, you know, she owns a streaming service. The other guy owns restaurants.
Sure, these fuckers can do whatever they want. So whatever they
so
own.
he is the younger. He is the younger brother. He is the younger brother here.
Okay.
But you know. Yeah. Well, I think what bears in mind more than this sibling kind of thing is that what I was saying earlier was that they're from South Africa, and which is a Commonwealth country, which means it's linked to British intelligence, which means perhaps that the whole family is like, you know, connected in that way. That's why they're all millionaires. And then how can a Brit South African come to America and interfere with our politics without being part of, some kind and Russian politics at the same time, without being some kind of British agent? That's what my conjecture was.
Yeah.
It's like there has to be they have some kind of bloodline that allows them to have this kind of influence. You don't just become that powerful just by hard work alone. I mean, that's not, how they push it, like, oh, he worked really hard and he made a company. It's like, that's not how that works.
No.
So these people are not what they seem. That's all I'm going to say. And then if you look at his mother's artwork and stuff, you'll come to find out they're definitely not, normal baseline people. So.
Yeah, thank you.
They're part of the elites. They've always been part of the elites. He's not a people's champion. That's kind of where I'm going with this.
Tell the people about the incest. Tell the people about his father marrying his daughter.
Yeah, it was like, right? It was like a stepdaughter or something crazy.
Yeah, basically, his wife had a daughter that he married.
Stepdaughter. I mean, it looks like it's a famous scandal here.
Yeah, but
dating his stepdaughter Jana Bezulinto.
Yes.
And he was 76 and she's 35.
Yeah. Kind of like Peter Moon and his wife.
And then he had a child with her. Good for him. What a great guy.
Yeah.
And then they try and what is it called? Like People magazine's trying to cover for this bastard. Oh, she grew up separate from the Musks.
Thank you. Family. I mean, the audacity.
But it's still your wife's daughter, you fucking weirdo. That's crazy, man. So.
Yeah.
So it's like well known. It's like it's on,
It's not well known enough. I mean, this is the family that produced this monster. The fact that he lost so much money, half his fortune, just turning Twitter into X and shit.
Well, what does that tell you? That tells you that he has unlimited money, which he has to be British Secret Service. There's no other explanation.
Yeah.
The Brits have unlimited money. I mean, like, I can't go into it right now, but anyone who doubts that is like, they don't know who's, behind it all. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. It's
to them 50 billion is nothing. That's how much money these people have, or so-called money, how much resources these people have.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, it's appalling. It's appalling the kinds of resources and so when it comes, however, to the British intelligence, what do you think they're trying to accomplish with this? If indeed he's connected with them.
I mean, look what they've done. They've destroyed everyone. Like, they want to keep people down. They've got Russia destroyed. They've got the West destroyed. They've got the media under their control. They have,
well, okay. And anything else you feel should be brought to our attention about that? What about that bald and broke? Is that fucker still around, wandering around like an idiot, wherever he's at? Hopefully lost somewhere in the never to return. Let's see if our man's still with us. They probably knocked him off again. Poor Brendan. They keep knocking his ass off. Actually, the person missing now is Troy Bellamy. He probably woke up and had to go to school. Brendan is still there, but we can't hear him. Poor guy. Aristides, of course, is is someplace else. Right now, of course, I'm busy just trying to download a bunch of images that are relevant to something that I'm doing privately. Believe it or not, it's not porn. And then I have to get back to, basically, as I put it, earning my pay. But we've got a lot going down right now. Let's see now. We have just I'm just overwhelmed. There is a lot to talk about. Matter of fact, there's just too much to talk about, and I want to let's see. Just trying to take a last look around the internet. I can't believe it. A bunch of men in Nazi uniforms marched through Norfolk. And they look like actual Nazi uniforms. These are like historically accurate, as opposed to something that's cheesy, some kind of SS ripoff. It's so let's see now. There we are.
Okay,
So Brendan's back.
so-
oh my God, what did they do to you this time?
Yeah, it just my whole thing shut down. So
Oh
I mean, that
my
just
God.
goes to show.
That's just as you were talking about when I asked you about Bald and Broke. Is that fucker still around, wandering around, or what? Or shit, they got him again. Oh my God, this is outrageous. Oh, or he went mute. Maybe he's taking care of something.
Wait, it happened again. My phone.
Oh my
the set
God.
Shut down. But anyways, I have to go to bed anyway. So
Okay, well, we
for
love you
another time,
dearly,
we'll continue
and
it.
yeah, thank you so much. I'll continue the transmission. Thank you so much for showing up
Yes,
with us
okay.
tonight. Okay,
Okay.
all
All
the
right.
respect, hugs. Okay,
All right, blessings.
blessings, and that is Brendan Zogit. So I wish he had a book to sell. You got to write a book, Brendan. Yes, hopefully he heard that suggestion. And with that, okay, let me see if I can just go through some other normative reorientation for myself before I dive deep into everything. Of course, for what it's worth, it's Bisexual Awareness Week. And of course, I have to educate the Blood Boys about this because it culminates this weekend. Oktoberfest will still be ongoing, so I'll be heavily involved this weekend. We now have how much time left? So we got about a little over 4 hours. Got about 4 hours, and I'll do as much monologue as I can in this time. Pete, the Moon Man, says he might be joining us towards the end of the show. In which case I will be, letting him kind of take over the pace at that time. Right now it's just me, and I'm going to cover a number of geopolitical issues, which is my forte, my passion. So let's see if I can do that, maintain my hydration. And basically I'm feeling a little better now, having taken some painkillers, including some codeine. The biggest problem might be my throat. Just maintaining the ability to talk throughout this time. And I do want people to know that what I've been doing a little looking into what exactly was going on with Canada and India. So I will provide what analysis I can on that with what little I've been able to find. I do want people to know earlier that we have several things to discuss in this regard. Biden, of course, visited the United Nations yesterday, day before yesterday. By now, this is actually important, believe it or not. Oftentimes, politicians will do something that is not important and doesn't even bear analysis. There's nothing to analyze. In this case, there is. So I want people to understand just what I'll try to go into, so they understand the importance of the situation. And if I'm all over the place right now, remember I'm just getting my head together, and I'm attempting to how do I say it? Dive deep. And when I start going towards the dive deep mode, it's like it's hard. It takes energy. It sometimes can be anything but fun. Till I get into it, you might think that it's actually easier for me than because I make it look easy. And it's but it's not really it's not really easy. That being said, we were having our man Brendan go into a little bit about the Elon Musk situation. And I think that bears some real further analysis. As for my follow-up with that, I have to go into exactly what, how do I phrase it? It's a question of language. We need to ask ourselves exactly what it is that I should convey concerning this, but it's a tough call. It's a tough call because I think that Elon Musk is disgusting. As Peter Moon says, we do him too much justice if I call him the villain that I have, but he is definitely a villain. But he's not a James Bond caliber villain. But he's as dangerous because people give him a respect he does not deserve. It's something that I want people to know. All of this happened on September 11th, really, when Elon Musk was denying he disconnected the service of Ukrainian submarines rigged to blow up the Russian ships during the war between Ukraine and Russia. He made that decision out of a fear that the attack would lead Russia to retaliate with nuclear weapons. He's hired propagandists to make him the good guy in this. Russia, of course, has been praising Elon Musk. Putin, of course, knows that he is effectively an agent of the Russians. So we have to remember he is the enemy. There is no exaggeration here. We're not talking about a situation where any of this can be excused. We are in a situation of total war where everything is being used as a weapon. Russia has turned food, energy, even children into weapons against the Ukraine. Zelensky himself expressed this at the United Nations, and it cannot be overstated. It is a situation that obviously on the fly like this, I really can't do justice to it. I'll do my best to just kind of poke around the issue, but it's an issue which Elon Musk is clearly supporting the bad guys, because he is ultimately a bad guy himself. So don't think otherwise, and we'll be on the same page. And you need to be on that page because right now the situation demands it. So at the moment, when I think about these red lines that Russia has drawn repeatedly, these threats about war, that nuclear war, that are constantly hurled, that the Americans are constantly caving into. This is, of course, part of the insanity. So what I'm doing right now is I'm considering when to introduce these topics. If I'm going to monologue, I want to have a certain sort of coherency to my monologue. And it takes a little bit of time to get into a space of mind where, like my biological father, I'm in the zone. But we'll start off, of course, with what Peter Moon and I spoke of earlier, And that, of course, is the topic with which I am most painfully familiar. And that would be Taiwan. Painful because I wish I could live there, of course. And painful because I can't, for reasons I've explained in great depth in the past. So I'm going to do my best and start diving deep into the topic of everything, the situation our world is in, which of course is dire. All right then. When I think of India, for instance, going to try and go back to Trudeau and my investigation into that, what I found out about it, and what analysis I can provide. First off, the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, alleged the day before yesterday by now that the Indian government may have been behind the assassination of a Sikh separatist leader, Hardeep Singh Nijjar, in British Columbia in June. An Indian diplomat was expelled from Canada over this accusation, which the Indian government has denied in a tit-for-tat maneuver. New Delhi also expelled a Canadian diplomat. Now, this, of course, I've heard some people contact me, or Diane Hillis-Buchberger is concerned that this could actually lead to war between Canada and India. Now, that's, I doubt it'll come to that myself, but obviously hostilities are severe right now. As for my own take, I can assure you of this much. While everyone might be saying Trudeau was undiplomatic in the way that he confronted the Prime Minister of India, effectively their version of our president, Narendra Modi, most governments would not make an accusation this serious without good reason, usually in the form of solid intelligence. To believe it is well-founded. The diplomatic incident and any subsequent actions taken by Canada in response to Nijjar's killing are now guaranteed to escalate tensions between the two sides. But relations were already strained over Ottawa's refusal to take action against the Canadian Sikh diaspora's support for a Punjab separatist movement that New Delhi, the capital of India, has labeled a terrorist organization. Perhaps even more notable than the two sides' responses, then, is the so far muted response from Canada's allies and partners in the G7 and Five Eyes, as it's called. That's an intelligence sharing group. Five Eyes spelled as EYES, like eyeballs, which also includes these United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. Now, these allied nations had been informed of Canadian intelligence about the killing weeks ago. It took place on Canadian soil, after all, but chose to respond privately rather than risk a public dispute ahead of the recent G20 summit hosted in New Delhi. Canada's allies may yet respond publicly, of course, but for now their silence suggests that New Delhi's importance as a strategic partner in countering the Communist Chinese Empire and as a bridge in relations with the global South means that India may now be too big to fail, which is bullshit as far as I'm concerned, because they simply are too chicken shit to be trusted either. And if the allegations do turn out to be credible, it would further highlight the success Prime Minister Narendra Modi has had in selling India as a partner to the West, despite serious democratic backsliding in that country during his time in power. It would also further underscore the degree to which the global norms and rules against transnational repression have been significantly eroded in recent years, to the point where you can assassinate someone in someone else's country and literally get away with it. Okay, this is all bullshit. The Russians were taking advantage of this with the Brits a number of years ago. Now the Asian Indians are taking advantage of it with a Commonwealth nation, Canada, today. This has got to be put to a stop. This is intolerable. It's simply unacceptable. And for such reasons, our president, our legally elected president, Joseph Biden, was urging world leaders at the United Nations to stand up to the Russian Empire. At the United Nations, our president of these United States, Joseph Biden, urged world leaders to unite against Russia while addressing the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly on the 19th of September this year, just the day before yesterday by now. By the way, I'm getting weather readings coming to me via my notifications that we've got poor air quality, had it since yesterday, that we've got a lot of smoke in the air. I have no idea what's going on with that. Might be another wildfire, but it definitely might be impacting, of course, the way I'm behaving, or the way that I'm talking or breathing. Might be impacting this flu feeling that I have, though I'm sure most of that comes from the shot. At any rate, so how do I say this? As President Joe Biden tried to rally support to repel a nearly 19-month-old Russian invasion, he made his case before the United Nations General Assembly on Tuesday of this week, yesterday, but day before yesterday by now, that the world must remain united in defending Ukraine against Russian aggression, warning that no nation can be secure if, in his words, we allow Ukraine to be carved up. Now, there's several reasons why this matters. First, Russia alone is standing in the way of a resolution, saying that Moscow's price for peace was Ukraine's capitulation, Ukraine's territory, and Ukraine's children. So the president's own forceful rhetoric on Ukraine appeared aimed not just to a global audience, but also at Washington, where an increasingly isolationist strain of the Republican Party is jeopardizing the steady flow of aid to Kiev since the war began in February of 2022. Also, this annual forum was a chance for Biden to showcase to other world leaders and the 2024 American electorate that he's reestablished American leadership on the world stage that he says was diminished under his predecessor, Republican Donald Trump, which I'm not going to argue against. As I said, the Russians themselves brought up children. They've weaponized abducted children in their war against Ukraine. For all you right-wing, Russophiliac, reactionary Republicans out there who complain about human child trafficking, and nobody knows more about it from experience than I do, from everything I've articulated earlier in tonight's program, from what was brought up by Bob Goodman in the chat that caused a flood of memories, I can tell you that you're on the side of the human child traffickers, the paedopathocracy. So if you want to be on the side of the paedophalopathocracy, the rule by child-raping, patriarchal psychotics, that's your prerogative. And it means, well, it exposes how warped your prerogative is. So the Ukrainian president, also legally elected as our own, Volodymyr Zelensky, at this same United Nations Assembly convergence, said that Russia is weaponizing these abducted children in its war against Ukraine, and he warned world leaders that the same could happen to them. Well, certainly, I can tell you it already has. But to return to what Zelensky said at the United Nations General Assembly's annual top-level meeting, he's quoted as saying, "When hatred is weaponized against one nation, it never stops there. The goal of the present war against Ukraine is to turn our land, our people, our lives, our resources into weapons against you, against the international rules-based order. Now, the war in Ukraine has deepened major global supply disruptions caused by the pandemic, driving a huge spike in food and energy prices, jolting the global economy, increasing hardship in many developing countries. Decades-old supply channels to Europe from Russia, a major oil and gas producer, were halted or severely disrupted by the war due to sanctions, trade disputes, pipeline shutoffs, and a major push by Western countries to find alternative sources. Both Russia and Ukraine are also major grain exporters, and Russia withdrew this past summer from a deal that allowed shipments of Ukrainian grain through the Black Sea. So we've got an entire situation in which they're making the food situation worse for all the world. Zelensky pointed to the food and fuel crunches. He highlighted what Ukraine says were kidnappings of at least tens of thousands of children taken from Ukraine after Moscow's invasion, and asked, what will happen to them? Those children in Russia are taught to hate Ukraine, and all ties with their families are broken. And this is clearly a genocide. By the way, all these remarks ran 15 minutes. That's the meeting's often disregarded time limit. But he managed to compress it into that period of time to make his valid point. The International Criminal Court, for this very reason, issued an arrest warrant in March for the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. And another official, evincing the Russians of abducting children from Ukraine. Well, Russian officials, of course, have denied any forced transfers of children, saying some Ukrainian youngsters are in foster care. I wouldn't care to call it any fostering. Russia gets its chance to address the General Assembly on Saturday. And the Deputy United Nations Ambassador, Dmitry Polyansky, sat in Russia's seat during Zelensky's address. So when a American reporter asked about his reaction to the address, Polyansky said, while smiling, "Did he speak? I didn't notice he was speaking. I was on my phone." So this shows you the Russian attitude, how smugly contemptuous it is of the idea of children. Zelensky took to the world stage at a sensitive point in his country's campaign to maintain international support for its fight. We've got nearly 19 months after Moscow launched a full-scale invasion. Ukrainian forces are 3 months into a counteroffensive that has not gone as fast or as well as initially hoped due to sabotage of their electronic communications by Elon Musk. Ukraine and its allies cast the country's cause as a battle for the rule of international law, for the sovereignty of every country with a powerful and potentially expansionist neighbor, and for the stability of global food and energy supplies. And that's why in his own speech, Joe Biden told the Assembly the day before yesterday that we must stand up to this naked aggression today and deter other would-be aggressors tomorrow. As he pledged support to Ukraine, there was a round of applause, including, of course, from Zelensky himself. The Russian Empire insists that its war is justified, claiming that it is defending Russian speakers in Ukraine from a hostile government and protecting Russian interests against NATO encroachment, and so much more. Homosexualization, of all things, and Christian values, they would claim, even though nobody goes to church demographically or statistically in Russia. The war has raged longer and losses have been greater than Russia hoped, and the fighting has spurred widespread international condemnation against Moscow, but the Kremlin also has influential friends that have never joined the chorus of censure. China and, of course, Motherless, runting India have staked out neutral positions, which means they're on the enemy side. So have many Middle Eastern and African nations. Many Latin American and Caribbean countries prefer to focus world attention on other global issues, including climate change and conflict in Africa. Moscow is always keen to display its global influence and its relationship with Red China, and insists that it cannot be intentionally or even internationally isolated by the American empire and our European allies. Meanwhile, Ukraine is concerned that backing from its allies may be ebbing. They've supplied billions of dollars worth of arms, but fear that their stockpiles are shrinking and that defense contractors are struggling to boost production lines is a factor here. Hours before Zelensky spracketh at the United Nations, Allied defense leaders convened at a United States military base in Germany to discuss the next steps. Some nations pledged further money and weapons, but a key sticking point is whether to supply longer-range missiles that Kiev insists it needs. The United States Congress is weighing Biden's request to provide as much as 24 billion United States dollars more in military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine amid a growing partisan divide over spending on the conflict. Zelensky is scheduled to spend time Thursday on Capitol Hill, basically tomorrow, today really, now that I think about it, to meet with Biden at the White House. After landing Monday, commencing this work week in New York, Zelensky suggested that the United Nations needs to answer for allowing his country's invader a seat at the tables of power at all. After visiting critically injured Ukrainian service members at Staten Island University Hospital, Zelensky said that if there's still a place for Russian terrorists in the United Nations, it's a question to all the members of the United Nations. Unfortunately, Russia is a permanent veto-wielding member of the UN Security Council, which is entrusted with maintaining international peace and security. Zelensky took the United Nations to task even before the war. In one memorable example, he lamented at the General Assembly in 2021 that the United Nations was a retired superhero who's long forgotten how great they once were. Now, you got to remember, this is a former comedian and actor who took office in 2019. Zelensky only later became a wartime leader, wearing military fatigues and rallying citizens at home and appearing virtually and in person before numerous international bodies. At the Staten Island Hospital, he awarded medals to military members who had lost limbs. With help from a New Jersey-based charity called Kind Deeds, 18 troops have been fitted for prostheses and are undergoing outpatient physical therapy. Zelensky told those that he met, we all will be waiting for you back home. We absolutely need every one of you. Now, Putin, on the other hand, is going to Beijing in October, my natal menses, my birth month. The 3 industrial warehouses in the western Ukrainian city of Lviv were struck by Russian drone strikes, causing a major fire and killing at least one person, according to local authorities. A policeman was also killed and 12 civilians critically injured by Russian artillery fire in Kherson. Meanwhile, Moscow has confirmed that dictator Vladimir Putin will meet Red China's Xi Jinping for talks in Beijing in October. It will be Putin's first known trip abroad since the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for his arrest over the deportation of children from Ukraine. Of course, this means, among all other signs that I've already articulated and will continue to articulate, that Communist China is not neutral. They are not going to arrest Vladimir Putin. Theoretically, Communist China does not recognize the rule of law as instituted by international bodies, and therefore is now engaged in a war to re-legislate, to relitigate those laws along their own lines. towards complete totalitarian dictatorship and the dispensability of human life. But at the same time, this proves, as I was explaining to Peter Moon in the opening hours of our program, that Russia's dependence on Zhonghua, China, is deep and wide and may also be irreversible. Russia is digging itself into a hole as it becomes increasingly dependent on China as a result of international sanctions and isolation. Now, analysts, aside myself, concur this shifting dynamic is bound to have ripple effects around the world. According to CIA Director William Burns, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has scored a huge own goal with the war in Ukraine. He was referring to Russia's losses at the front, international sanctions, the expansion of NATO, and Russia's growing dependence on the communist Chinese empire, something that has escalated in recent years and may well become one of the enduring challenges Putin's government has created for Russia. The risks associated with this final point, the deepening dependence on the communist Chinese empire, are substantial, and breaking free from it will prove to be a formidable task. Russia's evolving, I would say devolving, relationship with Red China has become a focal point in international geopolitics and economics. This transformation has been catalyzed by a combination of factors, including Western sanctions, Russia's annexation of the Crimea in 2014, its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, and Red China's meteoric rise in the global economy since the early aughts, the 2000s, what we would call the zeros, or the first decade of the 21st century and the third Christian millennium. The shift in Russia's economic alignment toward Red China began in earnest in the aftermath of the Ukraine conflict and the resulting Western sanctions. Prior to this, Russia had maintained strong ties with Eastern Europe, Europe, and all of Europe, really, particularly in energy exports, where they dominated Western Europe and were turning it into a satrap of effectively conquered nations. But as sanctions took hold, the Russian Empire turned to the Communist Chinese as an alternative trading partner and a source of investment. These hopes for increased commerce between the two empires came as Moscow seeks continued support for its war on the Ukraine. Red China's top diplomat, Wang Yi, is currently visiting Russia for security talks, which Russian media say could pave the way for Vladimir Putin visiting Beijing soon. Yet, despite attempts to gain diplomatic punch from such a visit, Putin would arrive in the Chinese capital weaker and more beholden to China than ever. As for what we discussed earlier, with Communist China and its invasion of Taiwan, which is ultimately what they're preparing for, I explained in depth regarding the metals and ores situation. China won't start with my Taiwan. In fact, successful American efforts to deter a communist Chinese invasion of my Taiwan could push the communist Chinese empire to attack other countries. American foreign policy in Asia focuses on preventing mainland China from expanding into island China on my Taiwan, or usurping United States partners' claims in the South China Sea. Yet, effective American deterrence in the Pacific might push Red China to shift its aims inland, where it could assess its capabilities against more vulnerable neighbors before engaging the highest possible, the ultimate priority targets, like my Taiwan. There are few opportunities for American force projection to inland Asia, meaning the region presents the Communist Chinese Empire with lower risk opportunities to test the capabilities of their recently overhauled military. Red China has not conducted a major military operation since their 1979 humiliation in Vietnam, So a smaller intervention could allow them to test their capabilities as well as global reactions to a Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist projection of force. Accordingly, the United States should encourage regional power balancing to deter military action by Red China in these areas. Now, the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping faces unique internal political pressures that drive him toward foreign military action. Xi faces party expectations to rejuvenate a stalling economy and to display the Chinese Communist Party's strength domestically and internationally. He also wants to demonstrate the value of his extensive reforms to the PLA, the People's Liberation Army, or the Red Chinese Military Force, which is a united command, meaning that there's no such thing as separate branches of service. Everything is part of the Army. The other services, like the Navy and the Air Force, are simply called PLAAF, PLAAF, or People's Liberation Army Air Force, or PLAN, PLAN, the People's Liberation Army Navy. Now, considering Red China's rapidly inverting population pyramid, its significant domestic unemployment and growing dissatisfaction, and Xi's own age, time is running short to meet these expectations. That is why American concerns about my Taiwan's security are always growing. That very American attention to my Taiwan might push Chi-Com ambitions toward other objectives. Taiwan's physical geography, porcupine defense strategy, and American patronage make it difficult to conquer. Coupled with the PLA's lack of combat experience, a war with my Taiwan is not a wise way for Xi to relieve the pressure that he faces. Xi might first pursue limited military action in lower stakes theaters in Central or Southeast Asia. Xi's incessant persecution of Red China's white minority of Turkic, that means Caucasoid, Uyghurs, the Uyghur minority of Muslims, has raised border security concerns with states like Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Afghanistan, which have limited ability to protect their own sovereignty. Xi could leverage events like the collapse of Afghanistan and terrorist attacks on Chinese nationals as reasons to intervene militarily, perhaps through limited anti-terror campaigns. This would provide the PLA with valuable real-world experience and give Xi a chance to both assess PLA, or People's Liberation Army, readiness and prove the value of his extensive reforms to the military. Evidence that those expensive reforms were successful could relieve political stress as Red China's economy begins to falter. In the past, Russia's military dominance in this region would have been a deterring factor, but their war in Ukraine has led to increased reliance on Communist China, diminishing Moscow's ability to credibly challenge Beijing. Red China could also choose to intervene in a conflict in Southeast Asia. China shares a long border with Myanmar, a country embroiled in a seemingly interminable civil war since May of 2021. Red China has long maintained proxy buffer states in Myanmar, and political and security concerns could create an opportunity for military experience. The threat of a climate refugee crisis in the Bengal floodplains could exacerbate perceptions of instability or distract India from challenging an unprecedented Communist Chinese invasion. Now, Myanmar is a member of ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, the commercial successor organization to what used to be called SEATO, the Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, or Asia's NATO. But its regional partners, the partners of Myanmar, have been ineffective in their efforts to address the conflict in that nation, which used to be called Burma. Moreover, Red China's actions in the South China Sea imply They don't view ASEAN as any serious deterrent. As such, Red China might engage in military campaigns to stabilize the region, providing similar benefits to hypothetical actions in Afghanistan, military experience for the PLA, and resultant political capital for Xi himself. A third target is perhaps more likely: militarily weak Mongolia. Outer Mongolia's shared border with the Communist Chinese Empire holds some of the world's richest deposits of coal, uranium, molybdenum, copper, tin, and more. These resources could help fuel Red China's growing nuclear programs, coal plant construction, and electronic innovations, particularly regarding semiconductors. These expanding projects are critical if Red China wishes to protect itself from American trade warfare and international sanctions. Mongolia's significant debt and recent domestic unrest, particularly related to coal production, have hindered Ulaanbaatar's, the capital of the Red Heroes, that's the capital of Mongolia's, full utilization of these deposits and threatened the status quo in trade between Mongolia and Red China. In 2022, the International Monetary Fund declared that Mongolia faces global shocks, border conflicts, and economic stagflation. Mongolia's political instability is capable of, according to the IMF in their own statement, favoring China. In the way they express this is, to quote as they, significantly disrupting strategic mining projects. This, of course, puts them more in a vulnerable position, which the Chinese will happily take advantage of. With no formal foreign defense commitments and a tiny military, Mongolia's precarious situation might tempt Beijing to forcefully seize and exploit underutilized border resources, providing invaluable and relatively low-risk real-world experience to the People's Liberation Army, extremely valuable resources, and much-needed political capital for Xi Jinping. In any of these aforementioned scenarios, the military experience and economic gains, as well as the political benefits to Xi himself, might motivate unexpected foreign action on the Communist Chinese Empire's part, especially since these United States would have limited options to counter Beijing. There is little recent precedent for serious Chi-Com activity in any of these theaters. But given the fact that military experience and economic strength are vital to Red China's ability to challenge America in the Pacific, there is enough risk that the American empire should encourage regional powers, even Russia and Asian India, to balance China and prevent such test runs. America's containment of Red China in the Pacific Ocean is important to American interests. But denying Red China control of valuable assets and the opportunity to prove the PLA, the Red Chinese Army's, the People's Liberation Army's capabilities, could in turn prevent Xi Jinping himself from ever developing the confidence to take more active measures in the Pacific. Regional powers balancing Red China out of Central and Southeast Asia could indirectly protect American investments in the Pacific. This is why it is so vital that America not only be aware of the risk Red China poses to Central and Southeast Asia, but also be active in encouraging regional powers to do something about that risk. America should utilize the interests of powers with stakes in the region before Red China takes the first step to launching a potentially disastrous war. And make no mistake about it, Red China is preparing for war. And the West is flailing, especially America's most intimate ally, Great Britain. First of all, of course, we need to clarify that Russia and India, of course, well, Russia is nothing more than a communist Chinese satrap, and Asian India isn't worth, you can't trust them as far as you can kick a turd, and they're not worth a shit anyway. So what you're going to have to do is basically come to grips with the fact that when I'm talking about regional powers, we're going to have to make those regional powers. Thailand, we're going to have to unite that into a free Asia fulcrum with Taiwan, an independent Aceh. And yes, that would be the steps towards a regional stabilizing factor in Southeast Asia. Aceh, of course, is the northernmost tip of the Indonesian archipelago in the northwest, and they seek independence, which should be supported into fruition, and uniting them in alliance with Thailand and Taiwan, with the Sultanate of Brunei. Brunei would be our anchor. It would be Taiwan's anchor in Southeast Asia to maintain the freedom of the South China Seas. As for the other regions, well, of course, support Japan in a mobilization to deploy in Mongolia, which is ultimately the only buffer that can be placed against Communist Chinese that would be of any relevance. And then, of course, maneuver all the way into Central Asia to divide Russia from Communist China completely. A Japanese belt of influence, well, the Japanese Belt and Road. At any rate, as for the West and its need to even realize we're in a state of war right now, in unambiguous language, Frank Candle, Joe Biden's Secretary of the Air Force, said yesterday, just last week, that the intelligence couldn't be clearer. Whatever its actual intentions may be, I could not say, but Red China is preparing for a war, and specifically for a war with these United States. Now, United States Air Force Secretary Frank Kendall is not some clandestine China hawk who somehow infiltrated the Biden Defense Department's top ranks. He served at senior levels in the Obama administration, returning to the private sector after Donald Trump's election. Significantly, for the United Kingdom's ongoing debate about Red China, Kendall's speech accurately reflects an emerging bipartisan American consensus about Beijing's threat to the global West. This menace is hardly confined to military affairs, but extends to politics and economics as well. Now, all of us in any part of the global West have awakened to this threat at varying speeds over the past decade. In numerous cases, we have been dangerously slow in appreciating the magnitude and breadth of these risks. In these United States, for example, Australia and New Zealand rang alarm bells about the gravity of Huawei and ZTE, communist Chinese state-controlled corporations controlling fifth-generation telecommunications based on their extensive analyses of what these arms of the Chinese state, they're not businesses or independent entities, they're simply front companies for the Communist Chinese Party, and we were warned what they were up to. Thereafter, London and Washington consulted closely, having tough sessions on difficult economic and political issues before we all emerged with largely congruent views. Of course, the hard work to change the approach of a European Union becoming even more dependent on Red China's market than on Russian oil and gas lay ahead. So it has been surprising to see the United Kingdom choking on characterizing Beijing as a threat, clinging to the soothing but poisonous term competitor. Not that Biden's term has previously done much better. Most surprising has been the bend-it-knee approach of many parliamentarians following the arrest of an alleged Chi-Com spy, a Chinese communist agent in the empire of the Crown. Generally, countries spy mostly on their enemies because they pose the greatest dangers. Ask the Chinese communists. FBI Director Chris Wray calls Beijing's espionage threat the challenge of our generation. Canada has just announced a substantial inquiry into Chi-Com efforts to subvert its own democracy. If the United States and Canada are targets, does anyone seriously believe the United Kingdom is not? Since Red China's threat is to the whole of society, blindness among the political leadership is dangerous across the board. It is the government's duty to protect its citizens by warning them of foreign dangers that individuals, businesses, and private associations are simply unable to detect. The harsh truth is that the Communist Chinese Empire has been waging economic war against the West for decades, stealing intellectual property, pursuing mercantilist policies within supposedly free trade institutions like the World Trade Organization, and insulating its critical domestic markets from foreign competition, all while exploiting Western openness as our own officials stand idly by. Attention is also turning to the failure of Western regulators to scrutinize financial information from Chi-Com firms with anything like the intensity they apply to their own domestic firms. The only effective way to deal with this long-standing Chi-Com, Chinese communist evasion and opaqueness, is a NATO-like common approach among free societies, starting with a common view of the threat. We often hear from Beijing's Western defenders that Red China has something we need for priorities like climate change. But these are frequently the worried arguments of business executives who have invested too heavily in the Communist Chinese, or whose supply networks have become too dependent on the Red Empire in the East, and who for years didn't understand that the Soviet Union's collapse did not mean the end of history and the disappearance of international political risk. Fortunately, Western naivete, indolence, and incompetence may be changing. Also announced Septimania last week was quite possibly the world's largest deposit of lithium, critical for battery-powered cars, located in, wait for it, not Japan this time, but along the Nevada-Oregon border. In January, Sweden announced the discovery of what could be the biggest deposit of rare earths in Europe, undercutting another dominant Communist Chinese position in the extraction of such minerals, vital in the high-tech and, high technology and communications industries, to say the least. All this proves that correctly understanding Red China's whole of society threat and becoming resolutely committed to defeating it means the West can prevail against the 21st century's existential threat. By contrast, ignoring palpable reality facing us for fear of agitating the Middle Kingdom's communist emperors will ensure our defeat. Now, as any Briton will tell you, Franklin Delano Roosevelt had it right when he said, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself." You see, the Brits think that FDR said that. The Americans think that Churchill said that. Really doesn't matter who said that. The statement's good enough without either one of those assholes. In fact, both of those guys were such assholes that each side credited the other, because if they credited their own leader for saying it, nobody would listen. It goes to show. Okay. Trying to breathe here. Get some more steam up to continue monologue. Holding numbers. So that's excellent. Surprised myself with that. And of course, this brings us back to what we discussed earlier. Well, another development currently ongoing that is going to impact us all. Now, I've talked before about Turkey with Peter Moon. We covered a lot in that opening hour. I'm going in depth now. This would be your deep dive to what we introduced in the opening hours with Peter Moon. And recently, Azerbaijan, for those of you who don't even know what the fuck that is, that's a country that's east of Armenia, which is the only nation that fucking matters in the Caucasus as far as I'm concerned. Georgia comes in far second away from that. Georgia being a nation in the Caucasus Mountains that I'm referencing, not your state here in the United States. And the rest of them, Georgia and Armenia, are Christian, and they're surrounded by a sea of Muslims that are committed to their racial extermination. And know that much, and you've got the situation down, and you'd better know whose side you're goddamn on. And if you're a Christian, you'd better be on the side of Armenia. And Georgia as a second. Armenia is in the heart of it all. Now, Azerbaijan has announced a new offensive in its so-called breakaway region of Nagorno-Karabakh, nearly 3 years after the country went to war against Armenia over that disputed area. On Tuesday, but the day before yesterday, 4 Azerbaijani police officers and 12 civilians were killed in mine blasts, with authorities blaming Armenian separatists. Fears that the simmering dispute in the former Zalvyets region could turn into all-out war have escalated in recent months after Azerbaijan mounted a blockade of the only land link into the enclave from Armenia. What we're essentially talking about is eastern Armenia here. It's half the nation is now surrounded and threatened with mass genocide. So another war is brewing in the world. I want you all to understand that. And this could prove disastrous for, for all of you. It's something that we want to... Let's put it this way. The Armenian word for Nagorno-Karabakh, which you'll never remember, is Artsakh. Artsakh. It's spelled like art, A-R-T-S-A-K-H. Artsakh is simply Eastern Armenia. Everybody who lives there, it's basically, it's basically... as if an entire nation were surrounded by a bunch of murderous fanatics who were determined to see it destroyed. That's exactly what the situation is. And we are now facing, as I said, a developing situation where another war is brewing in this world. 12 former Soviet republics went to war less than 3 years ago over this disputed region. And by all evidence, they're on the brink of another full-scale conflict. The dispute is between Azerbaijan and the neighboring Armenia over the region known as Nagorno-Karabakh, which, of course, as I said, call it Artsakh, because you're never going to remember Nagorno-Karabakh. Perhaps you will if I give you the root etymology. Karabakh is the Russian rendering of an Azeri word meaning black garden, while Nagorno is a Russian root meaning mountainous. So you've got the term black garden in the mountains. So it is a remarkable area, occupied by the Armenians forever, and in a very dangerous, precarious situation. We need to identify which side we're on and which one we're going to support. So when it comes to the latter region, Nagorno-Karabakh, the Garden of the Black Mountains, latterly from Armenia, that I brought up as the center of it all, the eye of the storm. The latter is located entirely within the borders of Azerbaijan by now, but it is populated almost exclusively by ethnic Armenians. The two nations have fought previously over this region, first in the 1990s when Armenia took control of it after the fall of the Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics, and again in 2020 when Azerbaijan reclaimed it with the aid of Turkey and Israel, supplying high-technology drones to wipe out the old Soviets' mechanized columns on the field of battle. Part of the convoluted mix, Azerbaijan is backed wholeheartedly by Turkey, while Armenia is a longtime ally of Russia, though relations have soured of late over the Ukrainian war. And, of course, the fact that Russia has betrayed Armenia. This is what brings us to Russia's role. Moscow is supposed to be keeping the peace between these two nations, a pledge it made after the last war, but its own war with Ukraine has distracted from that. And then there's the shelling. On Tuesday, the day before yesterday, Azerbaijan launched artillery fire onto Nagorno-Karabakh in what it calls an anti-terrorist campaign. The de facto capital of Stepanakert was hit particularly hard, though details about casualties and damages were scant in the early going. The shelling is the culmination of months of simmering tensions. And of course there's that key road, a single road called the Lachkin Corridor, links Nagorno-Karabakh to Armenia. Well, Russian peacekeepers are supposed to be keeping it open, but an emboldened Azerbaijan has largely taken control of it in recent months. That leaves Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh, the Black Garden in the mountains, essentially cut off from supplies of food and fuel, and it's raising fears, quite legitimately, of ethnic cleansing. And all diplomacy has faltered. Thomas de Waal, a regional specialist at the Carnegie Europe Foundation, has told the Fourth Estate of America that it looks like it could be, unfortunately, terrible. War number 3. Something that people have been fearing but hoping to avoid with diplomacy in the last few weeks and months. Now, the conflict also it complicates Europe's plan to court Azerbaijan as an alternative fuel source to Russia. But then again, the goddamn Euros don't deserve a fucking alternative resource. They ought to be dependent on us. They fucking deserve it. Obviously, I want to see an independent Germanic Europe in the future, but they're going to have to earn it. They're going to have to drop some fucking balls and fight for it, because that's what it's going to come down to. In the interim, this key ally of the Russians has turned against Vladimir Putin. Vlad Putin finds himself increasingly isolated on the global stage. Last year's invasion of Ukraine has left him with few friends, one of them being North Korea's Kim Jong-un. However, not everyone is as steadfast as Kim. Armenia, led by Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan, has recently reconsidered its alliance with Russia. Now, Armenia, itself a former Soviet republic, has long relied, all too long relied, on Russia for its security. However, Pashinyan now considers this reliance a strategic mistake. His words. He has argued, quite realistically, that Russia itself is in need of weapons and can no longer meet Armenia's security needs. Armenia is particularly concerned about escalating conflicts and tensions with Azerbaijan. The country feels betrayed by Russia's inability and unwillingness to intervene in the ongoing disputes between these two nations. As a result, Armenia has started military exercises with these United States, much to Russia's chagrin, much to the Russian Empire's ultimate downfall. Some analysts attribute Russia's lack of action to being preoccupied with its invasion of Ukraine. Others conclude that Russia's unwillingness to choose between Armenia and Azerbaijan has effectively made them choose Azerbaijan, which is the only real position to hold here. By that I mean it's the only real conclusion to draw. Not that the Russians have made the right choice. They've made the choice of the Sino-Slavic Sun axis, with Turkey and Israel and the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula along its United Arab Emirates as their allies, along with the Taliban and Hezbollah, the so-called Army of God in Lebanon, from whence sourced the latest stalker for, one of the latest stalkers for Brooke Gibson. Maybe the maid counts as another. Anyhow, this passive stance on part of the Russian Empire is seen as a pro-Azerbaijani position. If you never know what an Azeri is, you don't know what an Azerbaijani is. An Azeri, which is a person from Azerbaijan, Think of Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. That's a motherfucker with the beard who was going all over the place, shitting and pissing all over the Jews. And all the Arabs loved him because they thought he was talking to the man. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was the Iranian dude. Only he's not Iranian. Ethnically, he's Azeri. He's from Azerbaijan. So if you want to know what an Azeri is like, think Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. Armenia has invested years, even centuries, in the belief that Russia would fulfill its strategic commitments and defend them against foreign aggression. This belief has been shattered as Russia has failed to act in 2020, 2021, and now in 2022 and now in 2023. So, a close Russian ally has now snubbed Putin by announcing military exercises with these United States, the latest in a series of embarrassments for the Russian dictator. Armenia's defense ministry said the exercise, named Eagle Partner 2023, that's the eagle they chose over the bear, was designed to help prepare its forces to join international peacekeeping missions. It took place between September 11th and September 20th, just effectively ending yesterday by today's reckoning. An American military spokesperson had told the Fourth Estate that 85 U.S. soldiers and 175 Armenian soldiers took part in that exercise. Russia and Armenia have a decades-long relationship, with Armenia once being part of the Soviet Union and now part of many Russia-led international groups. Armenia also hosts a Russian military base. But Armenia's frustration with Russia has been evident over the past 12 years at the least, for reasons I've articulated. Armenia, beyond what I've already articulated, asked the CSTO, that's Russia's equivalent of NATO, of which it is a standing and contributing member, for assistance during recent border clashes with neighboring Azerbaijan. The Russia-led alliance did not send military help, understandably angering the country's prime minister, Nikol. His name always escapes me at the last minute. Pashinyan. And, of course, he's the guy with the beard who looks almost suspiciously like, kind of like a Mahmoud Ahmadinejad in his own right. I guess you could say people from that part of the world all kind of have a certain look. They're all mountain bred, you know. But the CSTO is the Collective Security Treaty Organization. That's this intergovernmental military alliance in Eurasia consisting of 6 post-Soviet states, Armenia first among them, along with Belarus, White Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia itself, and Tajikistan, formed in 2002. And it ain't worth the toilet paper it's written on. Now, as for Nikol Pashinyan, he called the Russian non-response to his nation's pleas for help against an existential threat. He called the non-response depressing and hugely damaging to the CSTO's image both in our country and abroad. And he has physically distanced himself from Putin in a group photo, as well as refusing to sign a draft declaration during a summit. In May, he said Armenia could leave the alliance if its benefits to his country were not proven. In January, Armenia canceled military drills with Russia, and in June, Pashinyan said that his country was not Russia's ally in the war with Ukraine. Excellent. And that it felt trapped in the middle between Russia and the West. Now, Pashinyan said this month that relying on one nation to provide security, in his case, Russia, was a strategic mistake. Now, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has exacerbated former Soviet Union member countries' frustrations with Russia, sparking doubts in those countries over whether Russia can even protect them, and fears that they could become Russian targets themselves. A legitimate concern, since an overwhelming majority of Russia's most talented, especially tech people, have escaped, avoided the draft. They've evaded the draft by escaping into Armenia. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, so I'm getting some response here in the chat room from Noticer, and she's giving me the sleepyhead symbol with the Z's. Oh my god, honey! I mean, geopolitics is my passion. I'm like, show some kindness. Oh my god, that's something Brooke would do. Enter a sleepyhead. Actually, she's never even gone that far, though. She provides it with love. I don't take it as an insult. It is. I know this is a topic a lot of people can't get into. I do know that. And so let me see. What do I say in response here? I'm left with, oh gosh, well, just send her a kiss. The honey, this is like we're talking about events and trends of world-shattering importance. Ultimately, yes, I know. She just woke up. Mwah. A morning kiss for you, and I certainly do appreciate that. And I thank you for tuning in. She says, no, it's so interesting. You're kidding me. You're kidding. I'm flattered. So I'll give her the little star eyes. Yes. I mean, this is flattering, of course. Honestly, darling, you're too kind. So I do want people to understand that, I don't blame people for tuning out to this stuff. It can be, well, let me get back to work, earning my pay, so to speak. And, of course, I do need everybody's help with water supply. People are welcome to send water to my door because I do not have potable water. I've explained before, I live on top of a cemetery and a filter is not going to cut it. We've got cadaver water coming through the pipes at this point, and God knows there's no filter in the world that can cut the taste of the cadavers, those old bones. I'm a big fan of bone broth, but not when it comes to human bones. Forget the vampire aspect, okay? I'm not a cannibal. So, other people might claim that it's such, but no, you're wrong. At any rate, so, let me get back into the zone, see if I can, basically, the Ukrainian invasion has accelerated the weakening of Russia's influence in region, boosting Chi-Com, Chinese Communists, and Turkey's efforts there. Well, of course, don't just take my word for it. Many other consultants who act as professionally contracted people in geopolitics have been talking to the American press about the developing situation, including Thomas Graham, the co-founder of Yale University's Russian, Eastern European, and Eurasian Studies program. There's Yaroslava Barbieri, an expert on Russia and post-Soviet states at the University of Birmingham, who told the American press that Russia's regional reputation as a security provider has been left in tatters. His words. And the Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, said that the latest development was concerning, especially in the current situation. Therefore, we will deeply analyze this news and monitor the situation. Well, the situation is that a Russian ally has snubbed Putin himself, suddenly turning to these United States. So, this joint exercise I'm referencing, aptly named Eagle Partner 2023, has aimed to prepare our Armenian forces for participation in international peacekeeping missions. That's the cover. The event itself, spanning from September 11th, just ending yesterday, on the 20th of September, involved 85 United States soldiers and 175 Armenian troops. Now, this collaboration has been particularly noteworthy given Armenia's deep-rooted ties with Russia, stemming from its history as part of the Greater Soviet Union and its current involvement in various Russia-led international consortiums. Furthermore, Armenia is also home to a Russian military base. However, the relationship between Armenia and Russia has shown signs of strain all these recent years, the most notable point of contention arising when Armenia sought assistance from the Collective Security Treaty Organization, the CSTO, often viewed as Russia's answer to NATO during its border skirmishes with neighboring Azerbaijan. And the CSTO's reluctance to provide military support left Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan deeply disappointed, to say the least. Pashinyan publicly criticized the CSTO's lackluster response, describing it as detrimental to the organization's reputation, both domestically and internationally. This discontent was further highlighted when Pashinyan physically distanced himself from Putin during a summit and even refrained from endorsing a draft declaration. But Pashinyan's frustrations did not end there. Earlier this year, he hinted at the possibility of Armenia exiting the CSTO if the alliance's benefits to his nation were not evident. In a bold maneuver, Armenia also scrapped planned military drills with the Russian Empire. Pashinyan went on to clarify that Armenia did not view itself as Russia's ally in the conflict with Ukraine, suggesting that the nation felt caught between the interests of the Russian Empire and the West. The broader geopolitical landscape, in which all of this is contextualized, also influenced Armenia's stance, of course. The recent Russian invasion of Ukraine has sown seeds of doubt among former Soviet states regarding Russia's reliability as a protective ally. Some even fear becoming potential targets for Russia themselves. This invasion has inadvertently weakened Russia's grip on the region, paving the way for other powers like the Communist Chinese Empire and Turkey to enhance their own influence. Unfortunately, all among the enemies of Armenia and the Christian states in the Caucasus Mountains, from whence the very word Caucasian itself comes from, these are white Christians. They should hold the sympathies of the American white Christian majority. But most American Christians have no knowledge of their existence or what the hell is going on. So that's why we turn to experts like, well, that would include, aside from myself, Thomas Graham from Yale University, who believe that Russia's actions in the Ukraine have exacerbated the frustrations of all the former Greater Soviet states. Yaroslava Barbieri, a specialist in Russian and post-Soviet affairs at the University of Birmingham now, has opined that Russia's reputation as a regional security provider has suffered considerably. The Kremlin, naturally, has expressed concerns over these developments, and that's why Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin spokesman, emphasized the need for a thorough analysis of the situation, especially given the current geopolitical climate. So what I've been doing there is basically reiterating for myself and for the love of Noticer. She says, I love all of it, T. My phone was lost for a while. I practically remade the bed looking for it, then realized I'd left it charging in the other room. I knocked out hard. XT, sorry I passed out. No, honey, you're fine. You're beautiful. No worries. It's all good. Believe me, you're great. And so now we'll turn towards something that will bring it all home. Okay? Noticer will appreciate this. And we've got 3 hours left. 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. So, yeah. Basically, I want to explain something here. In what I would consider an extraordinarily negative, unusual move, rabbis in Europe have condemned Armenian Holocaust comparisons. There's a group of European rabbis condemning in a letter what they consider a trivialization of the Holocaust by Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan. And this letter, penned earlier this month by more than 100 rabbis from the Rabbinical Center of Europe, an association with many rabbis affiliated with the Chabad Lubavitch movement, said that terms like ghetto, genocide, and Holocaust belittles, in their words, the terrible suffering experienced by the victims of the horrific Holocaust and the Jewish people at large. And it traces back to an interview from July in which Pashinyan said that Azerbaijan, with which Armenia has had a long and bloody conflict over land with all the religious undertones between Muslims and Christians, that Muslim Azerbaijan has created a ghetto, in the most literal meaning of the word, in Nagorno-Karabakh, Artsakh, the disputed area at the heart of this conflict. Pashinyan also spraketh about Adolf Hitler, no surprise, an easy and cheap ass shot, and his gradual ascent to power, saying Hitler did not pull out a sword and start chasing the Jews in the streets immediately after his rise to power. Now, the letter's signatories, these rabbis, included some of the most prominent Chabad rabbis in Europe, including Benjamin Jacobs, a chief rabbi in the Netherlands, where our friend Dan van der Meulen lives, and Baruch Oberlander, or Oberloander, of Budapest, Hungary, in the nation of Magyarország, the home of Viktor Orban, where they hate Jews anyway. These are the people, Magyarország, that's Viktor Orban's Hungary, who hold George Soros as the Antichrist. Now, the European Chabad rabbis rarely speak out on geopolitical matters, a task that normally falls to the European Jewish Association. That's Brussels, the capital of Europe as a whole, the Brussels-based advocacy group headed by Menachem Margolin, or Marjolin. Menachem Marjolin. How's that for a euphonic name? Now, this letter follows, of course, an Azeri, an Azerbaijani rabbi's push for attention in Jewish and other media to Holocaust-related rhetoric by Armenian leaders. The Baku, that's the capital of Azerbaijan, in case you did not know, the Baku-based News.za agency describes Rabbi Zamir Isayev of Baku as the initiator of the campaign of the rabbis of Europe and America against the use of the Holocaust themes in, their words, Armenian propaganda. Now, Azerbaijan is an oil-rich nation whose annual GDP, its gross domestic product, is 56 billion United States dollars, which is 4 times larger than Armenia's. And it's known to have a relatively robust lobbying apparatus in the European Union, these United States, and beyond. This is because Azerbaijan is a primary ally today of Israel and a major supplier of petrol, of oil, to the Jewish state in occupation of Palestine. Its officials have often claimed that their country has no anti-Semitism. I put that in quotes because it's a stupid phrase. It really means you're anti-Arabic. And the Jewish people have jacked the entire Arabic race. Arab people are Semitic too. And actually, most Jewish people are not. So they're stealing an ethnicity. So use the term Judeophobia, which the Azeris claim they do not have. And they point out that they were the first Muslim-majority country to include the Holocaust in their curriculum for high school students. Which just shows you what pieces of shit they truly are. It's also a major consumer of Israeli weapons. The two go hand in hand. Jews suffered Holocaust, buy their weapons. Buy their guns so you can kill others. I mean, this is... Do you see a kind of Jewish cycle here? There's something going on here that, if you don't see it, you're pretty fucking blind. Now, Azerbaijani officials have often compared the Holocaust, in which about 6 million Jews are are asserted to have died by the Jewish people themselves, to the Koheli massacre, or the Koheli massacre, depending on your dialect, spelled Khojali, the Koheli massacre of 1992 against Azeri, or Azerbaijani civilians. The Azeri government says that 613 people were killed in that atrocity, perpetrated by Armenian troops. The website of the Azerbaijani Defense Ministry states that Khojaly does not differ from other horrifying tragedies of Katyn, Lidice, Oradur Sergleni, the Holocaust, Songmi, Rwanda, and Srebrenica, which remain in history as deep and shameful scars. Armenian officials have often said that their nation has a special bond with Israel born of their shared experience of genocide, referring to the killing of literally millions of Armenians by the Turkish state during World War I. In a 2020 speech in Holon, near Tel Aviv, Yafo, the financial capital of Israel that's recognized as their functional capital by the sane world, former President Sarkisian said that Israel and Armenia share a common history through painful and sad times with the extinction, his words, of millions in the Holocaust and the Armenian genocide. Now, this, of course, is denied by Israel, who wants to have a monopoly on Holocaust. So the Israelis and the Jews are on the side of the Muslims trying to exterminate a Christian nation because the Armenians suffered a true Holocaust in World War I, annihilated by Muslims. That's when the Euphrates rose red with blood at his tides. But the Jews deny this and say that the Muslims are the good guys in their ultimate objective to use this as a test case for an annihilation of Christianity. Thankfully, Americans are starting to question whether Israel shares American values. While Americans generally view Israel as an American partner or ally, many are now questioning whether the 12 countries share the same interests and values. Now, I'm sourcing an AP NORC poll, AP-NORC. And this is why it matters. These results come just ahead of a bilateral meeting between President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, which took place today, yesterday by now, Wednesday, midweek. Their first sit-down since Netanyahu's return to office yesteryear. As for the state of play, about 4 in 10 Americans said Israel is a partner the United States should cooperate with, but does not share the United States' interests and values. As for the takers, 2 points come to mind. The results revealed a partisan split, with more than half, 53% of Democrats, saying Israel is a partner that does not share American values and interests, but should be cooperated with, compared to but 32% of Republicans who said the same. The other point that comes to mind is that overall, only about 1/3 of respondents said Israel is an ally that shares American values and interests, with Republicans, 44%, more likely than Democrats at 25%, to feel that way. In terms of the big picture, tensions between the American empire and Israel have been strained over a number of issues, including Israel's controversial judicial overhaul. Now, in 2 takeaway points that come to my mind with that, the Biden administration has criticized the overhaul and questioned what it will mean for Israel's democracy. President Biden has repeatedly called on Netanyahu to seek a broad consensus about judicial reform. And the other point being that Netanyahu and his coalition, the most right-wing government in Israel's history, have faced months of mass protests in Israel itself. The Israeli Prime Minister has also faced protesters while in these United States, including during his visit to a Tesla factory in San Jose, California, on Monday opening this work week, I am happy to report. Well, as we zoom out, Biden's bilateral meeting with Netanyahu took place on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly in New York. So, the point to be made there is that per a senior administration official, the 12 leaders discussed a wide range of bilateral and regional issues focused on the shared democratic values between our two countries and a vision for a more stable and prosperous integrated region, as well as comparing notes on effectively countering and deterring Iran. Well, there's obviously dramatic changes for Israel in the world. In the meantime, checking into the live stream. Numbers holding. That's good. We had Mijikia Young sharing my post. Good man. Always appreciate him. And, of course, back to our task at hand. I remember seriously covering diplomacy for Revolution Radio over 4 years ago, when Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was meeting with the then Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. Netanyahu and then President of the United States Donald Trump seemed like best buddies. The big topics of the day were American maximum pressure, sanctions on Iran, and a possible defense pact between Israel and these United States. Now, as I produce my own transmissions, the situation is almost the polar opposite. United States President Joe Biden still hasn't met with Netanyahu until basically yesterday, the first time ever. His administration making concessions to Iran and not enforcing sanctions was a sign of American independence. And there was talk instead about a United States-Saudi defense pact. Of course, that's far from a complete picture of the dramatic events in the world and Israel standing in it over the course of the past 4 years. But what are some of these factors that will forever change Israel's future? First, there was the COVID-19 pandemic that shut much of the world down. Israel became the vaccination nation, further burnishing the reputation of its doctors, but also of its leadership in medical technology, with other countries inquiring as to how Israel rolled out its vaccines. At the same time, the often justified frustration at the pandemic response led some people around the world into conspiratorial thinking and brought about a wave of Judeophobia, what Jewish communities would call anti-Semitism, that they sought to counter. The European Union, these United States, and others have since rolled out plans to fight hatred of Jews. Then, amid the dark days of the pandemic and its lockdowns, came what has been the best diplomatic news for Israel of the past 4 years, and arguably of the past 3 decades, the Abraham Accords. Now, the peace and normalization agreements between Israel and the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and Morocco were the first between the Jewish state and any Arab state in 26 years. And they marked a transformative moment for the Jewish state and the entire Middle East, Southwest Asia, and North Africa. The Abraham Accords showed that, well, they proved to the Israelis that the Palestinians do not have veto power over Israel's conquest of the region, and that it is in the self-interest, and by this I truly mean selfish, interest of the Arab states in the areas of trade, security, tourism, and more, to have relations with Israel, and that there are leaders with the corruption subverted enough to buck common wisdom and withstand widespread skepticism to embrace peace with Israel over the conflict and divisions of racial and religious alliance. Now, I guess we're all waiting to see if Saudi Arabia will do the same. Now, unfortunately for the Israelis, Washington is trying to tie up Israel-Saudi normalization with deals attempting to lower oil prices and decrease CHICOM, or Chinese Communist influence in region. That's a far cry from the original Abraham Accords, during which the Trump administration concluded that a more integrated, meaning Israeli-dominated and stable Middle East is in America's interest, per his regard, and that other business could be negotiated separately. The Saudis have also asked for the aforementioned defense pact with these United States, plus a civilian nuclear program, which has raised some concerns in Israel that allowing Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, to enrich uranium could spark an arms race across the region, which is already on anyway. I mean, both the Israelis and the Iranians are nuclear, so why not everybody else? Now, just a few months after the Abraham Accords, Joe Biden was elected president of these United States. Now, Biden is a longtime friend of Israel, even identifies as a Zionist. He has also been a vocal critic of settlements, an opinion he'd voiced to every Israeli prime minister since Golda Meir. Because he's been around since, fucking Moses and shit. The current coalition, which has pushed to build tens of thousands of units for Israelis in Judea and Samaria, has heard plenty from the Biden administration. Biden has also avoided meeting with Netanyahu to this point, admitting it was because of extreme figures in Israel's current government, meaning Netanyahu among all the rest, and has openly and repeatedly criticized the judicial reform plan, which I've gone into in depth in other episodes. Few other governments have done so, and none so as vociferously as the Biden administration. So credit to him for that. But for Israel, one of the things that Biden's presidency has meant is a return to the Palestinian issue in the Israeli diplomatic conversation. It wasn't gone during the Trump years, but that administration, didn't care as much when Israel built homes in Judea and Samaria, and certainly not in Yerushalayim, the Hebrew word for Jerusalem, which it had recognized as Israel's capital. Insanely. Yes, Trump came up with the deal of the century in early 2020, and had Israel been permitted to move forward with it, it would have been, in Trump's words, huge. But that didn't happen. Instead, whether Naftali Bennett, Yair Lapid, or Benjamin Netanyahu was prime minister, Biden and company pushed Israel to take small steps to make the Palestinians' lives easier. To no avail, it must be said. The main result has been opening the Allenby crossing for more hours. However, when there wasn't something in it for them, Jerusalem was able to shake things up. Palestinians with United States citizenship can now come in and out of Israel freely as a condition for Israel to enter the United States visa waiver program, a process that is expected to be completed in the coming months. Different approaches to world issues can make all the difference. Biden also has a very different approach to Iran than the Trump administration's maximum pressure sanctions. His pursuit of a return to the 2015 Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action was a matter of great concern to the Bennett-Lapid government, which they addressed quite deftly. Bennett and Lapid started with constructive criticism in closed rooms, building trust in Washington, until the indirect U.S.-Iran negotiations reached a point that Jerusalem found intolerable, and then they, together with then Defense Minister Benny Gantz, sounded the alarm loud and clear and in public. The Ukrainian war probably had more to do with killing a return to the nuclear deal than Israel did, but the change government pressure led the United States to give up less than it was going to when talks were still ongoing. By the time Netanyahu returned to office, the JCPOA seemed to be off the table. But in recent months, Washington and Tehran seem to have entered what Netanyahu has called a mini-agreement for Iran to stop enriching uranium in exchange for some sanctions relief from the United States, which won't call it that, but also won't admit to the deal or report its details to Congress at all. The Ukrainian war is another massive international event that reverberates in the Middle East. When the Russian Empire invaded Ukraine, Bennett hoped he could keep quiet about it because the large Russian military presence in Syria required coordination between Moscow and Jerusalem in order for Israel to be able to continue to attack Iranian targets near its northern border. In addition, Israel saw and still sees the large Jewish community in Russia as vulnerable to being targeted by Putin's regime. Or that's what they tell the West. The reality is, of course, that's how they control Russia as their satellite state. However, much of the West took on Ukraine as an important cause, despite the Jews, and there was pressure on Israel to take a greater stand. Instead, Lapid condemned the invasion immediately after it happened, and Israel voted with Ukraine in the United Nations. Bennett that's of course because Volodymyr Zelensky is Jewish and he's the president of Ukraine. So that at least netted that. Bennett, having recently met with Putin at that time, made some abortive attempts at negotiating an end to the war. Meanwhile, Israel sent large quantities of humanitarian aid to Ukraine, including a field hospital and even some missile warning systems. Shit that really mattered. When it came to light that Iran was providing Russia with drones, Israel tried to convince the world to be tougher on Iran on the nuclear front. Ukraine tried to use it to convince Israel that they are on the same side. Neither argument seems to have worked particularly well. A year and a half into the Ukraine war, Israel still claims it is on Ukraine's side and opposes the war, but it has done nothing more than what it did in the weeks after Russia invaded. Over 4 years after I was covering diplomacy on a crazy hate platform, the world is a different place. War has returned to the European continent, but Israel has peace with 5 Arab states instead of 2. The American empire has returned to its more expected stance on Israel over recent decades than where it was in 2019. And we'll find out next November whether it will flip back again. Because Iran and Israel have actually found common purpose: the subjugation of the female human species, or what they would consider a subspecies of humanity, woman. Am I pronouncing that right? Everybody cunts all over me about how I pronounce woman. Brooke Gibson has no end of fun with that, and she pronounces poem as if you pronounce the E. Poem. So let me know if I'm saying woman to your satisfaction. It seems to be muse or amuse everybody no end, so, have at it. Have fun with it. At any rate, in one area, Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu's government in Israel and President Ibrahim Raisi's government in the Islamic Republic of Iran are fighting a common enemy and are joined by common cause: protecting their stalwart man from the corrupting presence of the woman in their midst. According to reports in the New York Times and the Times of Israel, the ultra-Orthodox parties in Netanyahu's coalition are considering proposals to segregate audiences at public events and at lakes, parks, and concerts. And at this very moment, Iran's Majlis, or parliament, is about to consider the draft of a new law grandly titled the Modesty and Hijab Law, which is designed, in part, to segregate men and women in university classrooms, offices, and public places. The hijab, the headscarf, is mandatory Islamic head covering for women. The law even provides for a special new security force, hijab wardens, headscarf police, to enforce the new regulations, a measure Israel's ultra-Orthodox obviously wish to emulate. The Islamic Republic is in many ways ahead of Israel. Israel's ultra-Orthodox parties in the current government aim to allow shopkeepers and businesses to deny service to customers whose dress offends their religious beliefs. In Iran, the new law will require shopkeepers to do so for women who do not observe the mandatory Islamic head covering. What's more, shopkeepers who fail to bar entry to improperly covered women will face heavy fines and even closure of their places of business. Women violating the hijab will face fines, and repeat offenders could face prison terms and even confiscation of passports and loss of civil rights. Now, in articles in the Israel Times and the New York Times, respectively, I know people might find them confusing and confuse them as the same newspaper for obvious reasons, Sarah Mann and Roni Karin Rabin cite worrisome incidents in which bus drivers berated a woman wearing a tank top or refused to allow similarly dressed women to board their buses. Happily, those were, so far, scattered incidents. In Iran, the new law bars women and men from wearing see-through clothing, a sight never seen on Tehran's streets anyway, and bans women from dress that shows any skin below the neck and above the ankles. Good God. They want women dressed in garbage bags. That's what a burqa is. It's like a burlap sack, so you've got an instant body bag. You can shoot and bury the woman in the same bag. Now, dress is not the only area where Iran's clerics are far in advance of their Israeli counterparts, mind jistier. Israel's Meitan Kahana, a former religious affairs minister and a current member of parliament, wishes to expand the jurisdiction of the rabbinical courts, which rule on matters of family law and have not been supportive of women's rights. Kahana will be envious to learn that in Iran, clerical judges dominate the entire court system. If in Israel, as the Times reports, ultra-Orthodox men block the road to a public bus driven by a woman, in Iran, no public buses are driven by women. Period. And while in Israel, the number of buses where women are asked to sit in the back to accommodate the sensibilities of Orthodox men is increasing, Iran has long enforced the woman sit in the back rule. In both Israel and the Islamic Republic, women have not remained silent in the face of these restrictions. In Israel, women protesters have taken to wearing long red robes like the woman in the television version of The Handmaid's Tale, the novel about a society in which women are subordinate to men and exist to serve men's wishes. In Iran, among other forms of resistance, women have flung off their headscarves as a form of defiance, often in direct confrontation with the morality police and at other times in large demonstrations. As a result, the governments in both countries have faced mass protests. In Iran, following the death in police custody of a young woman, Mahsa Amini, after her arrest for a minor infraction of the Islamic dress code, in Israel over the government's attempt to weaken the Supreme Court, a measure which for Israel's woman activists means a threat to women's rights. Netanyahu and Raisi seem to be in agreement about the best means of dealing with inconvenient defiance on the streets by women and others, with the gold cup for ruthlessness going to the Islamic Republic. In Israel, the police have resorted to beating protesters, breaking noses, and using chokeholds. Yes, all this against women. In Iran, security forces have used mass arrests, imprisonment, and rape and torture in prison. The two governments are at a critical crossroads. The time has come for Israel's ultra-Orthodox parties and Iran's clerics, facing a common peril and sharing a common purpose, to meet, perhaps in Tel Aviv along the Mediterranean, or in Ramsar along Iran's Caspian shore, and to confer on the best means of dealing with their troublesome women. Tel Aviv and Ramsar are spacious places. Women activists from Iran and Israel can meet at the same time to consider how best to deal with the troublesome men in their midst. Now, all that, of course, is indulgent on my part, to show you just how fucked up Israeli and Iranian men are. There was once a proposition that they be one nation on earth during World War II. Yes, at the time that Jews were being evacuated from Europe, that they would be taken in by Iran, the creation of an Israel-Iran from, of course, Southwest Asia all the way to the Levantine, the Mediterranean coast. For the geographically ignorant among you. Okay, now with that swipe having been dealt out, good God, an hour and a half more before Pete the Moon Man might potentially show up. 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Good God. Of course I'm laboring. There's so much in the world to talk about, and of course all of it is upsetting. And of course it's one of those things where I always wonder if I'm really doing any justice to the situation at hand. Okay, so we've talked about some general situations here. It's time to go in depth, and of course I really have no problem doing that. Kind of getting into the zone now, so it's not impossible. It's definitely something that I'm going to have to do for a while. Well, how do I get back in the mood? How do I get back in the zone with this? Now, I've brought up, of course, some of this troop training on the side of Armenia with of course, the Americans. The fact that the Taiwanese are training with the Americans. And this brings us back into the lineup for the next war. And it also should bring us to the direction that Slovakia might go in. Armenia is proving itself an ally of the West. Slovakia may well prove itself an enemy of the West at this point in history. And that's important. So let me see if I can work myself up towards that. Just as I said about Taiwan, best sources accessible to Americans in English might be Japanese news that is often published in English for American consumption. The NHK reported Taiwanese contingent at the Northern Strike exercises hosted by the Michigan National Guard last month. So Taiwanese soldiers joined United States military exercises in Michigan. They participated in multinational military exercises last month in these United States, which were hosted by the Michigan National Guard. The annual Northern Strike exercises are held at Michigan's Camp Grayling and nearby military bases. This year's exercises involved around 7,000 soldiers from 26 American states and 1 American territory, as well as contingents from 4 international partners. On Sunday, the 3rd of September, NHK, the Japanese media outlet, citing credible sources, reported that one of the international partners was Taiwan, though the size of the contingent was never revealed. Exercise Northern Strike typically involves 12 training phases, aerial and ground, and ran from late July to August 19th. Another international partner taking part in the event was Latvia, which has been a long-time participant in these exercises. Latvia's Chief of Defense, Lieutenant General Leonidas Kalnins, was in attendance at this year's exercises. The Latvia, in case you didn't know, was the nation Dr. Doom of Marvel Comics comes from. Now, the Northern Strike exercises are designed to maintain combat readiness levels of U.S. Reserve Forces. As one of the largest joint military exercises held in these United States, Northern Strike also helps to ensure reserve forces are capable of interoperability with allied militaries in the same manner as frontline military forces. Now, there was a report from an ABC affiliate, Up North Live, which confirmed that all domains of warfare are covered at the annual exercises to ensure every aspect of military preparedness is practiced and polished. The report also noted that the terrain and climate of northern Michigan is similar to parts of mainland China and Russia itself. So the Taiwanese are training to fight inside China and Russia. And Armenia just finished hosting its joint military exercise with the United States this month. That country, of course, is a longtime Russian ally, but has repeatedly expressed its frustration with it. This operation included the threatening to leave the Russia-led CSTO and refusing to host its military drills. Now Armenia, to re-emphasize, long considered a close Russian ally, hosted a joint military exercise with the United States this month, just ending now, the latest in a series of apparent snubs by that country toward the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. All of this brings us back to the new enemy in the room, Slovakia, the enemy in the House of Europe. Across the Atlantic, Putin may gain a new ally in the European Union, because at a stroke, Slovakia could soon become Russia's newest ally. Robert Fico, the former prime minister, who showers praise on Moscow and models himself on Viktor Orban, the dictator of Hungary, is leading the polls for the coming elections. Pray that he loses, because the implications are greater than Europe realizes. So, to all the numbers still holding, which amazes me, amazes myself, considering the obliqueness of the topic to many people, obviously you understand its importance. This could happen if Robert Fico wins the upcoming election in Slovakia, which, by God, might have taken place already last time I checked. It was supposed to be maybe the 20th, the 21st. Let's take a look and see if this happened yet. Make certain that Slovakian elections 2023. Okay, September 30th. So that's what I thought deep in the back of my mind. I knew it was somewhere at the end of the month. Let's try and put this in some perspective here, give you some context. Robert Fico's opponent, Michael Šimečka, has warned that Bobby Fico's potential victory would signify a shift towards the east and pose a threat to Slovakia's own independence. According to the latest polls from August, Fico's Smer SSD, SMER-SSD party is leading with 20% of the votes, while Šimečka's Progressive Slovakia is trailing with 15%. Now, the election in Slovakia has far greater implications than Europe is aware of. Fico is compared to Magyarország's, or Hungary's pro-Russia Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, and is labeled a populist, an echo of Donald Trump. Michael Šimečka echoes this sentiment himself, stating, while Viktor Orbán has long been Putin's only Trojan horse in Europe, there's a real risk that Robert Fico could become his partner if he wins. Now, Slovakia has unconditionally supported its Ukrainian neighbor, even militarily, since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Šimečka promises to continue this support if he wins. On the other hand, Fico has declared that this support will cease if he wins, distancing himself from, quote-unquote, Ukrainian fascists. Slovakia matters far more than America and even Europe realizes. It exists only because of one reason. It was created by my biological sire, Adolf Hitler. He created Slovakia as a Slavic wedge, a buffer, a buckler. You can look that word up. A buckler is a small shield used in sword combat very flexibly to ward off sword blades with blocking blows. So Slovakia was Europe's buckler in Hitler's strategic thought. Understand that Bratislava, the capital and motor city of Slovensko, the native word for Slovakia, their own name for their own nation, they're Detroit. In fact, it's Greater Germania's Detroit. Slovakia's powerful car production represents 44% of its entire industry, and Slovakia now has the world's highest car production per capita, by which it can be claimed that the constituent, well, Slovakia is really a constituent state in Confederation of Europe, is in and of itself an automotive superpower. And the triangle between Czechia, the Czech Republic, Slovensko, Slovakia, and Northwest Magyarország, or Hungary, produces about 2 million cars in that region, with a flourishing industry for parts as well. So understand that if I have my way, Slovakia will cease to exist and become a constituent part of a Großdeutschland, a Greater Germania, which is as it should be, so that Germany can remain competitive in the automotive world. And it needs it, because the German economy is faltering, which I'll go into. This is bad news and good news. It'll force the Germans to fucking wake up. And, with any luck, well, reconstitutionalize under the monarchy of the Kaiser as a constitutional representative of the German culture. And, well, that being said, on the 30th of September, this small European country that should be part of a Greater Germany holds a parliamentary election that will have ramifications far beyond its borders. If the opinion polls are correct, it would mark the return of Robert Fico, a man who lavishes praises on Moscow and models himself on Viktor Orbán, the alt-right leader in neighboring Magyarország, or Hungary. The European Union and NATO will soon have an insurgency within Europe itself. A fire in the fortress. A fire in Festung Europa. Or Fortress Europe. When Russia invaded Ukraine in February of 2022, Slovakia went all in to defend Ukrainian sovereignty. Per capita, it has been one of Kiev's, the capital of Ukraine's, staunchest backers, becoming the first NATO country to send fighter jets. If Fico is elected, it is in danger of doing a 180-degree turn and giving all its support to Vladimir Putin instead. Slovakia, a nation of only 5 million people, is a testing ground for the power of propaganda. Yesteryear, a former defense attaché was caught red-handed offering money to a Slovak journalist to peddle Kremlin propaganda on the war in Ukraine, and much more. When the video was released a year and a half ago by the news outlet Deniken, it went viral, and the diplomat was expelled. The think tank Globsec, Global Security, which measures the political allegiances of former communist states, and is part funded by both these United States and the European Union, publishes an annual vulnerability index. Its most recent survey makes for salutary reading. Salutary reading because with Slovakia, well, Slovakia is often the outlier. Dominika Hejdu, head of its Center for Democracy and Resilience, says that 50% of Slovaks believe the American empire to be a security risk, a figure sharply up on just a few years ago, while only 40% of Slovaks believe the Russian Empire to be primarily responsible for the Ukrainian war, the lowest percentage in Central and Eastern Europe. A few years after the 1993 dissolution of the Allied puppet state of Czechoslovakia, a forced union by the allies of the Czech and Slovak peoples, the newly independent Slovak state to the south was already a cause of concern to the west. While other post-communist states embraced liberal democracy with enthusiasm, the United States Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, called it the black hole of the region. NATO membership was delayed. Eventually, it did join. In 2004, the same year, it also became part of European Union. The assumption then in both of these institutions was that Slovakia finally had a settled identity and a settled set of alliances. Then came Fico, a prototype populist. As prime minister between 2006 and 2010, and then 2012 through 2018, he fulminated against the West for his domestic audience, but was careful not to go against the international status quo. What happened next shook Slovakia to its core. Jan Kuciak, a young investigative journalist, was looking into corruption involving Fico's government, EU subsidies, and the Italian mafia. On the 21st of February in 2018, Kuciak and his fiancée, Martina Kushnirova, an archaeologist, were gunned down by contract killers at their flat outside the capital. In the largest demonstrations since the Velvet Revolution that brought down communism in 1989, tens of thousands of Slovaks took to the streets to express their fury. Eventually, Fico and his entire cabinet were forced to resign, not before he accused the American billionaire George Soros of fomenting the protests. Hope arose from the horror. In June of 2019, an environmental activist and attorney, Zuzana Chaputova, sensationally won the presidential election. Months later, a new government was voted in, presaging change. Within weeks of taking office, however, the pandemic began, and so did all its troubles. Slovakia has had 4 prime ministers in the past 4 years. Successive coalitions have come and gone, struggling to cope with COVID, inflation, the energy crisis, and the war. The last administration collapsed in December amid much infighting, and the country has been treading water ever since. This brings us to the Slovakian presidentress, Zuzana Chaputova. The Slovakian presidentress, Chaputova, unfortunately, tragically, says she will not run for re-election. Cue a remarkable return for Fico. In a copy of Orban, He spent the time in opposition moving further to the right, denouncing Ukrainian fascists and railing against the decision by the Slovak government to ship whatever weapons it had to Ukraine. He then called Chaputova an American agent and, in an echo of Donald Trump, has described recent arrests of senior intelligence chiefs as a police-led coup d'etat. It has been reported there are up to 2,000 Facebook pages sharing anti-Western propaganda, with Chaputova warning of an info storm, an information blitz, an info blitz or an informational storm, a misinformation storm really, of political denunciations from the Russian-allied radicalized right, the Russell radicalized right, supported by the Russian Empire itself, directly from the Kremlin. Ominously, Slovak Prezidentress Chaputova says she has had enough and will not stand for a second term. Fico's party, the Shmir SD, named after the Russian KGB terrorist organization, the Shmersh, is ahead of the other parties in the polls. Its vice chair, Yubosh Blaha Frames, well, Yubosh Blaha, blah, like in blah. He frames Russia's conflict with the West less in military terms and more as a culture war, just as the motherless Russians do themselves. To quote his T, "We see it as a proxy war of the United States against Russia on Ukrainian land. The issue isn't about Russia and democracy. It is about Russia protecting their cultural, national identity against this liberal mania in the West." You know, as this fucker droned on, sitting on a terrace outside Parliament, he was looking across the Danube to the forest that marks Austria ahead, land of my biological sire Adolf Hitler. I myself remember it consciously from the 1980s, the heavily fortified border just a few kilometers away, the Iron Curtain, which imprisoned generations of Czechoslovaks. The danger is ever present, but there is still much to play for. Election campaigns in Slovakia have often produced dramatic last-minute swings, and a complicated voting system will make coalition building complex. What is beyond doubt, however, is that Fico is a major player once again, and the politics he espouses is back in fashion. It is a measure of how messy politics has become, and how much faith in liberal democracy has been eroded there in the heart of Europe itself. That brings us, of course, to this side of the Atlantic, inevitably, and the challenges we faced here. So, what I'm going to try to do is, well, issue a battle cry for the politically listless. Americans are sleepwalking through a national emergency. The United States of America is facing a threat from a chronically violent cult while a nuclear-armed power wages war on the border of our closest allies. And yet, many Americans sleepwalk as if they are living in normal times instead of in an ongoing crisis. We are stuck in this weird purgatory between what America used to be and what it is becoming. As we head into yet another election season, faced with what looks like an inevitable Trump-Biden rematch, it's hard not to despair at the divided state of the Union. A quick scan of the political landscape and the condition of our cities leaves me struggling. Everything seems fractured. It's like a broken mirror. The shattered remains are all reflecting back at each other, bouncing light everywhere. We live in an America that seems familiar, but only because it's composed of the broken shards of something that once was. There is, of course, too much to talk about. The United States is racing towards a government shutdown. President Biden is having a rough September. Auto workers are striking. Inflation is still not at pre-pandemic levels. The president's son has been indicted on a federal gun charge. Well, federal gun charges in the plural, really. And House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has taken the first step toward impeaching Joe Biden himself. On top of all that, the government, our federal government, now seems to be barreling toward an unavoidable shutdown. House Republicans, who have a slim majority in the lower chamber, can't seem to agree on a measure to temporarily fund the government. Their lack of unity does not suggest they will be able to come to a deal with Senate Democrats to send a spending bill to Biden's desk, and does not bode well for the future of McCarthy's speakership. So it's deal or no deal. Earlier this week, the Republican from Bakersfield, McCarthy, proposed passing a short-term funding bill that would extend the September 30th deadline and give his party more time to negotiate with Senate Democrats over a spending bill. The stopgap proposal, which cut most domestic spending by at least 8%, was negotiated between center-right and arch-conservative Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent members who would extend the shutdown deadline by 1 month. The measure would also require the government to restart construction of former President Trump's border wall. But McCarthy has discovered that a handful of Republicans may be able to stop this measure from being passed upon the floor. If McCarthy cannot get enough support from his own party, he could try to win Democratic votes by stripping conservative priorities from the text. But far-right members have warned that trying to work with House Democrats could cost McCarthy, well, they could cost McCarthy his gavel. On Tuesday afternoon, a Hill freelance reporter, Matt Laszlo, discovered what appeared to be a draft of a resolution to remove McCarthy from his job on a baby-changing table in a Capitol bathroom. Even if McCarthy can win near universal Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent support for the deal, he would still face an uphill battle with the Senate Democrats, who are very unlikely to accept a measure stuffed to the brim with Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgent priorities. On Tuesday, well, yesterday by my experience, day before by now, media outlets reported the Speaker would delay a procedural vote on the stopgap measure, leaving the path to averting a government shutdown uncertain. So now I have to describe the stakes. You see, though the American economy has continued to expand under President Biden, it remains in a precarious position. The Federal Reserve is still pushing to ease inflation without triggering recession. But a shutdown could make the central bank's job harder, likely roiling markets and stalling the release of the key Bureau of Labor Statistics data on inflation and unemployment the Fed relies on when setting interest rates. On Monday, U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet L. Yellen told the Fourth Estate that she didn't see any signs that the economy is at risk of a downturn. Inflation is falling and the labor market is strong, but she added that there is no need for a government shutdown, which could create, in her words, a situation that could cause a loss of momentum is something we don't need as a risk at this point. So yesterday, Tuesday by now, Yellen told the Fourth Estate, Speaker McCarthy needs to find a way to do his job. We really need a shock to the economy she said we really don't need a shock to the economy in the form of a slowdown. There's no reason for it at all. And this is what brings us to the fragility of freedom itself. There's dark clouds moving over that Statue of Freedom on top of the U.S. Capitol dome. Americans have become accustomed to so much in public life that they would have once found shocking. But many of these events are not only shameful, they are a warning, a kind of static energy filling the air just before a lightning strike. America is in a state of emergency, yet few of its citizens seem to realize it. Exempli gratiae, a single senator, Tommy Tuberville of Alabama, has been holding up hundreds of military promotions for months, endangering the national security of these United States. The acting chief of naval operations says it will take years for the Navy to recover from the damage. Welcome news, no doubt, in Beijing. Few people outside of America's senior military leadership seem particularly concerned. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives is going to open an impeachment inquiry into our legally elected president, Joseph Biden. Why? Well, why not? Speaker Kevin McCarthy promised the extremists in his cultic party that if they made him speaker, he would do what he was told. And so he has. The People's House is now effectively being run by members such as Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, fringe figures who in better times might never have been elected, and in a sensible House would have been relegated to the backbenches so far away from the rostrum that their seats would be in a different time zone. And let us not even speak of Lauren Boebert. Elsewhere, the governor of Florida and his vaccine skeptic surgeon general are telling people under the age of 65 years not to get boosted against COVID. He apparently thinks that anti-science extremism will help him wrest the Republican presidential nomination away from Donald Trump, and so he is resorting to a deeply cynical ploy that will inevitably cost lives. And then there is Trump himself, the wellspring of all this chaos. In a country that understood the fragility of its own freedoms, we would see him for what he is, the leader of a dangerous cult who has admitted to his attempts to subvert American democracy, no less. Yester Septimania, last week, Special Counsel Jack Smith filed a request for a gag order on Trump to stop him from making more public attacks on prosecutors, witnesses, and even potential jurors. As they say on social media, let that sink in. A federal prosecutor has asked a judge to stop our former president of these United States from threatening attorneys, litigators, and witnesses in his case, and intimidating potential jurors. As I have analytically articulated recently, this is not a normal election. We haven't had one of those in almost a decade by now. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency is not a normal political organization. That party withdrew into itself years ago and has now emerged from its rotting chrysalis as a nihilistic, seditionist movement in thrall to Donald Trump, in turn in thrall to Vladimir Putin. And Trump is not a normal candidate in any way. He regularly expresses his intention to continue his attacks on the American system itself and has made so many threats in so many different directions that we've all lost track of them all by now. Yet millions of Americans simply accept such behavior as Trump being Trump, much as they did back in 2016. Trump himself has shown his willingness to endanger anyone who gets in his way, as Smith's recent motion shows. And so we might at least expect the media to report on Trump not merely as a candidate, but as if they were following the developments around a dangerous conspiracy or the ongoing trial of the leader of a major crime syndicate. Instead, we have Kristen Welker inaugurating the reboot of Meet the Press by leaning forward with focused sincerity and asking Trump, "Tell me, Mr. President, tell me what you see when you look at your mugshot." That wasn't even the worst of it. Like Caitlin Collins in her disastrous town hall with Trump on CNN this past spring, Welker lost control of the interview because she too insisted on treating Trump like an ordinary political candidate instead of the seditious menace he's become. Many in the media have already dissected Welker's failure. And I shall not pile on, because I ultimately agree with Jonathan Last at the Bulwark, who wrote, well, this morning, really, far as by my experience, yesterday morning by now. I'm being hard on Kristen Welker, but this isn't really about Kristen Welker. It's about the mainstream broadcast media, all of them. In 2016, broadcast media was totally inadequate to the job of covering an aspiring authoritarian. Today, even after witnessing an insurrection, they still don't seem to understand the situation and their complicity in it. Democrats and our liberal allies claim to be in full mobilization mode to stop Trump and defang his threat to the constitutional order. But are they? How much more hand-wringing will we do over Biden's age? Over whether he's doing enough for climate change or to forgive student loans? Do we really need Biden to visit the UAW picket lines, as some have suggested? How many more times will Trump's opponents in the pro-democracy coalition internalize the right's criticisms about inflation, about spending, about gasoline, and respond to them as if Republicans care one whit about policy? Because, yes, gas is expensive. So is food. These are real issues, and people deserve to hear how their government will assist them. The solution to these problems, however, is not to normalize an authoritarian and thus pretend that one party, dysfunctional as it can be, is the same reactionary, anti-constitutional, and constantly violent movement. We don't have to live in a panic. Americans need not walk around all day with their hair on fire, talking about nothing else but the gathering dangers. In times of crisis, whether World War II or 9/11, Americans married and divorced. They carped about prices. Hell, if I include myself among them, we partied, we took vacations. Heck, I'm off to the Estates myself this weekend. We did all the things normal people do in the course of a normal life. But we don't have to live this way either, with voters and institutions, and especially the media, pretending that all is well, while charlatans, aspiring theocrats, and would-be authoritarians set fire to American democracy. This side of the world, Republican extremism will cost us our democracy if we don't fight it. I spracketh about what they're doing to women in Israel and Iran. Every day, women talk about how they're seeing rising extremism. From attempted book bans from groups like Moms for Liberty and Take Back Our Schools, to gun violence by white supremacists and attacks on reproductive rights and LGBTQIA plus people by the Republican Party. But I also hear about how women are getting involved, sometimes for the first time in their lives. Recently, 16 women were interviewed by story producer Jill Jonason of Red, Wine, and Blue. That's a community of 500,000 diverse women organizing against extremism in their communities for a limited series podcast called The Cost of Extremism. Some were survivors of gun violence. Some were educators, and some were trans activists. They shared the toll that extremism is taking on our children, from hiding in dark places during active shooter drills to the threat of violence if they are trans. In Ohio, Red, Wine, and Blue volunteers worked tirelessly talking to their fellow Ohioans about the political spectrum, well, all across the political spectrum, about voting to protect reproductive health care and all our democracy. Voters, especially women, turned out in force against Issue 1 in a frivolous $20 million special election orchestrated by Ohio Republican politicians to try and raise the threshold for citizen-led ballot proposals from a simple majority to 60%. And across the country, mainstream Americans are speaking up against book bans and voting against extreme school board candidates who are supported by politicians like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. You see, Republicans are fighting gun measures to protect children. So much for protect the children at all. One of the first women interviewed for The Cost of Extremism was Maya Treta. Mia Treta is a wounded survivor, crippled for life, or differently abled for life now, of the 2019 Saugus High School shooting in Santa Clarita, California. A shooting I had never even heard of in my own Golden Bear Republic, state nation of California, a former republic like Texas. I had to catch my breath when she stated she had just graduated from high school. She was only 18. Treta stated that kids like her that are in the gun violence prevention movement wish they could just live a normal life like so many other teenagers. But while her peers are going to the beach every weekend, she's advocating in the District of Columbia for stronger gun legislation because instead of increasing gun regulation, Republicans are easing restrictions to carry firearms. The fact that we have legislators that want to bring more guns into our schools and spend billions of dollars to train our kids how to fight off shooters and use tourniquets to help each other if their classmate is bleeding is beyond wild. And it's a reality I myself refuse to accept. And then, of course, we come to the extreme attacks on transgender people. Because also interviewed was Alejandra Caraballo, a trans activist. The amount of hate and disinformation about transgender people is outrageous, especially when it comes to the youth. CPAC, the Political Action Committee Speaker Michael Knowles actually said that transgenderism must be eradicated. Such extremists, such as Republican Representative Dan Crenshaw, are even trying to strip funding from children's hospitals that provide gender-affirming care to trans youth. But, as Caraballo explained, gender-affirming care starts with creating a loving environment that includes therapy and support. Social transitioning usually means a haircut, different clothes, new pronouns, maybe a name change. Then as trans youth hit puberty, they may start puberty blockers to give them more time to figure out their identity. Surgery is nearly non-existent for anyone under the age of 18. Data from the Trans Legislation Tracker proves that an unprecedented 566 anti-trans bills have been introduced in 2023, a number which is expected to grow as the year goes on and the 2024 election inches closer. These include restricting what sports teams kids can play on and what bathroom they can use at school. Last year, a Utah High School Athletics Association went as far as secretly investigating a female athlete without telling her or her parents. After receiving complaints from the parents of two girls she had defeated in competition, suggesting the girl was transgender. When referring to Republicans targeting trans people, Alejandra said, "This is the biggest issue in primary. Not actual kitchen table issues, not inflation, not employment, not pay, not the economy, not gas prices, healthcare access, none of that. No, it's trans people. It's an obsession." Extremists are willing to demonize a group of people to try to get votes and stay in power. We should all be horrified by this. And then we have Moms for Liberty. The final story from this footage that I reviewed at the Estates last time I was teaching the kids about Constitution Day, just before I returned to host tonight's episode, was about Jennifer Jenkins. She currently serves on the school board of the Brevard County in Florida, a seat she won by defeating the incumbent, Tina Descovich. Descovich is the co-founder of Moms for Liberty, a group labeled as extremist by the Southern Poverty Law Center because they are seeking to undermine public education, block schools from teaching accurate history, and to divide communities through book bans, taking over school boards, and targeting LGBTQIA plus kids. Members have called for LGBTQIA plus kids to be put in separate classrooms, like kids with autism and Down syndrome. A chapter in Indiana recently quoted Hitler in their newsletter. And in 2022, when Moms for Liberty took over a school board in the Berkeley County School District in South Carolina, they fired the district's first black superintendent. Now, Jenkins opened up about the constant harassment and intimidation she has experienced from this group, like when people showed up in front of her home with signs calling her a pedophile and a child abuser in front of her own daughter. Jennifer said, "I would label it trauma. It was traumatizing. The only thing I could do to survive, though, was to keep pushing forward. I didn't have time to wallow. I didn't have time to think about backing down. I was just trying to survive." What I want is for people to get their heads out of the sand and wake up to the reality of what extremism is doing to our country. Extremism will cost us our communities, public education, and ultimately our democracy if we don't do something to protect the future for our kids. These stories in The Cost of Extremism, which I reviewed during Constitution Day, well, we did Constitution Day 2 days late because I had to sleep after the ringing I went through on Monday. The Cost of Extremism are the wake-up call we all need. So do look it up. Highly recommend it. Review it. Oh, Veronica Barrera says, exactly, D, you're on point. Hey, love you, honey. Thank you so much for joining us, darling. And so glad you're here for us. And just partying to see you, baby. Any rate, let me give her the, of course, there we are. Here we are for dear Veronica. And, of course, it brings us back to point yet again, inspires me to continue, gives me some energy to do that now that our lovely Veronica Barrera has joined in and expressed herself. Always helpful. And let me check in on a recent comment on my Facebook promotional banner or my hyperlink. And hopefully everyone is, staying positive. Oh, they all are good, wonderful people. We have a lot of positive people out there. And so that brings us back, of course, to what I was discussing about Constitution Day. And maybe I should cover a bit of that since, we didn't get to do that on Sunday. And also, as I said, because Constitution Day fell on a Sunday this year, basically it was commemorated on Monday throughout the United States. Of course, Monday I had a follow-up appointment concerning my sinuses, in which the doctor confirmed there very likely was an infection that was synonymous with the inflammation, and he gave a description that I'll wait till Brooke Gibson is here to share with all of you so I can gross her out. By the way, Noticer gives me the hearts as well. Goddess bless her. love her dearly. So, yes, let me give her a series of faces, of course. Bless her heart. And she gets the eyes with the hearts because, Veronica's taken. So, eyes with the hearts to notice her. Mwah. Now that we're back on some track, Constitution Day. So because I came home exhausted from doing a full night's transmission, going to the follow-up for my sinuses, getting a flu shot, which for the first time in my life actually made me feel like I caught the flu. I'm sure Noticer is going to laugh at that and say I deserved it. Home now, and of course, I slept first when I got home. Then, of course, went to basically teach a Constitution Day lesson to the Blood Boys. Now, I spoke about the Blood Boys at some length while I was on my latest episode before our man Pete the Moonrock joined us. And once Moonrock joined us, he kind of talked about breathing, because I was talking about all that life extension and the Blood Boys, UCSF, what was being done concerning all of this. I was talking about the Rejuvenation Olympics, as a matter of fact. So maybe I should complete what I was saying about that concerning the Blood Boys, and then go on to, basically the Blood Boys themselves as based upon, shall we say, what I was teaching them about the Constitution. I mean, that's going to seem like one hell of a jump, and it doesn't make much sense, but understand the connection in my mind. It makes me easier to get back into the memory of what I was telling them. To tell you about the whole situation of the Rejuvenation Olympics. Okay, so let me see if I can, get back into the mood for that. Okay. Okay, trying to psych myself up here so I can get back into, those solemn words about our Constitution. Let's put it this way. As I said the other day, when I talked about this sense of one-upmanship among the multi-billionaires, then I talk, then if I talk about the Constitution, I'm just setting up an itinerary for myself here. I can go from there back to talking about Elon Musk, because this is ultimately what it'll bring us back to. So let's see if I can make the journey. Just basically to start off with, when it comes to the Rejuvenation Olympics, that's an online leaderboard. It was launched by the tech millionaire Brian Johnson earlier this year, and he gets blood from his own son. It takes the rivalry of the rich away from just the yachts and the cage fights to the next level. And the game is reversing your age. Now, participants compete not on physical abilities, but on how quickly and by how much they can slow their biological age. It's almost who can be the best Benjamin Button. Competitors do this mostly by adjusting their diets, like which macronutrients and supplements they consume, being physically active, and retesting their age regularly. They're not actually reverting to a more youthful version of themselves. That's not biologically possible. Rather, these competitors are racing to see who can age the slowest. As the Rejuvenation Olympics website quips, you win by never crossing the finish line. Now, a few players of this peculiar game stand out. Steve Aoki, the DJ and heir to the Benihana restaurant chain, appears toward the bottom of the site's absolute ranking, which reflects the 25 competitors with the lowest rate of aging. The biohacker, Ben Greenfield, makes the list as well, as does the millionaire and longevity science advocate Peter Diamandes. Now, most of the top 25 names, however, don't spark any immediate recognition, and some are even anonymous. Right now, the tech millionaire Brian Johnson, who is 46 years old, is leading. But 46 is just what competitors describe as Johnson's chronological age, which means simply the years that have passed since his birthday. According to one well-known biological age test, he's aging at a rate slower than his chronological age. He's made waves for his outlandish lifestyle that's oriented entirely toward the goal of not just appearing young, but becoming younger. He has claimed that he eats 70 pounds of vegetables per month, most of it pureed, which, as far as I'm concerned, makes him a rodent. But most outstandingly, this isn't necessarily a positive. I'm not necessarily effusing here, but what stands out the most is that he receives blood transfusions from his 17-year-old son. He wears a red light cap that's supposed to simulate, or rather stimulate, hair growth. His body fat once fell to a dangerous 3%, though it's since bumped up a few percentage points. The Rejuvenation Olympics tend to attract this kind of person. Those obsessed with collecting and analyzing their personal health data, with the financial means to experiment with the minutiae of their lifestyles. Yet Johnson and the other Olympics competitors are hardly alone in their expensive attempts to gain maximal health. Such extremes are common among the ultra-rich and particularly the Silicon Valley set, a crowd known for its obsession with making moonshot ideals into reality. Twitter founder Jack Dorsey is renowned for his eccentric wellness habits. He eats one meal a day, meditates for at least 2 hours daily, and has a penchant for ice baths. For a while, Steve Jobs was a fruitarian. Yeah, I know he was gay, but as in only ate fruit. I mean, well, that kind of says the same thing, doesn't it? Well, the wealthy indulge in countless health trends of varying dubiousness, whether it's getting IV drips to reduce hangovers, or hyperbaric oxygen therapy, which Pete the Moonrock would approve of, implanting devices in the body to monitor health and live longer, even injecting themselves with young blood. That's a treatment called parabiosis, which Johnson is receiving. So this optimized lifestyle, with its constant monitoring and regimentation, costs money. So this year alone, Johnson will reportedly spend at least $2 million United States dollars on reducing his biological age. Of course, all of this brings us back to blood and the Blood Boys. Inescapably, unavoidably, my specialty. Right? Well, my source of food. And, of course, when it comes to these people who are doing what I do, it's up by a different means of food intake through transfusion instead of supping or drinking the blood directly. You're going to get a very different result. So I want people to understand the complexities of this. Most of you, of course, will have no idea how any of this works. So I'll try and go into it for you. Maybe I can succeed. Maybe I cannot. Of course, all of this takes a little bit of getting my thoughts in order. And I'm, trying to do that right now, thinking about how best to describe the process to all of you who are unfamiliar with this. Will probably find it morally repulsive or at least physiologically repugnant, perhaps understandably so. None of you are going to be able to do this yourselves anytime soon, I would presume. And yet the potential is there for all of us that this will ultimately, well, benefit us all. And this is why I've been doing my best to help you understand the process, so that maybe I look a little less alien to you, a little less repulsive. Maybe in the end that in and of itself is impossible. A forlorn hope or a cause in which I'm really vaingloriously seeking to normalize myself or something. We all want to be accepted in one way or another, and we don't always necessarily succeed, and it's not always even necessary that we do. But let's put it this way in the basics. We have a situation in which, as fun family activities go, this one is pretty much out there. Brian Johnson spends $2 million a year to look 18 years old, swapping blood with both his father and his son. So in pursuit of these new anti-aging techniques, Brian Johnson is tapping his 17-year-old kid to be a so-called blood boy. On April 3rd of this year, the tech entrepreneur Brian Johnson, at 45 years of age at that point, turned up at a health services clinic near Dallas with his 70-year-old father, Richard, and his 17-year-old son, Talmage. They arrived early in the morning, and over the course of several hours, the man and that boy engaged in a tri-generational swapping of their blood plasma. Now, personally, as a vampire, I can tell you, even I would say that this is just this side of an incest orgy on a gay porn channel. That is something that I have a hard time relating to myself in any sense of sympathy. That is privilege gone amok. But, of course, as I've articulated before, the person to start all of this in terms of being recognized by your world, the world of the normal people, the world of what is acceptable, or at least what is tolerated, was Peter Thiel, the man who is the secret lover of Jared Kushner, the man who married Trump's daughter, who's not a man at all, but actually a woman, and signed himself as a woman in all his official forms for years. In fact, the children between Ivanka and Jared Kushner are all in vitro fertilized. He never produced any of them because he's not a he. He's a trans-sexed she. If you ever look at him, it becomes quite obvious if you have any familiarity with transgender. And he, of course, was the lover of Peter Thiel. Again, signed himself as a woman on all his voting forms for decades. And Peter Thiel, of course, is flaming gay. And injects himself with young people's blood. Blood transfusions are the pathway to radical life extension. So we're talking about this individual who he's the Trump delegate. He was the Gawker bankrupter. No stranger to the idea of increasing his lifespan through science. In the libertarian journal Cato Unbound, about, 10 years ago by now? A decade ago, he wrote, I stand against confiscatory taxes, totalitarian collectives, and the ideology of the inevitability of the death of every individual. Or at least the death of every individual. So you're talking about a man from South Africa, just like Elon Musk. So on Bloomberg Television in 2014, Thiel explained that he was taking human growth hormone pills as part of his plan to live 120 years. He said, it helps maintain muscle mass, so you're much less likely to get bone injuries or arthritis. So, given his obsession with warding off death, it came as no surprise that the Silicon Valley billionaire was interested in at least one radical way of doing it, injecting himself with a young person's blood. So, Jeff Bercovici of Incorporated magazine published part of a year-old interview with Peter Thiel back in fucking August 1st of 2016, in which the venture capitalist explained his interest in parabiosis, in which, basically, that includes the practice of getting transfusions of blood from a younger person as a means of improving health and, potentially, reversing aging. So, to quote us, Peter Thiel, I'm looking into parabiosis stuff, which I think is really interesting. This is where they did the young blood into older mice, and they found that they had a massive rejuvenating effect. And so that is one that, again, it's one of these very odd things where people had done these studies in the 1950s, and then it got dropped altogether. I think there are a lot of these things that have been strangely underexplored. No, they've just been hidden. They've been doing it since the 1950s. The extreme wealthy who you never see in public. It's unclear whether the man who's now 51 years old, I believe, well, 50, about half a hundred years of age, the half a hundred-year-old entrepreneur is currently reviving parabiosis treatments. He certainly was last time I checked. Bercovici was then reporting that a Thiel Capital employee, actually the personal health director to Peter Thiel, according to his LinkedIn page, previously expressed interest in the technique to Jesse Karmazin, the founder of Ambrosia Limited Liability Company, a company that had been looking for volunteers over the age of 35 to receive blood transfusions from individuals under the age of 25. Bercovici then noting that Silicon Valley is abound with the wealthy tech elites experimenting with parabiosis, and that Gawker, which Peter Thiel had shut down by bankrupting it, by financing a lawsuit against it, using Hulk Hogan as a human battering ram, that Gawker, one of the real reasons Peter Thiel had it shut down, aside from the fact that it exposed him, outed him as gay, was that it received a tip in June of 2015, maybe 2016, that Thiel spent $40,000 per quarter to get an infusion of blood from an 18-year-old based on research conducted right here at Stanford, California, on extending the lives of mice. When Thiel was interviewed by Bercovici in 2015, he told the reporter that he hadn't quite started yet, but a spokesman for Thiel Capital told Incorporated that nothing had changed since then. All of it, of course, bullshit. We know he's in it. We know he's in it up to the veins in his jugular. Now, Thiel sees himself, well, he himself has invested in a number of biotech startups, including companies like StemCentrx, which seeks to use stem cell technology to cure cancer. And he's given $6 million to biomedical gerontologist Aubrey de Grey's SENS Foundation, which seeks to extend human lifespans. Thiel's Breakout Labs funds a number of biotech startups. He's also signed up with cryogenics company Alcor to be deep frozen when, or if, a more optimistic, death-cheating evangelist would say, he dies. Thiel himself has said there are 3 ways you can approach death. You can accept it, you can deny it, or you can fight it. I think our society is dominated by people who are into denial or acceptance, and I prefer to fight it. So, hey, I can understand where he's coming from. I'm not going to diss him for that. Certainly the real freak in the game would be Brian Johnson, and that brings us back to the game itself. There's a certain hubris to the tech founders who insist they've cracked the code to a longer, healthier life. Society treats them as idols, geniuses whose savvy has vaulted them into the 0.0001% of the wealthiest people on Earth. It's a small hop from there to believing they'd also be savvier than the rest of us about turning back the clock. Among various health and wellness fads, longevity is the pursuit receiving much of the attention and money from the ultra-rich. Last year, according to a report from the news and market analysis site longevity.technology, more than $5 billion United States dollars in investments poured into longevity-related companies worldwide, including from some big-name tech founders and investors. Many of these companies are aiming to prolong life by focusing on organ regeneration and gene editing. The buzzy life extension company Altos Labs, which researches biological reprogramming, a way to reset cells to pliable, pluripotent stem cells, launched last year with a whopping $3 billion United States dollars investment, and counts internet billionaire Yuri Milner and reportedly Amazon founder Jeff Bezos among its patrons. Bezos was also an investor in the anti-aging startup Unity Biotechnology, the name of that company. The OpenAI founder, Sam Altman, meanwhile, recently invested $180 million in Retro Biosciences. That's a company vying to add a decade to the human lifespan. Some of the most famous names in the death-defying sector are Old, Calico Labs, a longevity research subsidiary of Alphabet, was launched by then Google CEO Larry Page in 2013. And nor is it just Silicon Valley that's excited about the prospect of living longer. Tally Health, a new biotech company co-founded by Harvard scientist David Sinclair, who's something of a celebrity in the longevity community, boasts some Hollywood A-list investors: John Legend, Gwyneth Paltrow, Ashton Kutcher, Pedro Pascal, and Zac Efron. Basically, if you're anyone with any kind of serious money, chances are you've thrown some of it into the life extension industry. But all this hype and capital also means there's a higher chance of being sold bullshit. Just because someone appears to be aging more slowly right now doesn't mean they'll live longer. And experts are highly skeptical of the idea of turning back the clock entirely. Michael Lostgarten, a Rejuvenation Olympics competitor who has a PhD in physiology and is a scientist at Tufts University's Human Nutrition Research Center on Aging, has said that somebody's got to blaze the trail. The longevity community usually gets excited about snake oil, the latest supplement, or the latest mouse study that extends lifespan. Stuart J. Olshansky, an aging expert and professor of epidemiology and biostatistics at the University of Illinois in Chicago, has told the press that it's not possible to reverse your age. There's validity to some of the work that's going on in epigenetics that may be telling us something about the rate of aging. It's not yet telling us about longevity. So life extension does sound like pseudoscience at first blush, but epigenetics, which is concerned with how our genes are expressed depending on environment and lifestyle, is one field that's widely considered promising, making immense strides over the past decade in unlocking the secrets of how we age. The first epigenetic clock was devised by Steve Horvath in 2013, but personal epigenetic age tests for consumers started getting popular just a few years ago. Contestants in the Rejuvenation Olympics take these tests to track their progress. Epigenetic age testing can give us a rough idea of how old someone is chronologically if they don't know, for example, if someone doesn't have a birth certificate. More recent versions of the tests are offering clues not just to chronological age, but to how much aging is happening biologically based on environmental factors and lifestyle habits, which can then potentially be used to predict the likelihood of disease or death, something to this point covered by insurance statuarial statistics. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. By the way, my son didn't have a birth certificate. The young lady, well, the girl child who became my son, through transgenderism, of course. And the epigenetic age testing was helpful in her case to her husband, because my son's biological clock seems to be as slow as mine. That's a good thing. Of course, it could be all my nanosperm injected into her over the years through sexual contact, sexual penetration, and intercourse. That's what we speculate actually has physiologically impacted her. Well, him now. Excuse me. Sometimes even I have a problem letting go of the past. Okay, so when it comes to how well epigenetics works, here's how it works. No two people age in the exact same way. Discrete from chronological age, biological age is the attempt to capture the often invisible difference through epigenetic gene expression, the state of someone's organs, their immunosystem, and more. A 40-year-old with a history of heavy drinking and smoking, for example, may have a higher biological age than someone who never drinks or smokes. In 2018, a Dutchman, thinking of our dear friend Dan Vandermeulen in Nederland, one of his countrymen even complained that he ought to be able to change his legal age to match his biological age. So you can see the Dutch are all over this. The testing is nothing like an annual physical. It's more a burgeoning wellness trend for those who have a few $100s to spend on a home DNA test of deoxyribonucleic acid. The makers of such age tests contend that knowing your biological age can be the impetus for making healthy lifestyle changes. I mean, fuck, if you're going to spend that amount of money, why don't you just go for a walk? Sleep more. Fucking treat yourself better without abusing yourself. There's some promising evidence behind attempts to extend the human lifespan, of course. Even young blood transfusion, despite seeming to Elizabeth Bathory to be a real medical procedure, she was, of course, the real historical Dracula's relation, a female countess who was known as the Blood Countess, who bathed in young girls' blood. It all has some legitimate science behind it. Research has proven that parabiosis, the scientific term for blood and plasma transfer, in mice has regenerative effects on cells. The trouble is that longevity startups often go too far with claims about what new evidence might mean for the future of human aging itself. So understand again everything I've just explained, and allow that to put it all into some perspective for you. I'm doing my best, of course, to explain something to kind of normalize myself to all of you, to explain to you that while I feed directly, there are many of you who are not, shall we say, subspeciated as myself, who are doing what I do the only way they can, which is, of course, through, transfusion, because none of you can do what I do, which is, of course, digest blood, as my mother did. Going to live stream now, seeing how we're holding numbers up with the subject as it stands. People seem to tolerate this, and so that's fine by me. Now, what I can do is, of course, put in to the chat room some links for you yourself to review concerning, young blood and what it can do for you. Don't drink it, and for God's sakes, do everything legally. Don't go around trying to get this for yourself by, ambushing young people and draining them. It's morally wrong, and you'll pay a price for that. So just don't do that. But young blood is treating the diseases of aging. This much I can assure you of. And that is something that, again, because of my own expertise in medical journalism, I can actually probably go into depth about this. I'm not quite sure how many of you want that, or how many of you really find this subject engaging. Granted, a lot of this, as I said, is indulging myself to normalize myself to all of you, so that I don't constantly get the weirdness factor thrown at me at my drinking blood when I prove the most adept among you, the people you admire, or your society admires, the people who are basically your success stories, are all doing what I do. They just intake their blood in a different way. I think it's important to prove to all of you the reality of what I speak. So, speaking on what I speak, let's get some things out of the way. The infusion of young blood recharges the brains of old mice on spatial memory tests. And we're talking back in 2014 here that we were concluding this. This is something that they've been working on for literally at this point forever. This is something that it's amazing to me. So little people know about this research. And of course, I'm passionate about it because I have to explain to the Blood Boys a lot about why their lives are meaningful, a lot about why what they're doing is important, how much it's helping humanity ultimately, and not just the life extension of the man who adopted them. So understand that on spatial memory tests, old mice given infusions of blood plasma from young mice have outperformed old mice who got plasma from old mice. The infused mice also exhibited corresponding neurophysiological changes. So this is monumental. It means that there is indeed a reversal of aging going on here, though you can't make that claim legally. So understand that everything that's going on with the Blood Boys is for real. I'm just a beneficiary by, not starving to death. So something or some things in the blood of young mice has the ability to restore mental capabilities in old mice. This study was conducted at Stanford University School of Medicine in my own golden state nation of California, formerly a republic like Texas. If the same goes for humans, this spells a new paradigm for recharging our aging brains. It might mean new therapeutic approaches for treating dementias, such as Alzheimer's disease. So this study that I'm sourcing was published online May 4th in Nature Medicine. The researchers were using sophisticated techniques to pin down numerous important molecular, neuroanatomical, and neurophysiological changes in the brains of old mice that shared the blood of young mice. But they also conducted a critical experiment that was far from sophisticated. Tony Weiss-Corey, PhD, who I've sourced in our last transmission before tonight's, the senior author of the study I was sourcing, and a professor of neurology and neurological sciences, pointed out that the scientists simply compared older mice's performance on standard laboratory tests of spatial memory after these mice had received infusions of plasma, the cell-free part of blood, from young versus old mice, or no plasma at all. So Weiss-Corey, who's also the senior research career scientist at the Veterans Affairs Palo Alto healthcare system, said this could have been done 20 years ago. You don't need to know anything about how the brain works. You just give an old mouse young blood and see if the animal is smarter than before. It's just that nobody did it. Well, people have done it. Nobody's talked about it. Weiss-Corey co-founded a biotechnology company, Alkahest, to explore the therapeutic implications of this new study's findings. He serves as the director of Alkahest's Scientific Advisory Board. The study's lead author, Saul Vieta, PhD, who now has an active lab of his own as a faculty fellow in anatomy at the University of California, San Francisco, UCSF, where I was educated in medical journalism via the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute for Extended Adult Education. He was a graduate student at Stanford and, briefly, a postdoctoral scholar under Weiss-Corey's direction when the bulk of this work was performed. So it all comes down to reversing, it all comes down to reversing impairments. Vieta himself is quoted as saying that we've shown that at least some age-related impairments in brain function are reversible. They're not final. The previous experiments by Weiss-Corey, Vieta, and their colleagues, described in a paper published in 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was murdered, or slain as the term they use for vampires. Well, he published in Nature magazine that they had revealed that key regions in the brains of old mice exposed to blood from young mice produced more nerve cells than did the brains of old mice similarly exposed to blood from other old mice. Conversely, exposing young mice to blood from old mice had the opposite effect with respect to new nerve cell production, and also reduced the young mice's ability to navigate their environments. So old blood is fucking bad. Don't drink old blood. That's why when I told Judith Ager, I must have your blood, being completely sarcastic, I had to educate her on the fact that she was far too old for me to feed. And she's female anyway, and I don't consider females to be food. But such being what it is. Earlier work didn't directly assess the impact of young mouse blood on older mice's behavior. This time, the researchers checked both for changes within nerve circuits and individual nerve cells, and for demonstrable improvements in learning and memory. First, they examined pairs of mice whose circulatory systems had been surgically conjoined. Members of such pairs, known as parabiotic mice, shared a pooled blood supply. This is where they sewed old mice and young mice literally physically together, which you would hope you'd never see happen to human beings. Weiss-Corey's group paid special attention, in these parabiotic mice, to a brain structure called the hippocampus. The hippocampus is the first part of your brain, the core of your brain attacked by Alzheimer's. In both mice and humans, This structure is critical for forming certain types of memories, notably the recollection and recognition of spatial patterns. Vice-Corey noted that that's what you need to use when, for example, you try to find your car in a parking lot or navigate around a city without using your GPS system. Now, experience alters hippocampal activity and anatomy. Studies have found, for instance, that a veteran London cab driver's hippocampus is larger than it was when the driver was first hired, and larger than that of the average person's. The hippocampus is also extremely vulnerable to the normal aging process, showing early erosion in function as people grow older. In dementias, such as Alzheimer's disease, this hippocampal deterioration is accelerated, leading to an inability to even form new memories. As Vieta confirmed, we know that detrimental anatomical and functional changes occur in the hippocampus as mice and people get older. This is just from natural aging. We're all heading in that direction. When the investigators compared hippocampi from the old mice whose circulatory systems had been conjoined with those of young mice to hippocampi from old mice that had been paired, literally sewed onto, older mice to the point where they shared the same blood pool, they found consistent differences in a number of biochemical, anatomical, and electrophysiological measures known to be important to nerve cell circuits' encoding of new experiences for retention in the cerebral cortex. This is all about recharging old brains. Vice-Corey and his collaborators have worked to discover the specific factors in the blood of young mice that can recharge the brain of an older mouse. So understand that the factors, well, there's factors present in blood from young mice that can recharge an old mouse's brain so that it functions more like a younger one. And maybe that's all you need to know. But when it comes to the hippocampi of older mice that had been conjoined to younger mice, sewed onto each other, so that the old and the young shared the same blood, they more closely resembled those of younger mice than did the hippocampi of older mice similarly paired with old mice. The old mice paired with young mice made greater amounts of certain substances that hippocampal cells are known to produce when learning is taking place, for example. Hippocampal nerve cells from older members of old-young parabiotic pairs also showed an enhanced ability to strengthen the connections between one nerve cell and another, essential to learning and memory. So Vice-Corey said it was as if these old brains were recharged by young blood. Vieta, Vice-Corey, and all their associates next subjected regular older mice to a test in which the mice were trained to quickly locate a submerged platform in a water-filled container. The mice had to speedily orient themselves using memory cues provided by their surroundings. The investigators injected old mice intravenously with plasma from young mice or old mice and ran them through the test to compare. Typically, untreated older mice did poorly compared to young mice, as they did when injected with plasma from other old mice. But if they were infused with young mice's plasma, they did much better. This was likewise the case on another test in which mice were trained to freeze in fear when plunked into a particular environment. The better they recognized that environment, the longer they would freeze. Older mice typically freeze for a shorter period of time than younger ones do. Again, freezing times for older mice given young plasma, but not old plasma, increased significantly. We found the factors, or rather, we're into finding the factors now. Because in both tests, the improvement vanished if the plasma provided the old mice had first been subjected to high temperatures. Heat treatment can denature proteins, so this hints that a blood-borne protein, or group of them, may be responsible for the cognitive improvements seen in old mice given young mouse plasma. So Vice-Corey has concluded There are factors present in blood from young mice that can recharge an old mouse's brain so that it functions more like a younger one. And we're working intensively to find out what those factors might be and from exactly which tissues they originate. We don't know yet if this will work in humans. Bullshit. We know. Of course, he said, we hope to find out sooner rather than later. Well, they've got all the wealthiest guinea pigs in the fucking world. A near-term goal of his company was to test his proposition through a clinical trial. And, of course, that brings us back to, what I'm trying to educate you all about. And let me see if I can recover myself enough to get back into it again. Every time I speak about something like this, I get hungry. And maybe I shouldn't do that to myself. Yeah, well, hey, I'll be back to the States later this coming weekend, so I guess I shouldn't be too, how would I say it? I shouldn't be too worried. I'll try to keep myself from stuffing myself with filler food till then. Though, of course, I'll be doing that after the show today just to take all my supplements, my own vitamins that I'm into to try and preserve my quality of life and keep myself sharp enough to keep monologuing to yourselves. At any rate, we're looking to young blood now to treat the diseases of aging. Holy shit, how long ago by now? When I think of the years that I was caring for my parents, I'd say maybe around 20 years ago, reports began to emerge that taking the blood from the young mice and giving it to the old mice seemed to dial back the clock on aging itself for the elderly rodents. I mean, we should have gone a lot further into this research by now. The older mice showed signs of regenerating brain, muscle, and other tissues. So it's not just mind enhancement here. You are reversing aging. And it boosted their cognitive and physical performance. So it works all the way around. We can go back to fucking all night again. These findings came on the heels of the other experiments that resurrected a rather macabre technique that, macabre to the baseline public, that I've come to educate you about, known as parabiosis, which dates to the mid-1800s. Like something out of science fiction, parabiosis is a procedure in which researchers suture together young and old mice, or young and old people in the hidden experiments, so they share a single circulatory system. Scientists initially used parabiosis to investigate how conjoined organisms, like some Siamese twins, affect each other. Specifically, they wanted to know whether molecules in the bodily fluids of one could alter the physiology of the other. So after a period of declining interest in the method starting in the 1970s, parabiosis returned to the scene with a vengeance in 2005 when Stanford University scientists decided to use the approach to answer questions about tissue regeneration in older organisms. Aging is marked by an impaired ability in most tissues to regenerate themselves. So when the researchers performed parabiosis in mice to tease apart whether this was due to intrinsic changes in cells or some change in their surroundings, after the release of that 2005 study and other work proving that young blood could definitively rejuvenate old mice, scientists and the public alike seized on the alluring notion of an elixir of youth. In 2017, the Monterey, California-based startup Ambrosia began selling transfusions of young plasma, the liquid component of blood, for $8,000 United States dollars per liter, despite the lack of clinical trials showing whether or not this treatment was safe or even effective in humans. But excitement was soon tempered by fears of a dystopian future involving the mandatory harvesting of blood from the young to sustain the old, although bioethics experts have always dismissed this scenario as the stuff of science fiction. In February of the year 2019, if I remember correctly, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration issued a statement that transfusions of plasma from young donors have no proven clinical therapeutic benefit. They did this specifically to discourage a wave of potentially involuntary transfusions of serial killers literally stealing blood from the young and transfusing it from them involuntarily. A wave of mass abductions they feared would take place if people only knew the efficacy of this technique. In the wake of, oh God, how do I remember this now? Trying to recall it. Well, basically, in terms of that propaganda campaign from the FDA, in February of 2019, because they were concerned about the premature application in humans based on the findings in the mice, which are definitive, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration launched an ad campaign hiring promotional consultants, cautioning against all young plasma transfusions, claiming they had no proven clinical benefit for age-related or other diseases in humans. They're just trying to discourage the poor from going on a wave of violence and mass abduction of children. The same day the FDA released its statement, Ambrosia had to announce it would stop its transfusions. In fact, so far as I know now, the startup has completely closed shop. I think I followed up via the Business Insider at one point on that research that had to be done because, of course, I was working on behalf of my son's husband in that regard. Now, in the wake of the initial fervor surrounding young blood, researchers have been forced to take more measured approaches. Rather than trying to reverse aging, they're identifying the molecular factors responsible for the changes seen in parabiosis experiments in hopes of targeting specific diseases associated with aging, such as age-related muscular degeneration or Alzheimer's disease. Eric Verdeen, the CEO of Buck Institute for Research on Aging, has said that right now conducting a clinical trial for aging is extremely difficult. But a targeted approach could yield practical treatments more quickly and with fewer ethical and other concerns than simply transfusing patients with young blood. Nevertheless, I want you all to appreciate the incredible backwardsness of this. What we have is basically a situation in which all of this is being stopped because of elitism. This is the elite preventing you from access to a technique, a simple technique that would not only change your life, but render it the highest quality it's ever been. Now, of course, the first thing we might think of is brain boosters. Reflect back on what I was saying. Making two mice into one. Taking a young mice, sewing it onto the body of an older mouse. It would be like taking a young child and sewing it onto the body of an old man or woman. These experiments that connect the circulatory systems of young and old mice, siamizing human beings would be the version thereof, in the human sense, have proven the regenerative factors of young blood. There's no argument here. Yet, all of this has been hidden from you to prevent you from theoretically going on a frenzy of blood feasting, which of course would not be the way to go about it. You'd have to have your share of disposable sterile plastic tubes and needles, and, well, you'd have to be a bit of a phlebotomist. Somebody who draws blood in order to do anything that would benefit you. Most people, of course, would just stupidly cut people open and try to somehow transfer the blood into themselves and wind up drinking it in desperation. We don't want that. But if I go further and further into this, which I can go into in depth, it would be one thing. Let's check the numbers and see if interest remains. Numbers are actually increasing. How about we hold a vote? Do you want me to go on with this, or do you want me to talk about teaching the blood boys about the Constitution? Because I do think that matters, and we should get that out of the way before the Moon Man lands. Tell me what you want to hear, people. You want to hear about the Constitution, what I was teaching the blood boys about it, or you want to hear more about the other crazy shit the rich people are doing, or the actual science, the medical journalism behind blood technology and the transfusion thereof to regenerate yourselves? We don't have that much time left. Perhaps I'd better get the Constitution out of the way. So that's what I was teaching before I came back home to host tonight's program, and talking about the fact that, again, Constitution Day was on Sunday. It represents the day that the Founding Fathers signed our Constitution into effect, and this year it fell on a Sunday, so it was commemorated on a Monday. But because I was wiped out, I stayed home and slept, and then went to the estates, taken by my son, of course, checking my cell phone into the usual post office box for security reasons, so I could teach the young lads about the importance of our Constitution based on the date that it was signed in 1787, September 17th. So I wound up teaching the blood boys about it on September 19th through the 20th, I think, if I remember correctly. All the days bleed into me, especially at the estate. There's a timelessness that reigns at these various properties. 1787, of course, this was the 236th, I think, Constitution Day in this United States. And, of course, it's something that was signed in Philadelphia. The delegates to the Constitutional Convention. This is all stuff, of course, that you should know by now if you're a good American. Which, according to Joe Ty, what's that mean? He kept harassing Brooke Gibson till she finally blocked him, asking, what American? Oh, what is an American? So Veronica Barrera said Constitution. We'll go with her. Cesar Solozan, or Kaiser Solozan, depending on how he pronounces his name, said, didn't know we had a day like that? That's interesting. Yes, it's very understated. So, yes, I will follow the request of Our Lady, Verona Barrera. Love you dearly. Buenas noches a todos. I'm sorry, my Espanol is execrable. Buenas noches a todos. My senora. So she did get married, and so she is a senora now. So understand, this should be a day for reflection. Constitution Day falls on September 17th, and it doesn't get anywhere near the recognition it deserves. If Independence Day is a major national celebration, Constitution Day is a minor footnote on the calendar by comparison. We don't need fireworks and barbecues to mark the occasion, but at the least, every American school, community, and individual citizen should spend time reflecting on the meaning of the Constitution. In the year 2004, United States Senator Robert Byrd of West Virginia was concerned that we weren't doing enough as a nation to understand and teach the U.S. Constitution. He championed a legislative provision to officially recognize September 17th as Constitution Day. And he persuaded Congress to approve a requirement that all federally funded colleges and universities hold an annual Constitution Day event. 19 years later by now, Some institutions take this more seriously than others. There are some that sponsor Constitution Day lectures, panel events, and other programs on college campuses throughout the country, have been doing so for a number of years. But college campuses aren't the only places where the Constitution should be taught, studied, and celebrated. Every community in America should observe Constitution Day. As I said, the best parts of the Constitution are its amendments. We should be able to change our Constitution to evolve with the times. But the fact that we have a basis to work with, that should also be appreciated. Various cultural and historical organizations, like the National Constitution Center, the Bill of Rights Institute, the American Bar Association, and Constituting America, they're doing their part to promote the observation such as it is, but as a culture, as a country, as an empire, we should all do much more to celebrate the Constitution, including our ability to amend it, the most important aspect that it has. Our Constitution has world historical significance. The American founders held wide-ranging views and debated vigorously among themselves, but they agreed that their country's destiny mattered to all mankind. In the first installment of The Federalist, for example, Alexander Hamilton wrote about the important question on which the people had been called to deliberate: whether societies of men are really capable or not of establishing good government from reflection and choice, or whether they are forever destined to depend, for their political constitutions, on accident and force. In short, the time had come for the American people to examine their capacity for ongoing deliberation, and the outcome would determine whether human beings could govern themselves. Echoing the writers of the Federalist Papers 76 years later, Abraham Lincoln famously declared that the American Civil War between the states for rights was a similar test. The outcome of that conflict would determine whether American constitutional principles, in his Lincoln's words, can long endure. Time and time again, our greatest statesmen framed constitutional questions in these high world historical terms. The survival of the Republic did not just matter for the here and now, but for people across the planet and generations yet unborn. John Adams, for one, was a true believer in the possibility of a deliberative republic. Adams believed the people are capable of understanding, seeing and feeling the difference between true and false, right and wrong, virtue and vice. Human beings make distinctions. They make moral judgments. And that means we are capable of governing ourselves. The political philosopher Ralph Lerner has argued that the founders were people who valued reason and who understood themselves as reasoning people. He's written that the founders, in his words, and here I read from his writ, thought for themselves. He's saying the founders thought for themselves and then deployed the results of their thinking coolly to reason with the reasonable, to persuade the persuadable, and to impress the impressionable. So Constitution Day should be an occasion to imitate the founders' virtues, a reminder that we too must think for ourselves and reason together as Americans. Constitutionalism did not end with the founding generation. Americans today, 236 years after the fateful convention, that fateful convention in Philadelphia, are stewards of that Constitution. September 17th, then, should be an important date on our national calendar. As the historian Wilfred McClay has written, and here I read from his writ, Constitution Day, which we observe every September 17th, is a singularly American holiday, even more unique than the 4th of July. After all, many nations have their great leaders and laborers, their war heroes, their monuments, and their days of independence. But there is only one nation on earth that can point with pride to a written constitution that is more than 230 years old. A continuously authoritative expression of fundamental law that stands at the very center of our national life. So, high schools should hold all school assemblies to celebrate the Constitution, an occasion perhaps for debate teams to present debates and prepared speeches. But we cannot allow citizens' constitutional education to stop when they leave the classroom. Businesses, trade associations, and nonprofits should use social media to share information and inspirational content on Constitution Day. Rotary, Kiwanis, and Lions Clubs should sponsor Constitution Day luncheon programs to hear reflections from local judges or scholars of history like myself, politics or law. Labor unions and chambers of commerce, as well as American Legion and the Veterans of Foreign Wars posts, should conduct constitutional awareness campaigns in their own communities. Local historical societies, museums, and cultural institutions should highlight local stories that illuminate the Constitution. And TV and radio shows should feature guests discussing various aspects of the Constitution. Our founders knew that a country needs an engaged citizenry for self-government to work. Reflection and thoughtfulness are integral to the United States Constitution itself, and our celebrations of Constitution Day should be an occasion to practice and inculcate those virtues. It is a moment to remember what makes America so exceptional, and to rededicate ourselves to ensuring that our Constitution, or at least the constitutional concept, long endures, to use Lincoln's words. There you go. I pretty much inculcated that into the Blood Boys over the past 48 hours when I wasn't feeding on them. And hope that didn't bring it all down for you. Such being said, going back to check on live stream here. So let me thank Vera. Thanks so much, my dear Vera. And there we are. She helped to decide what direction we would go in with that. Cesar Solozan says, nah, thanks for the information. Thank you, sir. Definitely appreciate you in turn for listening. I most certainly feel that we do face challenges now that I'm on the constitutional trip. I might as well tell people that I do want people to understand my opinion of the Constitution is that, of course, what we suffer from now is a form of constitutional fundamentalism. What is the falling back point? A point of reflexive reaction of the radicalized right, which unfortunately is at this point in history on the side of the enemy, on the side of the Russians, who mean us naught but the illest of will. These people are victims of a form of religious mania, a doctrinaire fundamentalism that I call constitutional fundamentalism, in which they treat this aged document that in many cases has not aged well as something that is irrevocable, irrefutable, and never to be questioned. Yet, as I've stated before, the most fundamentally important aspect of our Constitution is not the baseline Constitution itself, but our amendments thereunto. It is the amendments that are what make our Constitution great today, if it be great at all. And we have to rely on the ability to further amend it to change as our needs change with a changing world. We cannot fall prey to revering the Constitution as an irrefutable religious document. That is the most important thing to be said. Now, in the half hour remaining, before we go off live stream, I want to explain what Russia got by scaring Elon Musk. Back to the multi-billionaires here. Because billionaire Musk isn't the only one who's been frightened into holding back help for Ukraine. See, one evening in September of 2022, a group of Ukrainian sea drones sped out into the Black Sea, heading for Russian-occupied Crimea. Their designers, engineers who had been doing other things until the current war began, had carefully targeted the fast, remote control, explosive-packed vessels to hit ships anchored in Sebastopol, the home of Russia's Black Sea Fleet. But the drones ran into a problem. Starlink, the satellite communication system that Ukraine had been using since Russia invaded early last year, unexpectedly wasn't working. This was a surprise to the engineers. Several people, in Ukraine and elsewhere, frantically called and texted Elon Musk, the owner of Starlink, to persuade him to enable the system. Musk, in turn, called Walter Isaacson, his biographer, and told him there was a non-trivial possibility that the sea drone attack could lead to a nuclear war. According to Isaacson, Musk's paid propagandist, his publicist, Musk had recently spoken with Russia's ambassador in Washington, who had warned him explicitly that any attack on Crimea would lead to nuclear conflict. Musk implied several other people that he had been speaking with President Vladimir Putin around that time as well. Albeit he later denied it because he doesn't want to be known as a traitor, which is exactly what he is. Now, these are details you may already have heard. Many of them were first reported in May by Oliver Carroll at The Economist. Since then, The New Yorker has also described how Ukrainian soldiers abruptly lost their access to Starlink on the battlefield during a different set of operations. Isaacson's paid version of the maritime story implies that all of the drones in the operation washed ashore that evening. But recently, in Ukraine, some of the engineers who helped design the unmanned sea vehicles, including an engineer who was involved in the first attempt to hit the Russian ships in Sevastopol, stated that not all of the drones involved were lost. Some returned back to base undamaged. So here's the part you might not have heard or not registered. The same team launched a similar attack again a few weeks later. On October 29th, a fleet of guided sea drones packed with explosives did reach Sebastopol harbor using a different communications system. They did hit their targets. They put one Russian frigate, the Admiral Makarov, out of commission. The team believes that they damaged at least one submarine and at least 2 other boats as well. And then we all died in nuclear war, remember? Of course not. Nuclear war never followed, despite Russia losing its first submarine since World War II. Despite Musk's fears, in other words, fears put into his head by not only the Russian ambassador, but Vladimir Putin himself, World War III did not erupt as a result of this successful attack on a Crimean port. Instead, the Russian naval commanders, They were spooked by the attack, so much so that they stuck close to Sebastopol Harbor over the following weeks and never left to conduct aggressive operations. Now, I know the names of these engineers, and for their own security, I'm choosing not to name them. There was, of course, a tech executive, via my son's husband, working with drone operations, to put it as broadly as possible. This team showed off its unmanned boats before, so I'm not revealing any secrets when I tell you that they're small, black, hard to see on the water, have a very long range, now more than 650 miles. The drones are constantly reinvented and redesigned. Some of those that I've personally seen, photographically of course, were described as 5th generation. Now, if any one of you were given the remote control of one on a distant body of water on the other side of the world, directing it would feel remarkably like playing a video game. Of course, by now I'm probably revealing too much about Silicon Valley's connection with Ukraine. Like the more famous aerodrones, sea drones are a central important part of Ukraine's idiosyncratic way of waging war. Unable to compete plane for plane or ship for ship against the much larger Russian military, Ukraine is using tiny, high-tech, custom-designed and relatively cheap devices that can take large, expensive artillery, tanks, and ships out of the game. Video game style. Many of these devices are built by groups that are not quite part of the military, but not exactly private either. This networked, grassroots, asymmetric response is part of how the Ukrainians will win this war. One of the engineers told myself, "This is Ukraine. We are hybrid, like you." He also told me that although his drones didn't destroy the whole Black Sea Fleet, they have had an impact on the war. Russian military ships became more cautious. Instead of physically blocking Ukrainian grain transports, as some observers expected them to do, they have stayed in port. So the engineer concluded, we made them scared. They were happy to confirm that if a Russian warship does try to block a cargo ship carrying Ukrainian grain, they will hit it. In other words, Musk lied. Musk was wrong. Instead of inspiring World War III, the sea drone attack has helped reduce violence, protected commerce, boosted Ukrainian farmers, and even ensured that some people outside of Ukraine have not starved. And at least thousands did not go hungry. If not for Elon Musk's hubris, those effects would have been felt years earlier. A year earlier. The first attack could have eliminated the entire Black Sea Fleet, whose missiles have been killing civilians in Ukrainian cities. Fewer people would have died as a result. And the war, which will be over only when Ukraine takes back its own territory and ends the torment of its own citizens on that territory, would be closer to its end. This is a cautionary tale about the arrogance of a billionaire who has come to play a mercurial role in American foreign policy. But it's also a story about fear, seeded and promoted by the Russians, deliberately designed to shape broader Western perceptions of this war. Musk is not alone. Many people in Washington and in Berlin, Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, and all other European capitals, including people who support Ukrainian sovereignty and who want Ukraine to win the war, have also been cowed by conversations with Russian ambassadors, by threats issued by Russian leaders, and by the pictures of nuclear explosions shown on Russian state television every goddamn day and night. Long before he spracketh with any real Russians, Musk likely encountered that same propaganda in the Russian-influenced far-right echo chambers that he frequents. In 2016, Donald Trump probably got the idea to accuse Hillary Clinton of wanting to start World War III in that same social media milieu. The Russians do this for a reason. Fear of escalation is designed to create self-deterrence, and it works. In 2014, Western leaders, fearing escalation, advised Ukraine not to fight back when Russia invaded Crimea. This advice led to misery for all the people arrested, imprisoned, and chased away from the peninsula. It also persuaded the Russians to continue their invasion of eastern Ukraine. They stopped only when the Ukrainians fought back. From 2014 to 2022, the United States and European nations, fearing they might provoke Russia to attack, limited or even banned weapon sales to Ukraine. This, too, proved to be a terrible, consequential mistake. Had the Russians actually been afraid of the Ukrainian army, they might never have launched the full-scale invasion at all. Even when the full-scale invasion began last year, amorphous fear of Russian reaction again persuaded Americans and Europeans to hold back on long-range weapons to Ukraine, partly because we feared what could happen if they were used to hit Russian targets. But then the Ukrainians used their own weapons to hit Russian targets, first in the border region, then in Moscow itself, Pskov, and other cities. Nuclear war did not break out then either. I could repeat the same story for just about every significant class of weapons. Fear of escalation meant that some nations, notably the United Germany and these United States, did not give Ukraine the tanks that it needed to go on the offensive and take back its territory. Fear of escalation also meant that Ukrainians did not receive F-16s in time to help with this summer's counteroffensive. Fear of escalation meant that we have refused to give the Ukrainians a long-range ballistic missile system known as ATACMS. Now the tanks are on the ground, the F-16 pilot training has begun, and the Biden administration reportedly may finally be planning to give Ukraine ATACMS. Each of the delays wasted time, and time has cost lives, maybe tens of thousands of lives. When a year ago, on the weekend that Ukrainian troops took back the northern cities of Izium and Kupiansk, a few weeks later, the Ukrainians took back the city of Kherson. At the time, they had momentum. A year later, the euphoria is gone, and no wonder the momentum was lost. After taking Kherson, Ukrainian forces did not have the weaponry to move farther forward. They did not try to advance again until June of this year. By that time, Russians had created hundreds of kilometers of minefields, some of the most extensive minefields any army has ever tried to cross, as well as a system of tank traps and trenches that has slowed Ukraine's counteroffensive and again led to the deaths of Ukrainian soldiers and consequently ever more civilians. Think about what the world might look like if Putin's threats, his nuclear bluffs, had not influenced our imagination so profoundly. If Musk had not been spooked by Russian propaganda, then some of Russia's fleet might have been disabled a month earlier. If Washington, London, Paris, and Berlin had not been spooked by Russian propaganda. Then the Ukrainians might have expelled the Russians earlier, and the war might be over. Death, horror, and terror have been the result every time outsiders hesitated to aid the Ukraine. There is always a non-trivial possibility, to borrow Musk's own stupid term, that the Russians will use nuclear weapons. There was also a non-zero possibility that Robert Oppenheimer's nuclear bomb test would blow up the planet. If we want to deter the Russians from using their nuclear weapons, we have other ways to do it. Our own nuclear weapons and our own superior conventional forces are powerful deterrents. Most analysts think they explain why Russia has not deliberately hit any targets on NATO territory. Heavy hints from Red China and India, both bastards from the word go, that nuclear escalation would be a terrible mistake, as well as statements about the unacceptability of nuclear war from the G20 and the United Nations and others, they all help too. Ukrainian attacks, especially unexpected asymmetric attacks like those from sea drones, are also a form of deterrence. So is our continued commitment to Ukraine. Every time we announce another weapon shipment, or the European Union makes another financial pledge, or President Joe Biden makes another statement of support, then the Russians know that the price of occupation and of any escalation is growing higher. Resistance does not provoke Vladimir Putin, weakness does. I've also been told that although these drones did not destroy the whole Black Sea Fleet, that they would have had Elon Musk maintained the communications links. That Musk was wrong. All this cautionary tale about what happens when you've got a multi-millionaire who decides he's going to run your foreign policy on behalf of a foreign dictator. At this point, we have a traitor that needs to be executed. Elon Musk has proven he's on the enemy side. Elon Musk needs to fucking die. Somebody needs to kill Elon Musk. That has to be said. Because that's what needs to go down. Elon Musk is a stinking pile of human shit who at the very least needs to be deported to motherless Russia. Along with Donald Trump. Now, all that being said, we'll be closing transmission soon. But we'll get back to all these red lines being crossed. And Russia doesn't do shit because it can't. It is a nuclear impotente. Everything about World War II is a lie. They never won World War II any more than America did. You're finding all that now before your very eyes, and you're still letting them scare you on the basis of a delusion. Read the Roswell Deception, people. Read my goddamn book. And for Christ's sake, somebody send me a supply of water. I'm holding the last bottle that I've got. I've got beer and Coke, thank God, but obviously I need water. So people were kind enough to to mail a supply last time. I'll count on you all for your grace this time as well. You know my physical mailing address. As a matter of fact, I'll enter that into the text box here in chat. And that hopefully will get a response. Need water. At Douglas Dietrich, 1242 Green Street. San Francisco, California. 94109-1925. Okay. There we go, people. All right. Such being said, my love to all who support me. My gratitude to all. And, of course, heading towards paying rent at the end of the month. We'll be approaching everybody about a fund drive towards that, though things look fairly stable. And I'll be back at the Estates to celebrate Bisexuality Awareness Day, culminating this weekend. And, of course, Oktoberfest amidst that. Just so people understand, I myself am not bisexual, though I'm happy to keep you all guessing. But such being said, definitely females are fine for me, and I'm quite fine with staying with them in terms of gratifying myself sexually. Of course, the blood boys are always trying to tempt me, but I'm too busy drinking their blood to really think of them in any other manner, except of course when I'm trying to get ideas through into their heads with teaching them history. And believe me, I have faith in the future, thanks to at least being able to get a few generations out there of young men who have a far greater understanding of our history than the overwhelming majority of our so-called history teachers on the loose now in America, who would, of course, unite against myself, the renegade military historian, as their great nemesis, because I, would render their careers as misspent.